Lu Xiping reborn the day before the apocalypse awakens an ultimate system. He assembles an elite team to dominate the apocalypse, slaying monsters to level up. Open your textbooks to page 73, class. Today we will learn. The teacher at the podium announced. Lu Xiping jolted awake. He opened his eyes. Is this the classroom? University? Where are the zombies? Lu Xiping distinctly remembered lying on the ground in despair, watching the zombie horde approaching, his limbs broken, unable to move. Finally, he was engulfed by the zombie horde. The long-cultivated habit of remaining calm made him think quickly. He scanned the surroundings, looking at the unfamiliar classmates, the strict teacher Huang at the podium, the textbook in his hands, the digital clock above the blackboard, and suddenly understood something. Lu Xiping was certain. He had been reborn, returning to 5 years ago, the last beautiful afternoon before the disaster. This was not a dream, yet more dreamlike than any dream. Soon a terrifying event would occur, plunging the earth into a cold apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he fled, took up arms to kill zombies for survival, and finally, with a few friends he had made, entered a small survivor base, only to be exploited and bullied. Refusing to give up, he used his wisdom to climb to a high position in the survivor base, found his younger sister Lu Anren, and met the love of his life. Just as everything was slowly improving, everything was destroyed by one person, Tu Xinghe. At the thought of Tu Xinghe, boundless hatred surged in Lu Xiping's heart. After the apocalypse, the Tu family used their wealth and resources to secure a foothold and establish a small survivor base. Tu Xinghe was the crown prince of that base, a little tyrant who brooked no opposition. Just because Tu Xinghe took a fancy to Lu Anren and Lu Xiping refused, Tu Xinghe, as if playing a game, destroyed everything Lu Xiping had fought so hard to achieve. Effortlessly, his lively sister, his beloved partner, his brothers-in-arms, each died before his eyes. That deep despair and helplessness were etched into Lu Xiping's heart. Now Tu Xinghe should be at Yunqing University as well. Lu Xiping remembered that in his past life the Tu family had sent someone to pick up a person at the university. It must have been Tu Xinghe. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Xiping's eyes. He slowly raised his palm, fair and delicate with clear lines and healthy skin, a stark contrast to his post-apocalyptic self. This was a hand that held a pen, turned pages, and typed on a keyboard. Now these hands would be stained with blood. He looked up at the digital clock on the wall. November 1st, 2025, 1:55 p.m. There is not much time left. In less than an hour, the apocalypse will arrive, and this world will become a cold one. A global disaster. Humans fell from the top of the food chain to the bottom, struggling to survive. 5 years of living on the edge of life and death after the apocalypse had made it easy for him to stabilize his emotions enough to accept many things. Since I have been reborn, I will defy fate and change my destiny. Take control of my own destiny. Lu Xiping stood up and rushed toward the door, his mind quickly planning the next steps. Hey student, who are you? Class is in session. What do you think you're doing? Stop right there. Bang. Before the teacher could finish, Lu Xiping slammed the door and left, leaving a group of stunned classmates and a teacher who kept roaring, his face red with anger. The classroom erupted in uproar. Lu Xiping had no time to think about the impact his abrupt departure had on the people in the classroom. Whatever harm it might do to his grades, it no longer mattered. He went down the stairs, took out his phone, made a transfer, and searched his contacts. He needed to call his sister. Beep. Beep. Hey, bro. I'm at the gym. Why are you calling now? What's up? Amidst the blaring music at the other end, a clear female voice answered. Clearly she was at the gym. Hearing her familiar voice, Lu Xiping's tense heart finally relaxed, and a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Now his sister was still alive, there was still a chance. With the most serious tone in his life, Lu Xiping said, Anren, listen to me. I'm going to talk. I just transferred money to your account. Now go to the supermarket immediately and buy supplies, water, rice, flour, in. A virus has appeared in the country. Highly contagious, potentially fatal. There might be a nationwide lockdown. Remember, stock up on enough food, stay home, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone. In a rapid-fire manner, he listed the supplies needed for post-apocalyptic survival and summarized the consequences of the virus. After all, if he directly said the apocalypse was coming, no one would believe him. Lu Anren was silent for a moment, then said, Okay bro, I'm going now. On the other end of the line, a young girl with a ponytail, pretty features, and a slender figure had already started gathering her things. Lu Anren seldom contradicted her brother. Though in terms of physical strength, he couldn't beat her, he was always reliable. The two siblings depended on each other, and she always listened to him for major and minor matters. She knew he wouldn't joke about this, so she agreed without hesitation. Lu Xiping smiled at the corner of his mouth. Good girl. I'm hanging up. Wait for me at home. Remember, don't open the door for anyone. After hanging up, his eyes held gratitude. Grateful for a second chance, grateful to see his sister again, grateful that she listened to him. In his past life, he had spent all his savings over 5 years and borrowed the two families' influence to search all nearby settlements before finding his sister. But soon after their reunion, Tu Xinghe had killed her. In this life, he would protect his family and also take revenge. Tu Xinghe. Since I didn't die, now it's your turn to face the apocalypse. Prepare yourself for the arrival of Lu Ziping. Running Lu Ziping's heart was filled with hatred and coldness. After 5 years of struggle in the apocalypse, enduring countless torments and humiliations, the gentle, kind-hearted person had transformed into a decisive, ruthless survivor. Lu Ziping glanced at the time, 2:00 p.m. 50 minutes until the apocalypse. There was still much to do, and clearly not enough time. I need to speed up. Ding. Treasure chest system activated. Lu Ziping paused for a moment. System. Before he could ask, a list appeared in his mind. Name: Lu Ziping. Level: Ordinary. Strength: 70. Speed: 7 ms. Endurance: 1. Spirit: 10. Skills: none. Equipment: none. Attack: 101. Peak: 130. Note: the host has a chance to drop evolution energy or treasure chests after killing enemies. As the host, you receive a newbie benefit. The first treasure chest is free and will refresh in the dormitory in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. Lu Ziping frowned as he looked at the long list in his mind. A system? Did it have something to do with his rebirth? What was the connection between the system and the exchange points? He needed to return to the dormitory. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he moved quickly, breaking into a run. Just now, Lu Ziping had said on the phone that he would go back to find Lu Anren. That was no empty talk. The exchange points and his memories of surviving 5 years in the apocalypse were his trump cards. Exchange points were humanity's sole means of survival in the apocalypse. People could extract magic crystals from the heads of zombies and mutated creatures, then exchange them for food, water, clothing, weapons, tools, machinery, cultivation techniques, superpowers, bloodlines, futuristic equipment. Almost anything. No one knew how the exchange points had appeared. When the virus spread across the globe in a short time, flora and fauna mutated, and the exchange points simply materialized out of thin air. Utterly bizarre. However, it was because of the exchange points that humanity managed to survive in the narrow crevices between zombies, monsters, and mutant plants. Driven by doubt, Lu Ziping asked the system several questions along the way, from difficult to simple. He discovered that the system seemed to be nothing more than a program, only responding when certain conditions were triggered. For now, all he could do was view his own status page. Since he couldn't use it yet, he put the system aside. Surviving now was the top priority. He needed to do 2 most urgent things. First, arm himself and purchase combat gear. Second, prepare some food and medicine. Time was running out. Lu Ziping did not stop. He sprinted all the way back to his dormitory. He picked up the weight bands he usually used for exercise, removed the lead blocks, stuffed paper and books inside, and bound them to his calves and forearms to prevent being scratched by zombies. He took out his hiking backpack, put in his bank cards, and just in time quietly waited for the treasure chest the system had mentioned. A few seconds later, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. A red rectangular chest about an arm's length long and 20 centimeters wide suddenly materialized in front of him. The system's mechanical voice sounded, "Host newbie bonus treasure chest refreshed. Please open it as soon as possible." Lu Ziping curiously walked up to the chest and touched it. It felt real. How amazing. "Open," Lu Ziping said to the system in his heart. The treasure chest abruptly vanished, and a tang sword over a meter long, glowing with white light, appeared in Lu Ziping's hand. At the same time, a mass of information flooded into his mind. Tang sword, white, grade, weight 1. 45 kilograms, a blade, thickness 0. 7 centimeters, a sharpened, reinforced attack power 30. What a blade! Lu Ziping exclaimed involuntarily, his face full of delight as he gazed at the sword in his hand. What incredible luck, a white grade equipment. And it added attack power. This chest was truly a timely gift. The tang sword emitted a faint white glow. The blade was straight, the tip angled, and the handle had anti-slip texture. Lu Ziping swung it twice. It felt very handy for slashing and chopping. Lu Ziping gently caressed the tang sword, his eyes brimming with joy. He could hardly believe that he now held in his hands a piece of equipment he had dreamed of in his past life, white-grade equipment. But now the apocalypse has yet to arrive, and he already possesses a white piece of equipment, making it much easier to slay zombies and secure the exchange points. With little time to spare, he took his bank card and hailed a taxi to the nearest hospital, purchasing a large amount of anti-inflammatory medicine and other essential drugs. This alone cost nearly 30,000, and his credit card was on the verge of being maxed out. The nurse looked at him as if he were insane. However, Lu Ziping did not care. In the apocalypse, medicine is more valuable than magic crystals. Medicines are the true luxury items. With a Tang Dao already in hand, there was no need to think about purchasing weapons. Lu Ziping also procured a portion of instant food to fill up a backpack. He didn't buy too much, as too much food would be heavy and exhausting, making it not worthwhile. If time were sufficient, Lu Ziping could have gathered materials to create traps and barriers against zombies, drawing from 5 years of experience in the apocalypse, but now time was running out. He took a taxi back to the school gate and checked the time. There were only 8 minutes left until the disaster struck. Lu Ziping sprinted towards the library. In his memory, there were 2 exchange points at Yuncheng University during the early days of the apocalypse, one in the library and another in the cafeteria. The cafeteria was too far, so he decided to secure the library first. Having been given a second chance at life, he was determined to seize these opportunities. It was just after class and the streets were crowded with students. Anxious Lu Ziping took a shortcut, quickly passing through the gymnasium. Many greeted him, but Lu Ziping ignored them entirely, having offended quite a few, though he didn't care. The gym was bustling with activity when suddenly a soccer ball flew in from a distance. Lu Ziping instinctively ducked to avoid it. He turned to see the direction from which the soccer ball had come. A group of people was surrounding him from all sides. At that moment, everyone in the gym was watching Lu Ziping with schadenfreude. Is Lu Ziping out of his mind today, or just not awake? How dare he cut through the gym? Doesn't he know Tu Xinghe from the sports department is here? What's going on? Hey, you don't know? It's a love triangle. Recently, Tu Xinghe had a crush on a junior who liked Lu Ziping, which infuriated Tu Xinghe, the arrogant rich second generation. They had troubled Lu Ziping more than once or twice. Whenever Tu Xinghe saw Lu Ziping, he would publicly humiliate him. Thus, Lu Ziping never walked through the gym, as Tu Xinghe from the sports department was practically a permanent fixture there. The soccer ball that had just come his way was clearly kicked at him on purpose by Tu Xinghe. Everyone in the gym was watching this scene, waiting to see the commotion. As Tu Xinghe approached, exuding arrogance, Lu Ziping frowned. Instinctively, he took out his phone to check the time. Less than 5 minutes remained. This was not the time to waste on such trash. Seeing Tu Xinghe and his group encroaching, Lu Ziping remained silent, attempting to bypass them. Tu Xinghe laughed heartily. "Ha, you run away at the sight of me. Are you that scared?" One of Tu Xinghe's lackeys jogged up, blocking Lu Ziping with a baseball bat he had somehow acquired. "Su Gu is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Lu Ziping glanced up at the encirclement, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. Without saying a word, he reached out with his right hand and snatched the baseball bat from the unknown man's hands, leaving everyone stunned. Tu Xinghe stood utterly bewildered. Snatch a baseball bat? What in the world is happening? He stepped forward 2 paces, confronting Lu Ziping. "Lu Ziping, hand over my baseball bat." "Ah." Before the words fully left his mouth, the bat swung down, crushing into Tu Xinghe's leg with brutal force. The heavy bat, combined with Lu Ziping's unrestrained strength, snapped Tu Xinghe's knee backward with a sickening crack. Tu Xinghe collapsed to the ground, shrieking in piercing, gut-wrenching agony. Lu Ziping didn't even glance at him, tossed the bat aside, and sprinted out of the stadium. His underlings froze in stunned silence. Spectators gaped, eyes wide with disbelief. A few lackeys rushed forward to help Tu Xinghe, only to recoil in horror, his knee bent inward at an unnatural, grotesque angle. "It's broken, shattered. Call an ambulance, now," they screamed, voices raw with terror. Is Lu Ziping insane? He just shattered Tu Xinghe's leg. Does he have any regard for his own life? A wave of chaos erupted across the stadium. Then, without warning, the sky darkened. Thick black clouds churned overhead, rolling in with thunderous, deafening roars. All heads tilted upward. Lu Ziping squinted skyward, his gaze sharp, knowing it had begun. Black clouds pressed down like a suffocating shroud, swallowing the world whole. Without prelude, abrupt, absolute, the zombie virus erupted. 70% of humanity lacked resistance, mutating instantly into shambling undead. Animals and plants alike twisted under its corrupting influence. Within moments they adapted, not only surviving the virus, but evolving rapidly, growing more savage, more feral, more violently aggressive. Gazing up at the churning blackness, a question surfaced once more, haunting, unresolved. The same one that had tormented him before his rebirth. What had truly triggered this apocalyptic cataclysm? Was it the cruel experimentation of a higher cosmic civilization, or an influx of unknown dark energy? No answer existed. Even before rebirth, the sole consensus was absolute. This was an extrinsic event utterly beyond humanity's capacity for self-destruction. After all, with humanity's technological and biological limitations, no one could possibly engineer something as fantastical as exchange points. A fierce burning urge surged within Lu Ziping. He needed to know who engineered this nightmare, who transformed a beautiful world into a living hell, who stole countless lives. He raised his middle finger toward the heavens and roared, "You'll wait. I will find you." Then, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he bolted toward the library. On the field, people began coughing, gasping for breath. Within seconds, they coughed up, blood veins bulged across their temples, eyes rolled back, and they crumpled, limbs convulsing in unnatural spasms. Lu Ziping knew soon they would rise again. Zombification. Their eyes clouded with a gray hazy, fangs erupted from their jaws, limbs jerked erratically, staggering, lurching, yet unervingly swift. They felt no pain, knew no fatigue, had become pure, mindless undeath. Before long, the air filled with guttural moans and panicked screams, the new symphony of this ruined world. A quiet sigh escaped Lu Ziping. Then from the corner of his eye, a flicker of light, a classroom on the 5th floor of the library. His pulse quickened. He accelerated. Though few zombies yet blocked the path to the library, they were not absent. Two shamblers lunged from nearby, reeking of decay, their clothes stained with dried blood, faces contorted and monstrous rage fangs bared. It was impossible to believe these were the same gentle students who moments ago strolled hand-in-hand lost in quiet scholarly debate. With a flash of steel, Lu Xiping drew his Tang sword, clean, precise, lethal, felling both in one fluid motion. Then swiftly he harvested the spirit crystals embedded in their skulls. These crystals were indispensable in the apocalypse, true hard currency. And crucially, they were the sole key to accessing exchange points. Thanks to memories from his past life, dispatching freshly mutated zombies was effortless. Destroy the brain, and the virus lost control, ensuring permanent, irreversible death. Ding! Nearby evolutionary energy detected. Collected. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Huh, what use is evolutionary energy? Lu Xiping frowned. Evolutionary energy gained from defeating enemies enhances physical attributes. Looted treasure chests yield randomized items. The system's voice remained cold, emotionless. At that moment, Lu Xiping's attribute interface shimmered into view. Name: Lu Xiping. Rank: ordinary human. Evolutionary energy 1 point. 1 point increases strength, speed, endurance, or spirit by 10 points each. Strength 70. Speed 7 milliseconds. Endurance 1. Spirit 10. Skills none. Equipment: white Tang sword. Attack power 130, peak 169. As Lu Xiping focused on the newly acquired evolutionary energy, the system prompted, spend 1 point to enhance strength, speed, endurance, or spirit. Increase strength by 10 points. No hesitation. Strength was what he needed most, right now. His strength rose instantly to 80, and his attack power climbed accordingly by 10. Arg! The stadium had become a slaughterhouse, zombies chasing fleeing humans, limbs severed, gore spraying, screams tearing through the air. En route to the library, zombies swarmed from all sides, but none reached him. Before they could even close the distance, Lu Xiping's Tang sword flashed, splitting skulls with surgical precision. Freshly transformed zombies possessed brittle skulls. Within hours, the virus would strengthen their entire bodies, reinforcing bone and sinew. With the white Tang sword's 30 attack boost, Lu Xiping's power soared to 130, far surpassing the average human's mere 80 and even exceeding his natural combat prowess of over 100. He cut a crimson swath, blood and black ichor splattering, brains bursting, leaving behind only shattered skulls and broken corpses. Not a single zombie stood intact in his wake. None could impede his advance. The Tang sword was razor sharp, each strike cleaving bone, and every spirit crystal vanished into his pocket. He gathered 2 more points of evolutionary energy, immediately invested them into strength, raising it to 100. Unstoppable, he stormed into the library. Inside, the scene resembled a vision of hell, confined space, nowhere to flee. The stench of iron-rich blood hung thick and cloying. Walls were spattered with gore. Limbs lay severed. Blood misted the air. Zombies hunted survivors with relentless hunger. Libraries were always crowded, especially at Tu Xinghe University, where academic rigor ran deep and study seats were fiercely contested. That very density made the outbreak's toll here especially horrific. The student who had just been hunched over studying was suddenly transformed, within a heartbeat, into a reeking, shambling zombie lunging straight at you. Screams, wails, desperate cries for help, and guttural roars collided in chaotic dissonance. An endless tide of blood announced the world's descent into apocalypse. Zombies moved slowly, but they were legion, tireless and driven by an unrelenting hunger for fresh flesh. As panic paralyzed everyone, sending them fleeing in blind terror, those surrounded by zombies were torn apart in an instant. No time even to turn, no chance to become one of them. Some rare zombies, having devoured human brains, bore luminous dark crystals upon their foreheads, glowing with latent energy, as if awakened onto a path of terrifying evolution. Others, lucky survivors scratched by mutated zombie claws, had barely begun to smile before their faces twisted into masks of horror and despair. They were turning. They did not escape this prison. Instead, they became zombies themselves, hunting what they once called food. Lu Xiping stood at the doorway, drenched in blood, gazing upon a scene both hauntingly familiar and utterly alien. Humans struggling in vain, zombies roaring without restraint. A crushing sense of powerlessness settled deep within his chest. This was the apocalypse, brutal, unvarnished, irrevocable. To survive, you must grow stronger, otherwise you will be consumed by omnipresent peril. Zombies, mutated beasts, twisted flora, and even your own kind. Given a second chance, he would never again be helpless prey, no longer meat laid bare upon the chopping block. With a system at his command and 5 years of apocalyptic experience etched into his soul, this rebirth demanded supremacy. He would rise to the pinnacle, master fate itself. And yet beneath it all, Lu Xiping harbored a quiet, burning desire, a fierce compulsion, to uncover the origin of this calamity. What force had shattered his once peaceful life, plunging him into this boundless hellscape? His eyes hardened with resolve. Gripping his tang sword, he charged up the stairs. He remembered spotting a glint of light moments earlier, downstairs in the self-study room on the 5th floor. That must be the exchange point. Many who'd fled as far as the entrance stared in disbelief at Lu Xiping, blood-soaked sword in hand, marching inward. Their terrified eyes regarded him as though he were mad. Is he insane? Everyone's fighting to get out, and he's charging in. Let's go. Don't waste time. He's choosing death. Nothing to do with us. They still hadn't grasped the truth the world had shattered. Outside the library, the sports field teemed with snarling zombies. There was nowhere left to run. Lu Xiping ascended the left-hand staircase. Every zombie that dared lunge met a swift, brutal end, decapitated in a single stroke. Blood black and white viscera and splattered brain matter clung to his body, coating him head to toe. Not a single inch remained unscarred. He looked like a war god risen from a crimson sea. Soon everyone inside the library noticed him. How could they not? Amidst the chaos, people scattering like frightened rabbits before shrieking zombies, this lone figure cut through the horde like a scythe, through wheat one head severed, each blow precise, merciless, horrifyingly efficient. The spectacle left every onlooker stunned into silence. A few who'd just reached the exit stood frozen speechless. Who is that? He's actually fighting zombies. He's soaked in blood. Doesn't he fear infection? What's wrong with him? So calm, so decisive. Wielding a blade like it's a potato peeler. What kind of monster is he? Lu Xiping paid no mind to their cries. He pressed forward, cleaving his way upward. Dozens of fleeing students watched in awe and hope and shouted desperately, "Classmate! Classmate, save us! Over here! There's strength in numbers. We'll survive together. Yes! Come on, classmate! Let's go together!" A girl nearby sprinted forward, suppressing her revulsion, to grip his arm tightly. "Save me! Please save me! Get me out of here now!" Others watched her with envy and resentment. She had found salvation, but why not them? Was it merely proximity that saved her? Lu Xiping frowned. The girl ignored the imminent danger, clinging to his arm with desperate, unyielding force. As a zombie lunged toward them, he shoved her aside, then swung his tang sword in a vicious arc, cleaving the creature's skull clean in two. With a sickening shink, its head split open. Stunned, the girl recoiled, nausea rising, but relief flooded her voice as she gazed up at him. "Thank you. I knew you'd save me." A gentle smile bloomed across her face, revealing 2 dimples, radiant and enchanting. Lu Xiping met her gaze expressionless. "Step aside. Teaming up with someone like her would be a death sentence, slow, inevitable, suffocating." Her joy froze rigid on her face. "Well, what did you say? Hadn't he just saved her? Then why?" He ignored her entirely, striding up the stairs, hacking through every obstruction, carving a crimson path through the undead with sheer unflinching violence. Lu Xiping had fought zombies countless times. He knew precisely where his limits lay, barely twice as strong as an ordinary man's stamina finite. Each strike had to be fatal. Hesitation was fatal. One moment's retreat, one flicker of doubt, and the swarm would close in, ripping him limb from limb. There was no time to collect dark crystals. The hallways teemed with zombies, blind corners lurked everywhere. A single misstep, like bending to retrieve a crystal while a zombie lunged from the shadows, would mean certain death. First priority: locate the exchange point. The girl Lu Xiping had abandoned stood trembling, then fled into a nearby room as a zombie's roar drew near. Pale with terror, she watched his back, cutting through the horde, her heart curdling into venomous hatred. Why? Why? You're so strong. You could have taken me out. Why abandon me? I'm beautiful. Why won't you take me with you? What gives you the right? Not to save me. Not to carry me. Her eyes sharpened into daggers. Rage coiled cold and deep as she fixed her glare upon his retreating form. Students who'd momentarily found safety watched the scene unfold, fury boiling in their veins. Their stares burned with accusation, and some shouted outright, condemning Lu Xiping. "You have the strength to kill zombies. Why won't you save others? The greater the power, the greater the duty. We're all human. Why won't you stand with us? How can you watch people die and do nothing?" Truly confronted with filthy, flesh-eating monsters, these people fled, never once considering resistance. Yet faced with a peer more formidable than any zombie, they rose in moral outrage, brandishing virtue like a weapon, standing atop a pedestal of self-righteousness. A profound tragedy. Their minds had not yet shifted. This was no longer civilization. Morality had no place here. What then is beyond sacrifice, if survival itself hangs in the balance? Put yourself in their place. If they held such power today, would they extend a hand to carry dead weight? Would that not hasten their own demise? They would cast off those trailing behind without hesitation and flee for their lives. It is merely circumstance. Today the strength resides with Lu Xiping, the plea for aid with them. He paid no heed to the furious students. Their curses washed over him like distant thunder. At most he granted them a fleeting, indifferent glance from afar. Compassion, mercy. 5 years of apocalypse had laid bare humanity's darkest depths and ground Lu Xiping's benevolence to dust. To save them now would be suicide. Worse, when the zombies arrive, these self-righteous moralists might even thank him with honeyed words, then hurl him into the jaws of death to buy themselves seconds. Lu Xiping strode straight toward the stairwell, scooping up several spirit crystals along the way. Not because he lacked desire to gather more, but because the rest lay too far, he would return for them later. A moment ago, the system notified him his evolution energy had increased by 3 points. He allocated 2 to strength and 1 to speed. His strength now stood at 120, his base attack power exceeding 130. Wielding his Tang sword, his offensive output surged near 200, more than double that of an ordinary human. With every step toward the 5th-floor study room, anticipation coiled tighter within him. At last, after cleaving through 2 zombies' skulls, his body slick with putrid flesh and black blood, he slammed open the door. Before him loomed an antique wooden door, aged, elegant, bearing a single star emblazoned at its center. Lu Xiping's pupils contracted sharply. An exchange point. Humanity's last beacon of hope in the apocalypse, coveted fiercely across all eras. In his previous life, those who first mastered the exchange rules became the earliest elites. Nearly every major exchange point was guarded by colossal strongholds, some of which were even founded around such points. Indeed, the exchange point was the most valuable resource in the entire apocalypse. In his past life, he lacked the standing to enter large-scale exchange points. Only after 5 years of hoarding, after rescuing his younger sister, did he scrape together enough to barely qualify for the smallest level 1 exchange point. There he obtained a vial of Tier 1 evolution serum, the catalyst that made him an evolver, and also the ceiling of his ascent. Now one stood before him. Though he had suspected its existence, witnessing that door with his own eyes ignited a surge of exhilaration. The study room lay empty, save for several zombies gnawing relentlessly on a corpse. Any unwary intruder would meet certain death. Hearing the commotion, the zombies lunged, but fell one by one beneath Lu Xiping's blade. Black blood splattered across his face, yet he did not flinch. Suppressing his racing pulse, he steadied his breath and shut the door, sealing out the world beyond. This door, radiating an otherworldly aura, was the threshold to the exchange point, humanity's sole lifeline in the ruins of civilization. Strangely, it appeared as a single ordinary door, through which one could glimpse the opposite side. Yet the moment one stepped across its threshold, one vanished, transcending into a hidden, boundless space. There humans bartered spirit crystals, harvested from zombie and mutant beast heads, for evolution serums, vocations, skills, innate talents, armaments, wonders once deemed unimaginable. Only with such things could humanity endure this apocalypse, survive brutal slaughter, grow stronger, defy zombies and monstrous evolved beings, until ultimately they transcended into something almost alien. Exchange points were ranked from level 1 to 9, commonly called star-grade points, based on the highest tier evolution serum available for exchange. The higher the rank, the rarer the treasures, and the more advanced the spirit crystals required. No one knew when or how these points first emerged. Lu Xiping approached with trembling steps. This apocalypse unfolded like a grim game. Slay zombies, collect spirit crystals, trade for power. He had long suspected an unseen force, or perhaps a god, had engineered it all, transforming Earth into a vast, merciless laboratory. Even Reborn, he remained but a pawn upon the board. Yet this time he would forge himself into the strongest piece, and then shatter the board itself to gaze upon the hand that moved him. Upon the entire Earth. He paused before the exchange point, fingertips resting upon the ancient wood, his heart heavy with unspoken tumult. He had awakened from a dreamlike reincarnation, and now at the very dawn of the apocalypse stood before a threshold capable of reshaping destiny. An indescribable tide rose within him. Rage, yearning, hatred, exhaustion, tenderness. A tempest so complex he could not name a single current. Shaking his head, Lu Xiping banished the whirlwind of thoughts. The exchange point possessed innate sentience, assessing each visitor's spirit crystal reserves. The minimum requirement. Enough crystals to purchase at least 1 evolution serum available within. This was a level 1 exchange point, meaning the entry threshold matched the cost of a Tier 1 evolution serum, 90 spirit crystals precisely, as Lu Xiping recalled. Without sufficient crystals, the door would remain immovable. Those who attempted to force it, even level 9 masters, perished without exception. Yet if the quota was met, one gained 30 minutes of trading time, after which ejection was automatic, though early departure remained permissible. Typically one reappeared at the point of entry, but for a price one could request relocation to any safe location within a 1-kilometer radius. Groups could enter, but no more than 10 at once. Certain treasures, innate talents, unique skills, high-grade weapons, rare equipment, were finite. Once claimed, they vanished forever. Spirit crystals could also purchase food, clothing, and other consumables, renewable, yet requiring time to replenish stockpiles. Thus, in the late apocalypse, clashes among great factions often erupted before major exchange points. For the finest treasures were few, and whoever struck first seized advantage. Lu Zipping already suspected his current crystal count fell short of the threshold. He had rushed upward in haste, slaughtering zombies on the stairs, leaving no time to collect crystals. He carried barely a dozen. Clearly gathering more was now imperative. Yet outside the screams were fading. The library teemed with far more zombies now than when he entered, and far fewer humans remained, either turned devoured or gone. Only a small number of fortunate individuals managed to escape a calamity. Without any other distractions, the pressure of killing zombies alone would be immense. He currently lacked the zombie immunity serum and was not an evolved individual. If he were to get injured, he would surely mutate. However, zombies are most vulnerable right after they mutate, with lower bone strength and less agility. Now is the best time for hunting. If he waits a few hours, the virus will spread throughout the zombie's body, significantly increasing its power and strength. At that point, it would be much more difficult for Lu Zipping to hunt. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Zipping's eyes. He bit down hard, seeking fortune and danger, and made up his mind. He turned to head out, ready to continue hunting zombies and gather magic crystals. Ever since his rebirth, he has had a lingering sense of crisis. He must quickly evolve into an evolved individual, seizing the best opportunity to evolve at the fastest pace. Missing this opportunity, he doesn't know when he would be able to gather enough magic crystals. No one has stepped into this exchange point, and there are evolution potions available. As he reached the door of the study room and touched the doorknob, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Lu Zipping instinctively took 2 steps back, raising his tang knife, his face filled with vigilance. A girl barged in, quickly shutting the door behind her. Her plain face was filled with fear and tension, yet also bore a hint of determination. She appeared abruptly before Lu Zipping. His heart skipped a beat. Mu Xinghe. Upon seeing this familiar face, Lu Zipping felt a sudden relaxation of the tension he had held since his rebirth. The girl looked nervously at Lu Zipping, cradling a blood-stained bundle in her arms, her hands covered in blood. She slowly placed the bundle on the ground, opened it, revealing gray magic crystals inside. Looking at Lu Zipping with anticipation, she cautiously said, "I saw you dig out this thing from the zombies' foreheads when you were killing them, so I knew it would be useful for you. Later, when you didn't dig, I helped you do it. Here. They're all here, not a single one missing." Looking into the girl's eyes filled with both wariness and anticipation, Lu Zipping finally revealed the first smile since his rebirth. With a hint of mockery, he asked, "So what?" Lu Zipping's attitude puzzled Mu Xinghe. He was nothing like the girl he had treated at the staircase. After seeing that girl being rejected, Mu Xinghe had gathered immense courage to approach Lu Zipping. Mu Xinghe looked at him cautiously, saying, "I saw you can kill zombies. Can you take me out of this library?" "No, I mean, can I follow you?" "I'm not afraid. Look, I won't drag you down. I can help you dig out the things from the zombies' foreheads," she said, pointing at the magic crystals in the bundle. She showed no effort to hide her intentions, her tone humble, yet pleading. "I promise I won't be a burden to you. You need someone to help. If you're alone, you won't have enough time to dig them out." After saying that, she cautiously looked at Lu Zipping, her small face stained with a few streaks of black blood filled with tension. Lu Zipping tilted his head, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he curiously asked, "How did you get up here alone? And you even dared to dig for magic crystals?" "I discovered that zombies can't see people. Oh, as long as you don't make too much noise, they won't find you. The others in the library were all shouting, distracting the zombies, so I quietly followed the path you took to kill them. After all, you're the only one in the library daring to kill zombies, and the corpses kept guiding me. The route was quite clear. As for digging out this thing called magic crystal, you just get used to it after doing it a couple of times." Mu Xinghe said, her tone tinged with bitterness. Lu Zipping chuckled. Mu Xinghe was indeed clever, having figured this out so quickly. In fact, if people could calm down and observe the zombies' movements, they would notice that zombies always head towards the source of the loudest noise when running. Unfortunately, many people fail to realize this, only screaming loudly for help, as if afraid the zombies wouldn't hear them. Lu Zipping didn't hold back, taking all the magic crystals. He counted the crystals in the bundle, and there were about 20. Added to the ones he had, there were over 30 in total. Still far from enough. A Full-Star evolution potion requires at least 90 magic crystals. It was at this moment that Mu Xinghe noticed a door behind her, startling her. She murmured, "How come I've never seen this before?" She slowly approached, wanting to reach out to open the door, but was stopped by the quick-witted Lu Zipping. Seeing the stern look in Lu Zipping's eyes, Mu Xinghe stuck out her tongue and fell silent. What she didn't know was that if she had no magic crystals on her and still dared to force the door open, she would be considered a disruptor of the exchange point and would be killed on the spot. When Mu Xinghe saw Lu Zipping killing zombies downstairs, his cold expression and decisive manner deeply moved her. Her intuition told her that this person could help her survive in this unpredictable school. Moreover, if given the opportunity, she might even be able to take advantage of him. However, after a brief interaction with Lu Zipping, the imagined coldness and unapproachability did not occur. Although Lu Zipping didn't show it outwardly, she could sense that he bore no ill will toward her and carried a strange emotion. This surprised Mu Xinran, as she wasn't particularly attractive with average looks and a somewhat unremarkable figure. She didn't know how to dress up, and her appearance was quite plain, with only her eyes being somewhat beautiful, making her just another ordinary presence in a crowd. Her greatest strengths were her high emotional intelligence and intellect, being very sensitive to others' disguises and emotions. Yet such qualities are not visible to the naked eye. Mu Xinran didn't think she possessed anything that could attract Lu Ziping. She clearly saw that the girl who hugged Lu Ziping's arm on the stairs was far more beautiful than her, with fair skin, stunning looks, a ponytail, and long legs. That charming, pitiful demeanor would make any man's heart flutter. Yet Lu Ziping watched her being chased by zombies without any sign of emotion. Now Lu Ziping's demeanor gave Mu Xinran an inexplicable sense of trust. She felt that this cold-blooded guy would definitely help her. There was no logical reason for it, but Mu Xinran just had this instinct. On the other hand, Lu Ziping looked at the bundle in his hands, deep in thought. The most important thing now was to kill zombies, seize magic crystals, and initiate trading at the exchange point. However, this bundle was quite an inconvenience. Lu Ziping made a decision in his heart, turning to Mu Xinran and saying, "I need to go out and kill zombies now. You stay here and wait for me." Lu Ziping didn't want Mu Xinran to follow him into danger. He owed her too much in his past life. In this new life, he wanted to protect her well. Mu Xinran, upon hearing this, panicked, fearing Lu Ziping would abandon her as a liability, and urgently pleaded, "I'll go with you. I can help extract the demonic crystals from the zombies' skulls." Lu Ziping gazed at her youthful, unlined face and smiled, a rare flicker of sincerity softening his otherwise ruthless, blood-streaked eyes. "Don't worry. I won't leave you behind. Your task now is to guard this door. This door is our only hope. It leads to a place where demonic crystals can be exchanged for power, for survival, for life itself. I don't yet have enough crystals. Once I've gathered enough, I'll return. Until then, stay here. Go nowhere." With those words, he handed her his satchel and backpack. Gripping his Tang sword, he turned and stepped out. In that instant, his narrow back rose with quiet, unshakable grandeur, an island of safety amid the desolation and indifference of the apocalypse. The door swung open, then shut. Outside, the guttural shrieks and piercing cries swelled sharply before fading into silence. The study room's soundproofing held well. Only faint, muffled echoes seeped through, a chilling reminder that the world outside was now cold, merciless, and irrevocably fallen. Mu Xinran clutched the bundle tightly to her chest. Intelligent and perceptive, she sensed the truth in Lu Ziping's words. No deception, no pretense. Only genuine intent to protect her. The facade of stoicism she'd worn crumbled instantly. Obediently, she retreated to a corner. After all, she was still just a girl who had barely stepped into adulthood. Yet as calm gradually returned, a terrifying realization struck her. Lu Ziping knew exactly what lay inside zombie skulls, and called this door their hope. That meant he somehow knew what lay beyond the door, even without opening it. The more she thought, the colder her sweat grew. Lu Ziping showed no fear of zombies. His kills were swift, precise, and practiced. And then there was this inexplicably appearing door. Everything, absolutely everything. How could this man act as though he'd foreseen the apocalypse itself? Just then, Lu Ziping stepped out. Two zombies nearby, drawn by the sound of the opening door, lunged forward. Without hesitation, he slashed twice. One zombie split cleanly down the center of its skull, black blood erupting violently, splattering across Lu Ziping's body, but he didn't flinch. With lightning speed, he extracted the demonic crystal, then swiftly withdrew from the study room's entrance, cutting down every zombie drawn by the commotion along the way. His Tang sword cleaved skulls in two, silent, efficient, leaving no unnecessary noise. He refused to lure zombies back here. Mu Xinran was still inside. As for whether other survivors might discover the exchange point, it hardly mattered. Its secret would inevitably surface, and without demonic crystals, no one could enter anyway. What mattered now was timing. Seize the advantage first, and every step thereafter would follow in kind. He had to become one of the first to rise in power. These zombies were newly turned level 1 abominations, their sight extinguished but hearing and scent heightened, especially attuned to the odor of fresh blood. So long as no loud disturbances arose and no living blood spilled, they wouldn't swarm in mass. After extracting another crystal, Lu Ziping moved silently toward the window and launched a brutal assault on a zombie still crouched on the floor, ravenously devouring human flesh. Hardly had he finished when a mechanical voice chimed in his mind. "Ding. 2 treasure chests have spawned. Please proceed to open them." A map materialized in his consciousness, marked with 2 glowing points. One azure, one cerulean. According to the map, the azure marker lay at the supermarket, the cerulean at the cafeteria. Treasure chests again. This time luck is extraordinary. 2 at once. I'll head there once the exchange point is secured. Lu Ziping stared eagerly at the map's luminous markers, his hands never pausing as he continued extracting crystals. He now awaited those 2 chests with keen anticipation, for the Waitire Tang sword in his hand had come from just such a chest. Waitire corresponded to level 2 evolvers. Without a blacksmith profession, such a weapon could only be obtained at a 2-star exchange point and required level 2 demonic crystals. In a world where nearly all remained at level 1, this blade was nothing short of divine, razor-sharp, and empowered by tier superiority, slicing effortlessly through level 1 zombies. Indeed, half his success in harvesting crystals amid hordes of zombies owed to this sword. He even wondered, was this the very first white-tier weapon in existence? Other survivors on the 5th floor watched in stunned disbelief as Lu Xinghe slaughtered zombies one after another. Who is that guy, daring to fight zombies alone? He's drenched in blood. Doesn't he fear infection? As if to answer them, more zombies alerted by the noise rushed toward him, yet he did not flee. Instead, he advanced heated. His Tang sword never stilled. Each swing landed with lethal precision on a zombie's skull, spraying black gore in arcs. The narrow corridor soon piled high with corpses. Lu Xinghe's clothes were soaked black with blood, his face splattered with viscous tar-like ichor. Some blood spattered into his mouth, its metallic putrid stench overwhelming. He spat it out immediately. He was not yet immune to the zombie virus. Swallowing even a trace could mean certain doom. Zombies from across the 5th floor converged, steadily thickening into an ever tighter press. Movement became harder. More than once, Lu Xinghe narrowly evaded snapping jaws and grasping hands through sheer technical mastery. More than once, claws raked his arms. Yet thanks to preemptive armor, they failed to break skin. Each near miss was heart-stopping. Finally, he retreated into a room, barricading both sides with heavy desks, leaving only a narrow gap wide enough for one zombie at a time. One entered. He struck. One fell. Only thus did he ease the crushing pressure. Had he lacked both foresight and this Tang sword, he would never have dared such recklessness. Yet precisely because he possessed them, he could dare. These were the foundations of his ascent, the first embers of true strength. In mere minutes, his arms burned with fatigue, his legs trembled faintly beneath him. He remained, after all, an ordinary human, unevolved. His Tang sword granted formidable offense, but his endurance stood at merely 1 point. After so many kills, it was nearly spent. Yet the unyielding will to survive and to grow stronger sustained him, unleashing reserves of power far beyond his physical limits. Coupled with hard-won experience from past apocalyptic battles, it kept him standing. Lu Xinghe had never been a coward. At his core pulsed the restless gene of the adventurer. He would never march knowingly to certain death, but if even a sliver of chance remained, he would fight rather than wait passively for oblivion. That resolve was why before his rebirth, he had risen to leadership within a small survivor enclave, as a level 1 evolver. The 5th floor primarily serves as a library borrowing area, with just one self-study room. Generally, there aren't many people, and compared to the numerous self-study rooms on the lower floors, the zombies here are quite scarce. After killing over 50 zombies, Lu Xinghe found that there were hardly any left in sight. Bending over and leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, he was surrounded by an astonishing number of zombie corpses, his body drenched in black blood, which continuously dripped down. With a Tang Dao in hand, he exuded an aura of slaughter and cold blood, striking fear into the survivors who could only flee nearby. Is he still human? He has killed so many zombies. He's practically soaked in zombie blood. I don't believe he suffered no injuries. If he did, he would definitely turn into a zombie, and there would be no saving him. Exactly, keep your distance from him. He will definitely turn into a zombie. Don't let him chase you. But we really owe him. He's cleared out most of the zombies on the 5th floor, and for now we are safe. What a great person who sacrifices himself for others. Let's go, and don't delay this great person from killing zombies. What do you think he's doing digging out the crystals from the zombies' heads, eh? Who knows? Let's go into the self-study room first. The apocalypse is like this, when order is suddenly disrupted and such bloody stimuli occur, even small matters can change a person's inner self, revealing the most grotesque side of human nature. Many people looked at Lu Xinghe with a mix of admiration and fear along with envy and jealousy. They were dissatisfied, wondering why he could kill zombies while they felt no courage at all in the face of danger and could only think of fleeing. If we all ran together, it would be fine. Why does he have the right to stand out and kill zombies? If not, then he deserves to die. Many silently cursed Lu Xinghe's back as they turned and entered the self-study room. One muscular man glanced back at Lu Xinghe's Tang Dao, which emitted a faint white light, revealing his greed unambiguously. The figure seemed somewhat familiar. Once you turn into a zombie, that knife will be mine. With insufficient magic crystals, Lu Xinghe went upstairs to continue killing zombies. In the self-study room, Mu Xinran huddled in a corner, clutching her backpack, tightly facing off against a group of people. A girl stared intently at Lu Xinghe's blood-stained backpack, her eyes revealing the most primitive greed. That bag looks stuffed. It must be food. It's already afternoon, and after a reckless escape, everyone was even hungrier, especially with zombies outside. Whether they would have another meal was uncertain. Just as the last person entered the self-study room, the tall, muscular man stepped forward, licking his lips. Classmate, it's not good for you to hoard food all to yourself. You should share. Mu Xinran looked at the group before her who were openly revealing their intentions, and a chill surged in her heart. Were they still her classmates? Have people changed so quickly? Her hands trembled slightly as she tried to appear calm. This isn't mine, it's something entrusted to me for safekeeping. As soon as her words fell, the muscular man impatiently stepped in front of Mu Xinran. What time is it? Who cares whose it is? He may have already been eaten by zombies. Hurry up and distribute the food, I'm still hungry. With that, he reached out a large hand to snatch it. Mu Xinran's pupils constricted, she retreated repeatedly, unable to believe the greedy gazes of the muscular man and those around her. How long has it been since the apocalypse began and such blatant robbery became so natural? Now she vaguely understood that perhaps the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse wasn't the zombies. Just as the man kept advancing, warning Mu Xinran, and even attempting to snatch the backpack, the self-study room door suddenly swung open. Are zombies coming in? Run! Wait, weren't the zombies on the 5th floor all cleared out by that fool? Everyone turned to look at the door, their fear of zombies making them forget about the food in Mu Xinran's hands. Lu Ziping, covered in black blood, stood at the door coldly observing the group of unexpected guests and the muscular man trying to snatch the backpack. Everyone was momentarily stunned. They had just seen Lu Ziping, and some were still cursing for him to turn into a zombie. But that was from a distance, focused entirely on fleeing, so they hadn't observed closely. Now standing right in front of them, the impact was tremendous. Lu Ziping was completely drenched in black blood with pieces of zombie flesh hanging from him, exuding a strong stench of decay. Blood dripped from the corners of his clothes, his face was smeared with filth, his tang, Dao, stained with blood, and his eyes were chillingly fierce. He stood at the self-study room door like a god of death. Looking at this gruesome scene, everyone was struck dumb, a profound fear emanating from deep within. Seeing Mu Xinran cornered, Lu Ziping's face, splattered with zombie blood, was filled with murderous intent. Without saying a word, he strode forward, gripping his tang Dao. The muscular man who had just been fierce was now retreating in fear, his eyes filled with terror. They had only dared to curse Lu Ziping behind his back, with the real deal right in front of them, who would still dare to approach. Lu Ziping extended his blood-soaked hands to take the backpack from Mu Xinran. Seeing Lu Ziping covered in black blood, she managed to force out a smile that was more pitiable than crying. There was no way a Lu Ziping drenched in black blood and exuding an aura of killing intent was simply too frightening. The fact that she didn't break down and cry on the spot was already a testament to her strong mental fortitude. Lu Ziping pulled out over 30 magic crystals from the backpack, and after counting the ones he had just dug out, he found a total of 95, enough for what he needed, and turned to head toward the exchange point. At this moment, he noticed the crowd at the exchange point, their eyes filled with confusion. When did a door appear here? I've never seen it before. Don't say anything yet, let's see what he wants to do. Lu Ziping approached the door and pushed it open with force. On the other side was just air through which one could still see the wall of the self-study room adorned with famous quotes and calligraphy. Lu Ziping turned to scan the room, and then fixed his gaze on Mu Xinran. Wait for me. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside, and something miraculous happened. Lu Ziping's foot did not emerge from the other side. It was as if he had completely vanished. The space within the doorframe rippled with waves, and then his entire body disappeared, leaving only the ripples vibrating in the air. The group behind stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered by the scene. Why could they clearly see what was on the other side of the door, yet the person simply vanished? Everyone stared blankly at the gradually calming ripples, some glancing toward Mu Xinran. Lu Ziping never imagined that his warning glance at a group of people to not move would be ineffective in this early apocalyptic world, and instead it brought some trouble to Mu Xinran. A flash of white light flickered, accompanied by a slight feeling of dizziness. Before long, Lu Ziping found himself in a completely white space facing a counter. Behind the counter was a semi-transparent light curtain, displaying rows of items: axes, crossbow bolts, gray short swords, potions, food, and more, all marked with prices. The most valuable item was the level 1 evolution potion, priced at 90 magic crystals as expected. Lu Ziping did not hesitate and exchanged for the evolution potion immediately. Only after obtaining it could he feel at ease. In addition to the coveted evolution potion, he also had his eye on 2 other items: an immunity potion and a gray dagger. However, he was broke, with only 5 magic crystals left, which was insufficient for the exchange. As for other food items, Lu Ziping didn't even glance at them. In his view, anything easily found in the real world wasn't worth exchanging for magic crystals. A beam of white light flashed, and the potion appeared on the counter. However, as the evolution potion was truly exchanged, Lu Ziping's hand trembled slightly. For some reason, he suddenly didn't feel so anxious to inject the evolution potion. Holding the vial of liquid, a complex emotion surged within him, indescribable by words, akin to the nervousness of returning home after a long absence filled with inner conflict. What he had obtained after exhausting himself for 5 years in his previous life was now gained within a single day of the apocalypse. This sense of unreality made him feel somewhat ethereal. Ding detected that the evolution potion can be enhanced. Do you wish to consume 5 points of evolution energy to enhance it? The mechanical voice of the system interrupted Lu Ziping's thoughts. What effect will the enhancement have? Lu Ziping asked casually. The effect will be a 10 increase in potency, but there will be some adverse reactions during injection. Enhance. Upon hearing about the direct 10 enhancement, Lu Ziping did not hesitate and directly enhanced the level 1 evolution potion. While a 10 enhancement may not seem like much for a level 1 evolver, that increase of 1/10 of power can determine the outcome of a battle in many situations. Moreover, regardless of whether they were children or adults, the stamina gained from injecting a level 1 evolution potion would be identical, and of course, it could be further increased through exercise or other means, so that when injecting the level 2 evolution potion, the power gained would be cumulative. He had just gained 11 points of evolution energy, so he was not lacking. As for adverse reactions, please, what could be worse? At worst, it would be tenfold pain, that much pain Lu Ziping could still endure. After a series of operations by the system, the light green evolution potion in Lu Ziping's hand transformed into a pure blue color. Looking at the crystal clear vial, Lu Ziping suddenly smiled, all distracting thoughts evaporating, and his mind became clear. Since he had already been reborn, to linger would be a disservice to himself. Lu Ziping directly injected the evolution potion into his body. As the potion entered his body, Lu Ziping felt an energy merging within him, fundamentally transforming his body. He could directly sense his strength intensifying at an incredibly rapid pace. Moreover, this energy felt very warm, akin to being cradled in a mother's arms during infancy, providing a deep sense of security. The pain he had imagined did not come. However, hiss. At the final moment of transformation, Lu Ziping suddenly gasped, feeling an unbearable itch all over, as if countless insects were crawling on his skin, stimulating every inch. Even his lower body began to itch. Lu Ziping's mouth twitched as he endured, stretching out his hand straight to resist scratching his body. His face contorted. His expression was strange. It wasn't exactly pain, but it was as uncomfortable as constipation. Fortunately, this sensation came quickly and left just as fast. Soon Lu Ziping felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, he sighed in relief. If it didn't go away, he would be unable to resist scratching. In the next moment, Lu Ziping realized he had become a level 1 evolver, all within half a day after the apocalypse began. A minute later, he slowly stood up from the ground, feeling his newfound strength, a smile spreading across his face. The feeling of having power was truly wonderful. Feeling the earth-shattering changes within him, Lu Ziping's interface in the system had already refreshed. Name: Lu Ziping. Level: Strength type, level 1 evolver. Evolution energy: 6 points. 1 point of evolution energy can enhance 10 points of strength, 1 point of speed, 1 point of stamina, 1 point of spirit. Strength: 550. Speed: 15 ms. Stamina: 6. Spirit: 60. Skills: none. Equipment: White Tang Dao. Attack: 30. Attack power: 720. Peak attack: 990. Lu Ziping looked at his attack power, excitement filling his eyes. All of his attributes had received explosive increases, with his strength alone being 11 times that of an ordinary person, and changes in speed, stamina, and thought were monumental. No wonder everyone is desperate to become evolvers. Mastering this power is akin to holding the authority of life and death over ordinary people. The attack power he had before his rebirth was nowhere near as formidable as it was now. After familiarizing himself with his changes, Lu Ziping exited the exchange point. He still remembered that some people were planning to do something to Mu Xinran. In the self-study room, after witnessing Lu Ziping vanish through that door, a few bold individuals attempted to touch it, only to be shattered by an invisible force. Everyone fell into a state of panic. The muscular man was still gripping Mu Xinran's neck, demanding to know what that door was. Although Mu Xinran was threatened, she remained silent, gritting her teeth. Lu Ziping suddenly appeared before that door. Everyone was stunned, staring at him in shock. What was happening? How could he suddenly disappear and then appear again? Lu Ziping. The muscular man Tu Xinghe looked at Lu Ziping, whose bloodstains had been wiped away, and could not help but exclaim. Isn't this Lu Ziping? The one who is often cornered by his boss Tu Xinghe. How could the one who just killed zombies be him? This is impossible. He couldn't help but shout at Lu Ziping. Hey you Lu, what place did you just enter, and how did you suddenly disappear? Stop trying to play tricks on me. I may not be able to beat you now, but when my boss arrives, a group of us can still beat you to death. Others widened their eyes, looking at Tu Xinghe in disbelief. Is this person crazy? How dare he mock this killing god? In fact, Tu Xinghe was accustomed to mocking Lu Ziping. During peaceful times, he often bullied Lu Ziping while following Tu Xinghe, always finding trouble with him. Now seeing Lu Ziping suddenly, he still hadn't shifted out of that mindset of bullying him. Lu Ziping, now regaining consciousness from dizziness, lifted his head and instantly saw Tu Xinghe cornering Mu Xinran once more, his hands clamped tightly around her throat. A surge of murderous intent erupted in his heart. I spared you moments ago, yet now you dare overstep your bounds. Who gave you such audacity? Die, he roared. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ziping materialized before Mu Xinran, delivering a devastating lateral thrust and side kick. A muffled thud echoed as the muscular man flew across the entire self-study room, slamming hard into the wall. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone present heard the unmistakable sound of bones snapping. Turning to Tu Xinghe, they found him slumped sideways at the base of the wall, his hands feebly clutching his sunken chest, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, breathing out far more than he drew in. He was clearly beyond saving. What on earth had just happened? He'd killed someone, just like that, without warning or hesitation. Even more terrifying, no one in the room had glimpsed Lu Ziping's movement. The distance between them had been at least 7 or 8 meters, yet in a single blink Tu Xinghe was airborne. Such speed, could it possibly belong to an ordinary human? Had he undergone some kind of mutation? Every person present trembled uncontrollably from the knees down. A few sharp-minded individuals began to suspect during the earlier zombie slaughter outside Lu Ziping had possessed neither this speed nor this strength. It was only after passing through that eerie door that he changed. What lay beyond it? An oppressive silence fell over the room. Cold sweat streamed down everyone's faces, thoughts churned silently, yet no one dared utter a word, until a young girl's trembling voice pierced the stillness. How? How could you kill someone? That's against the law. You're not afraid. Lu Ziping fixed them with a cold, unblinking gaze, then pointed his tang sword toward the window. Go look outside. Look closely. This is the apocalypse. Do you truly grasp the weight of those 2 words? Human life has lost all value. Cling to your quaint moral compass. Preserve your kindness, and you will perish horribly. It was still the earliest stage of the apocalypse. Many like this girl still held fast to morality, reason, and law, but in just a few days hunger and thirst would render even a single slice of bread worth more than a life. Then those relics of peace, the ideals of reason and ethics, would vanish entirely from influence. Humanity's primal nature would surge forth, transforming society into a brutal realm where only the strong survive and power reigns supreme. Mu Xinran had watched wide-eyed and helpless as Tu Xinghe flew past her. Her large round eyes shimmered with bewilderment and despair. Is this what the apocalypse truly is? She wasn't foolish. She knew full well that had Lu Ziping not returned, she would have suffered far worse. But Tu Xinghe was dead. Did the apocalypse erase all rules? Lu Ziping ignored the others entirely and turned instead toward Mu Xinran. Noting the complexity flickering across her expression, he felt no surprise. This Mu Xinran was not yet the legendary female strategist of his past life, brilliant, incisive, and utterly unfathomable in her calculations. The murderous aura vanished from his face, replaced by a radiant smile, his gaze softening as it settled upon her. Just moments earlier overwhelmed by helplessness as she witnessed Tu Xinghe's fate, Mu Xinran felt an inexplicable sense of calm bloom within her at that smile, as if so long as he stood beside her the heavens themselves would never collapse. Suddenly a delicate flush rose to her cheeks. Lu Ziping had already produced compressed biscuits, canned sausages, and other dry rations, offering them to Mu Xinran. From the moment of his rebirth, Lu Ziping had been calculating relentlessly, procuring supplies, slaying zombies, exhausting both mind and body along the way. His stomach had long since growled with hunger. Tearing open the packaging, he devoured the food ravenously. Beside him, Mu Xinran managed only 2 bites before losing her appetite. First, the stench of decay clinging to Lu Ziping was genuinely nauseating. Second, every pair of eyes in the room remained fixed upon them, throats audibly swallowing saliva. Under such scrutiny, Mu Xinran simply lacked the nerve to eat openly. Her heart ached for them, but she harbored no thought of sharing her food. She understood fully everything she possessed came from Lu Ziping. Her duty was clear, to serve loyally. Without his command, she would never act on her own. Lu Ziping glanced at her briefly while eating, saying nothing, but inwardly he marveled for the second time. Truly, this was an exceptionally intelligent woman. She grasped reality swiftly and adapted to the apocalypse without delay. A crowd watched hungrily as Lu Ziping ate, but after witnessing Tu Xinghe's grisly end, not a single soul dared approach to beg for rations. An uncanny hush settled over the self-study room, broken only by the sounds of Lu Ziping chewing and others swallowing hard. Outside, the guttural shrieks of zombies and distant human screams punctuated the silence. At last, someone could bear it no longer. A tall, statuesque woman, nearly 170 centimeters, with flawless curves, long, straight black hair, and an elegant, mature demeanor, glided forward. Her oval face bore large, dewy eyes brimming with hypnotic allure. Little brother, I'm starving. May I have something to eat? Her voice, sweet and coquettish, contrasted sharply with her poised appearance, designed to ignite male hormones instantly. By past experience, almost no young man could resist her charm. Lu Ziping lifted his gaze toward her, His expression utterly impassive, yet an unexpected urge to engage stirred within him. Why should I give you food? Don't bother offering money. In the apocalypse, currency is no better than scrap paper. Seeing her reach for her wallet, he added dismissively. Had anyone else approached, he wouldn't even have granted them a glance. But this woman felt profoundly different. Her hand froze mid-reach, then she smiled coyly. Little brother, I have other things to trade, with a subtle sway of her hips, small in motion yet exuding innate sensuality. Lu Ziping found himself momentarily stunned. No, wait. He dispelled the fleeting distraction, his eyes sharpening into blades as he barked, Who are you? She blinked, startled, her autumnal eyes glistening with unshed tears, just as Lu Ziping's frigid voice cut through. Tell me your name. Lie, and your head parts from your shoulders in the next second. A bone-deep chill gripped her. She believed him without doubt, and stammered, I'm Wei Xinghe. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ziping, who had been stern and composed, nearly choked on his own saliva. He stared at her dumbfounded, as if gazing upon some unearthly anomaly. You said what name? Wei Xinghe. I carry ID, though not with me, but I do have my student card. Wait, I'll show it to you right away. Her frightened expression radiated vulnerability, a quiet magnetism that instinctively stirred protective instincts. Waving her off, Lu Ziping stared blankly at this woman, whose beauty scored 9 out of 10, whose figure 10. If her name were truly Wei Xinghe, then yes, he did know her, though of course she had no memory of him. In her past life, the blood-red rose Wei Xinghe was an 8-star powerhouse, one of the most controversial and widely known among the 8-star elites, renowned throughout the world. Reaching the 4th level is a significant milestone. Beyond this point, there are no evolution potions available, and one must rely solely on self-cultivation, the specifics of which Lu Ziping did not know. Once a person's level surpasses, for they are revered as a star-level powerhouse. The gap between individuals of the same level also widens, so levels are further refined into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak, with the blood-red rose representing the pinnacle of the 8 stars at that time. Lu Ziping remembered vividly that the blood-red rose had also emerged from Tu Xinghe, a powerhouse surrounded by much external controversy. It is said that the blood-red rose awakened a seductive talent, exchanging her body for resources, rising to the peak with the support of various men. Once she reached the summit, she turned back, exhausting all her efforts to kill every man with whom she had shared intimate moments, ultimately living with an ordinary man who had lost a hand. Legend has it that this man, during her darkest days, not only refrained from insulting her, but also provided her with food, allowing her to survive. The story is both legendary and melodramatic. 5 years later, no one could surpass the 9 stars, making the 8-star powerhouses a very elite and unattainable group. Who would have thought that the second woman Lu Ziping encountered upon his rebirth would be the Yeto beam-powered blood-red rose? In that moment, Lu Ziping's heart stirred, and the thought of bringing her under his wing emerged. This woman is undoubtedly a person of exceptional talent. Accepting her would only bring benefits, provided he had the strength to keep her under control. Of course, Lu Ziping now had this confidence. What's wrong? Wei Xinghe timidly asked. Oh, nothing, just sit down. That is, sit down and take whatever you want to eat. Lu Ziping changed to a tone he believed to be more amiable. Watching Lu Ziping casually hand food to Wei Xinghe, Mu Xinran cast a puzzled glance at him. She could confirm that Lu Ziping was not enchanted by the beauty of this woman. He had just reprimanded her, but why had his attitude changed so quickly? Was it because he learned her name? Wei Xinghe. Are they relatives? But it didn't seem so. There must be some reason she was unaware of. Mu Xinran felt she grasped certain threads of the situation, yet there remained a barrier she couldn't break through, leaving her unclear. Wei Xinghe obediently sat down, took out a piece of bread and a bottle of water, eating with a shy and fearful demeanor that radiated a unique charm. Lu Ziping revealed a contemplative expression. Oh, just moments ago, when Wei Xinghe was deliberately showcasing herself, she had clearly influenced his state of mind. It should be noted that Lu Ziping had successfully evolved into a first-tier evolver, experiencing a leap in all aspects, with a strength approximately 6 times that of an ordinary person and a mental capacity reaching 60 points. Meanwhile, Wei Xinghe remained an ordinary person, yet she could still exert an influence over him, which was somewhat frightening. It seems the rumors were true. She was indeed someone with innate talent. Moreover, even before becoming an evolver, she could still affect him, indicating her talent is certainly not low. As the apex of creation, humanity must possess certain individuals with extraordinary gifts. Before becoming an evolver, such talents may not be prominent, at most exhibiting some unusual abilities, but once one becomes an evolver, their innate gifts are fully unleashed. Lu Ziping had only heard of 2 such individuals. One was Tu Xinghe, who self-awakened his lightning attribute talent in the Chinese military, known as the Thunder God, and the other was this girl before him, the blood-red rose Wei Xinghe. In her past life, Wei Xinghe successfully awakened her seductive talent, using her charm and body to navigate through various men, gradually rising in power. Before his rebirth, Lu Xiping had developed a habit of approaching any situation from a perspective of benefit. He was now torn between whether to recruit her into the team he was about to form or to maintain a good relationship with this woman and become allies. Currently, she had yet to grow stronger, her combat ability being limited, and he still had to traverse hundreds of miles to find his sister, making it inconvenient to take her along. She was very likely to become an 8-star or even a 9-star powerhouse in the future, and according to rumors, the Blood Red Rose held a grudge against all men who had touched her. However, inherently, she believed in repaying kindness and seeking revenge when wronged. Forming an alliance with her could never be a loss. But to let Lu Xiping watch a future powerhouse slip away right before his eyes felt like a significant loss. Forget it, better to secure her first, and as for her future, let her decide for herself. As Lu Xiping pondered, he noticed someone in the crowd of the study room successfully acquiring food, igniting his own desire. A girl typically regarded as a goddess strutted over, attempting to showcase her figure just as she was about to speak. Lu Xiping noticed and shouted, "Get lost." "Oh, huh, what did you say?" The girl was incredulous. In her view, she exuded more femininity than the two girls beside Lu Xiping, her physique and looks being equally impressive, resembling a ripe peach, equally matched with the young Wei Xinyu, and far superior to Mu Xinran. The girl wanted to say something more, but upon meeting Lu Xiping's cold gaze, she could not utter a word and retreated in defeat. Once Wei Xinyu finished eating, Lu Xiping tossed a backpack to Mu Xinran, saying, "Let's go, time to slay some zombies." Mu Xinran instinctively caught the hefty backpack and stepped forward. This world had changed. To survive steadily, one could only follow someone like Lu Xiping and become as powerful as he was. Wei Xinyu also stood up to follow the two of them. She was not foolish. She understood that the probability of surviving by following this powerful man was far greater than waiting for rescue in this study room. The expressions of the remaining people were quite telling. They had no ability to leave the library, and no food remaining here was tantamount to a dead end. Watching the three about to leave, someone behind hesitated for a moment before standing up, saying, "Can we come with you? Or just leave a little food behind?" Other people looked at Lu Xiping's back with nervous anticipation. Lu Xiping turned back with a playful smile. "You just cursed me with becoming a corpse, and now you want me to take you with me? Huh. As for food, let me tell you a method. Go kill zombies, and if you have the crystals from their heads, you can exchange them for food. To survive, you must rely on yourselves." Lu Xiping pointed to the exchange point and turned to leave. Lu Xiping no longer cared to tell them this. He had already decided not to return. After all, the most important evolution potion had been exchanged, and the rest were of lesser importance compared to the other two treasure chests and the exchange point at the cafeteria. After speaking, Lu Xiping led Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu out of the self-study room without hesitation. Mu Xinran and the others closely followed. Too many things had changed since the apocalypse began. Why had Lu Xiping become so powerful? How could he possess speed and strength beyond that of humans? What was that door? Why did people disappear upon entering? She had many questions, yet she did not ask Lu Xiping any of them. Mu Xinran was clever and knew that once the time was right, he would tell her everything. There was no point in asking Lu Xiping about what he did not want to share. Once outside, both of them were shocked by the scene before them. The entire corridor was filled with the bodies of zombies, most piled together at the end of the corridor near the windows. Each was incomplete, their heads carelessly severed, and a viscous black and white liquid flowed freely on the ground, forming a small stream. A foul, bloody stench permeated the air. It went without saying that all of this was the handiwork of Lu Xiping. Ugh. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Xinran was better off. She had already vomited several times while digging for magic crystals. Although she felt disgusted, she did not throw up this time. Wei Xinyu had never seen such a scene before as she bent over and turned her head to vomit, expelling everything she had just eaten. Lu Xiping glanced at her, but did not pay her any further attention. To survive in the apocalypse, this was a necessary hurdle to overcome. If she could not handle it herself, there would be no need to help her. He spoke softly to Mu Xinran. "The door inside is called the exchange point. You can use the magic crystals from the zombies' heads to exchange for various items, including evolution potions, equipment distinguished by color, skills, and so on. I became so powerful because I exchanged for a vial of evolution potion, which made me a level 1 evolver. Since I have decided to take you with me, I won't hide anything from you. I will briefly inform you about the exchange point." Listening to Lu Xiping's calm words, Mu Xinran unconsciously held her breath, while her heart surged with a storm of emotions. Evolution potion. Level weapons. Evolvers. These were things that surely did not belong in the real world. Were they not the stuff of novels? But looking at Lu Xiping and the Tang Dao that occasionally emitted a white glow, Mu Xinran had no choice but to believe. Wei Xinyu was also captivated by Lu Xiping's words, her eyes revealing desire. At that moment, Mu Xinran realized another thing. Lu Xiping clearly knew that the door could exchange for various items, and his constant goal was to enter in exchange for evolution potions. How did he know this? How did he know how many magic crystals were needed for the exchange? Moreover, upon hearing Wei Sinyu's name, just now his reaction was, It was quite strange. Just now Mu Xinran had also approached that door and received no information at all, yet Lu Ziping seemed to be like a prophet. He could foresee the future. Mu Xinran was startled by the conclusion she had drawn. Then she denied it in her heart. How could anyone be a prophet? Lu Ziping looked at the two of them, whose expressions varied, and his gaze became sharp. I will not have any useless people by my side. Your first trial is to kill zombies yourselves in exchange for evolution potions. Remember the price: 1 vial of potion costs 90 magic crystals. You can kill the zombies, and perhaps I can provide you with evolution potions, but afterward you must hand over 90 magic crystals to me. This is the condition for following me. Finally, both women snapped out of their daze. To Lu Ziping's surprise, there was determination and desire in their eyes rather than fear and retreat. Lu Ziping smiled. Now they looked like the 8-star powerhouse from his past life, and the familiar cold-faced female diviner. After taking a few steps, he reached up to grab a fire axe from the safety passage and took down a metal pipe from the wall, handing it to the two of them. Follow me. Bang. Lu Ziping kicked open a door, revealing the two zombies he had deliberately left behind earlier just for Mu Xinran to practice on. He had not expected another person to join. Time waits for no one. A Lu Ziping planned to use extreme measures to stimulate them. The two zombies in the classroom heard the commotion and rushed toward the door with ferocious expressions. Lu Ziping kicked them back, saying, It's up to you now, kill these two zombies. Then Lu Ziping crossed his arms and stood aside, no longer intending to intervene. Mu Xinran held the fire axe while Wei Sinyu held the pipe. The two of them gripped their weapons tightly and slowly approached the zombies on the ground. Their calves trembled slightly and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, yet they walked forward resolutely, not retreating. They were not foolish. They knew that if they wanted to follow Lu Ziping, they had to prove themselves. Lu Ziping spoke up from the side. Zombies have nearly no vision. Their hearing and sense of smell are extremely keen, especially sensitive to the smell of blood. Do not get scratched by the zombies. You are not immune to the zombie virus yet. If you get scratched, you will only turn into a zombie. The zombies' weakness is their heads. They are not very agile, so aim for their heads. Listening to the techniques imparted by this man, the two gradually dispelled their inner fears. They went from running in a panic at the beginning to maneuvering skillfully around the tables, constantly dodging the zombies, and seizing the opportunity to swing their weapons hard at their heads. Lu Ziping saved them several times, and after several minutes, they finally managed to wear down the zombies. Looking at the zombie corpses on the ground, Mu Xinran, gasping for breath, finally understood the feat of the piles of zombies in the corridor outside. She looked at Lu Ziping, puzzled about how he had managed to kill so many zombies before becoming an evolver. Lu Ziping pried out 2 crystal shards from the corpses, saying, "1 for each of you. You still need 89 more for a level 1 evolution potion." Upon hearing this, the two felt a bit excited, their eyes fixed on the magic crystals in Lu Ziping's hands. However, Lu Ziping's next words made their faces completely fall. "Smash the corpses into mush for me." Huh? The two stared wide-eyed at Lu Ziping. What? Lu Ziping coldly snapped. "I said smash the corpses into mush now." Immediately, he needed to shift their mindset as quickly as possible, making them less afraid of zombies. Otherwise, if any mistakes occurred later, the consequences would be dire. Seeing Lu Ziping's cold expression, Mu Xinran and Wei Sinyu steeled themselves and returned to the zombie corpses, lifting their weapons to strike the two corpses, their arms repeatedly raising and falling. Black blood mixed with shredded flesh sprayed upward, occasionally splattering onto the two of them. Midway through, Wei Sinyu could no longer bear the stench and turned away to vomit, emptying every morsel she had just swallowed. After vomiting under Lu Ziping's cold, unblinking gaze, she raised her weapon and resumed striking. Gradually, they struck harder, wilder, eyes twisted with ferocity, as if channeling their terror into relentless, brutal motion. Lu Ziping had initially worried such ruthless intensity might shatter their psychological resilience. Now, witnessing this scene, he relaxed, crossing his arms and observing in silence, allowing them to vent unchecked. Any ordinary person thrust suddenly into apocalyptic chaos must undergo a profound mental recalibration. Lu Ziping had merely accelerated that transformation through extremity. Within the room, only the dull, wet thuds of weapons striking flesh echoed. At last, the two corpses on the floor dissolved into an indistinguishable slurry of gore, unrecognizable as human forms. Mu Xinran and Wei Sinyu stood drenched, hair, face, clothes spattered with black blood and viscera. They stared at the ruin beneath them, then met each other's eyes. Silently, they laughed, bright, unrestrained, radiant with manic joy. Wei Sinyu laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks, laughter defiant against the world's grotesque injustice, wild and unchained. In that silent, blood-soaked room, Mu Xinran and Wei Sinyu underwent their first metamorphosis after the apocalypse. Years later, they would still recall that single, wordless glance. The instant an unbreakable bond was forged, one that would irrevocably alter the course of their lives. Lu Ziping led the way into the emergency stairwell, gripping a tangdao, while behind him walked two girls, faces impassive and eyes distant. The stairwell was nearly devoid of zombies. Students rarely used it, preferring either the main staircase or the central elevator. En route, Lu Ziping casually retrieved a fire axe from a hallway wall cabinet, replacing Wei Sinyu's warped metal pipe. At the fourth-floor exit, faint cries for help still drifted in from the library beyond the door. Yet Lu Ziping remained silent, clearly uninterested in rescue. The two girls exchanged a glance, but spoke nothing. Their survival now hinged entirely upon Lu Ziping. They would not interfere. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps thundered closer, and the stairwell door burst open. Lu Ziping saw 5 people rush in. 3 men, 2 women, disheveled, some stained with zombie black blood. The moment they entered, they slammed the door shut, abandoning 2 companions who stood mere meters behind them. Those 2 stared in despair as the door sealed their fate, shutting out all hope. A heartbeat later, zombies lunged. Screams tore through the air, raw, agonized, furious, just beyond the thin barrier of wood and steel. That sound pierced every nerve. The stairwell was narrow to begin with, and now this cluster of bodies blocked the passage completely. Lu Ziping had no choice but to halt, waiting for them to clear the way before proceeding. Upon entering, the 5 instantly noticed Lu Ziping and the 2 girls, startled yet silent, straining to hear movement beyond the door. Only after the zombies finished devouring the abandoned pair and began to disperse did the group finally exhale, collapsing onto the stairs, breathing hard, indifferent to decorum or dignity. Lu Ziping's next objective was the supermarket, to claim the next vital cache. But first he needed to hone Mu Xinran's and Wei Sinyu's combat instincts. Though they no longer feared zombies, fear alone wouldn't save them. If they couldn't fight, they would be devoured. Such was the stark, unvarnished truth. Lu Ziping, one man suddenly called out. Lu Ziping turned, vaguely recognizing the face, likely a classmate, though his name eluded memory. Li Qizhi stared stunned, scanning Lu Ziping up and down. His clothes soaked in dried black blood, flecked with desiccated tissue, utterly alien to the student he once knew. Had it not been for that familiar face, he might not have recognized him at all. Gazing at Lu Ziping's palpable aura of lethality and the extraordinary tangdao in his hand, Li Qizhi's mind raced. A strange, calculating smile flickered across his lips. Where are you headed? Why not join us? 2 other boys exchanged glances and chimed in exactly. Strength lies in numbers. Together we stand a better chance against zombies. Li Qizhi had used that very argument to lure the 2 recently abandoned victims into his group. Now sizing up Lu Ziping's bearing and appearance, his evident capacity to engage zombies, he judged that adding these 3 would extend his own survival window. With Lu Ziping holding off the undead longer, the others would gain precious seconds, perhaps minutes, to flee. A sliver of hope sharpened by pragmatism. So they attempted the same ruse once more. A wry, mocking smile curled Lu Ziping's lips. Join you, only to become cannon fodder when zombies give chase. To buy your escape with my life. Mu Xinran gasped. Those 2 were sacrificial pawns. She had assumed they'd simply been left behind, too late to save, not deliberately discarded. The cruelty of it struck her like ice. This apocalypse had barely begun, and already humanity's moral compass had shattered beyond repair. Li Qizhi and his companions flinched, faces flushing with guilt and awkwardness. One man stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Lu Ziping. You've got no proof. What gives you the right to accuse us? Besides, inviting you is for your own good. Look at you, dragging 2 girls along. You'll never outrun the dead alone. Be sensible, bring them with you. With brotherly leading we'll keep you safe? Lu Ziping scoffed. I spoke idly, but your reaction just confirmed it. Indeed, dogs bite, and still bark with righteous indignation. And I despise being pointed at. Lower your hand now. Li Qizhi's face darkened. The man didn't lower his finger. In fact, he advanced, thrusting it aggressively toward Lu Ziping's nose. Brat, you dare mock us? Let me make this clear. You're expendable. Right now I'm going to hurl you out there to feed the Before the threat could finish, Lu Ziping seized the man's throat, lifting him clean off the ground like a squawking chick. He dangled, choking, only ragged guttural sounds escaping his constricted windpipe. His feet kicked wildly, his hands clawed desperately at Lu Ziping's iron grip, futile as grasping stone. The disparity in strength was staggering. Mu Xinran and Wei Sinyu watched unfazed, yet Li Qizhi's remaining followers froze, eyes wide, speechless before the impossible sight. Visually, the 2 men were starkly mismatched. Lu Ziping weighed no more than 140 jin, yet he effortlessly lifted a man weighing over 160 jin high above his head with a single arm. What unnatural strength was this? The man stared at Lu Ziping in sheer terror, mouth agape to beg for mercy, yet no sound emerged. Within seconds, oxygen deprivation had already set in, his body writhed in agonizing distress. Instinctively, he thrashed wildly. A faint smile curled at Lu Ziping's lips, but his eyes held no warmth, only cold stillness. Was it you who just tried to throw me out? The man frantically shook his head, his face had turned deep purple. Lu Ziping smiled faintly. I heard it myself, clear as day. A true man stands by his words. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he rushed forward so recklessly, drawing hatred like a target? Why hadn't Li Qizhi and the others intervened? Hadn't he acted for their sake? Holding the 160 gene man aloft like a helpless chick, Lu Ziping strode unhurriedly toward the emergency exit. Every desperate twist and kick met unshakable, immovable force. Li Qizhi and his group scrambled aside, terrified of being implicated. Lu Ziping kicked the door open with a thunderous crash. Li Qizhi's heart lurched. Such noise would surely draw the undead. In one fluid motion of his arm, Lu Ziping hurled the 160 gene man over 10 meters, landing him squarely in the center of the 4th floor. Air rushed back into the man's lungs. He gasped involuntarily. Instantly, he clapped a hand over his mouth, but it was too late. Hearing the cry, the undead surged forth en masse, encircling him in a tightening ring. His screams lasted only a moment before falling silent, replaced solely by the wet, rhythmic sounds of flesh being devoured. Those outside the circle, unable to squeeze, and dropped to the floor and lapped up scattered entrails and bloodstains with ravenous delight. The sight sent chills down their spines, horror freezing their blood. How could Lu Ziping possess such monstrous strength? To hurl a man that far with one hand? Was he even human anymore? Even less imaginable was his utter indifference to taking a life. He simply stood there watching the man be consumed, as if discarding trash. Their gazes upon Lu Ziping now mingled dread with fascination, especially Li Qizhi's. As Lu Ziping's classmate, they had attended lectures side by side for months. Li Qizhi knew only of Lu Ziping's minor entanglement with the wealthy heir Su Cheng, and otherwise he'd been an unremarkable, diligent college student. How in a single day had he transformed so utterly? Lu Ziping now seemed like a demon incarnate, casually casting a man into a horde of undead as though performing some trivial chore. That was murder. How could he remain so unervingly calm? When Li Qizhi first sacrificed, another guilt and revulsion had churned in his gut. But Lu Ziping, he was pure devilry. Cold sweat broke across Li Qizhi's brow. He had nearly targeted Lu Ziping himself. Thankfully, someone else had drawn the blow first. Had fate not intervened, he would have been the one torn apart. Just before Lu Ziping closed the door, his gaze flickered toward the skeletal remains inside the library, and he quietly wiped away a bead of sweat. He resolved deep within to avoid Lu Ziping for now, yet his eyes lingered on the tang sword in Lu Ziping's hand, betraying a tightly concealed greed. As Lu Ziping and the two women descended, Li Qizhi's group dared not block their path. After all those few words, trying to make Lu Ziping a sacrificial shield, were more than enough reason to believe Lu Ziping would strike him down with a single slap. Li Qizhi now shrank into the background, silently praying Lu Ziping would leave fast. Lu Ziping intended to head first to the supermarket to open a treasure chest and see what lay inside. It wasn't far, just one dormitory building away. If it yielded something to enhance his power, dispatching the undead would become far more efficient. None of them noticed the delicate young woman in Li Qizhi's group, her gaze burning with seething hatred fixed upon Lu Ziping, Mu Xinran, and Wei Xinyu. She was the girl who had clung to Lu Ziping's arm as he ascended the stairs, shoved aside, and forgotten moments later. Lu Ziping, of course, hadn't retained her face in memory. Miraculously, she had evaded the undead, and now trailed silently behind Li Qizhi. Her eyes remained locked, unblinking, on Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu. Why are they allowed to follow you, while I am not? Why? I will have my revenge. If I cannot walk beside you, then neither shall they. Her hatred boiled so fiercely it threatened to contort her features beyond recognition. She bowed her head, concealing the grotesque twist of her expression. Then she slipped away from Li Qizhi's group and fell into step behind the trio, always keeping several paces distance. Lu Ziping frowned, preparing to turn and warn her off, when Mu Xinran gently tugged his sleeve. Let her follow. Whether she survives is her own trial. You owe her no protection. Exactly. She's just a frightened girl. Let her come along, Wei Xinyu added, pleading softly. Hearing their words, the girl felt no gratitude, only a chilling inward sneer, false sympathy, like a cat weeping for a mouse. Traumatized by both the horrors of the undead devouring humans and Lu Ziping's cold rejection, her psyche had fractured, reality blurred beyond recognition. All she craved now was vengeance. Lu Ziping glanced back, saw only a lone girl, and thinking nothing more of it, let her trail behind. As they descended to the 3rd floor, a deafening explosion erupted from the 2nd floor emergency stairwell, followed by a cacophony of curses and guttural undead shrieks growing louder closer. They understood instantly. Survivors from the 1st floor fleeing the undead had barricaded themselves in the stairwell, many of them judging by the noise, and inadvertently lured hordes of the undead straight into the narrow passage. Lu Ziping signaled to the two women behind him. They froze obediently in place, axes raised, halting their advance. Lu Ziping stepped forward to the midpoint between the 3rd and 4th floor's blade, raised his stance, unwavering, blood-chill aura radiating from his form. Li Qizhi's face paled at the sound. He cursed violently. Damn fools. If you're going to die, do it outside. You've dragged the undead right into the stairwell. Run. With that, he bolted upward, abandoning his companions without a backward glance. Everyone except the girl trailing Lu Ziping fled upward in blind panic. The fourth floor was unreachable. The corridors outside teemed with undead. Tu Xinghe now prayed only that the fifth floor doorway remained clear of the undead. But when he reached the door and turned to open it, he realized Lu Ziping hadn't followed. He remained below, poised for battle. Tu Xinghe paused, startled, then decided to stay and watch the spectacle unfold. Tu Xinghe halted mid-step, gazing down at the horde of zombies crowding the floor below. Unconsciously, he murmured under his breath, "So arrogant just moments ago, how the tides turn. Let me watch you die, you bastard." Lu Ziping, a level 1 evolved being, possessed drastically enhanced hearing, and caught every word. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of his lips. He lifted his head, and their eyes met. At that derisive gaze, Tu Xinghe's hair stood on end, and a chill crept up his spine. He can hear me. How could that be possible from such a distance? Yet that look. Tu Xinghe swallowed hard, staring at Lu Ziping's retreating back, a tremor of unease rippling through him. Being chased by zombies up a stairwell was fatal. If C's survival was nearly impossible. Entering the stairs before establishing sufficient distance was sheer folly. Zombies never tired, they pursued relentlessly. Humans, however, grew winded after just a few flights. The physical toll immense, their speed rapidly diminishing. Zombies struck without mercy. Screams of agony echoed throughout the stairwell. In an instant, only 2 survivors remained. 1 man, 1 woman, while the rest were dragged down and devoured. Pursued closely from below, the pair scrambled up to the 3rd floor, and there, silhouetted against the landing, stood Lu Ziping, knife in hand. Mistaking him for an ally, their faces lit with relief. Exhaustion had sapped their strength. Gasping for breath, they could barely run. Behind them, zombies closed in, claws outstretched, mere seconds from seizing them. The man glanced at the woman beside him. His eyes flickered with cold ruthlessness. With a sharp intake of breath, he shoved her hard in the chest. She staggered backward, desperately regaining her balance, but it was already too late. Her eyes locked onto his, filled with death and fury. Before she could utter a sound, bloodied claws shot out from the side, dragging her down. Her shriek lasted only an instant, then vanished. Only the wet tearing of flesh and the guttural sounds of devouring remained. Mu Xinran's scalp prickled with dread. Using his own girlfriend as a shield, the man bought himself precious breathing room. He lunged up the stairs and reached Lu Ziping in 3 strides. "Brother, hold off the zombies behind me. Thanks a lot." Seeing Lu Ziping's body splattered with black blood, he suppressed his revulsion and slapped his shoulder, already slick with gore. Lu Ziping, who had witnessed everything, merely curled his lip, unmoved, refusing even to acknowledge him. "Huh. Move aside." As the zombies bore down, Lu Ziping remained motionless, and the man panicked. Stepping forward, he gripped Lu Ziping's shoulders, straining to shove him aside. Not a millimeter budged, like trying to shift a boulder. Shock flashed across the man's face, followed by frantic curses. "Get out of the way. Zombies are right behind me. Hurry. Get lost." Ah! In an instant, a zombie seized him from behind and yanked him screaming down the stairs, into a gruesome feast. Lu Ziping didn't spare him a glance. For such a man, yielding space evoked not a trace of guilt. His gaze narrowed, fixed upon the advancing horde. Before becoming an evolved being, Lu Ziping might have found such relentless waves daunting, but now, this narrow stairwell was the perfect slaughterhouse. His tang sword gleamed free from its scabbard. Hands gripping the hilt, heart steeled, he brought the blade down in a swift diagonal slash. He struck when the foremost zombie was exactly 1 meter away. Its skull cleaved cleanly from right ear to left jaw. Half its head slid sideways, the incision smooth and precise, black blood and viscous matter welling forth. What followed was a macabre ballet of carnage. Only one motion, repeated again and again, the downward chop. Simple, brutal, unfailingly lethal. Each strike severed a head. Zombies could not breach his line. The stairwell's narrowness allowed only 1 or 2 to advance at once, and Lu Ziping, tireless as stone, met them effortlessly, needing no evasion, no footwork to dodge snapping jaws or grasping claws. Corpse after corpse collapsed. Black blood streamed down the emergency staircase, thickening the air with the stench of decay. Lu Ziping grew increasingly exhilarated. Dispatching such foes as a level 1 evolved being was child's play. The young girl who had trailed quietly behind them earlier stood utterly transfixed. Upstairs, Tu Xinghe and the other 2 trembled. Had they truly planned to recruit this man as expendable cannon fodder? This wasn't human. Was he some monster wearing human skin? As the blade's arc cut through the air with a sharp shink, another zombie crumpled. This defied all human limits. Run, run now. Tu Xinghe was near hysteria. Lu Ziping had already marked him for vengeance, and once freed, he would surely come for him. No, he had to create a diversion. A thought flashed across Tu Xinghe's mind. Swallowing his fear, he descended and whispered urgently to the girl who'd fallen behind, then bolted up to the 5th floor. Fortunately, Lu Ziping had already cleared the 5th floor of zombies. The trio opened the door, found it empty, and hastily concealed themselves. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu watched Lu Ziping entranced, riveted by his crisp, decisive movements and overwhelming power. Was this the true might of a level 1 evolved being? They felt no fear of bloodshed, only exhilaration like a spring compressed to its breaking point, now recoiling with fierce intensity. A hunger for violence stirred within them, alongside a burning desire to become evolved beings like Lu Ziping. Suddenly, both Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu were thrust violently from behind, bodies flung forward, tumbling over the railing into the stairwell void. The girl behind them stared with venomous, jealous glee, shrieking wildly, "Die! You'll die! This spot was mine, die!" Liquiji, already ascending the 5th floor landing, heard her hysterical cries echo through the stairwell and smiled. Wei Xinyu, farther from the edge, managed to seize the railing in time. Mu Xinran was not so fortunate. She plummeted headfirst toward the waiting zombies below. Staring at the encroaching undead, Mu Xinran felt a strange detachment. She sensed herself falling. Was this the end? In this maddened apocalypse, perhaps death was a mercy. Lu Ziping had been dispatching zombies with calm precision, until the sharp, unmistakable sound of Mu Xinran's fall pierced the air. He whirled and saw it all unfold. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes. His foot slammed into the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, hurtling toward her plummeting form at blinding speed. Tang's sword held horizontally, blade forward. He carved a path through the horde. Every zombie in his trajectory split cleanly in two. At the last possible moment, he caught her midfall, cradling her in one arm, shielding her behind him, then cleaving the nearest zombie's skull in a single explosive stroke. Limbs flew in all directions. Mu Xinran was caught by Lu Ziping and ducked behind him. Her breath still unsteady, she stared at the shambling corpses surging forward one after another, only to be cleaved apart by Lu Ziping's blade. In that fleeting instant, she had truly believed death was upon her. Never before had it loomed so close. She had only meant to help that young girl, yet the girl had tried to kill her. Is this what the apocalypse is? Is this humanity? Mu Xinran now understood utterly. In this ruined world, mercy makes you falter, and ruthlessness alone keeps you standing. Recalling how Lu Ziping had carried her horizontally just moments before, a faint smile touched her lips, her cheeks flushing softly. Watching Lu Ziping cut down the undead while shielding her, without hesitation, Mu Xinran steeled her resolve. For the rest of her life, she would follow him, without question, without turning back. At first she had doubted his motives. After all, she possessed neither striking figure nor exceptional beauty, yet he treated her with unwavering care. It seemed implausible that he harbored no ulterior intent. But now, he had risked his very life to rescue her from the heart of a zombie horde. Whatever his reasons, truth reveals itself in crisis. Lu Ziping had chosen to fight for her. That alone was reason enough. Ding. Detected. Mu Xinran's loyalty toward the host has reached 90. Condition met. Loyalty bond activated. Evolutionary energy mode enabled. When Mu Xinran kills zombies, the host gains a chance to acquire evolutionary energy. Probability equals 90 of the host's own kill rate. As Lu Ziping advanced steadily, the system's mechanical voice echoed coldly within his mind. A subtle glint flickered in his eyes. Higher loyalty yielded evolutionary energy, but what then was the precise probability threshold at 90 loyalty? He would test it soon. Around him, zombie corpses piled so thickly they impeded movement. The remaining ones fell swiftly beneath his blade. Mu Xinran surveyed the carnage on the floor and bent to extract spirit crystals from the corpses. Behind her, Wei Xinyu had already subdued the young girl. Once the last zombie lay still, Lu Ziping's eyes blazed with fury, his face twisting into something feral and terrifying as he locked his gaze upon the girl above. The girl stared back, fear warring with manic intensity in her eyes. She had witnessed Lu Ziping's rescue of Mu Xinran. His explosive speed and raw power defied human limits. Her own vision could not even track his movements. Yet, Mu Xinran had survived. The girl shrieked hysterically, "Why? I'm no less beautiful than her. I'm far more attractive. Why did you abandon me and save her instead? With your strength, shouldn't you be protecting me? You're too loud." Lu Ziping regarded her with icy detachment, his voice flat and emotionless. Then he seized her by the collar and dragged her across the floor. No gentleness, no hesitation. She writhed, screamed, cursed, but his grip remained unyielding like iron clamps. Lu Ziping kicked open the fire exit door on the 4th floor and flung her through it as casually as discarding a sack of grain. The guttural snarls of zombies and the girl's fading desperate cries brought Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu to a halt. They stood frozen, staring at the door, listening as her voice dissolved into the hungry chorus beyond. Lu Ziping glanced upward toward the 5th floor, his murderous intent toward Li Qiji momentarily suppressed. He crouched to collect spirit crystals, then cast a sidelong glance at the two women, a sardonic smile curling his lips. "This is the apocalypse. Wake up. You may wish to do good, but not all will thank you." Some will repay kindness with betrayal, or worse with your death. She asked why I chose you. Was it beauty? No. It was potential. You possess the capacity to grow, to become worthy of my investment. Otherwise, you wouldn't have earned even a second glance from me. Remember this, there will be no next time. If you lack the instinct, or the will, to survive, I will discard you without hesitation. His voice was frigid, yet spoke only undeniable truth. If their moral compasses remained unshaken, if they still failed to grasp the brutal reality of the apocalypse, he would never bring them along when searching for his sister. Mu Xingran and Wei Xinyu fell silent. Slaying zombies, and even Lu Ziping's callous disposal of the man, had felt distant abstract. They feared, yes, but fear alone had not pierced their core. Yet this girl, the one they tried to aid, had sought their deaths. That betrayal struck deep, shattering illusions they hadn't known they held. Is human nature truly so fragile? And this, mere hours into the apocalypse. It isn't fragility, it's indulgence. Remove all restraint, and the human heart knows no boundary. Add the relentless pressure of the undead and greed, envy, bloodlust. They erupt unchained and unrestrained. Mu Xingran looked at Lu Ziping, her voice firm and resolute. From now on I obey you. Wherever you go I follow. And this mistake, it will never happen again. Same here, Brother Lu. This kind-hearted fool act. I'm done with it, forever. Wei Xinyu declared without hesitation. Lu Ziping glanced at his system interface. Wei Xinyu, loyalty 80. Evolutionary energy acquisition probability 80 of host base rate. Insufficient to activate enhancement. So loyalty percentage directly determined evolutionary energy yield, exactly proportional. He checked his reserves 10 points. He allocated 3 points to strength 2 to endurance and retained 5 as reserve. His stat panel updated instantly. Name Lu Ziping. Tier 1 enhanced evolver. Evolutionary energy 5 points. 1 point enhances strength, speed, endurance, or spirit by 10 units. Strength 580. Speed 15 milliseconds. Endurance 8. Spirit 60. Skills none. Equipment white tang sword attack 30, a durability 98. Attack power 790 peak 1027. Let's break out. Lu Ziping finished collecting the spirit crystals, gripped his tang sword, and headed downstairs. In moments the trio reached the first floor, and he cracked the door open just enough to survey the outside. Over 100 zombies wandered aimlessly through the lobby alone, not counting those inside the study rooms. Total count for the entire floor approached 300, though dozens of survivors remained hidden. Many, having regained composure, realized zombies relied almost solely on acute hearing. In silence, they were nearly undetectable. Seizing the chaos caused by earlier screams, countless survivors had slipped into concealment, quiet, watchful waiting. Lu Ziping did not regard the survivors with any importance. Our refraining from killing indiscriminately was the greatest adherence to his humanity. As for saving others, impossible. He was like a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to ensure his own safety, let alone the thought of rescuing anyone else. However, wanting to get out now posed quite the challenge. After assessing the situation in the hall, Lu Ziping looked at the eager two and pondered for a moment before saying, in a bit, I will attract a few zombies over. You two can practice your skills by killing them, and once you get the hang of it, we'll break out. The library only had one door, and the only way out was to charge through the hall. Mu Xingran and Wei Xinyu's combat ability was not up to par, and going out like this could be deadly. Lu Ziping had to train the two as quickly as possible. All right, I'll follow Brother Lu's lead, Wei Xinyu said. Mu Xingran nodded in agreement. Slowly opening the door, Lu Ziping gently tapped the ground with the scabbard of his tang knife, producing a faint sound. Having conducted thorough research on zombies before his rebirth, Lu Ziping knew how far a level 1 zombie could hear and the volume of sound it could detect, using familiar techniques to softly tap the ground. The tapping noise attracted 6 zombies from not too far away. It was Mu Xingran and Wei Xinyu's first time killing so many zombies, and they were nervously gripping their axes. As the zombies approached slowly, Lu Ziping gestured behind him, and the two women immediately spread out axes and hand eyes fixed on the door, ready to take over the zombies that Lu Ziping had attracted. Lu Ziping stood behind the door, kicking each zombie inside one by one. Once all the zombies were in, he quickly shut the door. The 6 zombies caught the scent of humans and lunged at the 3. A massacre began. The protagonists were 2 girls covered in black blood, showing no signs of fear. Wei Xinyu swung her axe down vertically, smashing a zombie's head, which exploded violently. This scene was far more gruesome than when Lu Ziping fought. Mu Xingran was much more skilled, specifically targeting the joints of the zombie's weaknesses. After a few strikes, she rendered a zombie's arm useless, delivering a fatal blow. Though there were times when their aim was off and the axes were not retrieved in time, requiring Lu Ziping to step in, the 2 girls had already begun to relax, and their movements became increasingly proficient. Wei Xinyu swung her axe in a wide arc, and with a loud bang, the last zombie's head burst open, splattering black blood on the door of the safe passage, which also got Lu Ziping's face. Lu Ziping nodded at their performance and said, all right, that should be enough. You two take a break to regain your strength. Later follow closely behind me for the finishing blows and don't act recklessly. Okay. Mu Xinghe and Wei Xinyu were already searching for magic crystals among the pieces of flesh on the ground, casually agreeing with Lu Ziping. Seeing their greedy expressions, Lu Ziping felt quite helpless. After the two excitedly divided up the 6 magic crystals, Lu Ziping looked towards the hall outside and pulled out a plastic spherical toy from his backpack. It was something he had casually taken while shopping for food at the supermarket, and he had only 3 in total intended to attract zombies. The two girls looked at the children's toy in Lu Ziping's hands, which had a label of Happy Goat with puzzled expressions, but they did not ask. Lu Ziping whispered, "I'll throw this far in a bit," and we'll dash towards the library entrance. "Stay close to me. If you fall behind, there will be no saving you." He then flipped a switch and a deafening children's song erupted, "Happy Goat, Lazy Goat." After that he threw it hard, and the song echoed through the hall. Lu Ziping kept his eyes fixed ahead, but raised his right hand to rub his slightly sore ear, complaining, "Why is this thing so loud?" His hearing had dramatically improved since becoming a level 1 evolver, and the sudden noise was indeed quite uncomfortable. All the zombies in the hall went crazy, over 100 of them charging towards the toy ball. Lu Ziping patiently waited until a significant portion of the zombies were drawn away. Squinting his eyes, he thought, now is the time. After saying that, the 3 of them took off running, with Lu Ziping leading the way while the 2 girls closely followed. They encountered a few zombies along the way, but Lu Ziping dealt with them all in one strike, charging through like a hot knife through butter. In no time, they had almost reached the center of the hall. This scene stimulated the survivors still hiding. The 3 of them were covered in black blood and rotting flesh, with their tang knife and axes in hand, clearly indicating they had fought zombies. Look, isn't that the guy leading the charge upstairs while killing zombies just now? Seems like it. This person is fierce. Killing zombies is like chopping vegetables. Right, should we follow him and escape together? Lu Ziping was already almost at the center of the hall, and others couldn't hold back any longer. Quick, he's out, let's follow him. Hurry up, brothers. Many people emerged from their hiding spots, fleeing towards the library entrance. Lu Ziping did not look back, focusing on dealing with the zombies blocking his path. At that moment, a girl was running when she accidentally tripped. Looking down, she saw a bloodied skull reduced to bone rolling at her feet. The skull had no eyes left, with 2 large holes oozing red and white liquid. This scene severely tested one's capacity to endure. The girl froze for a moment. Clearly she could not bear it. A piercing scream echoed throughout the library hall, the decibel level so high and sharp that it felt like it could shatter glass, rivaling the sounds of a suona in musical instruments. The children's song from the toy was completely drowned out. Lu Ziping's previously tense face suddenly became twisted with rage, and the murderous intent in his eyes reached its peak in an instant. He had carefully diverted the zombies just to be able to exit smoothly. Now this woman with such a loud voice was practically begging to draw all the zombies over. Just then the toy Lu Ziping threw out lost its sound for some unknown reason, leaving only the woman's scream in the scene. The zombies not only heard the scream, but also caught the scent of food. Now the zombies went completely wild, dragging their stiff limbs, letting out excited roars, their dark claws waving in the air as they accelerated towards the source of the sound. Everyone was shouting angrily, "If you want to die, go die on your own. Why make such a loud noise? If you're scared, don't come out and cause trouble for so many people." The screaming continued, mixed with the shouts of many angry voices, driving the zombies in the library into a frenzy. Lu Ziping stared coldly at the horde of zombies surging into the doorway, his gaze sharpened to glacial steel. He knew escape was impossible now. It all came down to survival. Though he himself might have broken through, with a slim chance 2 people trailed behind him, rendering that option void. Moreover, he was only a level 1 evolved being. His progress thus far owed entirely to the razor-sharp Waitire Tang sword granted by the system's treasure chest. In this situation, even a green-tier blade would be useless. Superior combat power meant nothing against zombies. Their true terror lay not in strength, but in endless tides of corpses and mindless pain-defying frenzy. For Lu Ziping, escape demanded absolute perfection. Any single misstep, any momentary hesitation, and the swarm would drown him whole. Calmly surveying his surroundings, he barked low and sharp, "Fall back," into the largest classroom on the right. Now, Mu Xinghe and Wei Xinyu dared not hesitate, scrambling after him into the room. Many others, seeing Lu Ziping bolt toward the classroom, instinctively followed him into the central one. One man who had just emerged from that very classroom suddenly sensed danger, whirled around, slammed the door shut, and braced it with his entire body. Moments later, someone crashed against the door, pounding furiously and roaring, "Open up! Open the damn door now!" Yet inside, silence reigned. Lu Ziping arrived in time, bellowing, "Step aside." The man hammering the door flinched instinctively, and Lu Ziping didn't slow. Sidestepping, arms locked, he charged headlong. The door exploded inward, hurling the man backward 5 meters. Lu Ziping and the 2 women slipped safely inside, followed by a ragged dozen others. Without pause, Lu Ziping spun and barricaded the door with heavy classroom desks. Almost immediately frantic knocking echoed from beyond the door. Save me. The zombies are coming. Save me. Ah, help. Help me. It was the same girl, the one whose piercing scream had first signaled disaster, who realizing her peril had leapt up and fled with startling speed. Seeing the crowd rush into the large classroom, she sprinted after them, only to draw nearly every zombie on the first floor straight to the doorway. No one dared open the door. As desperate pleas and guttural zombie snarls mingled with wet, ragged breaths, every face in the room paled, instinctively recoiling from that cursed threshold. Lu Xinghe hacked apart the floor-anchored chairs with his tang sword and wedged them against the door. Yet all knew the truth, it wouldn't hold long. The horde was too vast, the door would yield inevitably. At that moment, every eye, including Mu Xinran's and Wei Xinyu's, turned to Lu Xinghe, not only because he stood there like a blood-soaked god of slaughter, but because they had all followed him in. What next? No one knew. All waited for Lu Xinghe to speak to command to save them. A few wore skeptical frowns. They'd rushed and blindly swept along by panic, now trapped surrounded by zombies facing certain death. Had they chosen another classroom, they might have evaded this tide entirely. Had Lu Xinghe not fled, the zombies would never have converged, never cornered them like this. With such thoughts, their eyes hardened, resentment coiling deep within their chests. Lu Xinghe scanned the room, a tiered lecture hall. At the rear, 7 or 8 others huddled together, those who hadn't joined the exodus, watching the newcomers with wary, guarded eyes. Zombies battered the door. Their guttural roars seeped through the wood. No one spoke. Silence pressed down thick and suffocating. Mu Xinran stared at the trembling door, worry etching deep lines across her brow. She stepped forward and asked softly, "Brother Lu, what do we do?" After studying the layout, Lu Xinghe gazed at the shuddering entrance, his expression frozen as winter marble. "What do we do? Kill. We won't leave until every last zombie lies dead." "Kill? You think you can slaughter them all single-handedly?" scoffed one who'd followed him in late. "Exactly, we followed you. You brought us here. You're responsible for getting us out alive. Then go out the back door now, draw the zombies away. We'll slip past while they're distracted. We were hiding fine until you panicked and ran. Now we're trapped. All your fault. Go, lure them off." Wei Xinyu watched the cacophony of blame erupting around her, fury boiling over. Her temper snapped. "You chose to follow us out, so why is this our fault? If you hadn't stampeded, and if that shrieking girl hadn't screamed like a banshee, we'd have escaped long ago. Blame your own weakness, not others." Mu Xinran burned with equal outrage. "You let us in, you should lead us out. You're so capable, why don't you go?" But as Lu Xinghe's deep, unfathomable gaze locked onto him, the man froze mid-sentence. Something in those eyes struck primal fear into his core. His voice died, his throat clenched tight. "Enough. Silence now." Lu Xinghe turned calmly. "Dismantle every desk and chair in this lecture hall. Arrange them into a branching corridor. Zombies possess a critical instinct. When given a path, they follow it. Only when no route exists, and prey draws them forward, do they shatter barriers. Divert the horde. Funnel them into orderly sequence. No more chaos. Then we cut them down one by one." His words came rapid-fire, precise, lucid. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu's eyes lit with sudden hope. "Who the hell are you? Why should we listen?" A few nearby sneered, defiance blazing in their eyes. Lu Xinghe glanced sideways, and in that instant, killing intent erupted like a storm. Chills raced up their spines, icy dread flooded their skulls. Before them stood not a man, but a blood-drenched reaper, his presence shattering reason itself. One, embarrassed to retreat before a glance, stammered, "You brought us in, so you must take responsibility. Draw the zombies away." The final 5 words were barely a whisper, yet Lu Xinghe, his enhanced hearing honed by level 1 evolution, caught every syllable. His original plan shattered. Now he faced mortal peril, and worse, forced to act alongside liabilities. A furnace of wrath ignited in his chest. In truth, according to his plan, anyone who had survived 5 years into the apocalypse would have escaped just now. Those who had lived through the apocalypse knew better than to shriek like dolphins amid a horde of zombies. Lu Xinghe wouldn't have minded helping others along the way, but this time, he simply hadn't planned thoroughly enough. He rarely encountered such utter fools, people who stood atop the moral high ground, brazenly demanding he and his companions lure away the zombies. Dealing with trash like this calls for simplicity and brutality, Lu Xinghe murmured to himself, eyes fixed on the 3 self-righteous figures before him. "Hey, what are you muttering? Hurry up and slip out the back door while it's still clear. Draw the zombies away from the front. Otherwise we'll throw you." Before the sentence could finish, a thunderous slap cracked across the air. The speaker's glasses flew off his right cheek instantly, swelling grotesquely, blood welling from his split lip as he crumpled to the floor. Before the other 2 could react, Lu Xinghe struck without hesitation. 1 kick sent each sprawling. Lu Xinghe stood motionless, drawing his tang saber in one fluid motion. Blood glistened along its blade, which caught the light with a cold, lethal shimmer. Its edge was razor-sharp, faintly wreathed in silvery luminescence. Clad as he was, he looked every inch a battlefield god of slaughter. Anyone else? His voice was calm, deceptively soft, yet carried across the room. His gaze swept over the encircling crowd, frigid and unyielding. People stared at the two men slumped against the wall, unable to rise. Throat muscles tightened, no one dared speak. All watched Lu Ziping with wide-eyed terror and awe. Humans instinctively defer to overwhelming power, especially now when strength meant survival. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu stood stunned. So brutally straightforward, yet so devastatingly effective. Yet the sheer catharsis thrilled them, deep, visceral, intoxicating. Lu Ziping sheathed his blade and surveyed the room with unruffled composure. Only 24 people filled the classroom half had entered with him, the rest huddled near the rear door, watching warily from a distance. Your life isn't granted by others, it's seized by your own hands. If you wish to live, follow me. His voice, though quiet, resonated clearly throughout the room. Silence fell instantly, broken only by the zombies' frenzied battering at the door and the sharp rhythmic thuds of Lu Ziping dismantling desks. Watching Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu, both drenched in blood, trail behind Lu Ziping, someone finally stepped forward from the rear. Another tried to hold him back, whispering urgently, only to be shrugged off with contempt. He bore a square, resolute face and a broad, powerful frame, his features prematurely weathered. Stopping before Lu Ziping, he spoke with commanding clarity. I'm Lian Jingwu, physical education major. Strong arm, strong will. I refuse to wait here for death. Tell me what to do. Having just witnessed Lu Ziping casually kick two men airborne, Lian Jingwu's eyes had nearly bulged from their sockets. Trained in Hung Gar since childhood, he understood precisely what that feat implied. This unassuming man before him possessed strength far beyond mortal limits, and Lian Jingwu believed without doubt that he could lead them out alive. Lu Ziping glanced up, appraising Lian Jingwu briefly, then narrowed his eyes slightly and tossed him a crude iron rod forged by twisting several hollow pipes together. A martial artist, take it. You'll need it for the zombies. Now help move furniture. Lian Jingwu caught the rod, hefted at once, and froze stunned. The pipes had been twisted together by sheer hand strength alone. How immense was this man's power? Once the first stepped forward, others followed. Within moments, over a dozen volunteers stood ready. Few wished to linger and await certain death. Only the three Lu Ziping had kicked remained collapsed in the corner, too shaken to rise. From the rear, a sharply dressed, haughty young man rose, cradling an elegantly attired woman, and strode forward, pinching his nose in disdain. You're quite the fighter, aren't you? Ever heard of the Song family of Yun City? Get me out and protect me home, and I'll give you wealth beyond anything you could earn in a lifetime. Lu Ziping didn't even glance at them, continuing instead to dismantle desks. The Song heir's eyes flared with fury. No one had ever dared ignore him so utterly, not in his entire life. He raised a finger, aiming it like a dagger at Lu Ziping's nose, just as a blood-smeared fire axe settled coldly against his throat. It stinks. How dare you press something so filthy against me? Do you know how much this suit costs? You couldn't afford it if you sold yourself 10 times over. Remove it, now, you rustic brute. The Song heir seethed, his pristine attire now sullied by this peasant's grime. Mu Xinran stared dumbfounded. Even now such fools still existed. She lifted her gaze and found everyone else staring at the heir with identical expressions of disgust. Remove it. This ensemble alone costs hundreds of thousands. Can you possibly afford it? The woman added, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu exchanged a glance. Then each delivered a swift, synchronized kick. Unprepared, the pair tumbled backward, glancing at the three crumpled figures by the wall, and then at these two unscathed heirs whose only injury was soiled clothing. Wei Xinyu sighed softly. The chasm between them and Lu Ziping was not merely wide, it was unfathomable. And yet her longing for the day she herself would become an evolved one burned all the brighter. Just wait. Once I get out. The fallen heirs, humiliated, began to snarl threats, until Lu Ziping's voice cut through the air. Next time you encounter such people, kill them outright. His tone remained quiet, but beneath it thrummed unmistakable, chilling lethality. No one doubted his sincerity. The heirs shrank back, necks instinctively retracting, unable to utter another word. They slunk silently to the rear, though their glances toward Lu Ziping smoldered with venom. No one had time to dwell on the heir's disgrace. To everyone present, reality itself felt dreamlike. Lu Ziping tore apart every desk and chair, then with preternatural strength drove them upright into the floor, arranging and reinforcing them in precise configurations. This was hard-won wisdom from his years surviving the apocalypse. Soon 3 artificial branching corridors emerged, each meticulously refined. The onlookers could contribute nothing, they watched helpless and awestruck. The pathways twisted endlessly, labyrinthine, inscrutable. No one understood Lu Ziping's intent, yet all waited, hearts pounding with mounting anxiety. The zombies' assault on the door intensified. Bolts groaned, metal shrieked, and the frame trembled violently. Collapse was imminent. Cold sweat broke across every brow. until Lu Ziping finally spoke, "Done." Before them stood a fully realized diversionary channel, 3 distinct paths. The central route, widest of all, accommodated 3 abreast. The flanking paths admitted only single zombies. Each path featured narrow fissures, wide enough for an arm's swing, yet too constricted for any zombie to squeeze through. At the end of each intersection, there lay a piece of torn clothing, stained with blood. The entrance to the diversion channel was quite a distance from the classroom door, leaving enough space for the door to absorb the impact after being breached by zombies, preventing an immediate assault on the labyrinth itself. Furthermore, at the back of the diversion channel, Lu Ziping had constructed 3 makeshift tiered barriers utilizing the characteristics of the tiered classroom to create several obstacles. Everyone stared in astonishment, unsure of the purpose of this maze. "Now I will begin assigning tasks. Mu Xinran, you guard this opening." Everyone had work to do, and each person was handed a heavy iron rod. They were filled with immense fear, each uncertain of their chances. Outside there were 300 zombies. Could this diversion channel really hold them back? Listen, fear is irrelevant, but don't falter. You and the zombies can only coexist in one realm. Either you die and get eaten by the zombies, or you slay them all. Now take your positions. Next, prepare to kill the zombies. Lu Ziping's face was grim, with murderous intent. After assigning the tasks, he stood at the end of the largest pathway with his broadsword in hand. He had constructed a platform there, standing at the highest point with the ceiling above, allowing him to overlook the entire diversion channel. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu were also dispatched to guard important junctions, and Lu Ziping currently trusted no one other than the 2 of them. With only 3 paths, even if they proved ineffective, Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu could each secure 1, leaving the rest to himself. As for the others, if they proved useful, that was great. If not, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The 2 rich second-generation individuals at the back laughed at the scene, saying, "He's just a fool. Are you all idiots for believing this guy? Do you think broken chairs and tables in the classroom can withstand zombies? Do you really believe that? What's with this zombie diversion? Stop dreaming. He just wants to use you as bait to have the zombies eat you one by one while he escapes." Young Master Song said with a mocking expression. A few among them, upon hearing the rich second-generation's words, slowly retreated, planning to exit the diversion channel. The remaining few were also tempted to leave, as they felt they might be set up by Lu Ziping and used as bait. Upon hearing these words, Lian Jingwu grew doubtful in his heart, questioning Lu Ziping's motives, but ultimately gritted his teeth and remained in place. At least there were still obstacles ahead and hope for survival. A few glanced back at Lu Ziping at the highest point and clenched their teeth to stay put. Lu Ziping looked at them and felt quite surprised. He had thought that after the rich second-generation's comments, few would be willing to face the zombies. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. The rich second-generation individual at the back was about to continue mocking when suddenly, bang! The door could no longer withstand the force and was completely smashed open. Lu Ziping's expression turned serious as he stood with his sword drawn. The rich second-generation individual swallowed his words, retreating further back, saying, "Zombie is coming in." The few who had just exited the battlefield retreated in fear, while the remaining 8 who held their ground in the diversion maze felt their legs tremble, their iron rods shaking in their hands, palms sweaty. The zombies blocked at the door clawed and roared, their sharp claws reaching forward towards the scent of the living. However, aside from the first batch that broke through the door, the remaining zombies were too crowded and got stuck at the entrance, taking a long time to let in even one. Seeing this scene at the door, Lu Ziping felt a surge of joy in his heart. The hardest first step seemed to have been passed. Previously, Lu Ziping was worried that the first wave of zombie assaults would collapse the diversion entrance. Now it seemed that wouldn't happen. The zombies were blocked due to their sheer numbers, with a maximum of only 10 able to enter at once, and each passage wouldn't have too many. There's hope. Looking at the group of zombies at the door, excited by the scent of food, Lu Ziping felt his blood boil, regaining the passion he had for commanding people against the beast tied in his previous life. The white broadsword gleamed with a cold light, and Lu Ziping's expression was incredibly resolute. Whether in this life or the last, he had never feared zombies and would not retreat. Indeed, the zombies did not push through the maze forcefully. Instead, they followed the path that Lu Ziping had left open, changing direction whenever they encountered obstacles. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu were drenched in sweat, having previously killed zombies, but they had never faced so many up close. With just a thin barrier between them, they could even hear the sound of blood dripping from the zombies' mouths, and the stench was utterly overwhelming. Lian Jingwu was soaked in sweat. His face looked as if it had been washed with water, his expression tense. He was close to collapsing. In just a short while, Lian Jingwu saw 4 or 5 zombies pass by him. Had it not been for the maze walls created by Lu Ziping, he would have been pounced on by the zombies. "Kill!" Lu Ziping shouted explosively. The others could no longer contain themselves, transforming their fear into strength as they swung their weapons down fiercely. Bang bang! The zombies' heads were continuously smashed, producing loud popping sounds. As a zombie approached, Lu Xiping swung his knife with little movement. His arm's motion was minimal, but the sharp broadsword cleaved the zombie in half. Two more zombies lunged at Lu Xiping from the left and right. Lian Jingwu saw this with his peripheral vision and was about to shout for him to dodge. A flash of white light surged, and two heads flew off with a spray of blood. Lian Jingwu swallowed the words he was about to say. He then turned and struck the zombie hard. Lu Xiping, not particularly robust, stood at the highest point, like a single warrior, holding the line. Though he didn't know any knife techniques at present, the sharpness of the white equipment was enough to compensate for everything. Dealing with first-level zombies was always a one-hit kill without exception. Zombies fell at his feet. Every remaining person used all their strength to strike at the zombies' heads. Witnessing this bloody scene, the rich second-generation individual curled up at the back, trembling as he looked at Lu Xiping. The diversion actually worked. The zombies were blocked. The others who had just retreated also looked astonished. Could this really be held off? Some saw that the blockage had occurred and moved their feet, thinking of helping, but upon remembering that the channel was filled with zombies, they found they couldn't move again, muttering, since the diversion is effective, they should be able to hold them off. After one retreat, they no longer had the courage to face the zombies again. To them, it felt like the sky had fallen with someone high up supporting it. Since Lu Xiping could hold, they wouldn't need to. As time slowly passed, Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu felt their arms growing increasingly heavy, their swinging slower, while their chests heaved like the blades of a fan, yet they still found it hard to breathe. Lian Jingwu and the others felt the same, with a few even collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced back. The cowards had already huddled together in the farthest corner of the lecture hall, trembling uncontrollably. Pak! Lian Jingwu spat a thick phlegm streaked with black blood, gazing up in awe at Lu Xiping, who still stood atop the highest step, cleaving through zombies without pause. Lian Jingwu moved to another spot and resumed smashing zombies, his original position now buried beneath a mound of rotting corpses. The fallen zombies multiplied steadily, forming a sweeping semicircular barrier before Lu Xiping, a towering, grotesque hill of cadavers, both horrifying and awe-inspiring. From beginning to end, Lu Xiping's eyes remained sharp and unwavering. He never shifted his footing, the speed of his blade never faltered, not even for an instant. Gradually, the space ahead of him filled entirely with corpses, blocking the zombies' advance, but also placing immense strain upon the diversionary passage. The others stared at Lu Xiping as if he were a monster. How was this possible? How could an ordinary human endure so long? Lu Xiping had no idea what they were thinking. To him, these zombies, entering one by one in orderly succession, posed no real threat. His stamina was more than sufficient. 300. He could easily handle twice that number. Just moments ago, he had raised his stamina to 10 points. Anticipating a protracted battle, he'd attempted to further increase his stamina, only for the system to notify him. Level 1, evolved being maximum stamina bonus, is 10. In addition to stamina, Lu Xiping had boosted his strength to 650 points, 13 times that of an average human. That was why he held the main thoroughfare so effortlessly. Yet his endurance did not extend to the others. All 10, including Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu, were utterly spent, their arms too exhausted to lift. Zombies continued flooding in relentlessly. Even if fewer than 200 had fallen within the passage, the air hung thick with despair, deep, suffocating, inescapable. The zombies seemed endless, yet human strength was nearing its breaking point. Everyone now fought on sheer willpower alone, swinging weapons in mechanical hollow repetition. Everywhere they looked, exhaustion blurred their vision. Black blood, yellowish-gray brain matter, severed limbs strewn like refuse across a charnel field. The makeshift diversionary passage was nearly choked with zombie corpses. Though Lu Xiping had reinforced its structure, the entire framework now groaned under the weight, teetering on collapse. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Xiping acted instantly and spoke with calm authority. Fall back. Mu Xinran, Wei Xinyu, seal the other two exits. Return, eat, restore your strength, and prepare for the next wave. Hearing his command, the 10, who trusted him implicitly, immediately barricaded the remaining passages and withdrew. Mu Xinran distributed rations from her pack. Every person behind her was drenched in black blood, and rotting flesh collapsed where they stood, yet their eyes, fixed upon Lu Xiping's motionless figure ahead, burned with stunned reverence. They had held the zombies inside the diversionary passage for hours. Exhausted beyond measure, each could still proudly declare, "I'm damn tough." But without contrast, there is no measure of truth. Lu Xiping stood alone at the widest channel, sword in hand, horse-like in resolve, halting the zombie tide single-handedly. Beneath his feet, corpses had piled into a small mountain. Unaided, unrelenting, he had held firm until now, while the others' rotating shifts lay sprawled like lifeless dogs. Disbelief painted every face. As Mu Xinran passed out food, she caught their dazed expressions, curled her lips slightly, and called out, "Hey, snap out of it. Eat first. We'll fight again soon." A low rumble rose from 8 stomachs. Only then did hunger pierce their fatigue, and some bellies growled audibly. They snatched compressed biscuits and canned ham from Mu Xinran's hands, devouring them ravenously. Wei Xinyu weakly raised a hand. Give me one. She didn't notice her clothes had long since soaked through with black blood, clinging tightly to her frame and revealing a dangerously alluring silhouette, an aesthetic both brutal and haunting. The rich heir and the non-combatants behind them had been starving for hours. Now watching the others eat, their hunger intensified, eyes locked hungrily on Mu Xinran's packed mouths, watering expressions greedy. Glancing once more at Lu Ziping's relentless back, still hacking down zombies, and then at the exhausted figures slumped nearby, the rich heir murmured, "Let's go, grab that pack. It's got food." Isn't that wrong? They just fought zombies, stammered a slender boy, hesitant and uncertain. Right, we can't even beat them. What's wrong about it? Zombies keep pouring in endlessly. Can one man possibly hold them all off? Look at those people behind, collapsed like dead dogs. They won't put up much resistance. The zombies will break through, we're doomed. I don't care, I'd rather die full. The rich heir stared at Mu Xinran's pack, his face twisted with savage hunger. Exactly, we're all doomed anyway. Let's eat first. And that girl, not bad. Maybe we could. The others turned toward Wei Xinyu, their eyes blazing with feral, unhinged light. In the same desperate crucible, some kindled defiance, others sank into darkness. The apocalypse had stripped bare the hidden shadows of their souls. The group's final words had carried clearly enough for Mu Xinran to catch fragments. Her gaze flickered toward the menacing cluster, and her right hand slid silently, deliberately onto the blood-blackened axe at her side. Wei Xinyu lifted her own axe, her gore-smeared face curling into a chilling, knowing smile. Their eyes met, and in that silent exchange, intention passed between them like lightning. Wei Xinyu's brow twitched. How hard do we strike? Mu Xinran's eyes narrowed to slits. Kill. Agreed. Without sound or signal, their decision was sealed in a glance. Lian Jingwu mid-bite suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine. He looked up, nothing amiss. Puzzled, he paused, then moments later, the rich heir and his group approached, gripping iron rods handed out earlier by Lu Ziping. We're hungry too. Hand over the pack. He reached arrogantly for Mu Xinran's pack. Lian Jingwu exploded, slamming his arm aside. You hid behind us the whole time, and now you dare demand food. Who gave you the gall? Trained in martial arts since childhood, his sense of justice ran deep, and witnessing their conduct ignited white-hot fury within him. Look, that young man is still fighting zombies up front. And you, do you even have the shame to face him? Others, drenched in black blood, flushed crimson with rage. Look at that corridor. It's already choked with zombies, and more are pouring in from outside. They'll breach us any second. How can he possibly kill them all? Even if he could he possibly protect you? He can't. Not a chance. You're doomed. And I'd rather die fighting than starve to death. The young heir's eyes burned with manic frenzy. You. Lian Jingwu opened his mouth to retort, but then glanced back at the lone figure tirelessly swinging his blade. Words failed him. No matter how formidable the man seemed, Lian Jingwu couldn't believe he could hold back all the remaining zombies. Grab it, now. The young heir barked, voice sharp as shattered glass. You dare? Lian Jingwu's sense of justice flared. He would not allow such brutality. How much strength do you even have left? Move now. With a snarl, the young heir lunged, fingers clawing toward Mu Xinran's backpack. Wei Xinyu struck without warning. Seated on the floor, she swung her axe in a wide two-handed horizontal arc, striking the young heir squarely across the thigh. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of bones snapping. His balance shattered. He collapsed shrieking before Mu Xinran, and the moment he hit the ground, an axe descended straight for his face. Thud. The scream died instantly. Mu Xinran lay sprawled over the corpse. Beside her, Wei Xinyu reached out and hauled her upright. Both women gasped for breath. Exhaustion weighed upon them like lead. Indeed, the heir had spoken one truth: they were spent. To face their foes heat-in would mean certain defeat. So they chose cunning instead. Rising, Mu Xinran gazed down at the dead heir, Song family scion, his eyes wide with terror, frozen in disbelief. Yet no tremor of fear stirred within her. Only a wry, self-mocking smile touched her lips. She bent low, seized the axe handle, and wrenched it free with every ounce of strength she possessed. Hot crimson blood, still pulsing with warmth, sprayed forth, mingled with pale, viscous brain matter. Lian Jingwu stared dumbfounded. Even those who had been calmly eating sausages recoiled in horror. Gazing at the reddened white gore, their stomachs roiled violently. The heir's entourage stood paralyzed, some seeing the vivid scarlet blood streaked with tofu-like gray matter vomited on the spot. This was unlike the zombies, whose bodies had long since mutated, their blood turned pitch black. This was a living human, whole and breathing moments ago, now split open, skull cleaved wide. Murder. The heir's girlfriend shrieked, her voice piercing with raw terror, as she stared at the corpse sprawled upon the floor. Swish. Another full arc swing, this time missing the head, striking true at the heart. With a wet pull, crimson gushed forth like a fountain. Mu Xinran stood motionless, drenched in blood, axe raised, spine rigid, eyes sharp as honed steel, fixed upon the crowd before her. Anyone else? Stunned silence. All gazed upon this female reaper. No one could fathom that a woman could strike with such merciless precision. The heir's followers scrambled backward, trembling, yet clamped hands tightly over mouths, terrified to utter a sound. That girl had just been slaughtered for screaming. Wei Xinyu shot her a sidelong glance, murmuring inwardly, "She's learning fast." The two who followed Lu Ziping had long since shed all fear. Even now, with two steaming corpses of their own making lying at their feet, they regarded the blood-slicked floor and lifeless forms with utter detachment. But others could not bear it. Gazing upon Mu Xinran, bathed in gore fierce as a goddess of slaughter, they felt dread bloom deep in their marrow. Slaying zombies earned respect, not fear. But killing one's own kind, that bred universal terror. No one wished to die. Even those who had shared food moments earlier instinctively edged away. Whispers ceased entirely. How could you kill him? Lian Jingwu stared at Mu Xinran, his face twitching with shock and disbelief. What? When thieves storm your home, must you stand still and let them take it? Before Mu Xinran could reply, Wei Xinyu lashed out, scathing words raining down upon Lian Jingwu like a storm. Poor Lian Jingwu dared not flinch, nor could he match her in debate, so he endured her tirade rooted to the spot. Mu Xinran watched utterly stunned. Arg, OHHH. Suddenly the zombies in the diversionary corridor, and those beyond, seemed to catch the scent of fresh blood. They erupted into frenzied madness. They surged upward, scrambling desperately over the mound of fallen corpses. Lu Ziping's burden intensified sharply. Some had already crested the summit, and now slid down the grim slope. He had no time to intercept them. The entire corridor teetered on collapse. Perched atop the platform, Lu Ziping sensed the shift. In one fluid sweep, his blade severed 3 zombie heads. Seizing the brief lull, he whirled, and cast a swift glance behind. There, beside Mu Xinran's feet, lay the heir's body, still spurting crimson. A faint knowing curve lifted the corner of Lu Ziping's mouth. The diversion corridor is failing. Everyone, prepare for combat. Use obstacles to block the horde. Xinran will command. And those 2 bleeding corpses, are you keeping them there to lure zombies? Toss them over now, Lu Ziping roared. Hardly had the words left his lips when the already shuddering corridor gave way entirely. Lu Ziping leapt from the platform and retreated swiftly. Wei Xinyu and Mu Xinran wasted no time. Rallying others, they rushed to haul the heir's corpse forward before the zombies arrived. Still unevolved, lacking Lu Ziping's raw power, the effort pushed their exhausted bodies to the very brink. Lu Ziping caught the body midair. His gaze swept over them. Fall back, rest. The rest is mine. Mu Xinran met his bright, unwavering eyes, and inexplicably felt a profound calm settle over her. She nodded. Yes. Watching Lu Ziping's broad back, standing defiant between humanity and the tide of undeath, Wei Xinyu felt her heartbeat skip, halting mid-rhythm. A strange, unfamiliar sensation bloomed within her, utterly new, wholly unexpected. Once the corridor fully collapsed, it sealed the classroom entrance, temporarily barricading the zombies. Long minutes passed before the first emerged, its hollow bone-white eyes locking onto the food beneath Lu Ziping's feet, limbs scrabbling frantically toward him. Zombies were no longer human. Before evolving to level 4, they knew no fear, nor comprehension. They did not grasp that the mangled corpses beside them bore the handiwork of the man before them. Only the iron tang of blood drove them, wild, tireless, insatiable. That was the true horror of the zombie-tide legions that never slept, never tired, creeping forward even after limbs were severed, jaws gnashing for flesh. And should a level 4 sentient zombie sovereign ever arise, then true despair would descend. The horde would become disciplined, obedient legions, millions strong, fearless, unstoppable. Thus in his prior life, Lu Ziping had witnessed only one truth: though individual humans could grow immensely powerful, they remained caged within fortified bases, too vulnerable to venture beyond, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Soon the zombies closed in. One lunged, claws extended, toward the corpse. A flash of light, and its head vanished. One after another they charged. Lu Ziping could no longer fight with ease. Each movement demanded precision, vigilance. Fortunately, the 2 corpses ahead served as grisly bait. Most zombies, helpless against the siren call of blood, fixated upon them, granting him just enough reprieve to hold this flank. Ah, save me, save me. You'll die a wretched death. The 3 students, scolded by Lu Ziping at the front of the classroom, quickly crumbled into piles of skeletal remains. Elsewhere, a few zombies ignored Lu Ziping and veered toward the rear. They flailed their arms wildly, emitting guttural, frenzied shrieks. At the sound, Mu Xinran's gaze finally lifted from Lu Ziping's retreating back. Seeing others still stunned by Lu Ziping's prowess, she thrust her axe forward and commanded coldly, "Zombies have breached the room. Form trios and use the barriers Lu Gu erected to eliminate them. The zombies outside must be nearly depleted. Hold fast. Don't fall just before victory. What about them? Lian Jingwu stared at the huddled group in the farthest corner, dazed, stifling screams with trembling hands weeping silently. Mu Xinran glanced once toward the corner. Put away your laughable sense of justice. You can barely survive. How dare you think of saving others? But, Lian Jingwu tried to speak again. There is no but. Mu Xinran enunciated each word with near savage intensity, roaring, now, arm yourselves and kill every zombie that is entered, immediately. Right away. Trembling, Lian Jingwu snatched up an iron rod, too terrified to utter another word upon seeing Mu Xinran's blood-smeared, contorted face. Zombies multiplied relentlessly. Though Lu Ziping fought while retreating, bottlenecking most of them ahead of the group, the pressure on the others surged several-fold. The three formed a tight back-to-back formation. With no diversionary channels left, and only makeshift barriers to rely on, many lost efficiency drastically. A few sustained shallow gashes on their arms. Lian Jingwu, his stamina waning, nearly failed to dodge, a zombie's claw lashing out inches from his face. Mu Xinran swung her axe in a flash, severing the claw. Gasping for breath, she rasped, "Be careful. One scratch, and you're dead. Absolutely dead." Wei Sinyu's mind had begun to fray. Mechanically swinging her axe, she leaned against Mu Xinran's back and whispered, "Xinran, will we die?" Mu Xinran gave no reply. She glanced toward Lu Ziping, still locked in combat, and smiled, baring her teeth. Just as his vision blurred and unconsciousness loomed, an ear-splitting shriek erupted from behind the classroom. Somehow a zombie had circumvented the barriers and lunged onto the terrified group huddled at the rear. A young girl, overwhelmed, screamed aloud, releasing her terror, and jolted Mu Xinran, who was moments from collapsing. Without turning, Mu Xinran knew the horror unfolding behind her. The coppery tang of blood thickened the air. The zombies before her, long thwarted, caught the scent of fresh meat, abandoned their assault, and veered past the group. Their gray-black rotting arms flailed tirelessly, claws jagged and fouled as they sprinted toward the source of the scent. Having surged forward wave after wave, smelling flesh but never tasting it, they now hungered with ravenous, uncontainable urgency for fresh blood and meat. Suddenly few zombies remained before Mu Xinran's group, granting them precious respite. Those at the rear, legs trembling uncontrollably, could not even flee, only sob and beg helplessly. Some had soiled themselves, their yellowish-white fluids stinking, but the zombies recoiled at nothing. They opened wide, tearing and devouring these helpless morsels with savage delight. In moments the shrieks ceased, replaced by the zombies' ecstatic bestial howls. The scene descended into pure hell. Before their eyes 5 or 6 people were torn apart in seconds, blood spattering the ceiling, entrails and gore splattered across walls and floor. Zombies, unable to squeeze into the feeding frenzy, greedily licked scraps off the floor, savoring every morsel. Witnessing this, Lian Jingwu and the others teetered on the edge of total collapse, eyes vacant, souls hollow. "You've survived?" A low, resonant voice echoed beside them. They turned and froze speechless. One person dropped his iron rod, its clatter ringing sharply against the floor. At the front of the classroom, not a single zombie stood upright. Only one figure remained tall, unwavering, gripping a Chinese saber-black ichor streaming down his body. Behind him, beneath his feet, lay a sea of mangled, dismembered corpses. Thick, viscous black blood coated the floor, pooling deep enough to submerge ankles. Lu Ziping had forged that sea of death. "Boss, we won." Wei Sinyu's voice brimmed with elation. She rushed to Lu Ziping, heedless of the grime, decay, and gore clinging to him, and threw herself fiercely into his arms. Her chest pressed tightly against his, unaware or unconcerned with the implications of such intimacy, holding on with desperate, unyielding force. Mu Xinran had taken a step forward, then halted, watching Wei Sinyu cling to Lu Ziping. A fleeting bitterness flickered across her face, before softening into a quiet, resigned smile. "Brother Lu." Lian Jingwu stood awestruck, words failing him. He'd resisted only to avoid passive demise, but never imagined Lu Ziping would lead them all through this living nightmare alive. He alone had slain half the horde, utterly unimaginable. Enough, there are still a few stragglers. Lu Ziping strode toward the rear of the classroom, smiling. His physique, as a level 1 evolved, still held strong. Only when the zombies breached the diversion channels did he strain, so he amplified his strength to 750, stabilizing the defense. His current strength stood at 750 points, his evolutionary energy at 27 points. This reflected his reserves after expenditure, attack power at 100 points, peak 1300, and, most astonishing, endurance at 10 points, the absolute ceiling for a level 1 evolved. With such endurance, he could withstand waves of zombies, one by one, not merely the 300 here, but over 1,000. Yet the diversion channels were crude, ruptured mid-battle. They doubled Lu Ziping's burden, rendering even supreme endurance insufficient. At the rear, Lu Ziping dispatched the remaining zombies, methodically one by one. Silence fell over the entire classroom. Then came thunderous cheers, some weeping with relief. Now they could shout freely unafraid. Nearly every zombie on the first floor lay slaughtered here. We lived. We actually lived. Ha 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 ha. I'm still breathing. Big Brother Lu, you're incredible. Big Brother Lu, you're my idol. Teach me how to become this strong. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu exchanged a glance, then silently bent down to excavate spirit crystals. Lu Ziping addressed them, stay vigilant. Some zombies may still be alive. As long as their heads remain intact, they retain vitality. Brother Lu, how did you become so formidable? I Lian Jingwu trained martial arts since childhood. I can scarcely fathom such overwhelming power. Lian Jingwu gazed at Lu Ziping with undisguised admiration. Lu Ziping turned toward him, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Evolution. Seeing Lian Jingwu's puzzled expression, Lu Ziping elaborated, the apocalypse has arrived, zombies walk among us. So why should human evolution seem impossible? I am now a level 1 evolved being. As he spoke, a subtle, inscrutable smile flickered across his face while he inwardly scanned his system interface. Ever since the evolutionary energy system had activated, he could perceive others' loyalty levels. Lian Jingwu's current loyalty stood at 60. Once loyalty exceeded 50, Lu Ziping could forge a binding loyalty bond. Thereafter, slaying zombies would grant him a chance to acquire evolutionary energy. 3 others registered at 40 loyalty, but their status appeared grayed out, indicating inoperability. Lu Ziping paused, briefly perplexed, then relaxed his brow. Securing Lian Jingwu alone was already a substantial gain. He had never imagined encountering Lian Jingwu here. In his previous life, Lu Ziping had heard of him, the founder of Jingwu Base, a small private survivor enclave near Yun City. Though his evolutionary rank remained modest, Lian Jingwu commanded profound respect. Among the ruins of the apocalypse, he was rare, a man who preserved his compassion, dedicating himself to rescuing survivors with unwavering order and integrity. Most resources were allocated to aiding ordinary civilians, stalling his own advancement. Yet later he was manipulated like a pawn, and his entire base fell victim to betrayal. A savage tide of evolved beasts assaulted Jingwu Base. Lian Jingwu fought until his final breath, unbroken, unyielding, a man of unshakable steel and honor. Before his rebirth, Lu Ziping had lamented the tragic loss of such a rare and upright talent. Now that fate had delivered him, Lu Ziping accepted the opportunity without hesitation. Then, Senior Brother Lu, how does one evolve? Yes, Senior Brother Lu, teach us too. We want to be as powerful as you, to cleave zombies with our blades. So inspiring. Hearing Lu Ziping speak, the others gathered eagerly, all desperate for answers. His displayed combat prowess had been staggering, inhuman strength, blinding speed, evoking universal yearning in every onlooker. Exactly, Brother Lu, show us the way, Lian Jingwu added. Just as Lu Ziping opened his mouth to reply, his expression hardened. He lifted his gaze, eyes locking onto one individual. Puzzled, the others followed his line of sight. A young man, handsome yet drenched in black blood, stood frozen. Veins across his face darkened visibly before their eyes, his skin rapidly desiccated, losing all vitality. Confused by the sudden attention, he opened his mouth to speak, then convulsed violently. Ugh, cough, cough, cough. Black blood erupted from his lips as he collapsed, limbs trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with primal terror. In that instant, comprehension struck them all. He had turned into a zombie. Without hesitation, Lu Ziping stepped forward and ended him cleanly, striking before full reanimation. There was no salvation left for this man. He had to die. Lu Ziping refused to harvest his spirit crystal. Instead, he destroyed the brain before complete zombification. Lian Jingwu turned away, unable to bear witness. Lu Ziping fixed the remaining survivors with a stern, unblinking gaze. Who among you has been bitten or scratched by a zombie? The virus was extraordinarily contagious. Ordinary humans, unevolved, unvaccinated against zombie pathogens, possessed no natural resistance. His words silenced the entire room instantly. No one answered. They stared in horror at the corpse sprawled on the floor, its head oozing thick black blood. The abrupt transformation had seared itself into their minds. A living person moments ago engaged in fervent discussion, rejoicing in their own survival, now reduced to a shambling abomination. An external outbreak paled beside witnessing a comrade mutate before their eyes, an experience that shattered the very foundations of their sanity. Speak. Lu Ziping's voice remained calm, but in that suffocating silence it resonated like the hush before a cataclysmic storm. Who among you is infected? Simultaneously his tang sword rose slightly, its razor edge aimed squarely at those splattered with black blood. No, I swear I'm not infected. One man frantically shook his head. Neither am I. Those monsters never touched me, not even a single hair. I'm clean. Each insisted vehemently, trembling, fully aware of the grim consequence awaiting any confession. But Lu Ziping did not believe them. Concealment and denial were instinctive responses among the bitten, especially now when admission meant immediate execution. Moreover, his system flagged 2 individuals whose loyalty indicators remained gray, likely the infected still premutation. Lian Jingwu stared stunned at one man's arm. 3 deep, unmistakable claw marks scored across the flesh. The man agitated shouted he was unharmed. Sensing Lian Jingwu's gaze, he jerked his arm behind his back, then whirled around snarling. What the hell are you staring at? I'm fine. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Unharmed. Those things couldn't scratch me. Not a single wound. Why must I die? His voice dwindled to a whisper as he crumpled to his knees sobbing. I don't want to die. Instinctively, the others edged farther away. The youth wept, then suddenly lifted his tear-streaked face toward Lu's zipping eyes blazing with desperate hope. There's still time. I can be saved, right? I can be saved. I refuse to die. Lu Zipping shook his head. A flicker of pity crossed his features, then vanished, replaced by absolute glacial detachment. He had witnessed this scene countless times. Madness, tears, utter despair. The apocalypse stripped humanity bare, leaving only raw, shattering collapse. Those bitten or scratched, make your choice. I will not rob you of this final autonomy. Having spoken, Lu Zipping turned and walked away to collect spirit crystals. Before departing, he handed his Tang sword to Lian Jingwu and gave his shoulder a light, deliberate pat. Return it to me later. Cough, cough. Behind him, the handsome youth began his final descent. Lu Zipping did not look back. Wei Xinyu sidled up, nudging his shoulder. Ah, brother Lu. You've set your sights on him. Same old routine. Can't you come up with something fresh? A soft chuckle escaped Mu Xinran as she joined them. Lu Zipping wore an expressionless face, his hands steadily extracting spirit crystals from the corpses. What's so great about following you? Wei Xinyu scoffed. Lu Zipping remained silent, focused solely on extracting spirit crystals. They had originally decided not to eliminate the zombies inside the library, intending instead to head straight for the supermarket, only to be thrown into this massive, unforeseen crisis. Fortunately, they survived. This encounter alone secured at least 3 vials of level 1 evolution serums. Mu Xinran, no longer in a rush to extract spirit crystals, knelt down to study a zombie whose body had been destroyed, leaving only its head still animate, yet which still snapped its jaws open upon detecting human-scent teeth clacking sharply. Lu Zipping's eye twitched slightly. He recalled clearly in his past life Mu Xinran had loathed zombies above all else, keeping her distance whenever one appeared, obsessively determined to eradicate them entirely. Had he unwittingly triggered some latent ability within her? A guttural roar erupted behind him. Lian Jingwu. Lu Zipping didn't turn around. He knew Lian Jingwu would return the blade shortly. Sure enough, moments later, Lian Jingwu approached holding a Tang-style sword, his voice low and grave. Brother Lu, we found 3 others who'd been scratched. I dealt with them. The rest fled. Though Lu Zipping looked significantly younger, Lian Jingwu addressed him as brother with genuine respect. Lu Zipping gave a quiet nod, accepted the sword, and resumed extracting spirit crystals. Brother Lu, may I follow you? Lian Jingwu stood hesitating for a long moment before finally speaking. Yes. First, help extract the spirit crystals from the zombies' skulls. Lu Zipping nodded. The 4 strode boldly across the street into the supermarket, their clothes drenched in black blood. Dusk was falling, leaving only faint traces of light. Along the way, any zombies they encountered fell, without Lu Zipping lifting a finger. Lian Jingwu stepped forward and shattered each skull with a single blow of his iron rod, while Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu extracted the spirit crystals. After the library battle, the trio had grown accustomed to facing zombies with calm detachment, even cracking jokes and betting on which zombie ran faster. In truth, they used such levity to soothe their frayed nerves. Lu Zipping allowed it. Inside a dormitory room on the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory building, Ding Ying, what do we do? Wei Yue's eyes were swollen red from crying, her once luminous beauty utterly erased. Ding Ying fared little better, clenching her jaw against despair, gripping a baseball bat so tightly her knuckles whitened. Crimson-black ichor dripped from its surface, mixed with viscous grayish-pink pulp. Before them lay a female zombie, her skull half-shattered, brains spilling across the floor, soaking the bedsheets, even splattering the ceiling, its dark cerebrospinal fluid and black blood everywhere. She had been their dorm mate. When the apocalypse first struck, both girls had been inside the dorm, neither infected, neither transformed, merely huddled inside, paralyzed by the horrific sounds echoing beyond their door. Not long ago, someone knocked. It was their dorm mate. They rushed to open the door, and what followed was inevitable. She had already been scratched and soon reanimated. Thankfully, they prepared, grabbing baseball bats for defense, but killing that zombie had drained them completely, shattering psychological barriers built over 20 years. As despair and helplessness threatened to overwhelm them, distant commotion below caught their attention. Cautiously peering out, they saw 4 shadowy figures striding confidently past. Zombies along the way fell effortlessly beneath their blows. The 2 didn't recognize Lu Zipping. He was unrecognizable beneath layers of black blood and gore. Wei Yue gripped Ding Ying's arm, her hope surging violently. Not just them. Countless students pressed against dorm windows watching those four walk through the undead as if they were mere obstacles. Their gazes burned with desperate hope. If these four could move freely among zombies, then surely they could too. Lu Xiping, now far from campus, remained unaware of the profound hope and quiet revolution he had ignited. Inside the supermarket, over 20 zombies were swiftly eliminated. Wei Xinyu hurriedly grabbed several bottles of drinks and passed them around. They'd walked for hours, thirst parched their throats. Lu Xiping ignored the others, immediately following his system's guidance toward a corner of the stationery section. There, resting quietly, sat a palm-sized chest glowing with a serene azure light. Lu Xiping's normally unruffled heart stirred with rare anticipation. The first chest had yielded the Tang sword, a decisive boon. Without it, he likely wouldn't have survived the disastrous classroom incursion at the library. Now another azure chest awaited. His pulse quickened with expectation. At first glance, his inner system flashed in explanation: azure serum chest. Grants the host a random quantity of serums upon opening. Lu Xiping's eyes gleamed. Serums. Randomized. Let them be evolution serums. They held over 300 spirit crystals, but exchanging them for evolution serums would yield at most 3 vials, and even that depended on whether the exchange point carried sufficient stock. If this chest contained 3 vials of evolution serum, Lu Xiping could use his remaining spirit crystals to acquire weapons and armor, arming all 3 to the teeth. Yet he smiled wryly. I'm growing greedy. In the early apocalypse, even 1 vial of level 1 evolution serum is a fortune. Mu Xinran, Wei Xinyu, and Lian Jingwu gathered behind him. Lian Jingwu stared astonished at the small azure chest cradled in Lu Xiping's palms. Along the way, Lu Xiping had already explained the exchange point and the process of evolution. Yet wasn't that supposed to happen only within the mystical exchange point? So what then was this azure chest? Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu exchanged wide-eyed glances, holding their breath as they watched Lu Xiping's intense, unwavering focus. Open. Lu Xiping willed inwardly. The azure chest shimmered, then vanished. In its place rested a transparent case containing 4 vials of serum, 1 azure, 1 crimson, and 2 colorless. Boss, what is this? Wei Xinyu leaned in like an eager child, eyes locked on the case, so close her body pressed lightly against Lu Xiping's side, oblivious. Lu Xiping smiled. Weren't you all curious what evolution serums look like? Boss, you mean these are evolution serums? Lian Jingwu's face lit up with excitement. Why are they different colors? Mu Xinran, equally intrigued, took a step forward, then paused, glancing at Wei Xinyu's proximity, and held back. Lu Xiping glanced first at Mu Xinran, then at Wei Xinyu standing before him, confusion flickering deep in his eyes. Admittedly, Lu Xiping had yet to grasp the intricate subtleties of human emotion, but he instinctively sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Only one of these vials contains the evolution serum, and, alright, I need to make some adjustments. For now, everyone gather food and search for clean clothes to change into. We reek like a public restroom. Lu Xiping stowed away his vials. In moments earlier, the system had revealed the identity of each of the 4 serums in his possession. The azure vial was unmistakably a Tier 1 evolution serum. The 2 white ones conferred immunity against the zombie virus. The final crimson vial contained the combustion serum. Its effect granted a 50% surge in strength and speed for 20 minutes, but left the user severely weakened thereafter. The system could enhance it, yet the side effects would escalate dangerously. Lu Xiping dismissed the idea outright. He could afford weakness, but never total immobilization. This was the dawn of the apocalypse. Immobility meant falling behind, and Lu Xiping refused to let that happen. And the supermarket stood eerily empty, save for the shambling undead. It was only day 1. Hunger had not yet become life-threatening, and few dared risk their lives for provisions, so the store remained quiet. The campus convenience store carried no clothing. They found relatively clean uniforms in the staff changing room, and, while water still flowed, stripped off their blood-soaked, rot-streaked garments and washed hastily. As night fell, Lu Xiping leaned against a shelf, cradling a Tangwa saber in one arm and holding an azure serum vial in the other, eyes closed in weary repose. He had known from the moment the system manifested its existence must remain utterly concealed. Exposure would erase him from this world without a trace. He needed a moment alone to enhance the evolution serum. And the 3 women watched him intently, eyes gleaming with longing. Wei Xinyu opened her mouth to speak, but Mu Xinran gently silenced her. The night passed in silence. Lu Xiping scanned his surroundings, and the zombies were drawing near. He could already hear their frenzied, guttural shrieks. Not far away lay a woman's corpse, torn, mangled, stripped bare of dignity. Her flesh hung in ribbons, blood stained every inch of her ravaged body, her face unrecognizable. She had clearly endured unspeakable torment before death. And Lu Xiping lay motionless on the ground, turning his head just enough to see her, and felt his soul collapse into absolute desolation. Lu Anren, his own younger sister, one of the 2 most precious women in his apocalyptic world. He had watched helpless as she was beaten to death before his very eyes. He longed to crawl forward, to clasp her hand one last time, but his body refused to obey. Both legs had been severed cleanly below the knees, both arms amputated precisely at the elbows. Beneath him, a thin rivulet of congealed blood snaked across the floor. The wounds had long since dried, crusted over with a fragile film of dried blood. His severed limbs rested neatly within arm's reach, as if arranged in cruel mockery of his powerlessness. Exsanguination had sapped his strength, dizziness clouded his thoughts. With immense effort, he forced his eyelids apart. All he could see was the advancing horde, rotting flesh sloughing from their bodies, viscous blood dripping with every lurch, while he stared up breathless at the ashen sky of the ruined world. He had witnessed his sister's brutal murder, seen his brother's heads severed one by one, watched the woman he vowed to cherish transform into a zombie, then slain so her demon crystal could be harvested. Despair swallowed him whole. Utter annihilation. Even suicide was beyond his reach. In Lu's zipping, a tidal wave of zombies surged past, when suddenly a torrent of searing flame erupted from his body. And he had awakened. Awakening now? But it was too late. Far too late. No. Lu zipping jolted upright, gasping, blinking wide-eyed at the familiar sight of supermarket shelves. He was still inside the store. It had been a nightmare. Cold sweat drenched his back. He panted heavily, absorbing his surroundings, and the three pairs of anxious, caring eyes fixed upon him, slowly regaining his bearings. It was a dream. He had been reborn. None of it had happened yet. He ruthlessly purged the images of gnawing undead from his mind, and rose to his feet. Nothing was too late. Everything could still be changed. Dawn painted the sky in faint pallid light. Outside, silence reigned, broken only occasionally by distant hollow zombie cries. He withdrew a cobalt blue serum vial from his pocket. Their eyes instantly lit with hope. I've modified the Tier 1 evolution serum. Its hue has shifted from azure to cobalt, boosting evolutionary potential by 10%. Though injection may cause temporary discomfort, Lu zipping added casually, then paused. A sudden question surfaced: could the zombie virus immunity serum be enhanced? He pulled up the system's attribute interface to check. Enhancement proved unnecessary. The upgraded version would grant immunity only against Tier 3 and lower strains, while a Tier 1 evolved being achieved identical immunity naturally, albeit limited to Tier 1 infection. Evolutionary energy was scarce and acquired purely by chance. Enhancing either serum would yield negligible returns. The others watched him in thoughtful silence, interpreting his pause as deliberation over who should receive the dose. Wei Xinyu could no longer contain herself. She craved power, yearned to become an evolved like Lu zipping, not remain vulnerable subject to oppression. She stepped forward gracefully. Lu zipping had just exited the system interface, and in the dim ambient light, found himself momentarily captivated by her presence. An oval face, almond-shaped eyes, a single beauty mark beneath her left eye, a high, elegant nose, and a smile so gentle, so natural it needed no artifice to stir the heart. She wore an ill-fitting supermarket staff uniform, but her figure was flawless, a perfect curve radiating an innate magnetic allure. Lian Jingwu stared dumbfounded, then swallowed hard. He favored voluptuous women, and Wei Xinyu wasn't merely curvaceous, she was breathtaking. Yet she belonged to Lu zipping. Not to look, not to desire. Lian Jingwu murmured a sutra under his breath and turned sharply away. Watching Wei Xinyu approach, Lu zipping Mu Xinran felt a faint sting beneath her nose. She almost rose, but reason overruled impulse. She folded her arms around her knees and looked away, refusing to watch. Wei Xinyu's smile bloomed radiant, her gaze flirtatious, her hand resting lightly on her knee as she leaned in, her delicate face drawing near, lips parting softly to speak. Then her eyes met his and froze. His gaze held no lust, no lingering infatuation, only clarity, piercing and serene, as if seeing straight through her intent. Wei Xinyu faltered, speechless. She had never encountered such a gaze in any man before. Every man she had ever encountered, wasn't he lusting after her body? Even those who initially feigned gentlemanly decorum inevitably revealed their true, twisted natures. The more courteous the gentleman, the more depraved he became in bed, and his pious exhortations to virtue always came only after the deed was done. Wei Xinyu had long seen through their grotesquely greedy facades, thus she never believed their honeyed words, never allowed herself to be ensnared, only playing along, flattering when necessary, exchanging favors for mutual gain. But now Lu zipping's gaze. He was trying to reshape the crimson rose of his past life. Rising and stepping past her, Lu zipping spoke calmly. Wei Xinyu, are you certain you wish to continue bartering this way for what you desire? Some things once lost can never be reclaimed. Yes, this is the apocalypse, but for you, is it not also a chance to begin anew? Wei Xinyu recoiled, staring at him in disbelief. He knew. Mu Xinran and Lian Jingwu stood nearby, equally stunned. What on earth was happening? Legends about the Crimson Rose abounded in his previous life. Later, Lu Ziping met an alumnus from Yunqing University who had once spoken of a particular incident. Before the apocalypse, Wei Xinyu, due to family circumstances, had worked as a campus prostitute. That alumnus, once wealthy, had been among her clients, and thus knew the details all too well. At the time, Lu Ziping had dismissed it as idle gossip, chuckling and moving on. Now reflecting, he wondered, perhaps the cataclysm had triggered events that shattered her spirit, twisting her into the ferocious figure she became. She was, after all, a tragic soul. Even granted a second chance, this woman remained astonishingly perceptive, immediately grasping what mattered most in this apocalyptic world, still intent on leveraging her advantages to attach herself to powerful men, and thereby secure evolutionary advancement. Without glancing back, Lu Ziping approached Mu Xinran and handed her the vial. Here, catch. Crouching on the floor, Mu Xinran stared dumbfounded. This is for me. Disbelief flickered in her eyes, and she glanced warily toward Wei Xinyu standing nearby. Lu Ziping smiled. It's not a gift. Remember what I said. Your evolution serums must be earned. I've calculated it. You owe me at least 20 demon crystals. Take it. Oh, and one more thing, the injection will be intensely uncomfortable. Brace yourself. With that, he turned and walked away. Mu Xinran gazed at his retreating figure transfixed. Then, without warning, her lips parted in silent, unrestrained laughter. Laughter that quickly dissolved into tears streaming down her cheeks. Watching the man's silhouette ahead, she silently vowed this lifetime she would follow him without hesitation. Lu Ziping strode over and lightly tapped the dazed Wei Xinyu on the shoulder. Evolution has its order, doesn't it? You can't cut the line just because you're beautiful. Here, this is a zombie virus immunity serum. Inject it first. It grants full immunity against level 1 viral strains. Then, shedding all levity, he fixed Wei Xinyu with a solemn, unwavering gaze. You need not sell yourself to grow strong. Believe in yourself, or believe in me. Gazing into his bright, profound, utterly unclouded eyes, Wei Xinyu suddenly threw her arms around him and burst into heart-wrenching, unrestrained sobs. She had never encountered anyone like this. Every man before had coveted only her body. Afterward, they'd toss money aside and turn sanctimonious, urging her to reform. Even her own kin treated her as little more than a commodity, exploiting her to fund her perpetually reckless younger brother. No one, never once, had treated her this way. As if releasing years of pent-up sorrow and anguish, Wei Xinyu wept aloud for the very first time, unguarded and raw. Lian Jingwu stood awkwardly nearby, unsure whether to stay or flee. What on earth was unfolding? Truly, Brother Lu possessed uncanny skill. In mere moments, he'd reduced 2 women to tears. When she finally stopped crying, Wei Xinyu wiped her tear-streaked face, blinked her swollen eyes, and tilted her chin upward, playfully, almost coquettishly, saying, "From now on, I'm yours. If you ever abandon me, I'll steal Xinran away with me." Lu Ziping, do you two even have any logical connection? What kind of reasoning is that? Uffed. Seeing his baffled expression, Wei Xinyu burst into genuine, unfeigned laughter, bright, carefree, utterly unself-conscious. But Lu Ziping had no time to respond, because, ding, Wei Xinyu's loyalty has reached 100. Mu Xinran's loyalty has reached 100. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Before he could process it, an exhilarated Mu Xinran bounded over Brother Lu. I've injected it. It's miraculous. I feel boundless strength surging through me. I could punch down a bull with one blow. Lu Ziping stared, astonished. Sweat glistened across her brow, faint traces of blood streaked her lips, yet her eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated elation. How on earth had she done it? Inside, Lu Ziping reeled in disbelief. He remembered the agony of his own injection, the unbearable searing itch, especially in the most sensitive regions. At the time, he'd nearly clawed himself apart. Yet Mu Xinran had endured it in absolute silence. This girl, she was truly formidable. Seeing everyone rise, Lian Jingwu could no longer linger seated. He stood and asked Brother Lu, where to next? Mu Xinran, familiarize yourself with your new strength. You two, each take a backpack. Wei Xinyu, gather some food. Not too much. Lian Jingwu searched for weapons, knives, fire axes, baseball bats, anything usable. We're heading to the cafeteria. What about returning to the library's exchange point? Wei Xinyu asked. There was only one level 1 evolution serum there, and I've already exchanged it. Whether more will appear remains uncertain. Only 2 zombie immunity serums remain, and you've just injected one. As level 1 evolved beings, Mu Xinran and I possess sufficient physical resilience to withstand zombie pathogens. The rest, mere ordinary weapons, aren't worth revisiting. Beside him, Mu Xinran felt a quiet dissonance. She lifted her gaze, puzzled, toward Lu Ziping, then lowered her head again, wordlessly resuming her preparations. She had sensed his peculiarity long ago. He seemed to foresee events, guided by an unshakable, self-determined purpose. Back at the library, he'd insisted on leaving immediately, heading straight for the supermarket, where they discovered that azure chest. Now he abandoned the library's exchange point entirely for the cafeteria. Clearly, he knew something vital awaited them there. And then there was that dream. Lu Ziping had murmured fragments in his sleep. Though Mu Xinran couldn't decipher precise meaning from those broken phrases, one truth resonated unmistakably: Lu Ziping harbored a secret, one of immense magnitude. Yet none of it mattered. She wouldn't ask. Her 100 loyalty meant absolute faith. Mu Xinran trusted that in time, he would tell her everything. The four of them, Lu Ziping, Wei Xinyu, Mu Xinran, and Lian Jingwu, shouldered 4 heavy packs and departed the supermarket. Though the apocalypse had begun only a single night ago, people had already grasped its reality. Through surviving networks, telephone lines, television broadcasts, radio transmissions, and their own harrowing first-hand experiences. Many had realized that the world had ended, and now struggled desperately to adapt to this violent, irreversible transformation. Yet adaptation itself became a crucible of human nature. It could ignite sacred flames of compassion, or unleash the primal savage currents of cruelty and selfishness. Freedom is a wild horse, and rules are its reins. Unfettered freedom becomes a test of humanity, just as it was unfolding now on the second floor of the cafeteria. The staircase leading down to the first-floor lobby was barricaded by heaps of overturned tables. Nearly 100 zombies were wedged between the 2 floors, their hollow eyes locked hungrily on the fresh, living flesh above. Brother Fei, nothing's going to go wrong, right? What if the police show up any minute? A wiry man in grease-stained jeans and a white chef's coat crouched before the man called Brother Fei, his narrow eyes darting nervously, his expression furtive and untrustworthy. His face trembled with anxiety, his gaze flickering repeatedly toward a corner on the second floor. Their scattered chairs and tables had been hastily assembled into a crude platform, upon which lay 3 pale, naked bodies. One girl stared blankly at the ceiling, her eyes vacant, as though none of it concerned her at all. The brutal wounds marring their bodies bore silent, horrifying testimony. These blossoming young women had suffered unspeakable, inhuman violation. Brother Fei's eyes flared, feral and cruel, and the scar slashing across his face twisted into something monstrous. With a contemptuous kick, he sent the denim-clad youth sprawling backward in a clumsy somersault. You didn't think of the police before, but now that it's over, suddenly you remember. The youth scrambled to his feet, only to meet the callous laughter of 5 or 6 others nearby. He scratched his head, embarrassed and ashamed. Brother Fei rose, revealing a mountainous frame broad and dense as forged steel. His bare back bore 2 coiling azure dragons, their forms intertwined in bold, sinuous ink. Each time his muscles rippled, the thick flesh beneath quivered, making the twin dragons seem alive, poised to break free from skin and soar. He strode to the dazed youth, seized his collar in one massive hand, and dragged him to the stairwell's edge. Pointing downward, he growled, "Ertzi, look down there. People have turned into this. Countless others have too. Whether the police still exist, even that is uncertain. So what exactly are you afraid of? Ever watched a zombie film? This is what matters most now." He clenched his fist, huge as a sack of sand, and thrust it inches from Ertzi's face. "Police. Huh." Spitting contemptuously over the railing, he sent a globule of saliva plummeting into the throng below, triggering an immediate surge of frenzied agitation among the zombies drawn by the scent of living breath. "Tell me, what are those crystals sprouting from their foreheads?" Releasing Ertzi, Brother Fei turned to his men with a look of sharp suspicion. They gathered at the railing, jabbering wildly, offering contradictory theories, while Brother Fei's impatience deepened into simmering irritation. He had once been a cafeteria cook, recently released from prison after serving time for past crimes. His family pulling strings had secured him a small stall inside the university cafeteria, a modest but stable livelihood. Then the apocalypse struck. Watching zombies tear through the campus, devouring the living, he and his crew bolted upstairs to the quieter second floor, hastily barricading the stairs with furniture and driving the newly infected down ceiling off the horde. But Brother Fei had never been a good man. In peacetime, law and authority had kept his darkness leashed. Now, with order shattered, and even zombies walking the earth, his inner hunger swelled unchecked and ravenous. After hiding on the second floor through the long, silent night, they realized no rescue would come. No police, no soldiers, no salvation. Through fragmented network signals, they learned the truth. This was a global cataclysm. The institutions of every nation had collapsed into paralysis. Brother Fei could wait no longer. At first light, he rallied his followers and reached out his claws toward the terrified survivors huddled on the second floor. After beating several defiant male students half to death, leaving them coughing blood and motionless, he and his thugs selected several attractive female students committing atrocities so vile they defied description. Among the remaining students, women vastly outnumbered men. Only 5 or 6 boys remained too, already near death from brutal beatings. The rest stood paralyzed, not daring to protest, not even daring to breathe, huddling silently in corners like frightened girls. One scrawny, rat-faced boy, desperate to avoid violence, even surrendered his own girlfriend to them, groveling, tail-wagging, flattering Brother Fei, with nauseating obsequiousness, leaving onlookers revolted. Once infected, they grow gray crystals on their foreheads. Could it be? Brother Fei had clawed his way up, not just through brute strength, but also cunning. An instinct whispered that those forehead crystals were linked to the inexplicable door and the sealed, glowing blue chest, both appearing without warning. He sensed, deep in his gut, that the door and the radiant chest held transformative power capable of remaking him entirely. Yet he lacked the courage to descend and slay zombies to harvest those crystals for study. But villains always devise devious means to achieve their ends. A flash of vicious intelligence lit Brother Fei's narrow eyes as he surveyed the trembling students, and a plan coalesced in his mind. He walked into the huddled group, his gaze sweeping coldly across their petrified faces, until it settled upon a single girl. She was not as stunning as the ones already violated, but she possessed delicate, refined features, unmistakably beautiful, and most notably the fullest, most voluptuous figure among them all. Too dark last night. I missed such a rare gem. He pointed casually. Aku and Xiaojing, drag her out. His lackeys lunged forward instantly, snatching the student from the weeping, shrieking crowd. When she resisted, they slapped her twice, hard, across the face. Bind her to a chair, then lure a zombie to wound her. Once she transforms, I'll dissect that crystal myself. His voice was glacial, merciless. The girl's face drained of color instantly. The monsters downstairs terrified her no less than the beasts standing before her. She wanted to scream, for help, for mercy, but yesterday's online reports had already confirmed the grim truth: everyone was fighting for survival. Her cries would summon only more zombies. No savior would come. Her heart froze. Her expression hardened into lifeless stillness. Haha, scared. Don't want to die. Brother Fei pressed his face close, grinning, revealing teeth stained yellow by years of smoke. He gripped the girl's smooth, delicate chin, his voice laced with cigarette smoke. There are plenty of people here. It doesn't have to be you. It could be anyone. But if you want to survive, you must satisfy me, Brother Fei. With that, Brother Fei rose to his feet, straightened his spine, and gestured pointedly toward his belt. His lackeys blinked, then burst into raucous laughter. Brother Fei truly knows how to command respect. Those silent ones earlier were dull as dust. Only willing submission makes it fun. The girl froze stunned before finally grasping the vile intent behind his words. Humiliation welled in her eyes like tears, and she turned desperately toward her classmates behind her, pleading silently for help. But all she met was silence. Every gaze that crossed hers quickly dropped, even the boy who had once hovered around her daily, offering warmth, concern, relentless pursuit, pretended not to hear. In that moment, she vowed inwardly, if just one of them steps forward, even to speak a single word in my defense, I will give myself to him, heart and body. Yet silence swallowed every hope, leaving only despair. She understood then that the world had irrevocably changed. Today she might lose everything precious. Her eyes flickered toward the center of the cafeteria, where fellow students lay violated. And in that instant, shame and struggle vanished from her gaze, replaced by cold, unyielding resolve. A dark twist had already taken root in her heart. Since everything has already crumbled, let it all burn together. If I survive, every one of you will pay dearly. A strange, feverish exhilaration surged through her as the decision settled. Just then the sound of violent struggle erupted at the cafeteria entrance. The thugs sprang upright in unison. Brother Fei fixed his gaze sternly on the doorway, ears straining as a deep, booming voice bellowed outside. What an idiot, Brother Liu. Is that your classmate? If I see her again, I'll split her in two. Don't get mad, okay? The story began moments earlier when Lu Ziping and his companions left the supermarket. The fastest route from the supermarket to the cafeteria was to retrace their steps to the library entrance, then cut across a small grove. Each of the four carried a hiking backpack. Besides Lu Ziping, the others each wielded a fire axe. Along the way, they'd found an outdoor sports store and swapped into clean, rugged windbreakers, so that at first glance they resembled campers, had it not been for the blood-stained axes slung at their sides. That very appearance drew attention from survivors still holed up in the dormitory. Voices cried out urgently, "You're so strong. Please save us. Big brother, where are you going? Take me with you." Shouts echoed along the path, luring swarms of zombies. Though the group feared none, the constant harassment was exhausting. Lu Ziping always fought zombies strategically, seeking narrow spaces where he could face only a few at once while ensuring no creature ever slipped behind him. He would never foolishly engage hordes in open terrain. Worse still, his classmate and campus beauty, Wei Yuyan, had impulsively switched on a loudspeaker at full volume. Then through a microphone she thanked them for clearing the path by slaying zombies, and pleaded for Lu Ziping to escort her out. The entire dormitory block reverberated with her voice. Lu Ziping stood dumbfounded, then seethed with fury. They stood exposed in the open, zombies surging from every direction. Fortunately, Mu Shinran had ascended to level 1 evolutionary status, bearing the brunt of the assault alongside Lu Ziping, while the other two had received zombie immunity injections rendering wounds harmless. Without those advantages, the quartet would surely have fallen. When the situation grew untenable, Mu Xinran forged ahead while Lu Ziping seized one companion under each arm and fled outright. Otherwise, the zombie horde would have thickened beyond escape. Lu Ziping scowled, utterly speechless at Wei Yuyan's reckless stunt. Yet ironically, this very humiliation tempered his arrogance. Having become a level 1 evolutionary on the first day of the apocalypse, he'd begun to feel invincible, until the zombies delivered a brutal, humbling lesson. Battered and breathless, they reached the cafeteria entrance, zombies gone. Lian Jingwu stared at the gashes on his arm and exploded into furious curses. Lian Jingwu's thunderous voice made Brother Fei's pulse leap. Dozens of zombies already milled downstairs, who outside their numbers were unknown, but certainly vast. Yet someone dared shout without restraint. Only two explanations existed. First, the speaker was a fool, but anyone surviving day 1 of the apocalypse was no fool. Second, he feared no zombie, and possessed the means to hunt them. Brother Fei gripped the second-floor railing tightly. Below, zombies were already converging, drawn by the noise. He would watch closely. What exactly would these nameless strangers do? Outside the cafeteria, Lu Ziping signaled sharply, "Xinran and I will lead. You two follow, backs against the wall. Kill only if few zombies appear, retreat if they swarm." Lu Ziping knew the cafeteria likely held few people. Not mealtime, no classes in session, and only casual diners plus staff meant no more than several dozen at most. Inside, the ground floor opened wide, its expanse instantly visible. Dozens of zombies roamed aimlessly. Lu Ziping scanned carefully. No exchange point, no treasure chest. Clearly neither lay on this level. He looked up. 8 figures stood along the second-floor railing. At their head loomed a broad-shouldered, bare-chested man, eyes narrowed, watching them with icy detachment. Their demeanor betrayed no virtue. Lu Ziping let out a quiet, disdainful laugh and ignored them entirely. With seamless coordination, the 4 cut down zombie after zombie. 2 had received zombie immunity injections. The other 2 had ascended to level 1 evolutionary status, rendering them immune to level 1 zombie pathogens. Unburdened by fear, they carved through the ground floor hall with ruthless efficiency. Lian Jingwu bore multiple scratches, yet shrugged them off. His ferocity ignited instead. The 4 fought side by side, unyielding, unstoppable. From above, Brother Fei's group stared stunned. Are they even human? We're cornered like rats, yet they slaughter zombies as if playing a game. We exist on entirely different planes. Brother Fei's eyes widened in alarm. Among the 4 below, 2, man and woman, stood clearly apart. Their speed, precision, lethality dwarfed those behind them. The rear pair merely finished off stragglers, casually prying crystals from foreheads. Most visceral of all was the slender young woman in front. Unremarkable in features, yet arresting in presence, her large, luminous eyes burned with fierce intensity. Her brutality was unmatched. Brother Fei recognized the fire axe in her grip. Each swing shattered skulls like overripe melons, spraying gore in crimson arcs, grotesquely magnificent. The boys in front rarely took action, leaving the zombies for the girls, only stepping in to help when she was overwhelmed. But that knife actually emitted a white light and could effortlessly slice off the heads of 4 zombies. What intrigued him the most was that the 2 people behind were digging for crystals on the zombies' heads. Did they know the purpose of these things? This team had too many abnormal aspects. Fei guessed, small eyes narrowed slightly, a multitude of calculations flashing in his mind. The zombies were being eliminated quickly, and Mu Xinran was becoming more and more in the zone. Every zombie he killed had its head blown off. The bloody scene seemed to excite her. Even Lu Ziping, watching from the side, felt his eyelids twitch. He could tell that Mu Xinran was different from her past life, now possessing some strange attributes. They were moving fast. The zombies on the first floor were all eliminated, and the 2 people behind simply stopped fighting, happily digging for magic crystals on the ground. All the zombie magic crystals were packed into Mu Xinran's bag, nearly 400 of them filling half a backpack. Moreover, it seemed she was quite pleased to carry it. Lu Ziping stepped onto the stairs. The other 3 exchanged glances, lagging behind for a moment before following the 4 of them covered in blood as they ascended to the second floor. Fei guessed lackeys were so frightened that they continuously retreated, hiding behind him, their legs trembling. One person even shrank into a group of students, shivering. Fei guessed heart was also racing. These 4 were too strong, the overwhelming stench of the zombies' black blood wafting towards him. There were only 4 of them, yet their aura felt like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, especially the first person with a face as cold as ice. The oppressive aura caused Fei Gu to step back several times. He steadied his mind and spoke. Which friend are you? Less nonsense, where's the door? Mu Xinran smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. Here it came again. Interrupting others while showing off was Lu Ziping's specialty, and no one could finish showing off in front of him. What? Can't this person let others finish their sentences? Fei Gu was a bit dazed. Was this person's speech too brief? What door? Wait. The door. Was it the door that suddenly appeared in the private room, the one that shouldn't be touched? This person indeed knew what that door was for. Did he also know about the blue box? A glimmer of insight flashed in Fei Guest's small eyes. Seeing this, Lu Zipping understood. So you know where the door is. Have you seen a box blue in color? Probably not very big. I know where the door is and the box is in my hands, but you can't just take it. You need to bring something to exchange. I don't want much. I just want to know what that door and the little box are for, and what your little brother is doing digging for the gray crystals on the zombies' heads. Using just this information to exchange isn't too much to ask, right? Fei Gu forced a smile. He considered friendly despite his fierce demeanor. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't sure he could handle these four, Fei Gu would have acted long ago. He wouldn't waste time chatting here, nor would he make such a huge concession. At the very least, he would take half. However, there was no choice. Putting aside the bravery of the few earlier, just the young man standing before him gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression he had never felt before. Fei Gu decisively chose to follow his heart. Beast, you bunch of beasts. Just as Lu Zipping was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted by Lian Jingwu. Following Lian Jingwu's furious gaze, in the middle of the second-floor hall, several tables were pushed together, and three pale bodies lay on the table motionless. Around them were torn clothes and blood, and it was evident that they had been violated. Among the students huddled in the corner, two were already clearly unconscious. Fei Guest's face changed drastically. Oh no, I forgot to clean up. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu also noticed, their faces flushed with anger. Wei Xinyu hated people like Fei Gu the most, and she shouted angrily, you truly are a bunch of beasts. She picked up the fire axe in her hand. If it weren't for waiting for Lu Zipping to speak, she would have charged over. Mu Xinran said nothing, but the axe in her hand was already raised ready for battle, just waiting for Lu Zipping to speak. This was the bond of loyalty. Since Lu Zipping was in charge, they wouldn't overstep until he spoke. Their moral compass was still shaped in peacetime, and they found it unbearable to witness such scenes. Lu Zipping, however, felt nothing particularly special. Such scenes were commonplace in the apocalypse. Someone once joked that in the apocalypse, the most worthless thing might be the women you had to spend your entire fortune and debt to marry before. Fei Gu was sweating profusely. Lu Zipping had yet to move, but the murderous intent and pressure from Mu Xinran, a first-level evolver, were already bearing down on him. Were these people really that terrifying? The few lackeys behind him were even worse off, though under the pressure of Mu Xinran's aura, some had already started to let yellowish-white substances drip from their pant legs, a pungent odor spreading. Fei Guest's mind was racing. He definitely couldn't defeat Lu Zipping and the others, and needed to come up with a way to survive. A girl's voice interrupted everyone. Is that you, Brother Lian? It's me, Tan Fanfan. Save me, Brother Lian, please save me. Tan Fanfan, tied to a chair, only recognized the blood-soaked Lian Jingwu after he spoke, and hurriedly called for help. Hearing Tan Fanfan's words, Lu Zipping sighed inwardly. This is bad. Sure enough, Fei Gu turned and pressed a dagger to Tan Fanfan's neck. Don't come any closer. If anyone dares to, we'll kill her. Fanfan. Lian Jingwu looked anxious, but didn't dare to step forward. Tan Fanfan was his childhood sweetheart, and he had always had feelings for her. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would have already planned to confess. Mu Xinran inwardly lamented, what a useless teammate. Wasn't it better to be quiet and act like a mute? Tan Fanfan, however, didn't care, suddenly grabbing onto a lifeline and screaming frantically, help me, Brother Lian, save me, I don't want to die. Huh. Fei Gu laughed behind Tan Fanfan. Seems like a familiar face. That makes things easier. Lao Gu, please save her, I'm begging you. Lian Jingwu had no choice but to turn to Lu Zipping for help. Lu Zipping signaled to Mu Xinran with his eyes. Fei Gu, sensing something was off, shouted at his lackeys, you all quickly control those students, hurry. As a few lackeys tried to get up and run a few meters, they were swiftly pushed back by Mu Xinran like a whirlwind, not even knowing what was happening before they were all kicked to Lu Zipping's feet. Tan Fanfan stared in utter shock. Fei Guest's narrow eyes widened in disbelief. What? Was that just a gust of wind? Nearby students only caught a blur streaking past. Then in the blink of an eye, Fei Guest's most arrogant underlings were flung headlong onto Lu Zipping's feet, moving too fast to be seen. One of his lackeys hiding among the students raised a hand to strike, but froze instantly upon witnessing the scene, retreating into the crowd and watching meekly. What kind of speed was this? It had shattered the very limits of human capability. How had he done it? How could such a slender frame unleash such terrifying explosive power? This bewilderment echoed in every onlooker's mind. Fei Gu suddenly grasped something, the concealed crate, and that mysterious door must hold the key to unlocking this woman's strength and velocity. Yet he had failed to discover the correct method. Clearly these two knew how. At that thought, his eyes burned with raw, ravenous longing. Tan Fanfan snapped out of her daze. Sister, you're so powerful. Please save me. Save me. Lu Zipping met her frenzied gaze with cold disdain, then roared silence. Tan Fanfan froze, paralyzed by Lu Zipping's murderous aura, and dared not utter another sound. The hall fell deathly still, broken only by the pained cries of Fei Ji's fallen underlings beneath her feet. Fei Ge grinned from behind Tan Fanfan. Young man, my terms have risen. Hand over all the crystals embedded in those zombie skulls, the ones you just killed, and tell me the secrets of that door and that crate. Also, throw your blade to me now. Anyone who dares step within 7 meters of me, she dies. His face twisted into a snarl of pure menace. He tightened his grip. Blood welled from Tan Fanfan's throat. Lu Ziping's brow furrowed. The treasure chest, it's in his possession. Tan Fanfan winced about to scream when Lu Ziping cast her a single icy glance. That look alone sent chills racing through her entire body. Her mouth parted slightly, but no sound emerged. Lu Ziping lifted her foot and ground one underling skull beneath her soul, then raised her gaze to Fei Ge, crouched low behind the woman. Your men are mine. One for many. Leave, I won't stop you. Her voice was calm, yet it carried the suffocating stillness before a storm pressing down on Fei Ge's chest until he could barely breathe. Dream on. With your kind of power, where can I find underlings? If you refuse to speak, this beauty will perish before your eyes. Fei Ge clung behind Tan Fanfan, pressing the knife, deeper jaw clenched with grim resolve, his eyes blazing with avarice. More blood spilled from Tan Fanfan's throat. You're discarding them then. Lu Ziping locked eyes with Fei Ge and slowly, deliberately increased the pressure beneath her foot, crushing downward without hesitation. Beneath her soul lay a skull. Crunch. Like a watermelon smashed with imperfect force, it burst apart into jagged fragments, spilling crimson and ivory across the floor. The remaining underlings fell utterly mute. Every pair of eyes fixated on the grotesque bloom of splintered bone and gore beneath Lu Ziping's foot, terror freezing their minds into absolute hollow void. The second-floor cafeteria sank into eerie silence, the first true hush since the apocalypse began. Tan Fanfan collapsed unconscious at the sight. Fei Ge was nearly unhinged. In all his years navigating the underworld, he had never witnessed anything like this. Who, or what, is this person? A raving slaughterer. A killer who explodes heads without warning, and does it with such chilling indifference. How many times must one do this to become so monstrous? He'd truly never seen its like, not once in all his years on the streets. His voice trembled. Don't move. If you do, I'll kill her. To prove his resolve, he drove the blade deep into Tan Fanfan's arm, jolting her back into consciousness. Awakening, Tan Fanfan blinked, disorientation fading as horror flooded back. She stared at the blood-soaked floor, silent, now her gaze upon Lu Ziping filled with pure unadulterated dread, as if staring into the face of a demon. Oh, go ahead and kill her. No, save me. Save me. Tan Fanfan shook her head, wildly shrieking for help. Lu Ziping ignored them all and placed her foot upon another underling's skull. You'll push me too far. I'll take her with me to the Yellow Springs. What a glorious companion for the afterlife. Fei Ge's hands shook violently, veins bulged across his temples as his eyes locked onto Lu Ziping with desperate fury. Crunch. Another skull exploded. Crunch. Crunch. Two more followed in rapid succession, blood already soaking deep into the floor tiles beneath Lu Ziping's boots. A demon. Absolutely a demon. Fei Ge's trembling worsened uncontrollably. He switched hands, slicing open the delicate skin of Tan Fanfan's throat in the process. Lian Jingwu watched, anxiously frantic to intervene, until Lu Ziping shot him a single searing glance that froze him in place. Fei Ge saw it, and his eyes ignited with manic triumph. You think this frightens me? Impossible. You do care for her. With that, he plunged the knife deep into Tan Fanfan's other arm. Oh! Tears streamed down Tan Fanfan's face, mingling with her cries of agony. Her eyes now fixed on Lu Ziping, brimmed with pure, incandescent hatred. Lu Ziping cared little for others' lives, only wishing not to wound Lian Jingwu's heart. But now, a cold, mirthless chuckle escaped her lips. Crunch. She slammed her foot down with brutal force, crushing the skull, completely reducing it to fine pulverized fragments. Crimson and ivory matter sprayed outward, splattering Fei Ge's boots. Mu Xinran, who knew her well, understood instantly Lu Ziping was truly enraged. She glanced sharply at Lian Jingwu, still gazing at his beloved with tender concern, oblivious to the storm gathering around him. Lu Ziping abandoned her methodical brutality. In one stride, she lunged forward, kicked, and sent an underling flying 10 meters across the room, crashing into a row of tables lifeless. Stop! 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 Fei Ge stabbed the blade again into Tan Fanfan's arm. He had lost all reason. Watching each skull explode before his eyes was like hammer blows raining upon his own heart. He simply couldn't endure it. Lu Ziping paused, lifted her head, and met Fei Ge's gaze with eerie calm. A faint, unsettling smile curled her lips. Then her foot descended with renewed, terrible force. Crunch. To challenge her ruthlessness. After surviving 5 years in the apocalypse's deepest gutters, what kind of good person could Lu Ziping possibly be? It was the final straw, the camel's breaking point. Fei Ge's psyche shattered entirely. He leapt upright, brandishing the blood-slicked dagger, screaming wildly, "You madman! Demon!" Mu Xinran shot forward in a blur, snatched the dagger from Fei Ji's grasp, and delivered a devastating kick that sent him flying. Tan Fanfan collapsed safely into Lian Jingwu's arms. Lu Ziping crushed the last watermelon under his foot. For him, such bloody affairs had become commonplace, and he had no thoughts of saving anyone. Tan Fanfan was not Lu Ziping's leverage. If it weren't for seeing Lian Jingwu's deep concern for Tan Fanfan, Lu Ziping would have had no hesitation to eliminate both. In the apocalypse, there is no good or evil. The weak are inherently sinful. He initially planned to recruit Lian Jingwu into his small team, but now he felt it would be inappropriate. In fact, Lu Ziping was somewhat presumptuous. Lian Jingwu had been a capable base manager in the apocalypse, but he was certainly not a good follower now. His previous achievements were purely luck. In the apocalypse, those who could retain kindness were few and most had been harmed. Tan Fanfan witnessed this bloody scene, her mind momentarily freezing as she prepared to scream, only to look up and meet Lu Ziping's gaze. His eyes were deep and calm, yet beneath the surface brewed extreme madness like the still sea before a storm, oppressive and suffocating. Tan Fanfan forcibly suppressed her scream, too terrified to make a sound. Lu Ziping ignored Fij. Without him, with his character and methods, he would soon uncover the secrets of the exchange point, seize control, and rise to prominence in the apocalypse. But for now, all was at a standstill. As for the others, he left them to Mu Xinran, trusting he would handle them well. He stepped into a small private room on the second floor with a door inlaid with a shining star in the center. There was also something wrapped in a tablecloth. The system's perception told him it was the third treasure chest, a blue skill chest. Lu Ziping first approached the corner and uncovered the blue chest hidden beneath a tattered cloth. It resembled the green and red chests, differing only in color and size. With anticipation in his heart, Lu Ziping opened the chest. Two somewhat ethereal books and a card appeared before him. A profession and a skill card. Lu Ziping's eyes instantly brightened. He understood the value of the skill card. Typically, only 2-star exchange points had them, and they required a considerable amount of magic crystals along with 2 even more valuable professions. He had never seen what a profession looked like in his previous life. He had only heard descriptions from others. As he looked at these 3 items, Lu Ziping's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, his heart blooming with joy. His gaze fell upon them, and the system provided a prompt in his mind. Skill Eye of Detection, capable of probing the strength and status of characters at or below the host level. Profession Flame Blade Master, with the Flame Blade technique, containing 8 methods of the blade: sweep, chop, flick, shave, seize, endure, slash, and thrust, which will be imbued with flames, increasing lethality, and awakening fire attribute. Elemental powers will double the effectiveness. Profession Wind Swordsman, featuring a body technique for usage, striking as swiftly as the wind like an antelope's horns, leaving no trace. Awakening wind attribute abilities will double the power. Lu Ziping exhaled deeply, his eyes shining brightly as he realized the potential. Not to mention anything else, just this Eye of Detection. If it appeared in an exchange point, all the magic crystals he held would likely be insufficient for redemption. This was one of the most practical skills in the apocalypse. Excluding some special skills, this type of skill held the highest value. Skills differ from professions. Skills belong to the spiritual category, and using them requires consuming the user's mental energy. Professions tend to be priced at a higher tier than skills because they inherently include skills, and every level gained will yield skills that somewhat align with the profession. Lu Ziping held 2 profession books, which were rare elemental profession books. Elemental professions not only boasted greater combat power than ordinary professions. Most importantly, they harness elemental power. Unlike ordinary professions, elemental professions endow the user with a surge of elemental energy during learning, which can be used not only in combat, but also to help individuals comprehend elemental abilities, becoming elemental awakeners. For instance, the Flame Blade Master has an added fire element compared to an ordinary Blade Master. During learning, the profession skill book will bestow a fire elemental energy on the learner, and if the learner has a high talent, they may awaken the fire attribute using this energy, becoming an awakener. However, without auxiliary methods, relying solely on this energy to awaken is quite difficult. Nevertheless, even if comprehension fails, this energy within will not completely vanish, it will replenish over time. Lu Ziping was genuinely overjoyed. Without hesitation, he directly learned the Eye of Detection and the Flame Blade Master. A skill card and a profession book transformed into 2 beams of light, one red and one white, and flew into Lu Ziping's mind. Suddenly, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, with various blade techniques imprinted, as if deeply etched in his brain. Lu Ziping felt indifferent to the white light, but his mind felt refreshingly clear. However, when the red light integrated into him, Lu Ziping felt a faint surge of fiery power flowing within as his body began to adapt, warming him all over. Simultaneously, his mind filled with numerous foundational blade techniques. Drawing his tang knife as if by instinct, Lu Ziping displayed a starting stance, skillfully executing a complete set of blade techniques. At that moment, his system attribute page was updated. Name Lu Ziping. Level enhanced, level 1 evolver. Profession blade master. Evolution energy 30 points, 1 point of evolution energy. Can increase 10 points of strength, 1 point of speed, 1 point of endurance, 1 point of spirit. Strength 750. Speed 15 ms. Endurance 10. Spirit 60. Skill Eye of Detection beginner proficiency 0-100. Technique Flame Blade Technique beginner attack 30 proficiency 1100. Equipment White Tang Knife attack 30 durability 95. Attack power 1600 peak attack 2000. Lu Ziping marveled at the flames on the blade, astonished at how drastically his attack power had surged. Ooh, what a formidable profession. After practicing a set of blade techniques, his proficiency rose to 1. As far as he knew, reaching maximum proficiency meant that the current skill or profession had reached its peak and could advance to the next stage. He didn't learn the remaining sword techniques. For close combat professions, mastering one is sufficient, as proficiency is needed to level up. Learning multiple would be a waste. At most, he could have one as a backup. In just a short while, Lu Ziping had already mapped out his plans. His primary profession had already been chosen, a close combat, saber-wielding warrior. He disliked mage-like ranged classes. Though such classes delivered explosive damage, they relied almost entirely on skills, exerting tremendous strain on mental energy. Even with the system's aid, he would struggle to thrive in the early days of the apocalypse. Close combat, however, was different. With the system's enhancement, he could continuously strengthen his physical body, a synergistic path of mutual reinforcement. When his mental energy ran low and he could no longer wield skills, he would still retain formidable offensive power. As for secondary professions, such as artisan or healer, Lu Ziping intended to acquire one should the opportunity arise. Typically, one could master no more than 2 professions. Learning a profession did not increase Lu Ziping's mental energy, yet using its skills consumed it. Lu Ziping's mental reserves were finite. He must therefore deploy them with deliberate restraint. More professions were not necessarily better. The adage, greed breeds failure, was one he understood profoundly. There existed another category of ranged professions centered on firearms, but Lu Ziping had no intention of learning it, nor did he plan for now to cultivate a dedicated firearms specialist among his subordinates. Firstly, this profession offered limited long-term potential. Once the threshold of level 4 was crossed, conventional firearms rapidly lost their efficacy. Only through deep specialization, mastering pinpoint elimination, or seamless coordination with teammates could firearms retain relevance, otherwise they would inevitably fade from history's battlefield. Secondly, it was prohibitively expensive. Low-tier firearm skills were useless, while advancing to higher tiers demanded both coin and rare materials, high-grade ammunition and weaponry alike. At that stage, firing a gun amounted to burning wealth. Elite firearms equaled fortune. Premium bullets commanded exorbitant prices, each shot echoing like a thunderclap, each echo costing 10,000 spirit crystals. Thus, only major factions invested in cultivating loyal firearms specialists. Lu Ziping, standing alone, simply could not afford such extravagance. Brother Lu, the outside is secured. Mu Xinran pushed open the door as she spoke. Lifting her gaze, her eyes fell upon a translucent levitating book cradled in Lu Ziping's palms. Curiosity flickered within them. Instinctively, Lu Ziping activated his newly acquired skill, Eye of Detection. Instantly, a cascade of data materialized beside Mu Xinran in his field of vision. Name Mu Xinran. Level Tier 1 Enhanced Evolver. Profession none. Abilities dormant. The Eye of Detection yielded far less precise data than the system itself. Offensive metrics, for instance, remained unreliable. Yet there was no alternative. The system operated solely upon himself and could not scan others' levels. Perhaps upgrading this skill would significantly enhance its accuracy. Wei Xinyu and Lian Jingwu soon joined them. Though Lian Jingwu carried a woman draped over his arm, Tan Fanfan. Draped was no exaggeration. Tan Fanfan clung to him with desperate intensity, pressing her entire weight against him. Even Lian Jingwu's thick, muscular arm bore deep indentations from her grip, yet his expression suggested quiet enjoyment. Lu Ziping glanced at the evolutional energy mode interface. Lian Jingwu's loyalty had dropped to 55%. A single glance at Tan Fanfan sufficed. He said nothing. He knew his recent slaughter and his utter disregard for Tan Fanfan's life had stirred quiet resentment within Lian Jingwu. Sensing that murderous gaze, Tan Fanfan trembled, but held fast to Lian Jingwu's arm, refusing to let go. From now on, address me as boss, Lu Ziping declared. A unit must have but one voice. What transpired earlier serves as a warning. I will tolerate no dissent within this team. Yes, boss. Wei Xinyu adapted swiftly. Pointing playfully at the ethereal tome hovering in Lu Ziping's hands, she asked, "What's this?" Lu Ziping smiled, faintly retracting the final skill manual. Without reply, he gestured toward the center of the room. That is the exchange point. I'll escort you inside shortly, but first allocate your spirit crystals. Otherwise you'll enter blind to what you can afford. Mu Xingran smiled and unslung her pack, withdrawing several parcels. I've already divided them. This pack holds 367 spirit crystals. I've repaid my debt to you in full, the remainder, mere change. I've assigned to Wei Xinyu 90 crystals. Lian Jingwu receives 72. The rest are yours. Lu Ziping accepted the pack with a smile, glancing at the other two, deliberately ignoring Tan Fanfan, and asked, does this distribution meet with your approval? No objections. Wei Xinyu and Lian Jingwu shook their heads. Truth be told, Mu Xingran had shown them great generosity. Most of these crystals came from kills she herself had made, yet she claimed none. Had they acted alone, they'd never have amassed such wealth. Very well, let us enter together, Lu Ziping announced, satisfied by their consensus. Mu Xingran's and Wei Xinyu's eyes lit up. Were they truly permitted to enter as well? Noting their delight, Lu Ziping chuckled, of course you're entering together. You each have your own desires, and your own crystals to spend. I shall neither oversee nor interfere. Lian Jingwu strode forward, brimming with excitement, until a soft, trembling voice halted him. Wuga, I'm afraid. His arm tightened further in her grasp. Lu, boss. Lian Jingwu began hesitantly. Fanfan is my childhood betrothed. May she accompany us inside? No. Lu Ziping did not turn. His refusal was immediate, unwavering. Lian Jingwu hesitated, eager to enter yet unwilling to abandon Fanfan. Suddenly Tan Fanfan summoned her courage and shouted at Lu Ziping's back, why may I not enter? Lu Ziping paused, turned, and fixed her with a gaze as cold and sharp as a blade radiating palpable frost. The memory of Lu Ziping's foot crushing a skull remained seared into her mind. The instant their eyes met, she recoiled, releasing his arm and opening her mouth wide to scream. Should she utter another sound, I will kill her. Lu Ziping cast a frigid glance at Lian Jingwu, then turned away without another word. MMM. Tan Fanfan clamped both hands over her mouth, stifling any cry, tears streaming unchecked down her cheeks. Lian Jingwu grew anxious. Boss, you're being enough? Let's enter the exchange point now. It's not as though we won't emerge again. 10 minutes tops. Everything outside has been secured. She won't vanish. Sensing the chilling aura around Lu Ziping, Wei Xinyu hastily pulled Lian Jingwu forward. As he stepped toward the exchange point, he called back to Tan Fanfan, we'll be out shortly. Wait for me. And with that he vanished, drawn into a spiraling vortex by Wei Xinyu's firm grip. Tan Fanfan stared at the ripples on the door, wiped away a tear, and while astonishment filled her eyes, a deep hatred also reflected within. Upon entering the exchange point, the three were left in awe by the surreal scene before them. To be honest, they had discussed what the exchange point would be like, but actually stepping into a realm filled with white light was still shocking. In front of them was a massive introduction chart briefly outlining the items available for exchange and the number of magic crystals required for each. Level 1 Evolution Potion, 90 magic crystals. Immunity Potion for the zombie virus. Lu Ziping glanced over it generally, and then fixated on a square showing a card with a uniquely shaped wing depicted on it. The brief introduction beside it read Profession Holy Light Guardian Angel. Taking a quick look at the price, it was 400 magic crystals. How expensive. Lu Ziping felt helpless. He had finally encountered a profession that excited him, but he couldn't afford it. Mu Xinghe, noticing Lu Ziping's unusual reaction, asked, what's wrong? I saw something I can't afford. Lu Ziping replied with a bitter smile. Mu Xinghe followed his gaze, and her pupils contracted. A profession. How could such a thing exist? Is this a game? Lu Ziping seemed to know what was on her mind, and said, don't ask me, I don't know either. Maybe we're just in someone else's game world. Mu Xinghe fell silent. At that moment, Wei Xinyu and Lian Jingwu approached with excited expressions. Lu Ziping looked at them and asked, have you chosen what to exchange for? As expected, Wei Xinyu chose the evolution potion and shot a glance at Mu Xinghe. Lu Ziping smiled down. Mu Xinghe completely gave up her magic crystals, transferring them all to Wei Xinyu. This way, Wei Xinyu had enough magic crystals to purchase the evolution potion. Both of them had no objections, and Lu Ziping wouldn't say anything more. Instead, he was pleased. It was naturally good for the members of his team to have close relationships. He noticed Lian Jingwu still standing there looking conflicted and hesitant. Lu Ziping directly said, I'll lend you magic crystals to buy the evolution potion, but once we go out, I need to kill 200 zombies. You help me, and the magic crystals you earn won't be yours. Then we'll be even. Do you agree? All right. Lian Jingwu nodded, eagerly, quickly agreeing to such a good deal. Just earlier, he had been envious of Mu Xinghe's strength after she became a level 1 evolver. Lu Ziping had always adhered to a principle: labor should be rewarded in proportion. To gain something, one must give something in return. He wasn't a philanthropist. He could give some things, but it was impossible for him to always be the one giving. He needed to recoup at some point. He understood the principle of a grain nurtures kindness, while a bushel nurtures enmity. He couldn't let others think that these things came easily. However, there were exceptions like Mu Xinghe and Wei Xinyu whose loyalty exceeded 90%, making it nearly certain that they wouldn't betray him. Lu Ziping would certainly favor them with resources. When it came to his own people, he had no hesitation. But with Lian Jingwu, Lu Ziping was already contemplating whether to keep him around. As Lu Ziping was lost in thought, a flash of white light appeared, and 2 tubes of azure potion appeared on the counter. Before Lu Ziping could say anything, Wei Xinyu excitedly grabbed one and was about to inject it. Suddenly remembering something, she tilted her head and looked at Lu Ziping. "Boss, can you help me strengthen it too? I want it to be that pure blue color." Lu Ziping took it and looked at the eager Lian Jingwu, saying, "This is a skill I exchanged at the last exchange point. It can only strengthen 1 tube at a time, and there's a cooldown of 5 hours in between. You hold on to it for now, and it'll help you strengthen it after we go out." Lian Jingwu nodded. In no time, the potion in Lu Ziping's hand transformed from azure to blue. "Be careful when injecting it later." Lu Ziping hadn't finished his sentence when Wei Xinyu with lightning speed injected the potion into her body. Lu Ziping clenched his empty palm, somewhat dazed, and exchanged glances with Mu Xinghe. They both smiled knowingly, sharing a mischievous grin. "Odd itches." Wei Xinyu couldn't take it anymore and rolled on the ground, constantly rubbing herself. Lian Jingwu couldn't use the potion for strengthening at the moment due to his concerns for Tan Fanfan. He tucked the evolution potion into his pocket and greeted them before leaving. After he left, Mu Xinghe laughed and said, "What's wrong? Did he disappoint you?" Lu Ziping replied, "Everyone has their own thoughts. There's no need to force it. If someone doesn't want to follow, it just means there's no fate." Mu Xinghe smiled and said nothing, raising her hand to tuck her loose hair behind her ear. For some reason, when alone with Lu Ziping, Mu Xinghe felt no fear, but rather a sense of nervous anticipation. As for Wei Xinyu, who was lying on the ground in distress, contorting herself in various poses while scratching, Mu Xinghe chose to selectively ignore her. "I'm dying from itching. Boss, why didn't you say it earlier? Was it intentional?" The effects finally wore off. Wei Xinyu complained. "You didn't give me a chance to say it earlier." Lu Ziping shrugged. Now Wei Xinyu's clothes were soaked with sweat as she lay on the ground, her beautiful curves faintly visible under her windbreaker. Her face looked as if she had just been pulled from water, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks, exuding a pure and alluring aura, making her exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Lu Ziping gazed down, captivated. Everyone loves to admire beautiful things. Ahem. An untimely cough interrupted the moment. Lu Ziping turned his head and suddenly noticed Mu Xinghe looking at him with a calm expression. Feeling inexplicably cold, Lu Ziping awkwardly rubbed his nose casually, finding an excuse to turn and leave, conveniently exchanging for a gray short sword priced at 55 magic crystals before he went. Remaining at the exchange point, Mu Xinghe watched Wei Xinyu and smirked. Her boss was quite charming. After lowering her head, she noticed Wei Xinyu sitting on the ground, gazing longingly at Lu Ziping's receding figure. TSK tisk, that physique, even as a girl, I feel a bit stirred." Mu Xinghe wasn't just watching it with a smile. She stepped forward and playfully poked, "You little flirt, flaunting it in front of me." Wrong. "Oh. Sister Mu, at worst, I want strength in you. You be the big one, and it'll be the small one, okay? Don't scratch, I'm ticklish." The scene suddenly became a bit inappropriate. Lu Ziping, who had gone out, didn't notice Lian Jingwu. Only after exiting the private room did he see Lian Jingwu surrounded by a group of students. There weren't many zombies left in the cafeteria, and everyone was animatedly discussing, practically jumping with excitement. The second floor of the cafeteria had been thoroughly cleaned, bodies removed, though bloodstains remained too extensive to erase entirely, so they were left as they were. Lian Jingwu immediately broke free from the crowd and rushed over upon seeing Lu Ziping emerge. "Senior brother, has Wei Xinyu become an evolved one?" "Yes, she's still undergoing evolution. The enhanced serum causes intense pain, it'll take time. I stepped out early to check on things." Lu Ziping replied calmly, his gaze sweeping across the group of students. At his appearance, the chattering crowd fell instantly silent, heads bowed, eyes averted, unwilling to meet his gaze. Lu Ziping's earlier act, crushing a skull beneath his boot, had been brutally visceral, searing itself into everyone's memory. To this group, the young man before them, scarcely older than themselves, inspired, all laced with raw fear. Tan Fanfan trembled slightly at his emergence, lowering her head and clutching Lian Jingwu's arm tightly. Sensing her distress, Lian Jingwu's expression darkened faintly. He gently patted her hand in quiet reassurance. Soon after, Mu Xinghe and Wei Xinyu emerged. The male students present stared transfixed at Wei Xinyu, so much so that Lian Jingwu earned a sharp pinch on his arm from Tan Fanfan for glancing just a moment too long. Lu Ziping sensed the shift immediately. Wei Xinyu's every movement now carried an innate magnetic allure, drawing every eye irresistibly toward her. He activated his detection eye. Name: Wei Xinyu. Level 1. Occupation: none. Ability: enchantment. Wei Xinyu approached Lu Ziping and studied him curiously. "Senior brother, I feel like." "I know." Lu Ziping raised a hand, cutting her off. A thoughtful gleam flickered in his eyes. No wonder in his past life so many mighty cultivators had fallen helplessly beneath Wei Sinyu's charm. With such a gift, winning over men required nothing more than a gesture, and legions would answer her call. But this lifetime would unfold differently. Wei Sinyu blinked. Her face alight with astonishment. How could Lu Ziping possibly know? Lu Ziping smiled faintly. I'll explain it properly when we have time. For now, learn to control your ability. Rein it in. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the students. A girl, slim, strikingly beautiful, clad in ill-fitting clothes, lunged violently at a man, scratching and biting wildly. Slap. A brutal backhand sent her reeling. The man snarled, vicious and unrepentant, filthy whore. Dare bite me. She ignored him completely, launching herself again only to be kicked aside with crushing force. She crumpled hard, unable to rise immediately, yet writhed desperately on the floor. Lu Ziping saw it clearly in her eyes, madness, despair, and a hatred so deep it burned. What's going on? Lu Ziping asked quietly. No one dared speak, until Mu Xinran glanced once at the girl and understood instantly. She said evenly, that girl was one of those violated by those monsters, and judging by his demeanor, this man is one of them. Upon hearing this, Wei Sinyu strode forward without hesitation, her presence radiating an uncanny, intoxicating allure that drew every gaze instinctively toward her. Feeling the weight of their burning attention, Wei Sinyu frowned faintly, then almost reflexively dampened the effect of her ability. The change was immediate. As the intensity of their stares receded, she exhaled softly, relieved. Her mindset had shifted irrevocably. Having chosen rebirth, she would no longer degrade herself, not even under another's gaze. Nor would she tolerate such looks now that she had pledged herself to Lu Ziping. Kneeling beside the girl, she helped her upright and placed an axe into her trembling hands. Here, use this. The man realized his peril. Ignoring the zombies outside, he bolted, but Wei Sinyu would not allow escape. In one fluid stride, she blurred forward like lightning and drove a fist deep into his abdomen. He doubled over instantly, spine arched like a prawn. Wei Sinyu seized his collar, dragged him across the floor, and hurled him unceremoniously before the girl. She ripped off his shirt and stuffed it into his mouth. Then turning to the girl, she declared firmly, he's yours. She was mirroring Lu Ziping's own method, the one he'd used to reclaim them. The girl's bloodshot eyes blazed with hatred, her delicate features twisted into something feral. With a guttural cry, she raised the axe and brought it down with savage force. Thud! A spray of crimson splattered across her face. She bared her teeth in a grim, triumphant smile, revenge at last within reach. Zhang Qing licked the blood from her lips, metallic, faintly sweet. Her eyes narrowed. Once more she lifted the axe. While Lu Ziping and his three companions stood unmoved, everyone else averted their faces, refusing to witness the spectacle directly. They watched only from the corners of their eyes, watching her swing again and again, stubbornly, relentlessly. The two other violated girls huddled silently in the shadows, shivering. Each thunderous impact of axe on flesh sent hearts hammering in terrified rhythm. At last, exhausted beyond endurance, the girl collapsed, her blood-smeared face slack with hollow bewilderment. Wei Sinyu stepped forward, unbothered by the gore, and cupped the girl's face gently. Her gaze locked onto Zhang Qing's. What is your name? Zhang Qing. The girl's voice was flat, vacant, mechanical. Good girl. Come with sister. Wei Sinyu murmured, lifting Zhang Qing into her arms before nodding to Lu Ziping and carrying her away to rest. Lu Ziping nodded, then called out to the others, prepare yourselves. We're heading out to fight. He turned slightly toward Lian Jingwu. That level 1 evolution serum. You want it now, or shall I wait until my skill cooldown completes for enhancement? Enhance it now? I can wait. And besides, I'm no longer afraid of the zombie virus. I can afford to wait. Lian Jingwu didn't hesitate. Why would he ever refuse a chance to grow stronger? Post-evolution physical gains are profound. Entering combat unenhanced would place you at grave disadvantage. Lu Ziping smiled wryly. Fight zombies. That's far too dangerous. No, brother, will you absolutely cannot go. Tan Fanfan clung fiercely to Lian Jingwu's arm, her grip unyielding. Lian Jingwu scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Lu Ziping gave Tan Fanfan a long, penetrating look, then turned and walked away, tossing over his shoulder, I'll wait for you over there. Lu Ziping leaned against the wall nearby, observing the unfolding drama from a distance. Lian Jingwu pleaded fervently, but Tan Fanfan shook her head stubbornly, refusing to release him. Eventually, something he said, and something he pulled from his chest pocket, soothed her. Finally, she kissed his cheek. From afar, Lu Ziping felt Lian Jingwu's elation radiate like heat. A cold, mirthless smile touched his lips. I hope he didn't give her the evolution serum, because if he did, he'll regret it bitterly. The four of them exited the cafeteria, intending to go to the nearest dormitory, gradually clearing their way, gathering enough magic crystals before returning. As they moved along, the few of them intermingled, and with the presence of 3 evolvers, killing zombies in the dormitory building became exceedingly effortless. They cleared from the first floor to the sixth, encountering some survivors along the way, but they paid no heed, leaving only a bit of food before moving on. Lian Jingwu hesitated several times, ultimately refraining from speaking. He wasn't foolish. He followed Lu Ziping because of his outstanding strength, as staying with him provided a greater chance of survival. It had only been a day and he had already obtained the zombie evolution potion. However, Lian Jingwu held his own values. He found it hard to accept Lu Ziping's ruthlessness in disregarding Tan Fanfan's life. Moreover, he could clearly sense that after saving Fanfan in the cafeteria, Lu Ziping's attitude towards him had grown somewhat indifferent, leading Lian Jingwu to grapple with whether to continue following him. After clearing the sixth floor, Lu Ziping counted the magic crystals in his hand. 260 pieces, still needing over 100 more. Mu Xinran had just smashed the last zombie's head. The mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have refreshed a red treasure chest. Please proceed to open it as soon as possible. A map appeared in Lu Ziping's mind, still within the campus, marked with a red, indicating the location of the school administrative building. Lu Ziping glanced at Mu Xinran. It was clear that she had killed the zombie that dropped the treasure chest. It seemed that after forming a bond of loyalty, not only could she randomly gain evolution energy, but treasure chests would also randomly appear. However, the probability of obtaining treasure chests was indeed a bit disappointing. Since yesterday, he had killed close to 200 to 300 zombies, accumulating quite a bit of evolution energy. Yet he hadn't obtained a single treasure chest. His luck was terrible, a nonentity in luck. This treasure chest was indeed dropped by Mu Xinran. Lu Ziping decisively said, "Go to the administrative building." "It's so far, why are we going there?" Lian Jingwu was puzzled, not wanting to stray too far from the cafeteria, having promised Tan Fanfan to return quickly. Lu Ziping did not explain. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu said nothing, immediately changing direction to clear the way, leaving Lian Jingwu with no choice but to follow. However, watching Lu Ziping's back from behind, Lian Jingwu felt somewhat disgruntled. Suddenly, Wei Xinyu recalled something and turned back. "By the way, how did you know there was a glowing box in the supermarket when you were at the library?" "What was that box?" "It could actually produce evolution potions and virus immunity potions." Lu Ziping looked back at her with a glance, remaining silent. Mu Xinran suddenly gave Wei Xinyu a hard knock on the head. "What are you doing? That hurts." Wei Xinyu was somewhat unhappy. A first-level evolver hitting her like that was no joke, and her head buzzed from the impact. Mu Xinran disdainfully said, "It's supposed to hurt. Remember this, don't ask questions so freely." Lian Jingwu was taken aback, feeling as though those words were directed at him. At the front, Lu Ziping smirked. He knew Mu Xinran was just putting on a show for Lian Jingwu. He had lost count of how many times he had marveled inwardly at how truly intelligent Mu Xinran was. While teaching Wei Xinyu a lesson, she also made Lian Jingwu understand that some matters were beyond his reach. The group advanced, not wasting any zombies they encountered, killing all that could be slain. Sometimes when too many zombies were drawn in, and they were about to be surrounded, Lu Ziping drew out his tang knife to carve a path. Twisting and turning the four of them, all students of Cloud City University, quickly shook off the zombies. What do they kill zombies for, and take the magic crystals from their foreheads? They're so powerful. Could it be related to the crystals on the zombies' heads? In a nearby small building, a hooded figure stroked his chin deep in thought. Behind him were 5 or 6 individuals bound and gagged, along with several similarly bound zombies. Keeping them is a waste of food. Oh, let's turn them all into zombies. Another man dressed in sportswear and of robust physique looked at the gray crystal in his hand and remarked, "You handle this. I'll follow these, for they likely know what this crystal is for." "Wait a moment." The hooded man suddenly thought of something and added, "Don't get too caught up in the fun and forget our objective. We are here to find someone, and if we can't find them, not only will we not get paid, but the old master of the Tu family will probably put us on his kill list." "All right." The robust man took out a dagger smeared with zombie black blood, approaching the bound individuals with a sinister grin. Lu Ziping and his group quickly arrived at the entrance of the administrative building. They found a large crowd of zombies gathered there for some unknown reason, mindlessly swaying about. The map provided by the system clearly indicated that the treasure chest was inside the administrative building. Lu Ziping settled down to observe the situation, contemplating how to get in. In front of the administrative building was the usual flag-raising area, a wide square. In this terrain, dealing with a horde of zombies was practically suicidal. They must lure the horde away. Suddenly, a commotion caught Lu Ziping's attention. Not far away on the 3rd floor of a building, someone was slowly climbing down using a rope made of bed sheets, but the length of the rope was too short, leaving them only a few meters above the ground, forcing them to jump down. Fortunately, they can't see the entrance of the administrative building. I bet if they could see the hundreds of zombies at the entrance, they would definitely not dare to leave the dormitory. Wei Xinyu said, watching a group of students seeking survival. Initially, everything went smoothly until one student, while climbing down, reached the bottom and was about to jump, when suddenly a window on the 1st floor shattered and several zombie gray and emaciated arms reached out, wildly waving. The last student caught off guard let go and fell instinctively shouting out loud. Such volume was enough to attract the keen ears of the zombies. That scream acted like a signal, causing all the zombies in the vicinity to rush towards the spot where the individuals were falling, flailing their arms and claws, emitting excited howls. The previously orderly and disciplined students instantly fell into chaos, while those on the third floor tried to pull the sheet rope back up. A student still on the rope gritted their teeth and jumped down directly. The height was not dangerous for their life, but their ankle twisted upon landing, letting out a series of wails. Having lost their ability to move meant they had nearly become the most unfortunate individuals. The stranded student without hesitation sprinted desperately toward Lu Xiping. What the hell? Lu Xiping cursed inwardly. Of all directions, why this one? Yet moments later he confirmed that they were targeting him. Someone had already spotted his hiding place and was frantically waving, shouting for help. Instinctively he wanted to flee. He bore no kinship with these students, panic-stricken, useless in crisis, and quick to abandon their comrades. He felt no sympathy whatsoever. But then he recalled his blade dancer profession, and a subtle shift stirred within him. If I falter, run. If I hold firm, I'll slaughter them all. With that command tossed over his shoulder, he drew his tang sword and stepped forward. The 3 or 4 students brightened at the sight of someone approaching, only for hope to curdle into shock, anguish, and even resentment upon realizing he stood alone. Just one person, fierce-looking perhaps, but behind him loomed nearly 100 zombies. What could one man possibly do? They'd clearly seen several others earlier. Why hadn't they stepped in? A coordinated effort might have bought precious time. Fall back. That was all Lu Xiping managed before brushing past them and charging headlong into the zombie horde. Fortunately, the undead arrived in scattered waves, too dispersed to encircle him. Isolated zombies posed little threat. Even ordinary people could handle them. What truly terrified Lu Xiping was their massed convergence. Without advantageous terrain, one would be worn down and devoured alive. Focusing intently, Lu Xiping instinctively channeled the blazing blade technique through his tang sword. A searing energy surged from within him, coalescing along the blade's edge, warping the very air around it with heat. The zombies, sensing a human rushing toward them, erupted in frenzied howls, only to meet the cold, lethal arc of his blade. The blazing blade technique proved devastatingly effective. At first his body resisted. Minor missteps betrayed the gap between memory and muscle. He'd never physically trained the art before. But adaptation came swiftly. Soon flickering flames began to dance along the tang sword's length. Chop, slash, thrust, parry, pierce, cleave. He executed each motion with effortless mastery. Trails of fire streaked from the blade, igniting zombies on contact, consuming them in roaring infernos. This was the power of a profession compressing years of arduous cultivation into an instant. With his enhanced strength, every close-range zombie shattered, limbs severed, bodies torn asunder. He no longer fixated on decapitation. His tang sword cleaved flesh and bone alike, every strike precise, every wound fatal. He was honing his art upon the undead. His swings accelerated, his movements refined. He could feel his professional proficiency rising, sinking deeper, utterly absorbed. The students, having retreated to Lu Xiping's former hiding spot, froze at the sight of 3 figures clad in tactical jackets, axes gleaming in their hands. One shouted urgently, "Block the zombies behind us," glancing back to gauge their proximity. But what met their eyes left them stunned. A lone man, like a mantis raising its arms against a chariot, had plunged sword first into the zombie throng, surely doomed to be devoured. Yet he not only lived, he carved through them. Flames erupted from his blade, slicing through the undead like wheat beneath a scythe. In mere moments the ground was littered with severed limbs and blackened corpses. How is this possible? The student who'd spoken stared, disbelief etched across his face. The apocalypse had raged for less than 24 hours. And for most it marked a shattering historical rupture, humanity's catastrophic fall from the apex of the food chain. They feared the mutated zombies, fleeing on instinct, until now, when one man shattered their understanding before their very eyes. Predator and prey had reversed roles. Even Mu Xinran and her 2 companions stood dumbfounded. They knew Lu Xiping was formidable. Even after ascending to level 1 evolution, their gap with him remained vast. Yet this display transcended anything they'd ever witnessed. And those flames dancing upon his tang sword, what were they? Was this his long-mentioned profession? Had he acquired it from his last treasure chest? Had his combat prowess truly surged this dramatically? Each silently pondered the question haunting them all: how many more secrets did he conceal? After bisecting a zombie vertically, Lu Xiping glanced up. 10 meters separated him from the nearest undead. He pivoted sharply, retreating, while extracting spirit crystals from fallen foes along the way. A glance at his system interface revealed blazing blade technique. Proficiency 20,100. A surge of elation rose within him, and he paused to consider. Returning to the group, he withdrew a softly luminous book from his robes and tossed it to Mu Xinran. "Take it. Focus your mind on learning." Mu Xinran gazed at the tome, its cover unadorned, yet radiating quiet nobility. Upon it gleamed a frost-laced sword, and beside it 3 bold characters wind sword. Her thoughts raced. This was the same book he'd concealed in the cafeteria. Was it a profession? Lian Jingwu stared, heart pounding with longing. The book's aura screamed rarity and power. Though ignorant of its nature, instinct whispered that anything from Lu Ziping's hands was extraordinary. The newly rescued students watched bewildered, unsure what ritual was unfolding before them. Why are you just standing there? Are you daft? Learn it, now. Wei Xinyu blurted, practically vibrating with impatience. Since dawn she'd shed all restraint. Her tongue now flowed with irreverent wit, an unfiltered charm. Her composure entirely dissolved. Gone was the reserved maiden as she'd opened her heart fully to Mu Xinran, and Lu Ziping often found them chatting animatedly, their bond deepening with every shared word. Mu Xinran took a slow, steadying breath, and willed learn. Instantly the wind sword dissolved into a silvery thread of light, spiraling into her body. A torrent of energy flooded her veins, each pulse sharp as needles piercing skin, followed by an overwhelming wave of euphoric release. She felt her physical strength surging visibly, tangibly. It dwarfed her initial evolutionary ascension. Then the energy settled within her, and a complete martial curriculum imprinted itself upon her consciousness, a sword art, and its complementary footwork indelibly seared into her mind, impossible to forget. This is, Mu Xinran's face was etched with shock. Though she had anticipated her occupational affinity, such a miraculous phenomenon still far exceeded her expectations. Lu Ziping had no time to assess Mu Xinran's physical constitution. He handed her a short sword from his backpack and spoke gravely, "You must now master swordsmanship. Come with me to slay the zombies. Lian Jingwu and Wei Xinyu will cover our rear. Keep your distance. We don't yet know the effective range of Xinran's newly acquired profession. Stay clear of our kill zone." Understood. The 3 nodded in unison. Seeing Lu Ziping and the others turn to depart, the survivors they had just rescued panicked. "What about us? What do we do? You saved us. Surely you'll escort us to safety." A young man in designer attire and gold-rimmed glasses demanded. Lu Ziping cast him a fleeting glance and pointed toward their point of origin. "Make your way to the cafeteria. It was cleared by us moments ago. No zombies remain there. For now it's relatively safe. Go hide there. What if we encounter zombies en route? You're clearly powerful. Why not escort us?" The well-heeled, bespectacled youth grew anxious, raising his voice slightly. Without turning back, Lu Ziping replied coldly, "Slay them yourselves, or you have no right to survive this apocalypse." A horde of zombies from the administrative building nearby had been drawn in. Lu Ziping assumed a battle stance. Heat shimmered around his body and flames erupted along the length of his blade. This was the benefit of heightened proficiency. His blade techniques could now be activated at will. Merely possessing memory did not equate to true mastery. Only when technique became ingrained in muscle memory, when the body fully adapted, could one be said to have truly mastered the profession. Mu Xinran, by contrast, lagged far behind. Though every form resided vividly in her mind, her lack of prior experience lent her movements an unmistakable stiffness. Yet her strikes carried formidable power. She moved with the lightness of a swallow. Each thrust pierced flesh, drawing blood without fail. Occasionally, however, her aim faltered, intending to strike the throat. Her wrist would waver, slightly landing instead upon the shoulder. The 2 were honing their freshly acquired professions on the zombies, while Wei Xinyu and Lian Jingwu had become little more than silent spectators. With Lu Ziping and Mu Xinran clearing the field ahead, not a single zombie remained for the others to engage. Even harvesting spirit crystals would have to wait until the pair paused. Any careless brush against their lethal aura might cost half a life. Mu Xinran grew increasingly adept. Her forms sharpened, each stroke now unfailingly striking the zombie's head. She glanced back at Lu Ziping, eager to show off. Instead, she found him already refining his control. His lethal radius had contracted to a precise 3-meter sphere around his body. The heat radiating from him had noticeably subsided, and the flames along his blade flickered weakly, verging on extinction. Yet the hue of his saber deepened, its crimson glow intensified. This was not due to dwindling energy reserves, but rather his deliberate mastery over output. Slaying zombies required neither overwhelming force nor wasteful expenditure. Such excess would be akin to deploying artillery to swat a mosquito. Mu Xinran's cheeks flushed faintly as she hastily refocused on her practice. Soon the zombies were nearly eradicated. Exhaustion weighed upon her like the final gasp after an 800-meter sprint. As a zombie lunged forward, she strained to raise her sword, but her arm trembled, strength vanished, and she collapsed onto the ground. A streak of fire flashed, her assailant vanished. Lu Ziping extended his hand. After a brief hesitation, Mu Xinran placed hers within it. After pulling her upright and surveying the battlefield, now devoid of zombies, Lu Ziping exhaled slowly, easing his tension. Acquiring a profession is only the beginning. It demands rigorous practice. Merely obtaining it does not instantly confer power. As you demonstrated earlier, initial clumsiness gave way gradually to fluid mastery. Yet you have one critical flaw: you overcommit. Like firing artillery at a mosquito, each strike channels your entire reservoir of energy. Such profligacy depletes you rapidly. The energy coursing through you is intrinsically tied to your physical stamina. The more you expend, the faster your stamina drains. This is precisely why you collapsed. The energy that entered your body upon profession acquisition is wind essence, the elemental force of wind. Once depleted, your wind blade loses its potency, requiring time to replenish. Therefore, avoid oversaturating your blade with wind essence. Your reserves simply cannot sustain prolonged output. Only upon awakening as a wind element awakened one, triggering a surge of innate wind energy, will your capacity dramatically expand. Strive instead to attune yourself to that elemental current within. Though profoundly difficult, once fully integrated into your being, your body may awaken that attribute spontaneously without reliance on an awakening stone. I will also dedicate myself to enhancing your physical endurance. Greater stamina means greater elemental reservoir, and ultimately awakening is inevitable. At first, Mu Xinghe listened intently, reflecting earnestly on her missteps, until suddenly something felt amiss. Glancing down, she realized her hand was still clasped in his. Her companion stood there calmly dissecting their performance, while her own hand remained firmly held. Having never held hands with anyone in this lifetime, Mu Xinghe lifted her gaze to Lu Ziping's profile, and for the first time truly noticed he was quietly handsome. Her heart hammered wildly, adrenaline surged. Nearby, Wei Xinyu observed the scene, not with disapproval, but with a playful wink and a knowing smirk. Mu Xinghe's face burned crimson as she lowered her head, too flustered to match Wei Xinyu's boldness. Noticing her distress, Lu Ziping looked up, and seeing her scarlet cheeks, asked gently, "What's wrong?" His right hand instinctively loosened its grip, lifting slightly, as if to test her forehead. "Do you have a fever? You're already a Tier 1 evolved. Surely not." Blushing furiously, Mu Xinghe ducked away and fled, hurrying to join Wei Xinyu in harvesting spirit crystals. Lu Ziping watched her retreating figure and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. That was close. He'd forgotten to release her hand in the midst of his lecture, but thank heaven I recovered my composure in time. Though Lu Ziping appeared detached and ruthlessly rational toward others when those he cared for were involved, even he could grow uncertain, vulnerable to doubt and fear of loss. Mu Xinghe in his past life had been one such person, and that profound attachment had carried over into this rebirth, manifesting naturally as unwavering care. Lian Jingwu dug for spirit crystals nearby, watching Mu Xinghe with simmering envy. That immense power, he longed for it fiercely. Why should she possess it so effortlessly? Was it merely because she was a woman? Wei Xinyu and Mu Xinghe chatted softly beside him, sharing quiet laughter. Her eyes were limpid and clear, filled only with admiration, utterly free of jealousy. Wei Xinyu knew that she was not suited for the profession of a swordsman. Lu Ziping would surely find her a more fitting occupation. If he didn't give in, she would make a scene, and if that didn't work, she would cry, feigning pity. If all else failed, she would climb into his bed. Who was afraid of whom? In the administrative building nearby, in a meeting room on the 3rd floor, all the people standing by the window looked at the 4 individuals not far away, filled with hope. They witnessed 2 of them take action, completely annihilating the zombies. The leader was even engulfed in flames, a display of combat power that was simply beyond human capability. These 4 clearly headed towards the administrative building. What else could they be doing there? Of course they were there to save people. Among their group were teachers, professors, the principal, and elite students, all of whom were looking for their own. They must be sent by the relevant authorities to rescue us. Oh, otherwise how could they go to such lengths to kill all the zombies in order to enter the administrative building? Moreover, their combat capabilities are outrageous. They must be trained in a national secret program. Someone began to analyze. Yes, they must be here to save us. The principal is still here. Given the principal's status, they will definitely come looking for him. A bespectacled man in a suit subtly flattered the principal. Exactly. Not only the principal, but also so many professors and lecturers, they wouldn't dare not to come. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing, their hearts brimming with hope. Some even leaned out of the window, waving and shouting at the 4. Roar! Bang! The roar and banging of zombies outside interrupted the discussion, plunging the meeting room into silence once again. Everyone unconsciously moved towards the corners. If it weren't for the thick door of the meeting room, the zombies would have already broken through. The banging of the zombies continued incessantly. The zombies outside seemed to sense there was delicious food inside and refused to give up. Some female students, unable to withstand the pressure, covered their mouths and sobbed softly. At that moment, everyone in the meeting room silently prayed for the arrival of the group from earlier. With Lu Ziping's keen hearing, he certainly heard someone calling his name. He looked up, but found no source of the sound. Ignoring it, he focused on digging out the magic crystals and glanced at the crystals in his backpack. He had already gathered enough totaling 400 that would suffice for now, so there was no need to specifically hunt zombies. Of course, he wouldn't pass up magic crystals that came from zombies blocking their path. While collecting the crystals, Lu Ziping recalled something. You guys didn't bring your backpacks. Huh, no. With the boss carrying one backpack, isn't that enough? Wei Xinyu asked in confusion. Lu Ziping replied softly, in this apocalypse, trust no one. Leaving the backpack behind is acceptable, but it is essential to ensure that the most important items on one's person are not left behind, including weapons, evolution agents, food, and so on. It's only been 2 days since the apocalypse began. You all may not yet feel the importance of food. Within 3 days, a person's dignity, body, and even life can be bought with a few pieces of bread. Saying this, Lu Ziping cast a meaningful glance at Lian Jingwu. Never trust humanity in the apocalypse. Enough. Can you stop seeing everyone as so vile? Your mind is filled with evil thoughts. Have you read too many apocalypse novels? Lian Jingwu's voice was a bit agitated. He was indeed feeling somewhat anxious, using words to cover it up. Just before they set out, he had left his evolution agent with Tan Fanfan, asking her to keep it safe until Lu Ziping could help strengthen it upon their return. But with Lu Ziping's words, that won't happen. Fanfan is such a good person as she wouldn't mess with my things, Lian Jingwu said to Lu Ziping, his eyes filled with determination. This was almost a form of self-hypnosis. However, Lian Jingwu still felt a bit anxious. After all, Lu Ziping had never been wrong. Lu Ziping smiled slightly, not rebutting, and confidently marched towards the administrative building. When I return, I will prove to you that I am right. Lian Jingwu shouted at Lu Ziping's back. The zombies they encountered along the way were left for Mu Xinran, who had regained some wind elemental energy to practice her skills. Upon entering the administrative building, they were met with a scene of brutality, but those who had been to the library and cafeteria had little reaction. Lu Ziping glanced at the map and saw he was very close to the red, indicating that the red equipment treasure chest was indeed in the administrative building. However, the internal corridors were particularly numerous, resembling a maze. He remembered the first time he came here to pay fees, he circled around and couldn't find the room at all. After that, he never returned to the administrative building. It was said that a renowned foreign designer incorporating China's traditional 5 elements and Bagua theories had designed it. Lu Ziping showed a hint of helplessness on his face and said to Mu Xinran, "You're familiar with this place. You lead the way and search floor by floor." Mu Xinran agreed, but suddenly felt something was off. How did he know that she came to the administrative building often? Mu Xinran was certain she had never met Lu Ziping before. Could it be that Lu Ziping had a crush on her and was stalking her? It's undeniable that women sometimes have wildly erratic thoughts. Like now, Mu Xinran was distracted while leading the way. Lu Ziping had reminded her several times along the way. You're thinking too much. They searched the second floor, but found no survivors. The zombies had killed many, and almost every room resembled a slaughterhouse. Blood splattered on the ceilings, with computers, desks, and other office supplies scattered on the floor. Lu Ziping spotted more than a dozen smartphones that were quite valuable before the apocalypse. Last night, while the internet was still running, Lu Ziping tried to call his sister, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't get through, which made his heart sink considerably. Although his sister Lu Anren had successfully lived for 5 years before his rebirth, he was sure she would be fine this time as well. However, the inability to contact her still made him anxious. If it weren't for seeing the profession, Holy Light, Guardian Angel at the exchange point, and given that the treasure chest couldn't be discarded, he would definitely not have lingered. He didn't know what was inside the treasure chest, but he was certain it contained good items. Also, there was that profession with a prefix. If Lu Ziping remembered correctly, the owner of this profession in his past life was quite renowned nationwide. He was hailed as the Holy Doctor. If possible, Lu Ziping still wanted to acquire this profession. Soon the four reached the 3rd floor. As soon as they stepped onto the 3rd floor, they saw numerous zombies charging at them. With Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu holding their ground, Lu Ziping felt at ease, providing support from the back. Before reaching level 4, it was still quite easy for evolvers of the same level to kill zombies. If one possesses certain skills, defeating a horde of zombies can sometimes be achieved effortlessly. Moreover, Mu Xinran is the possessor of elemental abilities, so Lu Ziping is not worried about any danger for the two. However, seeing numerous corpses with their skulls hollowed out along the way made Lu Ziping feel uneasy, prompting him to remain vigilant. Soon they came across a door that the zombies had been relentlessly banging against. It was sturdy and only slightly deformed. The zombies' stubbornness indicates that there are people inside, likely quite a few. Lu Ziping intended to approach and ask a couple of them if they had seen any treasure chests. The red dot on the map coincided with his position, indicating that the treasure chest was nearby. Having already searched the 1st and 2nd floors, Lu Ziping did not wish to continue climbing to find it on the 3rd floor. The administrative building was quite convoluted. After all, he felt a bit tired. During his practice of the fiery blade technique, his internal fire elemental abilities had been significantly depleted and had not yet recovered, indirectly leading to his fatigue. He needed a moment to rest. Just as they were nearing the door to the room, an unexpected event occurred. While Mu Xinran pierced the zombie's head with her sword, Wei Xinyu swung an axe into another zombie's skull. A figure suddenly appeared beside the four of them, moving with a speed that rivaled Lu Ziping's enhanced abilities, if not surpassing them. A wave of bloody stench surged forward, accompanied by a pair of blood-soaked claws. Lu Ziping's pupils contracted. He reacted, instantly stepping forward to shield Mu Xinran. With a flick of his tang knife, a faint red flame ignited. The zombie seemed to sense the danger, abandoning the attempt to ambush, retracting its arms swiftly. Lu Ziping positioned himself in front of the three, cautiously observing the zombie before him. An unprecedented sense of crisis welled up within him. The white magic crystal on the zombie's forehead was exceedingly glaring. This was a second-tier zombie. The flesh on this zombie was no longer decayed, and its musculature was significantly more taut. Its lower body was particularly robust, with well-defined muscles that indicated great strength, which contrasted with its upper body. It was unexpected that less than a day into the apocalypse, a second-tier zombie had already appeared, and this one was among the best of its kind. This inevitably reminded Lu Ziping of the corpses he had seen earlier with their skulls hollowed out. It seemed that zombies, or mutated flora and fauna, had discovered a rapid evolution method. In his past life, Lu Ziping, like many survivors, had complained about the unfairness of the apocalypse. One aspect of this unfairness was the distinct differences between human evolution and that of other life forms. Though after the apocalypse, humans, utilizing their intelligence and means, had created evolution potions and manufactured magic crystal weapons. They even transcended moral boundaries to create genetic warriors and clones, yet it remained a fact that human evolution could not escape the constraints of exchange points. Only before level 4 are evolution potions required. Beyond that, evolution potions are no longer available, but aside from evolution potions, other potions, skills, and equipment also require acquisition through exchange points. Exchange points remain a significant source of food for humans, especially in the early days of the apocalypse, when they could not engage in production. Even some items at high-level exchange points can automatically restore exchange counts, but this takes time and has substantial limitations. Moreover, certain special abilities are rare and irrecoverable, such as the profession Lu Ziping had his eye on, the Holy Light, Guardian Angel. This is undoubtedly a unique profession. One could say that humans are constrained by exchange points. This miraculous entity is both a hope for survival and a shackle. In contrast, other organisms that have evolved due to the virus do not share this limitation. Their evolution appears to be entirely natural. As they enhance their attributes in all dimensions, some exceptionally gifted zombies may also develop unique abilities, and the one before him possessed such a special ability. Lu Ziping had already used his detection eye to investigate. This was a second-tier speed-type, evolved zombie. His expression turned extremely grim. Speed enhancement is one of the most common types of enhanced zombies and is also one of the most troublesome in the early stages. Every evolution represents a tremendous leap for life itself. The combat strength of second-tier zombies surpasses that of ordinary first-tier zombies. They have regained some of their instincts from before their demise and possess an innate talent for hunting. More importantly, zombies are inherently unafraid of death, possessing powerful speed post-evolution, making them capable of exhausting others through a trade of injuries. Lu Ziping estimated that this zombie's speed was at least 30 milliseconds. Such speed was something Lu Ziping could not match, and if it set its sights on Mu Xinran and the others, he would have no way to stop it. Lu Ziping subtly prevented Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu from advancing, urging them to wait for an opportunity in the back. He began to use evolution energy on the system page to increase his own speed. As the evolution energy was consumed frantically, his speed value continued to rise. Ding. Speed has reached 20 milliseconds. Level 1 speed can no longer increase. Please continue evolving, host. Surprisingly, there was a limitation. Once speed reached 20, it hit a ceiling. Although he still lagged about 10 units behind, this undoubtedly gave Lu Ziping some confidence in blocking this second-tier speed-type, evolved zombie. In fact, it was merely a matter of an instant. Just as Lu Ziping finished his operations, the evolved zombie in front moved its feet, transforming into a phantom as it lunged at Lu Ziping. Lu Ziping advanced, and the recently increased speed allowed him to barely keep up with the zombie's movements in a limited range. With the tang knife raised, the intense energy within the blade remained unspent, and as he swung at the second-tier speed, evolved zombie, the air around the blade warped slightly. The zombie's claws collided with the tang knife, and sparks flew in an instant. Crack! Several crisp sounds echoed. Lu Ziping felt an unstoppable force surge towards him, making it impossible to remain standing. Uncontrollably retreating, he quickly pushed off the ground with both legs to leverage his movement, continually backpedaling while dissipating the force. The zombie stood in place, observing its broken claws, letting out an enraged roar. The white magic crystal on its forehead emitted a faint glow. Its ambush attack had failed to kill its enemy. This man had blocked its attack, igniting its fury. It wanted to tear this man apart. Having gained some intelligence, it could feel that devouring the brains of the three before it would allow it to evolve even further, far surpassing the dozens of human brains it had consumed before. Lu Ziping finally eased his force, steadying his breath as he stared at the Tier 2 zombie before him, slightly winded. With his current Tier 1 strength, he could handle ordinary Tier 2 zombies, but facing an enhanced Tier 2 still stretched his limits. Human defenses were pitifully low. The system interface offered no defensive stat, meaning Lu Ziping's defense was essentially zero in the system's calculations. He had to be exceedingly cautious. One graze could be fatal, one touch could wound him. The zombie and Lu Ziping faced each other in the corridor littered with corpses. The Tier 2 zombie also hesitated, wary of the white Tang Dao in Lu Ziping's hand and unwilling to rush in recklessly. Lu Ziping dared not move rashly. This Tier 2 speed far outmatched his. He could manage small defensive blocks, but launching an active assault was out of the question. Mu Xinran and the other two stood a short distance behind Lu Ziping, sweat beading on their brows. As Lu Ziping and the Tier 2 zombie standoff continued among the mounds of dead, everyone inside the meeting room held their breath. They had heard the earlier chopping sounds, and now there was silence. No one could guess what was happening. The meeting room door was firmly propped by several large tables. No one dared approach the classroom door to peer through the small window and see the scene outside. They all waited in hushed suspense. Suddenly, the Tier 2 zombie in front of Lu Ziping crouched back slightly. Lu Ziping's expression shifted as he spoke. Xinran, when he lunges, target his joints. Wei Xinyu and Lian Jingwu, clear the area. Don't let any other zombies close in on us. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Ziping produced a small red vial and injected it into his arm. Instantly, his veins bulged, muscles swelled with blood, his frame seemed to gain a few more inches, and his eyes went bloodshot. Lu Ziping felt an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through him, a pressure that begged to be unleashed. He fixed his gaze on the Tier 2 zombie and taunted it with a casual flourish of the Tang Dao. A roar burst from the Tier 2 zombie as its powerful legs drove it forward toward Lu Ziping. Flames leapt along the Tang Dao as Lu Ziping poured every ounce of his fire affinity into the blade. He adopted the opening posture of the flame blade technique, sinking his center of gravity and gathering force. Veins stood out on his brow as he awaited the zombie's arrival. Mu Xinran circled to the side, searching for an opening. She had to wait until the creature paused. She couldn't track a moving Tier 2 with her eyes, let alone engage it in combat. The Tier 2 leapt, body lifting off the ground. Its combat instincts were keen. It sensed that the man before it had already grown dangerous from the power it had just perceived. The zombie swung its claws with everything it had, intent on a decisive strike to take Lu Ziping down in one blow. Unluckily for it, it had chosen an opponent seasoned in battle, Lu Ziping. Moments earlier, after injecting the combustion serum, Lu Ziping's novice proficiency in the flame blade technique had reached its cap, unlocking the novice skill Flame Slash. Lu Ziping slid his foot to the left by a hair's breadth to evade the claw, then flipped his grip so the blade rested reverse in his hand. With a forceful turn of his waist, he spun violently. The blade erupted in a searing corona of fire that held dense and unbroken as the Tang Dao sliced through the air. The strike's power surged past 3,000 points. Flame blasted outward. The Tier 2 realized its peril and tried to veer away, but it was too late. It raised its right arm to shield its face and twisted its body slightly. Lu Ziping's Tang Dao cleaved through it, as if cutting tofu, severing the zombie's right arm and half its shoulder cleanly. Lu Ziping's momentum carried him far forward in the aftermath. Mu Xinran, timing the moment the zombie hit the ground, stepped in and drove her short sword into the creature's knee from behind. Her wind sword novice proficiency had not yet maxed, as she could not unlock the novice wind sword skill. She poured every scrap of wind element energy into the short sword, the blade's tip quivering with barely contained power. Although the Tier 2 had some defense, it could not withstand Mu Xinran's full-strength thrust. With a sharp sound, the short sword plunged through the knee joint and emerged from the back, piercing cleanly. The combustion serum had not yet worn off. Lu Ziping exhaled, flashed back to Mu Xinran's side, and scooped her up as she tried to retreat, rolling with her toward the flank. A thunderous crash followed. The zombie's intact left arm landed where Mu Xinran had just been, smashing a great crater into the corridor. Lying on the ground, Mu Xinran glanced back at the crater, her skin prickling with dread. If she had still been there a moment ago, she would have been pulverized. Wei Xinyu and Lian Jingwu hurried up to the pair, wary faces trained on the Tier 2. Though this zombie had evolved, quicker and stronger, it still did not transcend human structural limits. Except for those with bizarre evolutionary mutations, creatures below Tier 3 remained bound by human anatomy. Joints still served as their weakness. The fallen Tier 2 scrambled to its feet and roared at the four of them. Zombies lacked the sensation of pain, yet this more intelligent Tier 2 emitted frantic cries threaded with something like fear. Its lethal swiftness had vanished once Mu Xinran's short sword pierced its leg joint. It now limped awkwardly, its threat to Lu Ziping's group greatly diminished. Lu Ziping let out a breath of relief. The combustion serum's effect had been tremendous. In his earlier exertion, he had nearly exhausted all the flame energy within him. After such a strike, his internal balance was unsettled. He needed a moment to steady himself before he could continue fighting. Though the blow had been devastating, it had not struck a fatal spot. Zombies do not die easily from non-cranial wounds. The horror of advanced zombies lay precisely in this. Unless their brains were destroyed, severed limbs and broken bodies could retain combat effectiveness, and given time, they might even regenerate lost appendages. The higher the tier, the more terrifying their regenerative capability. Had Mu Xinran not struck with that blade, the unlucky target might have been Lu Ziping himself. Seeing the zombie attempt to retreat, Lu Ziping leveraged the remaining effect of the combustion serum and charged forward with his Tang Dao raised. A speed-evolved zombie without speed was like a tiger without claws. After Lu Ziping circled it, he cleaved its head from its shoulders. Only after confirming the Tier 2 was truly dead did Lu Ziping finally collapse to the ground. In that critical moment, Lu Ziping's flame slash had burned through his internal flame energy and left his stamina on the verge of exhaustion. His body felt hollow. He had been fighting solely on the serum's effect. Now finally letting go, he sat down and breathed raggedly. The other three stared at the corpse of the Tier 2 on the floor, their faces pale with lingering fear. Digging out the white magic crystal from the forehead of the second-level zombie, Lu Ziping felt a hint of excitement. He couldn't help but think about where the nearest second-level exchange point was in his mind. However, Lu Ziping quickly abandoned this idea. The second-level exchange point contains everything below the second level, including first-level evolution potions. But the prices are much higher than those at the first-level exchange point. Most second-level weapons and equipment require second-level magic crystals, which Lu Ziping cannot afford. He decided to wait until the evolutionary level of zombies and mutated plants and animals generally rises to the second level. Lu Ziping vaguely remembered that there was a particularly powerful SPE-type zombie near Yunqing University back in the day. It was said to have evolved to the 7th level, crossing 2 major thresholds on the evolutionary path, but he wasn't sure if it was the same one. If it is, then one could only say that this guy had rather poor luck in this life encountering the almost overpowered Lu Ziping. He carefully stored the second-level magic crystal and cleaned up the battlefield. After resting for a while, Lu Ziping experienced a period of weakness after the effects of the explosive potion wore off. Fortunately, his physical condition had been strengthened by the system, so he wasn't too weak. A while later, there was a sound of moving tables and chairs in the conference room. The door to the conference room opened slightly, and a small head peeked out looking down the corridor. "Are you here to rescue us?" Lu Ziping, while digging out the magic crystal, looked at the little girl with glasses who appeared somewhat dazed and cute, and softened his voice, saying, "Please open the door. The zombies have all been killed." "Don't open the door yet. Go out and check if they are really all dead." A male voice came from behind the little girl. The little girl dared not resist, timidly opening the door to come out. Seeing the ground littered with incomplete zombie corpses, she almost burst into tears. "They're all dead. I hurry and open the door. I'm scared." "I don't believe you. Take a good look again." The man's voice came from behind the door. Lian Jingwu frowned. He truly couldn't stand this behavior. A grown man was actually sending a little girl out to check the situation. What if there was a zombie that hadn't died? That little girl definitely wouldn't survive. He stepped forward and kicked the door to the conference room. Bang! Ouch! The people behind were caught off guard. The door was kicked open and the person behind it fell to the ground. "Who dares to open the door like this? Do you know who I am?" As Lu Ziping and the others entered the conference room, they saw a man in an expensive suit wearing glasses, slicked back hair, and gel, shouting arrogantly on the ground. He had already confirmed that the zombies outside had been cleared out and that there would be no more zombies. Wei Xinyu glanced at the suited man, her eyes revealing disdain. Lu Ziping paid him no mind at all. He had seen many who would cower at the sight of zombies. The suited man was about to speak when he raised his head and saw Wei Xinyu, suddenly at a loss for words, greed flashing in his eyes. Wei Xinyu frowned and retracted her ability according to the methods taught by Lu Ziping. However, the heat in the man's eyes did not diminish much. In the corner, more than 20 people looked at them with grateful eyes. At this moment, an elderly man wearing glasses and appearing dignified stepped forward and asked Lian Jingwu, who was at the front, "Thank you for clearing out the zombies outside. May I ask if you are here as government rescue personnel?" Lian Jingwu, who was at the front, said nothing, silently stepping aside to reveal Lu Ziping. The old man was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. It turned out that this handsome young man, who was not particularly tall, was the leader. "This is truly young." Mu Xinran looked at the elderly man in surprise. Tu Xinghe was also a little surprised to hear a girl call him principal, but he wasn't too shocked. As the principal of Yunqing University, it was common for people to call him that due to his widespread influence. He did not recognize that the girl before him was Mu Xinran. "Grandpa, sure it's me, Xinran." Mu Xinran's tone clearly carried joy. Her grandfather and Tu Xinghe were close friends, and the two families had a good relationship. Tu Xinghe had also taken good care of Mu Xinran at school. She never expected to encounter someone familiar here. Xinran. Shi Xingde finally reacted, examining her closely. Though her demeanor had changed greatly, he could still see the resemblance to Mu Xinran in her features. It was no wonder Shi Xingde did not recognize her. When a person begins to evolve, their body tends to change towards perfection. Even those with ordinary looks would become extremely beautiful after becoming advanced evolvers. It's really you, Mu girl. How did you? Shi Xingde was quite surprised. Mu Xinran took a step forward, wanting to hug Shi Xingde, but then thought of the blood covering her body and stopped looking at him excitedly. It was truly a great surprise to meet Shi Xingde here after the apocalypse. By the way, Grandpa Shi, let me introduce you to Lu Ziping, also a student of Yunqing University. He is the one who saved us. Mu Xinran pulled Shi Xingde's hand to Lu Ziping, and her title had quietly changed. Lu Ziping smiled inwardly. It seemed Mu Xinran wanted to keep Shi Xingde around. It was understandable. In the apocalypse, encountering someone close to you certainly made one want to keep them nearby. Lu Ziping himself still had to go look for his sister. Shi Xingde looked at Lu Ziping filled with admiration. He had also seen the fiery figure earlier and hadn't expected it to be a student. I originally thought it was the government sending someone to rescue us, but I didn't expect it to be a few youths killing zombies as if they were in a no man's land. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. However, there was a bit of disappointment in Shi Xingde's heart. Since they weren't government personnel, it ultimately felt less secure. But he did not voice this thought, and praised Lu Ziping instead. After all, he had come a long way to rescue them. Lu Ziping, psychologically no longer a young person, felt no special regard for facing a university president. For Mu Xinran Sake, he exchanged a few polite words with Shi Xingde. Then he stepped forward and asked the crowd in the corner, "Has anyone seen a box red in color, size uncertain, but rather antique, that glows?" "Nope, haven't seen it. By the way, do you have any food in your backpack? Could you give me some? I can buy it." "What do you need a box for? Hurry and take us away from here. Give us some food. We're about to starve to death." No one paid him any mind. They had all heard what Principal Shi had said earlier. Upon realizing that this youth was not from the government, but rather a student from their own school, the crowd's mindset shifted slightly. Many present were professors and instructors, inherently regarding students as socially inferior. Moreover, having gone without food for so long, and now learning that all zombies outside had been eradicated, everyone was desperate to venture out in search of sustenance. Few paid any attention to Lu Ziping. Watching the crowd's utter indifference, Lu Ziping's brow furrowed and his voice rose. "I didn't come here to save you. Leave if you wish, I won't stop you. But tell me, have any of you seen a red crate?" Silence fell instantly. Those who had been about to demand food froze mid-sentence. Clearly none had anticipated that this man, who had slain every zombie and stormed the administrative building, sought nothing more than a crimson crate. Shi Xingde was equally taken aback and glanced sideways at Mu Xinran. Mu Xinran murmured softly, "Grandfather Shi, everything has changed since the apocalypse. We came not to rescue anyone, but to retrieve something. Please remain silent. I can only guarantee your safety. The rest are beyond my concern. Besides, even the four of us couldn't possibly escort them all." Shi Xingde opened his mouth to address Lu Ziping again, only for Mu Xinran to gently grasp his arm and shake her head. From the corner, voices erupted. "What if we encounter zombies outside? You look vaguely familiar. What class are you in? Is this how you show respect to your teachers, eh?" Lu Ziping watched the crowd berate him with self-righteous indignation, and his patience frayed further with each passing second. "I know where the crate is." A clear, melodious voice pierced the tension, igniting a spark of sharp interest in Lu Ziping's weary eyes. A woman stepped forward, nearly 170 centimeters tall. She wore a pale pink scalloped long-sleeve top and form-fitting light blue jeans, her attire accentuating a flawless silhouette. Her face bore no makeup, her hair was neatly arranged, her skin immaculate and luminous, unmarred by dust or grime. An undeniably stunning beauty. Having grown accustomed to women caked in filth and being drenched himself in zombie gore, Lu Ziping was momentarily struck by her pristine composure, a fleeting glint of admiration crossing his gaze. "Teacher Shi." A man beside her voiced tentative recognition, his tone laced with quiet admiration, a devoted admirer unmistakably. Lu Ziping's momentary awe dissolved, instantly restoring his usual detachment. After all, he had encountered countless beauties in his past life, and even now standing just behind him was Wei Xinyu, her face no less exquisite, her figure even more striking. "Where's the red crate?" Lu Ziping demanded directly. His sole intent was to obtain the information and depart without delay. He had grown utterly weary of this crowd, brave only in their own echo chamber, yet paralyzed with fear at the mere sight of a zombie. Others sensed something critical. If this man learned the truth, he would almost certainly turn and leave, abandoning them once more to their entrapment. They were already ravenous and parched, left thus they would starve to death in the classroom, even without falling prey to zombies. Taking a slow, steadying breath, teacher, she fixed her gaze on Lu Ziping. "I'll tell you, but you must lead us out." Shi Zhiqi rarely resorted to coercion, but survival demanded it now. Everyone had witnessed Lu Ziping's terrifying prowess firsthand. His sole objective was retrieving that crate. Once she revealed its location, he would unquestionably depart, leaving them doomed. Lu Ziping let out a cold laugh, and without hesitation raised his blood-smeared tang sword, pressing its edge against the slender alabaster column of her throat. Thick black zombie blood smeared directly across Tu Xinghe's delicate neck. What are you doing? Release Teacher Xi. Don't you know this is illegal, eh? Teacher Xi commanded considerable popularity, especially among the men, many of whom rushed to her defense. Lu Ziping ignored them entirely. His deep, unblinking eyes locked onto hers as he spoke, voice devoid of warmth. Tell me, or I'll kill you and find it myself. The icy words cut through the clamor, silencing the professors and instructors at once. How dare you? This exchange is perfectly fair. Tu Xinghe's face flushed crimson. Whether from fury or fear, it was impossible to tell. She intended to reason with him, convinced such a bargain was equitable and just. She had not expected him to reject it outright. In this world there is no justice, only strength and weakness. Lu Ziping delivered the apocalyptic world's unvarnished creed to these still hopeful souls, and resolved not to waste another second. These professors, and the few students among them, had been luminaries in peacetime society, yet they clung fiercely to life, lacking true courage, evidenced by their choice to hide rather than fight their way free. Faced with Lu Ziping's drawn blade, they dared not resist. Only Tu Xinghe possessed both grit and intelligence. She knew their collective chances of escape were vanishingly slim without this man's aid. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her trembling fear and stared back at him defiantly, large eyes unflinching, resolve unbroken. You must save us, or kill me and search for it alone. Her voice trembled, but held firm. Lu Ziping studied the beautiful teacher before him, her body quivering faintly, yet still fighting for everyone else. A sudden whimsical smile flickered across his lips, and he activated his detection eye. Instantly his pupils contracted. To her right, the first line of text shimmered into view: name, Tu Xinghe, light attribute, dormant. It meant she possessed an innate light attribute talent, yet remained unawakened, likely hindered by her fragile physical constitution. Once she ascended to evolutionary status, she would awaken, just as Wei Xinyu had, and her awakened ability would be the rare and potent light attribute. To detect her latent attribute before she evolved indicated a talent of unparalleled caliber. Lu Ziping's mind raced, calculations crystallizing. He lowered the tang sword, drawing a collective sigh of relief from the room, though that breath had barely escaped before tension surged anew. Flames suddenly erupted along the blade, and its searing tip swung toward a male instructor wearing gold-rimmed spectacles. Hey, what are you doing? Put it down immediately. The man was the very one who had condemned Lu Ziping most vehemently moments earlier. Though baffled by the origin of the flames, he had witnessed their lethal power firsthand. Now under that blazing, unwavering point, his muscles locked rigid, his back drenched in cold sweat, his body frozen in place. Tell me, or I will kill them one by one. Lu Ziping tilted his head slightly, gazing at Tu Xinghe with a cold, ruthless smile. Or I could simply hand you all over to the zombies. His calm words sent chills crawling up the spines of everyone present, and icy dread permeated the air. Lu Ziping was not bluffing. He would act without hesitation. Every survivor who had endured the apocalypse understood one truth: the heart must be unyielding. Aside from the few kin and brothers who held sacred space in his heart, Lu Ziping showed no mercy to anyone else. The sheer terrifying finality of his intent broke the man's composure. Teacher Xi, tell him. Please, he pleaded. Yes, Teacher Xi, he's a demon. Stop clinging to silence. It's not your life at stake. What if I die? Then you become the murderer. Can you live with that? Others joined in urging Tu Xinghe to reveal the crate's location, utterly abandoning their earlier unity and shared resolve. In that moment, Tu Xinghe became their enemy, not Lu Ziping. Tu Xinghe, standing beside Mu Shiran, stared in stunned disbelief. Lian Jingwu watched Lu Ziping's back from the classroom doorway, his brow deeply furrowed. Each of Lu Ziping's actions pushed harder against his moral limits. Tu Xinghe's face fell with profound disappointment. She had stood defiant before this monstrous figure, not for herself, but for all of them. Yet instead of standing with her, they surrendered their fleeting safety to immediate threats, short-sighted fools blind to consequence. Still she held firm, believing that persistence alone would force the man to yield. Lu Ziping raised his blade, flames erupted violently along its edge, poised to launch into the crowd at any instant. That single motion ignited panic among the onlookers. Suddenly, a female teacher's trembling voice pierced the silence. It's in the room across the hall. I saw a flash of crimson light through the window while chatting with Teacher Xi. Tu Xinghe closed her eyes in anguish, hope extinguished. She had bargained her very life, holding a knife to her throat to shield them, and yet they had surrendered her sole leverage without hesitation. Perhaps in their minds, barricading themselves once more in the conference room and waiting for rescue seemed safer than being slaughtered one by one. Lu Ziping lowered his blade and smiled faintly at Tu Xinghe. Lead the way. Tu Xinghe walked forward in dazed silence while her colleagues collectively exhaled in relief, the suffocating pressure finally lifting. Only Mu Xiran watched Tu Xinghe intently scanning her from head to toe and back again, then curling her lips in quiet disdain. Humph, another one. Little Mu, what did you say? Tu Xinghe asked. Nothing at all, Grandpa, sure. Mu Xiran playfully stuck out her tongue. Lu Ziping watched mildly surprised. He had never seen her adopt such a delicate girlish mannerism. What about them? Tu Xinghe turned toward the cluster of professors and teachers, his expression heavy with compassion. Lian Jingwu also fixed Lu Ziping with a sharp, unwavering gaze. His nature recoiled at the thought of abandoning these people. Lu Ziping halted, turning to face the group of highly educated individuals huddled in the corner. Zombies below the 3rd floor are already dead. Step through this door, arm yourselves, cut down every zombie in your path, and make it to the cafeteria. Only then will you earn the right to survive in this apocalypse. But, Lian Jingwu began. There is no but. Remember, this is the apocalypse. Does a person who trembles at the sight of a zombie truly deserve to live? I am no philanthropist. I refuse to sustain a pack of useless mouths waiting only to be fed. Lu Ziping roared directly at Lian Jingwu. He felt deep disappointment in Lian Jingwu. Clinging to hollow principles and sentimental pity in the apocalypse was not virtue, it was sheer folly. To carry such cowards, people too terrified even to face zombies, would only doom his entire group. Lian Jingwu fell silent. Tu Xinghe, hearing those words, felt a strange, unsettling surge rise within her. Useless. The 6 of them exited the conference room and navigated a wide detour before finally reaching the door of the room containing the treasure chest. At the sight of the chest, Lu Ziping allowed himself a rare, genuine smile. After securing it, he did not open it immediately. Instead, he decided first to return to the cafeteria. Though still smoldering from his earlier outburst, Lu Ziping's commanding presence remained undiminished, but despite their burning curiosity, none dared ask what lay inside. More zombies gathered along the way, but with Mu Xiran clearing the path ahead, no serious threat emerged. Lu Ziping made no deliberate effort to rescue others. Yet as they fought their way out of the administration building, the sound of battle drew numerous survivors to join them. Among them were several people Tu Xinghe had tried to protect moments earlier, and Lu Ziping offered no objection. Shaolin, do you know this person? A bespectacled professor asked a student beside him. Yes, I'm in his class. His name is Lu Ziping. He's usually reserved, rarely speaks, so we've had little interaction. I don't know him well. But there's one thing you should know. He's the one who clashed with the wealthy heir Tu Xinghe over a woman. Only then did the group realize Lu Ziping was the infamous protagonist behind the campus-wide scandal. Yet amid the murmurs, a discordant voice rose. A middle-aged man who'd just been threatened at blade point. Fighting a rich heir over a woman. How could he possibly be a good man? Reactions flickered across the crowd. Skepticism, doubt, unease. More zombies approaching from that side. Let's go. Some zombies, drawn earlier by the commotion, had circled back, now advancing steadily toward the survivors. Panic flared anew. To the cafeteria, now. At that cry, the group scattered in a rush toward the dining hall. By then, Lu Ziping was nearly back at the cafeteria. The journey had been smooth, and Tu Xinghe found herself regarding the slender, handsome young man with newfound respect. At first, the sight of corpses strewn across the ground had overwhelmed her. She'd vomited more than once. But soon she began noticing patterns. Tu Xinghe possessed exceptional intellect, and she quickly discerned that Lu Ziping was deliberately training them, sharpening combat awareness, refining zombie-killing techniques, enforcing post-battle discipline. Clearly, he was imparting survival not as instinct, but as rigorous, principled instruction. She sensed in him an innate aura of authority, an unspoken command that inspired instinctive trust. Along the way, Lu Ziping had dispatched Mu Xiran and Wei Xinyu to distant vantage points to eliminate visible zombies, clearly ensuring the path behind them remained safer for the trailing survivors. This realization dramatically altered Tu Xinghe's impression of Lu Ziping. She would have had no idea that Lu Ziping's sole motive was to acquire a few more magic crystals. Yet an incident occurred along their return journey that left Tu Xinghe puzzled. Midway, Lu Ziping suddenly ordered the team to double back, then gleefully slaughtered zombies in the wake of a fleeing crowd. Once that group became trapped and immobilized by a zombie horde, Lu Ziping rushed forward again to clear a path, repeating this maneuver several times. And each time the fleeing survivors gratefully thanked him. Gradually, Tu Xinghe discerned his true intent. Her face flushed with fury as she shouted at Lu Ziping, "You're using those people ahead as bait to lure out the zombies, aren't you?" Lu Ziping merely curled his lips in disdain and ignored her. Mu Xinren and Wei Xinyu watched her coldly, leaving Tu Xinghe seething with resentment. Lian Jingwu sighed deeply, saying nothing, but his profound disappointment was unmistakable. Later on the road, they encountered 3 male students, Tu Xinghe's own pupils. As if determined to oppose Lu Ziping at every turn, she pulled the 3 students aside and marched separately, declaring she needed no protection from him and could not bear his contemptible demeanor. Lu Ziping responded only with a chilling sneer. He made no effort to stop the naive Tu Xinghe, simply letting her go, unmoved, unbothered. Yet barely 20 meters away, 3 zombies lunged after them. The 3 students turned desperately toward Lu Ziping's group for help, but he stood motionless, watching them with icy indifference. Why beg that demon? Zombies are easy to kill. We just did it without breaking a sweat. Tu Xinghe clenched her teeth, gripping a broken table leg, her voice fierce despite the tremor in her hands. We can do it too. Suppressing her terror, she crouched low, assuming a defensive stance, her gaze locked unwavering on the advancing undead. Lu Ziping raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. That stance was instinctive, honed over years of disciplined practice. Clearly, this kind-hearted teacher maintained rigorous physical training. Seeing Lu Ziping, the undisputed authority among them, refuse even to glance their way, the 3 boys exchanged glances. One's eyes flashed with ruthless calculation as he muttered under his breath. But isn't that a bit excessive? One hesitated. Excessive? When our lives hang by a thread, what's excessive about survival? Stay behind and play the hero if you like. I'm not dying for your chivalry. Another spat, glaring at the rapidly closing zombies. With sudden brutality, he shoved Tu Xinghe straight toward the oncoming horde. She stumbled violently, crashing hard onto the ground, and turned stunned to stare at the 3 students she had cherished most. All she saw were their retreating backs. No hesitation, no glance backward. Tu Xinghe froze, utterly hollowed, watching them vanish into the distance, unable to comprehend how or why this had happened. She remained paralyzed even as the zombies closed in, until Mu Xinren stepped forward, swift and lethal, cutting down every last one and saving her life. Afterward, Tu Xinghe, the highly educated university lecturer, fell silent, drifting listlessly in Lu Ziping's group like a ghost. Lu Ziping observed her standing dazed and still, then scoffed. You think I'm evil, manipulative, cruel, don't you? Let me tell you, reality is merciless. Nature selects, if only the fittest survive. Fail to adapt, and you die. Don't impose your old world morality here. It won't shield you. It will only hasten your end. Beautiful teacher, you accuse me from your own narrow vantage point, judging every action against your rigid moral code. Perhaps in your eyes I should have saved them all. But why? Why save your colleagues? Your students? Give me one reason. They're not my brothers, not my subordinates, and you're certainly not my woman. What obligation do I owe you? You call it using them? What worth do cowards who cower indoors and tremble at the sight of a zombie hold for me? Perhaps I achieved my ends through them, but does that mean I needed them? Wake up. Stop inflating your own importance. I kept you close because I recognized your latent potential. If you were useless, incapable of growth, I'd discard you without hesitation. In a few days, when starvation looms, even now, this paragon of righteousness might spread your legs for a single moldy loaf of bread. Abandon that pride you cling to. Discard that brittle confidence if you wish to live. Don't posture as noble or righteous. That spectacle makes me sick. With that, Lu Ziping strode ahead to clear the path. His words struck Tu Xinghe like a physical blow. She stared blankly around her. Panic-stricken crowds sprinted in all directions. Snarling zombies gave relentless chase. Students fought desperately to protect lovers, while others shoved classmates into the horde to buy themselves seconds. Each scene shattered her nerves, her 30-year worldview crumbling entirely, leaving her adrift. Years later, whenever Tu Xinghe reflected on the moment she first adapted to the apocalypse, she always returned to Lu Ziping's words that day. Even Tu Xinghe, who followed Mu Xinren closely, was forced to admit those words had irrevocably revealed the truth of the apocalypse and etched Lu Ziping's name indelibly into his memory. Lu Ziping cast one final icy glance at Tu Xinghe before turning toward the cafeteria, leaving behind only a single razor-sharp warning. If you wish to live, follow me. This is your last chance. Tu Xinghe stood frozen, motionless, for 10 seconds. Then, with a vacant expression and ashen face, she staggered forward to trail behind Lu Ziping. No one remains noble in the face of survival. Along the way, Lu Ziping forced her to wield a weapon and sever a zombie's head. Though she vomited violently afterward, her fear of the undead had diminished markedly. A university lecturer, she was no fool. Once she grasped the truth, she accepted it fully. This was the apocalypse. She lifted her gaze to Lu Ziping's retreating back. A mechanical voice chimed in her mind. Tu Xinghe's loyalty 50. A faint knowing smile flickered across Lu Ziping's lips as his tang sword continued its relentless arc. He wouldn't have expended such effort to win her over had she not been worth it. In the end, the outcome was exactly as he intended. Upon returning to the cafeteria, Lu Ziping immediately took the magic crystals from his backpack to exchange for a profession, Holy Light Guardian Angel. This is a profession that comes with a prefix. Typically, the prefix of an ordinary profession is obtained separately and can be added to one's profession after learning it. Enhancing one's abilities. Generally speaking, a profession prefix can double one's abilities based on the original foundation, making it extremely powerful. This profession allows one to possess a profession prefix at the time of exchange, which is quite rare. He had heard about it in his past life. It is essentially a supportive profession. Aside from having a restraining effect on dark attribute awakeners, it possesses virtually no offensive capability. However, individuals with this profession are revered as treasures by every survivor team, and with a slightly higher level, they can become esteemed guests of a base. The sole reason for this is the profession's formidable healing ability. In the later stages, as long as there is a breath left, the skills of the Holy Light Angel can completely revive a person, consuming a certain amount of energy, making it possible to bring the dead back to life. It directly eliminates all negative conditions, healing any physical injuries. This defies all logic. This is also what excites Lu Ziping. The best candidate for this profession is none other than that university teacher Tu Xinghe. Otherwise, Lu Ziping wouldn't have brought along such a radiant third saint. This is simply because her evolved attribute is light attribute, making her the most suitable for this profession. After exchanging for the skill book of the Holy Light Angel, there were still plenty of magic crystals left, and he exchanged for 2 gray-level hand crossbows and a trident. Looking at the equipment in his hands, Lu Ziping felt genuinely happy. He finally had enough strength to return to Ningguang City to find his sister. As for the slaughter of the stars, after careful consideration, Lu Ziping chose to temporarily give it up. He must return home as quickly as possible, or he wouldn't feel at ease about Lu Anren. He originally wanted to exchange for a few more small items, but looking at the 40-odd magic crystals in his hand, Lu Ziping hesitated and decided to put them away. They might come in handy later. After exiting the exchange point, he found that there was no one in the small private room. With anticipation, Lu Ziping said to the system open. The treasure chest abruptly vanished, revealing a belt. The belt was entirely matte black and emitted a faint white glow, appearing noble and elegant. The buckle of the belt was made of an unknown black metal without any patterns, and the entire belt was inlaid with 6 white gemstones, 3 on each side. When Lu Ziping looked at the belt, the system automatically provided a prompt white space belt, upgradable, containing 6 space stones, each with a storage capacity of 3 cubic units. Lu Ziping was a bit dazed by this enormous windfall. Space equipment. This is a valuable item. It certainly did not disappoint him. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. In his past life, he had heard that the smallest space equipment was in the level 2 exchange point, and the lowest was generally silver level, requiring at least 500 level 2 magic crystals. Generally speaking, such equipment has fixed spaces and cannot be altered. Upgradable equipment is at least green level or higher, yet this is actually white level. Regardless of the specifics, what he opened is now his own. Lu Ziping is already looking forward to what the next treasure chest will yield. System products are all treasures. After donning the belt, he tried to store the items in his hand into the space. With a swish, the weapon he just exchanged disappeared and then reappeared in Lu Ziping's hand. Now the most concerning issue of material supply on the road was resolved, making Lu Ziping feel elated. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the cafeteria. Lu Ziping stepped out to find Mu Xinran and Tan Fan arguing. Inside the cafeteria, there were 3 clearly defined groups of people all gathered around to watch the commotion. After returning, Wei Xinyu wanted to eat something to replenish her strength, but she found her bag missing. After searching for a long time, she discovered it under a table. It was already empty. The food had completely disappeared. Upon looking outside, she saw the packaging scattered at the feet of a group of students. Food is more precious than life in this apocalypse, and it was taken away just like that while she was left hungry, leaving both of them quite displeased. When Wei Xinyu also found Zheng Qing lying on the ground with a fever and unconscious, it was clear that the private room had gone through a chaotic struggle, and the food she had reserved for Zheng Qing was completely gone, which thoroughly enraged Wei Xinyu. She angrily wanted to ask what was going on, only to see Tan Fan cuddling up to Lian Jingwu, acting cute, saying she did a good deed by sharing the food with classmates and asking for hugs and compliments. Wei Xinyu was so furious that smoke was practically coming out of her head. Her fiery temper couldn't stand it any longer. She pointed at Tan Fan and yelled, "Tan Fan, right? Who allowed you to rummage through our bags and share food? That food was reserved for Zheng Qing. What right do you have to take it? Shameless." Wei Xinyu's face was filled with anger, and Mu Xinran beside her also had a grim expression. At that moment, many people had arrived in the cafeteria. They gradually surrounded the area. Watching the commotion is human nature, even in dire times. Lu Ziping didn't go out after opening the door. Instead, he leaned against the wall, quietly watching. Tan Fan was there clinging to Lian Jingwu, looking pitiful like a victim. She weakly spoke, I saw that the classmates hadn't eaten for a long time, so I took it upon myself to give them some food. After all, you are so strong, of finding food shouldn't be a problem. Considering we are all classmates, let's share some food together." Looking at Tan Fan's pitiful expression, Wei Xinyu felt even more furious, her chest heaving dramatically. She pointed at Tan Fan's face. If you're sharing food, share your own. Only share with your Lien brother. Why rummage through our bags? Well, wasn't it because you had more food in your bags? Tan Fan's tears were about to fall. I just felt sorry for my classmates who hadn't eaten for so long. Don't you have any food to share with us? If you're hungry, you can go find food yourself. Why do you have to rummage through our bags? Taking without asking is called theft, do you understand? I'm sorry I was wrong. Tan Fan lowered her head to apologize, shedding a few tears. Tan Fan's pitiful expression wrenched Lien Jingwu's heart. He glared at the two of them and bellowed, enough. It's just 2 packs of food. When I go out to scavenge later, it'll bring back double. Why press so relentlessly? Among those who had received rations, one student stepped forward and pointed accusingly at Wei Xinghe and her companion. Yes, we ate your food. That was wrong. But must you hound this young girl so mercilessly? She acted out of goodwill. When we accompany Brother Lien on our next supply run, we'll bring you extra. Exactly. We're classmates. No need to be so stingy. What harm is there in sharing a little food? As soon as someone broke the silence, others joined in rallying behind Tan Fan. Even bystanders in the crowd began criticizing Mu Shiran. Such is the power of public opinion. Collective voices can melt gold. Oh, 3 men's whispers forge a tiger. In peacetime, moral condemnation and verbal assaults could drive a person to suicide to prove their innocence. In the post-apocalyptic world, however, such incidents grow increasingly rare. For individual strength swells steadily, until ultimately the solitary figure towers above the collective. The might of one transcends the sum of many, yielding an inevitable consequence. Tyrants rise unchecked. Lu Zipping, before his rebirth, had already glimpsed the first omens. Lone cultivators grew ever more powerful, slaughtering without restraint or regard for judgment. Yet people still instinctively ascend the moral high ground to look down upon others, not by reason or evidence, but by sheer conviction. If I deem you wrong, you are wrong. Mu Shiran and her companion found themselves trapped in precisely this predicament. Clearly, Wei Xinghe's accusatory stance stood no match against Tan Fan's tearful vulnerability, whose appeal was self-evident. Logically, Tan Fan had no justification. She'd taken another's belongings without consent. But logic yields to pathos. Who could resist such sorrow? Hadn't tears already glistened in her eyes? Wei Xinghe and Mu Shiran trembled with fury, speechless. Lu Zipping, observing from the sidelines, watched with quiet amusement. A dose of humility would do them no harm. Moments earlier, using his perception eye, he'd confirmed Tan Fan had ascended to level 1 evolutionary status. Tan Fan was shrewd indeed. First winning favor with food, then leaning on Lien Jingwu's protection while feigning helplessness to position herself as the underdog. Next, she enlisted unwitting allies to isolate Mu Shiran and Wei Xinghe, casting them as adversaries to all. Her tactics were still crude, but far superior to Wei Xinghe's brute force ineptitude. She'd led Wei Xinghe by the nose throughout. No, it's not just about the food. Why did you strike Xinghe? When I returned, I found her unconscious on the floor, footprints marring her body. Was it you? Wei Xinghe roared. Lu Zipping groaned inwardly. She'd leapt headlong into every trap laid before her. He knew instantly Xinghe's collapse was unquestionably Tan Fan's doing. Likely an opportunistic setup, perhaps even staged after discovering Xinghe already unconscious. How perfect it would have been had she first secured Xinghe's loyalty. Tan Fan sobbed, voice trembling. I never struck Sister Xinghe. I asked her permission before distributing the rations. You may ask her yourself when she awakens. Lien Jingwu thundered, enough. So formidable. 2 level 1 evolutionaries, yet you bully others like this. He swept Tan Fan into his arms and strode away. Mu Shiran sensed something amiss. Her intellect was sharp. Earlier her composure had merely unraveled while defending Wei Xinghe. Now she realized Tan Fan's machinations had turned the entire crowd against them. She didn't yet grasp Tan Fan's ultimate aim, but it was surely hostile. Lu Zipping watched, faintly amused. Within a month such scenes would vanish entirely. Today's simplest solution. Walk over and strike Tan Fan twice. Hard. Or better yet, render her half dead. No need for debate. Dare you touch what's mine? A single blow. Check if she lives. If she does, deliver another. Reality is raw and unvarnished. Others would neither dare nor dare to speak. This is the law of the apocalypse. No right or wrong, only strength and weakness. Though Mu Shiran and Wei Xinghe had fought alongside him in countless battles, and both had become level 1 evolutionaries, their minds remained tethered to peacetime norms. They craved approval, feared judgment, and clung to civility, never embracing the supremacy of force, never seeing violence as a legitimate pivot. Thus 2 level 1 evolutionaries, capable of crushing all present, stood humiliated, crimson-faced, choking back tears in helpless indignation. It was nothing short of absurd. At that moment a man approached, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, close-cropped hair, features chiseled and commanding. Smiling, he produced a handkerchief and offered it to Wei Xinghe, attempting to draw nearer, only to be blocked by Mu Shiran. Undeterred, he lingered murmuring flattery and courting favor. Wei Xinyu, however, remained unmoved, her expression darkening. Lu Ziping judged the moment ripe and stepped calmly from the doorway. The instant Wei Xinyu saw Lu Ziping, her composure shattered. Tears cascaded freely. Her heart-wrenching vulnerability stirred even the suited man's pulse. His gaze burned with raw desire, yearning to enfold this weeping beauty and soothe her anguish. But Wei Xinyu ignored him entirely, rushing straight to Lu Ziping. "You've been watching all along. Why didn't you help me?" Her tone held a fragile blend of petulance and reproach. "Help? Against such a foe? Do you recall how I dealt with matters at the administration building? A level 1 evolutionary, reduced to tears by a girl's petty scheming. Isn't that humiliating? Where did all that cultivated strength go? Let me state it plainly, this is the apocalypse. Power reigns supreme. Defy me. Kill." Lu Ziping's gaze pierced Wei Xinyu, not unkindly, yet laced with chilling gravity. Stunned, she froze mid-sob, then nodded mutely. Tan Fanfan, clinging to Lian Jingwu's arm, heard every word and shuddered uncontrollably. Lian Jingwu was no fool. He'd known Tan Fanfan's conduct was unjust. Yet her apparent fragility demanded compassion, and as the woman he cherished, his heart tilted toward her. Gazing at her trembling form, then across at Lu Ziping, radiating lethal intent, he hesitated. A quiet question rose within him. Was his lifelong principle truly flawed? And if Wei Xinyu had struck first, what then? Lu Ziping gave him no time to hesitate. He strode forward and demanded, "Where is your evolution serum? I'll enhance it for you." Unnoticed by the others, the hooded man and the broad-shouldered man who had just entered the cafeteria froze, both pupils contracting sharply at the words. "Evolution serum." Lian Jingwu hurriedly agreed. The power he had longed for was finally within reach. Joy flooded his face, eclipsing all prior discomfort, as he turned to Tan Fanfan and asked, "Fanfan, where's the evolution serum I gave you? Hurry, hand it over. I'll have senior brother Lu enhance it." At these words, Tan Fanfan paled, her body trembling violently, motionless, speechless. Her lips trembled, but no sound emerged. Seeing her hesitation, Lian Jingwu pressed urgently, "Hurry up." I deliberately withheld the injection, waiting precisely for senior brother Lu's enhancement, which boosts efficacy by 10%. Tan Fanfan trembled even more violently, fists clenched, head bowed in silence. Lu Ziping watched from the side, cold amusement flickering in his eyes. He had already scanned her with his detection eye. Level 1 evolved human, beyond doubt. That vial of evolution serum had already been used. Noticing her paralysis, Lian Jingwu sensed something deeply amiss and barked, "Hand it over now. Where did you put it?" His face flushed crimson with rage and disbelief as he glared at her, throat swelling with fury. Lu Ziping could have ended this farce at any moment, but chose not to. In his mind's eye, the system displayed Lian Jingwu's loyalty plummeting to 50%. Though losing such a talent was regrettable, Lu Ziping wished to test one last time whether Lian Jingwu truly belonged beside him. If not, if he proved unsuitable, Lu Ziping would discard him without hesitation. Even unaffiliated Lian Jingwu with his current abilities would still carve out a respectable future. A benevolent parting would suffice. Tears streaming, Tan Fanfan whispered brokenly, "Brother Lian, I'm so sorry. While distributing rations I slipped, and the evolution serum shattered. Here are the fragments." With trembling hands, she produced a heap of glass shards still glistening with traces of azure liquid. Lian Jingwu stared stunned, his thoughts scattering like shattered glass. Was this truly the end of the serum he'd yearned for? Terrified by his expression, Tan Fanfan dissolved into sobs, bowing her head repeatedly. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Brother Lian. Please don't look at me like that. Can't we just exchange for a new one? I'll hunt zombies myself, gather spirit crystals, and trade them at the gate. I'll repay you, I swear." From the crowd observing the spectacle, the hooded man and the burly man exchanged a glance, something uncanny gleaming in their eyes. The hooded man cradled a young man in athletic wear, clearly a university student. Lu Ziping marveled inwardly at Tan Fanfan's acting, truly peerless among the lotus bloom innocents. Any clear-eyed observer could see the lie, yet her deception flowed with flawless verisimilitude, tears cascading on cue, already pooling like a rivulet down her cheeks. Had he lacked the detection eye to reveal her true level, he might well have been deceived. Lian Jingwu seemed to awaken from his daze. Gazing upon Tan Fanfan's tear-drenched face, he forced a faint smile. "It's all right. It's already broken. Blaming you changes nothing. I'll simply hunt zombies and earn spirit crystals myself." Lu Ziping scoffed inwardly. Her performance was impeccable, but the lie itself was absurd, impossible to sustain. Lian Jingwu was no fool. A moment's reflection would expose Tan Fanfan's deceit, or worse, her self-administration. Yet he chose forgiveness. A hopelessly kind soul. No wonder he'd been manipulated so easily in his past life. Lu Ziping extinguished all intention of recruiting him. His team required no such soft-hearted idealists. A full day had passed. Level 2 zombies had already emerged, and Lu Ziping felt the tightening grip of urgency. He must depart immediately to find his younger sister. As for his team, quality mattered more than quantity. Better none than unworthy. Lu Ziping spoke quietly to Lian Jingwu. She is already a level 1 evolved human. Tan Fanfan stiffened, astonished. How was I exposed to? Before the others returned, she had already adapted to her evolved strength, yet feigned fragility, weaving illusion for the crowd. She couldn't fathom how Lu Ziping had seen through her. Lian Jingwu, however, showed little surprise. It doesn't matter. Whether I or she evolves, it's the same. Now that she's evolved, I can rest easier knowing she's safer. Lu Ziping almost laughed aloud. Stepping forward, he struck Tan Fanfan across the face, a single brutal slap. She collapsed before she could even register his movement, her cheek swelled crimson, blood welling at the corner of her mouth. Lian Jingwu stood frozen, dumbstruck. Lu Ziping looked down at her. I watched your entire performance. Brilliant yet futile. You dared lay hands on my people. Out of respect for Lian Jingwu, this slap is your only punishment. Next time. He turned and walked away without another glance. Wei Xinyu, standing nearby, beamed with exhilaration. Senior brother, that slap was exhilarating. Why not a few more? I've loathed her smug demeanor since the start. She's clearly all ready. Her voice rang loud and unrestrained, audible to everyone in the cafeteria. Tan Fanfan's face twisted in humiliation. Crouched on the floor, hand pressed to her burning cheek, she watched Lu Ziping's retreating back, eyes blazing with venomous hatred. Oh, one more thing. Lu Ziping spun around and tossed a small pouch to Lian Jingwu. 40 spirit crystals, my parting gift. Today I leave for Anning City to retrieve my people. Don't follow me. Guard these survivors here instead. Most major zombie clusters nearby have been cleared. So long as you avoid recklessness, survival is assured. Within 5 days at most, military forces will arrive. You'll evacuate with them. Lu Ziping nodded, silent, satisfied. Mu Xinran was unquestionably leaving with him. Her self-reliance spared him unnecessary concern. Hearing this, the hooded man and the burly man knew the spectacle had ended. With the downcast university student in tow, they slipped quietly from the cafeteria. Lu Ziping could never have imagined that the person he had sworn to kill upon rebirth stood right beneath his nose, spirited away amid the chaos. Tu Xinghe too could never have foreseen how narrowly he'd escaped death in that cafeteria. Had Tan Fanfan not drawn Lu Ziping's attention, his presence would have been detected the instant he stepped inside. Lian Jingwu had already resolved not to follow Lu Ziping, but now hearing the words spoken aloud, he stood adrift, uncertain, hollow. Lu Ziping led the two into a private room, distributing a hand crossbow and a triangular military dagger to them. Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu received the weapons with delighted expressions. Keep a record, Lu Ziping added. The joy on Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu's faces froze. Before they could respond, Lu Ziping turned to Mu Xinran. Xinran, you handle the principal's matters. Just let them stay here. I wasn't lying earlier, soon troops will arrive. The university is a gathering place for highly educated individuals, and the country won't abandon it. It's not far from the Yun City military district, making it one of the first places to be rescued. Mu Xinran nodded and left to make arrangements. She intended to follow Lu Ziping, but Shi Jingde still needed some proper arrangements. Since Lu Ziping had said so, there was no major issue, and Mu Xinran felt reassured. Wei Xinyu, your ability has awakened. It's a rare charm, type, a mental attribute. There isn't a profession suitable for you yet, but when there is, I will find a way to exchange it for you. After Mu Xinran left, Lu Ziping turned to Wei Xinyu. All right. Wei Xinyu nodded, showing no disagreement. A smile appeared on Lu Ziping's face. The over 90 loyalty ensured that the two girls would not oppose his decisions. He wouldn't hesitate to invest in their training. Can I bring a little girl with me? Wei Xinyu seemed to remember something, speaking somewhat hesitantly. A girl named Zheng Qing. Lu Ziping asked. Is it because of your past experiences that you feel pity? Wei Xinyu gently nodded. Lu Ziping replied. It's up to you, but you are responsible for her food and clothing. Until she proves her worth, I won't concern myself with her well-being. Wei Xinyu gritted her teeth and said fine. Just as Lu Ziping was putting away everything into his spatial belt and turning to leave, Shi Jinghe entered the private room. You said you wanted to leave. Lu Ziping nodded yes. Where to? Home, Ningguan City, to find my sister. Shi Jinghe looked at Lu Ziping intently and seemed to make a decision. I want to go with you. All right, Lu Ziping replied. Even if Shi Jinghe didn't want to go, he planned to drag her along. After all, light attributes were notoriously rare, and he wouldn't let go of such a gifted individual. Shi Jinghe breathed a sigh of relief, though she was afraid Lu Ziping would refuse. In fact, she had her own little scheme. A whole day had passed since the apocalypse began, and she wanted to return home to take a look. The road to Ningguan City happened to pass by her home, making it a convenient detour. Although Lu Ziping exuded a heavy aura of bloodshed, Shi Jinghe had to admit that being with him felt incredibly safe. Just as Shi Jinghe was about to say something to lighten the mood, she suddenly spotted an exchange point. What is that? Oh, this is an exchange point where you can trade for various items, evolution potions that grant power, immunity potions, equipment, food, medicines, and everything else you can think of. Lu Xinghe casually replied. Everyone is confused the first time they see an exchange point, and many have lost their lives before discovering how to use it. Tu Xinghe was dumbfounded. This was something she could never have imagined. She murmured, killing zombies, exchanging potions, gaining power. It feels like a game, being controlled by someone, right? Lu Xinghe slung his backpack over his shoulder. Yes, you. Tu Xinghe looked somewhat confused. Let's go, we need to get stronger first before we have the qualifications to know who is controlling humanity from behind. Lu Xinghe stepped out. After he emerged, Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu quickly gathered around him. It seemed they were all packed and ready to depart. Lian Jingwu also approached. Lu Xinghe glanced at him, his eyes sweeping over his arm, which now lacked a human-shaped pendant. Tin Fanfan had stopped clinging to Lian Jingwu. The military will definitely arrive within 5 days. Take care of yourself. And remember what I said. Lu Xinghe looked at Lian Jingwu's face as he spoke. Lian Jingwu saw the look in Lu Xinghe's eyes and felt bitter. He knew what Lu Xinghe was referring to. He had believed Tan Fanfan at that time, which led to his current situation of not even being a level 1 evolver. You already have some magic crystals on you plus the 40 I gave you. You should be able to exchange for a tube of level 1 evolution potion. This time remember to absorb it inside. Lu Xinghe smiled slightly and continued, we will meet again. Take good care of Principal Shi, and you will surely be rewarded in return. Lian Jingwu glanced at Shi Zhengde, patted his chest, and said, I'll take care of it. This group should be accepted by the Yun City Military District. After Lu Xinghe finds Lu Anren, he will head to the Yun City Military District. As long as nothing goes wrong, they will definitely meet again. The 4 of them went downstairs and left. Many people on the second floor remained silent, but internally they breathed a sigh of relief. The god of death had finally left. Lian Jingwu watched Lu Xinghe's departing figure, feeling as if a bottle of mixed flavors had been overturned inside him, a blend of emotions. He touched the magic crystals on him and turned to the exchange point to exchange for a level 1 evolution potion. In the corner, Tan Fanfan watched Lu Xinghe leave, her eyes filled with hatred, but she also felt relieved. She had originally thought that after becoming a level 1 evolver, she could contend against this man. However, after testing her own strength, it was clear that it was impossible. She then devised another plan to unite everyone to drive them away. Unexpectedly, although it was a mess, the outcome was good. Tan Fanfan touched her red and swollen face, recalling how she was kidnapped and how Lu Xinghe appeared indifferent at that moment. She gritted her teeth in hatred. I will make you wish you were dead. After Lu Xinghe and the others went downstairs, they quickly headed toward the parking lot. In fact, Lu Xinghe had planned to linger at the school for a while to find out where Tu Xinghe was and then kill him. However, concerned for Lu Anren's safety, he had to abandon that idea and leave at the first opportunity after preparing. On the way to the parking lot, Jing Qing remained silent, her pretty face devoid of color, her eyes blank. Nevertheless, she had been helping Wei Xinyu dig several magic crystals while following closely behind her. This surprised Lu Xinghe. Digging for magic crystals was a dirty job, and even Shi Jiqing, who had some cleanliness issues, was reluctant to do it. However, Jing Qing was able to handle it and was becoming more skilled. Lu Xinghe nodded inwardly. Perhaps she could be trained. Lu Xinghe raised his head. And the moment he saw the boy's face, thunder seemed to crackle inside his skull and murderous intent surged violently across his entire body. Tu Xinghe. In that face. He would never forget it in this lifetime. Tu Xinghe glancing up from the vehicle, locked eyes with Lu Xinghe standing far away. Tu Xinghe's gaze held a trace of bewilderment, perhaps even faint envy, as it settled upon Lu Xinghe. He already knew Lu Xinghe's name and background, a freshman same year as himself, yet astonishingly formidable, an inspiration that ignited fierce determination within Tu Xinghe's heart. If others could achieve such strength, there was no reason he could not. Tu Xinghe even waved casually from afar, offering a friendly greeting. Lu Xinghe's eyes turned glacial, a chilling aura of slaughter radiated from him. His fists clenched until tendons bulged beneath his skin, his features twisting into something feral and terrifying. Mu Xinran stared at Lu Xinghe in stunned disbelief. She had never seen him lose control like this. Lu Xinghe seized a nearby railing, snapped it clean off with bare hands, then twisted the metal violently, spinning it into a spear-like shaft, before hurling it toward Tu Xinghe aboard the distant vehicle. The projectile sliced through the air with lethal speed. Then with brutal swiftness, he snatched the trident bayonet from Mu Xinran's grasp and hurled it after the first. Two streaks of light tore across the sky, one following hard on the heels of the other, aimed unerringly at Tu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe's aim with thrown weapons was impeccable. In the apocalyptic world before his rebirth, firearms were ubiquitous, but many who couldn't afford them at exchange points forged their own ranged weapons for survival. Years of relentless practice had honed his precision, now amplified by a body vastly stronger than his former self's. His accuracy was nothing short of extraordinary. Tu Xinghe reacted instantly, his attention never wavering from Lu Ziping. Sensing danger, he twisted aside just in time to evade the first strike, but the trident bayonet struck true, unavoidable. Lu Ziping did not pursue. He had glimpsed at least 7 figures surrounding Tu Xinghe, nearly all armed. With his current physique, he still could not withstand ordinary ballistic fire. A guttural cry pierced the air, and through the haze Lu Ziping saw Tu Xinghe writhing on the ground, howling in agony. And not dead. Then consider this merely the first installment. Next time we'll play at length. Lu Ziping withdrew his gaze and turned away. And from afar he saw the trident bayonet protruding grotesquely from Tu Xinghe's thigh, the crimson blood oozing steadily down its grooved blade. The bodyguards aboard the vehicle stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. And this isn't human. How could he possibly hit from that distance? Tu Xinghe's face contorted in unbearable pain, ground out 3 words through clenched teeth: Lu Ziping. After steadying his composure, Lu Ziping vaulted over several barriers into the parking lot. NAS expected dozens of vehicles filled the space. Yunqing University teamed with the wealthy. Lu Ziping scanned the lot. BMW's Mercedes-Benz S abounded alongside one flamboyant Ferrari 488. Yet none caught his eye, not because they were inferior, but because they were unsuitable. Outside, chaos surely reigned on the roads. Such low-slung cars would scrape and shatter within meters, stranded helplessly on inclines, utterly incapable of traversing long distances. Then he spotted it, a G63. His eyes lit up. This was the perfect vehicle for the apocalypse. Powerful engine, exceptional off-road capability, and most crucially built to collide. Its front bumper could smash through concrete barriers and roadblocks without hesitation. And moreover, compared to freight trucks, it offered greater agility, ideal for small survivor teams venturing beyond the ruins. Lu Ziping slid into the driver's seat and smashed the door open with brute force. The interior gleamed with opulent finishes, and on the dashboard rested a framed photograph. Coincidentally, both people in it were familiar to him. The man was Su Cheng, a wealthy heir whose leg Lu Ziping had shattered at the stadium. The woman was Wei Yue, one of Yunqing University's most celebrated beauties, and also his classmate who earlier that day had caused him considerable trouble. Apparently the heir had already won her over. And beep beep beep. The car's alarm shrieked incessantly after Lu Ziping shattered the window. If left unchecked, it would soon draw hordes of the undead. Without hesitation, Lu Ziping wrenched open the door, tossed his backpack inside, then drove his fist downward, shattering the steering column's housing and yanking out exposed ignition wires to hotwire the engine. This skill had been second nature before his rebirth, practiced countless times, mastered by nearly every survivor. The alarm ceased once the engine roared to life, but Lu Ziping sensed something amiss. By now the others should have heard the blaring alarm and arrived. Why hadn't they? He grabbed his Tang sword and stepped out, only to see a leg hurtling toward his face. And instantly he swung the blade vertically downward in a decisive cleave. Its owner recoiled mid-kick, pivoted into a close-quarters flurry of punches, clearly confident in his martial prowess. Strangely, the man wielded the gray short sword Lu Ziping had given Mu Xinran. Knee strikes were ruthless, precise, and targeted only vital points, techniques forged only in life-or-death combat. Caught off guard, Lu Ziping absorbed several blows while deflecting the blade, but his enhanced physiology rendered them painful rather than injurious. The hooded man grew increasingly unsettled. He had landed over 3 solid punches, each capable of snapping ribs or dropping an opponent unconscious. Yet Lu Ziping remained upright. Lu Ziping merely winced, gritted his teeth, and pressed forward, unfazed. The hooded man began contemplating retreat, seeking backup from his comrades to subdue Lu Ziping. But Lu Ziping gave him no chance. Focusing his power, he launched a devastating straight punch aimed squarely at the man's face. The hooded man sensed peril and leapt backward, crossing his arms to block, but the impact struck flesh with a sickening thud, and he flew sideways, crashing hard onto the pavement. Only then did Lu Ziping survey his surroundings. 2 black-clad men stood before him. One hooded now sprawled motionless where he'd been flung. The other broad-shouldered and imposing, held Wei Xinyu in a tight grip, his pistol pressed firmly against her slender, pale throat. Mu Xinran, Wei Xinyu, and Zheng Qing lay unconscious nearby. To the 2 assailants, the 2 women appeared to have undergone mutation, too volatile to control. Zheng Qing lacked presence, thus they chose Shi Zhiqi, the easiest to manipulate, as their hostage. The burly man stared in disbelief. His comrade, renowned for unmatched hand-to-hand skill, had just been sent flying by a single blow, while Lu Ziping stood unwavering, calm, and unbroken. He knew his companion's abilities intimately, yet this outcome defied all logic. As seasoned assassins who had weathered countless battles and whose hands were stained with blood, they had inexplicably been defeated in hand-to-hand combat by a mere youth. Was this the power granted by evolution? The burly man extended his tongue to moisten his lips, his expression turning ravenous. Ugh. Oh. The hooded man struggled painfully to rise from the ground, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiping, filled with profound wariness. HSS. Huh. The man gasped sharply through clenched teeth. Boy, this strength of yours, is it truly the result of evolution? Where is that evolution serum? Hand it over. Lu Xiping nearly laughed aloud, glaring at him. Have you lost your mind? You were sent flying by a single punch, yet you still dare demand the serum so brazenly. No more talk. 10 seconds. Surrender the serum or watch her die. The burly man tightened his grip around Tu Xinghe's throat and snarled at Lu Xiping. Tu Xinghe's eyes remained wide open, but her mouth was clamped shut, panic flooding her gaze, yet no sound escaping her lips. 10-9. The hooded man idly twirled a gray short sword in his fingers, already counting down aloud. Lu Xiping remained utterly calm. He knew these two men were no ordinary adversaries, armed with firearms exuding a lethal aura absent in peacetime civilians. They were killers, capable and unhesitant in taking lives. Yet Lu Xiping held his own trump card: the system. Should they strike first, their deaths would be inevitable. He mentally accessed the system interface. Name: Lu Xiping. Level Tier 1 Enhanced Evolver. Occupation: Swordsman. Evolution energy 55 points. Each point enhances strength, speed, endurance, or mental acuity by 10 units. Strength 750. Speed 20 milliseconds. Endurance 10. Mental acuity 60. Skills: Basic Perception, Eye Proficiency 13,100. Arts: Basic Blazing Flame Saber Technique upgradable 30 attack power. Equipment: White Tang Sword 30 attack, Spatial Belt upgradable. Attack power 1600, peak 2500. This offensive capability far surpassed what was needed to subdue two ordinary humans. Lu Xiping weighed how best to eliminate the two black-clad men. Their positioning was expert. Any assault upon one would leave the other free to execute the hostage Tu Xinghe. What he required was absolute speed and explosive acceleration, enough to close the distance before they could react. At close range, Lu Xiping was invincible. His gaze settled upon his evolution energy, 55 points. So much had accumulated in such a short time. When necessity demanded it, steel must be forged at the blade's edge. Without hesitation, Lu Xiping allocated all points to strength, maxing it at 1,000. A system prompt confirmed: Tier 1 Evolver physiology has reached its limit. Further augmentation is impossible. A gentle warming energy surged through his body, steadily nourishing his flesh and sinew. His muscular power visibly surged. Had he possessed this strength moments earlier, he was certain a single blow would have shattered the hooded man's frame. On the other side, the hooded man reached 1 in his countdown, and seeing no response from Lu Xiping, the two exchanged a silent glance, then nodded. A cruel smile curled the burly man's lips as he raised his dagger toward the woman's body to deliver a warning strike against Lu Xiping, when Lu Xiping's voice cut through the air. I guarantee at the moment you move, you die. My speed will sever your head before your mind even registers the threat. The burly man froze, his assassin's instincts screaming at the palpable killing intent radiating from Lu Xiping. How could a mere university student emanate such dense, chilling malice? Yet one truth was undeniable: Lu Xiping spoke no falsehood. He would kill without hesitation. Lu Xiping casually flung a satchel to the ground and regarded them with icy disdain. If I possessed the evolution serum, do you truly believe I'd still be holding on to it and used? That woman in your grasp remains an ordinary human. Aside from these demon crystals I harvested from zombies, en route, nothing else remains on my person. Take it, or leave it. As for the serum you seek, it is obtained by exchanging demon crystals at the exchange point. Take the crystals from this bag and trade them yourself. His voice was glacial, stripped of all warmth. He was deliberately stalling, buying precious seconds for his body to acclimate to its surging strength. And if surrendering the crystals could secure the three women's lives without bloodshed, that outcome was ideal. Lu Xiping cared little for those few crystals. Facing two elite battle-honed assassins, he held no certainty of rescuing all three women unscathed. Ha, so swift to comply. Do you expect me to believe you just like that? The hooded man chuckled softly. The burly man remained silent, gripping his firearm tightly, awaiting his partner's command. Lu Xiping shrugged. It's the truth. I can't force you to believe me. But tell me, why do your blade and my short sword both glow? That Tang sword you wield is an exchange point artifact, its grade denoted by color. The hooded man's eyes gleamed as he studied Lu Xiping's weapon. Lu Xiping waved dismissively. Hand over your sword, the hooded man commanded. Lu Xiping drew the Tang sword in one fluid motion, assuming the opening stance of the blazing flame saber technique. His eyes glacial, his voice razor-edged. And if I refuse, then she dies. The burly man lowered the muzzle of his gun slightly, baring his teeth in a grotesque grin. Or, shall we count together? Let's see whether I can cleave your head clean off before your finger tightens on that trigger. Lu Xiping grinned, a flicker of flame igniting along the blade's edge. The air surrounding the Tang sword shimmered faintly, distorting under heat. Both the hooded man and the burly man stared astonished. The blade burned. Fury blazed in Lu Ziping's gaze. I despise threats above all else. Come on, let's see how many shots you manage before your head parts from your shoulders. The burly man, gazing upon Lu Ziping's flaming blade and feral demeanor, felt an unexpected chill crawl up his spine. Lu Ziping stood coiled, fully alert, ready to strike at any instant. Had Mu Xinran or Wei Xinyu been the hostages, he might have hesitated, but Tu Xinghe, that changed everything. If the situation turned hopeless, he would not risk his life for her. The hooded man, however, harbored no doubt Lu Ziping meant every word. This young man truly would trade the girl's life for theirs. And most terrifying of all, he possessed the sheer power to make good on that promise. Sacrificing both of their lives for a single woman was hardly worth it. Though uncertain whether Lu Ziping was merely bluffing, they dared not take the risk. The hooded man narrowed his eyes at Lu Ziping. It seems we were mistaken. These three are not your weaknesses. Or rather, their significance falls far short of that. As he spoke, his focus momentarily loosened, when suddenly a sharp whistle cut through the air. Lu Ziping exploded forward, driving his feet hard into the ground. In a single explosive stride, he closed the distance and stood before the hooded man. His Tang Dao slashed sideways, carving a searing arc of fire through the air, and cleaved the man cleanly in two at the waist. His body split apart entirely. Lu Ziping sheathed his blade and turned away. In his final moment, the hooded man twisted his head toward the burly man. No gunshot had sounded. The burly man had already collapsed, a finger-sized perforation gaping through his skull, oozing viscous, crimson andivory fluid. Witnessing his comrade's fate, the hooded man's face convulsed violently, then stilled life extinguished. Behind him, Mu Xinran rose to her feet, massaging the back of her head and shaking it sharply, still clutching a compact crossbow. She then roused Wei Xinyu, who remained unconscious. Tu Xinghe lay sprawled on the ground, writhing with sinuous grace, her near-perfect form unveiled in full, evoking primal desire, her movements strikingly elegant. Lu Ziping lingered a moment longer, glancing twice. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, her bound figure exuding an unsettling paradoxical allure. Yet he made no move to free her. Instead, he pivoted and cut down the zombies drawn by the commotion, carving a path back to the vehicle. Seeing Lu Ziping retreat into the car and remain inside, the three women knew he was furious. Ignoring their own wounds, they hurriedly supported one another and scrambled into the vehicle. By now, dozens of zombies had converged, raking their razor-sharp claws across the windows with grating metallic shrieks. The stench of decay saturated the cabin. More zombies pressed in, shaking the chassis violently, while the windshield blurred beneath layers of blackened blood and rotting flesh. Lu Ziping ignited the engine. With a deep, resonant roar, the SUV surged forward, its massive frame crushing through the horde like a battering ram before vanishing into the distance. Tu Xinghe, who had spent the night awake by the dormitory window, eyes wide and luminous, had just heard the distant echo of an engine, but from her vantage point, she could see nothing. She assumed it was a hallucination. Now there it was again. Someone's driving. Someone else escaped. Tu Xinghe and Wei Yue rushed to the window and watched spellbound as a blood-splattered SUV roared out of the university gate and disappeared within seconds. After this morning's lone survivor, someone else has fled by car. Wei Yue murmured, astonished. They dared not step beyond the dormitory doors, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded that day in the cafeteria and administration building. Yet seeing one person carve a path through hordes of zombies at dawn, and another escape by vehicle by afternoon, they realized if others could do it, so could they. Already some students gathered courage to leave their rooms. Lu Ziping, speeding away from campus, had no inkling of the hope and sensation he'd ignited among his peers, or of the day he would cross paths once more with fellow students from Yunqing University. I thought you truly abandoned me. Tu Xinghe broke the silence, her voice trembling faintly. She felt wounded, terrified moments earlier, yet now met only with cold silence from this man who'd spoken such cruel words. Do not mistake me for some noble fool. When self-interest lies before me, I will discard you without hesitation. Recall what I told you. You are neither my subordinate nor my woman. Why should I protect you? And what claim do you have upon my aid? Remember this well. It is the apocalypse. And you too. Lu Ziping turned to Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu. You are the core of my team, both level 1 evolved. Yet you were ambushed by ordinary humans, failing even to raise an alarm. Had they not intended to hold you hostage, you would already be dead. Your performance disappoints me deeply. Lu Ziping realized at last that he had neglected to train their vigilance. They grasped that the world had ended. Zombies now ruled the ruins, but their minds remained tethered to peacetime instincts. They feared neither gore nor the undead, but lacked caution, especially toward their own kind. With skills like yours, how can I entrust you in battle? How dare I turn my back on you? Do not doubt it. Even pitted against those two in mortal combat, I wager you would fall without question. From now on, open your eyes wide and truly learn what the apocalypse means. His voice was glacial. His words struck the two like a bucket of ice water. They had believed themselves formidable, level 1 evolved seasoned in slaughter, only to be effortlessly overpowered by two unenhanced humans. Mu Xinran began silently cataloging her failures. Wei Xinyu bowed her head silent as a chastened child. A heavy stillness settled over the vehicle. Outside the road was a tableau of unspeakable horror, vehicles mangled together, smoke billowing skyward, corpses and dried blood staining both sidewalks and asphalt. Lu Ziping felt profound relief. He'd found a high-performance vehicle, powerful engine-reinforced bumper, capable of plowing straight through. A compact car would never break through. Larger trucks, meanwhile, were useless amid such chaotic wreckage. May I become your woman? Or, how may I earn a place among your followers? Zheng Qing's sudden question shattered the quiet. Lu Ziping faltered, stunned. Shi Zhiqi stared dumbfounded, still unmarried, still embodying innocence, utterly unprepared for such blunt candor. I require no woman now. To join my ranks, loyalty alone must suffice. Loyalty that earns my recognition. He did not turn. Zheng Qing nodded thoughtfully. Beside her, Shi Zhiqi seized Zheng Qing's hand and whispered, "How could you say something so reckless? Such matters demand principle. Marriage first, affection foremost." Her cheeks flushed as she admonished her. Zheng Qing lifted her gaze and cast a cold, disdainful glance at her, a sneer curling at the corner of her lips. Principles? Humanity? Utter nonsense. What principles exist in the apocalypse? Must one be married before acting? Then how was I? Back at the cafeteria, by that brother Fei. Where's the nearest gas station? Lu Ziping, the driver, forcibly interrupted Zheng Qing's words. Though he considered himself no paragon of virtue, he had no habit of tearing open others' wounds. Indeed, everyone's attention instantly shifted toward him. This vehicle is nearly out of fuel, Lu Ziping announced. Mu Xinran blinked faintly in surprise and turned to the others. Their expressions mirrored hers, wide-eyed, silent, staring blankly at one another. Clearly none of them knew. Lu Ziping himself had long forgotten the map of Yun City and could only sigh inwardly. With no alternative, they would have to take the provincial highway. Gas stations were typically lined along its roadside. They prayed they'd find one before the tank ran dry. Lu Ziping glanced anxiously at the fuel gauge. Only 1 bar remained. He'd driven fast, not only to seize time in locating a station, but also because his thoughts raced with mounting urgency for his younger sister. Since leaving university, his anxiety had sharpened into near desperation. At this very moment, consumed by worry for her safety, he could not possibly imagine her current state. Lu Yanran stood fully clad in sleek, functional protective gear, evidently designed for rigorous physical training. Gripping a Tenjin barbell rod, she swept up the stairwell, crushing every zombie she encountered with a single brutal strike. Skulls twisted sideways, no second blow required. After clearing the zombies inside the apartment, Lu Yanran scanned the surroundings warily, then carefully extracted the demonic crystals embedded in their foreheads. Exhausted yet unwavering, she returned home, and without pause hurried straight to the attic. There, jarringly out of place, stood an ancient golden gate, ornamented with 2 shimmering stars. From a small pouch, Lu Yanran withdrew 5 bloodstained demonic crystals, rubbed her palms together and murmured, "Aren't these strange crystals, grown on zombies, supposed to serve as currency or keys according to novels? I've gathered quite a few. Surely that's enough to enter." She stepped forward, her delicate face alight with quiet anticipation. Once onto the provincial highway, Lu Ziping drove only a short distance before spotting a gas station, just in time before the fuel gauge had emptied. As he pulled over, his eyes narrowed slightly. The convenience store's entrance was tightly locked. Under normal circumstances, it would never remain shuttered like this. Clearly survivors were inside. The station sat somewhat remotely along the highway, flanked only by sparse green belts with no other structures nearby. Few zombies lingered in the vicinity, and the 4 women certainly possessed the means to defend themselves. After brief consideration, Lu Ziping assigned Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu to refuel the vehicle while he entered the convenience store in search of provisions. Now that he possessed a spatial belt, gathering supplies had become significantly more efficient. Though food, cigarettes, and alcohol could technically be exchanged at trading hubs, prices there were exorbitant, so Lu Ziping almost never resorted to such exchanges unless absolutely necessary. Why waste precious demonic crystals when those same crystals could purchase a vial of evolution serum instead? Inside the convenience store, 5 survivors huddled in tense silence. Startled by the commotion outside, they peered out in astonishment. 2 women worked steadily at a car splattered with blackened rot and gore. Closer by, a young man strode toward the store, knife in hand, casually cleaving through an advancing zombie. Black blood sprayed across the asphalt. All stared stunned. The apocalypse had lasted less than a day, yet who dared move so boldly outdoors, slaughtering zombies without hesitation? Lu Ziping, however, smiled. His mood markedly improved. Just moments earlier, his system had pinged slaying that zombie had yielded a cerulean treasure chest, and the map confirmed it lay precisely within this very convenience store. Who was he? How can he be so formidable? One woman whispered awestruck. We should join him. The speaker was a calm, middle-aged man, balding, dressed in the uniform of a gas station attendant. His name was Xia, an employee who had sheltered here since the outbreak began. The other two were a young couple, Guang Zian, handsome, with silver-foiled hair, and Zhao Qinxi, strikingly voluptuous, her face heavily made up. They partied all day yesterday. On their way back to campus, their car ran dry at the station. Then with a deafening boom, everything changed. They'd hidden here ever since, too terrified to step outside amid the roving undead. A fourth figure crouched silently in the corner, a youth in a gray hoodie hat pulled low. Yet upon seeing Lu Zipping, his eyes lit up, and his mind began to stir with possibility. Guang Zian turned to Xia. His skill suggests military or police training. He could lead us out. Do you have a vehicle? I want to follow him. Xia replied, No, I won't leave. We have water, we have food. Rescue will come. We'll wait. Zhao Qinxi shook her head violently. You may stay if you wish. I won't force anyone to go, Guang Zian retorted coolly, his perception razor sharp. This was the apocalypse. Global chaos reigned. Here they were stranded in isolation, no village ahead, no town behind. Whether rescue even existed remained uncertain, and even if it did, finding this remote outpost might take months. How could you abandon me alone? Were all your tender words lies? So love truly fades, doesn't it? Zhao Qinxi stared at Guang Zian, disbelief and heartbreak etched across her face. It's the apocalypse, sister. None of us knows whether we'll see tomorrow's sun. Who has room for love now? Guang Zian snapped irritably, then gestured toward the silent youth in the corner. If you refuse to leave, stay with him, here in this store. Xia cut in, ending their quarrel. Enough. He appears to be scavenging supplies. Let's ask him when he arrives. Guang Zian could contain himself no longer. Seeing Lu Zipping approach, he threw open the store door and stepped outside. Hello, I'm Guang Zian. Which direction are you heading? Why not form a convoy? It'll be safer. Don't worry. We have our own vehicle, we won't burden yours. He spoke rapidly, finishing just as Lu Zipping reached him. Lu Zipping had sensed people inside earlier, but hadn't given it much thought. At Guang Zian's sudden appearance, Lu Zipping instinctively tightened his grip on his tang sword. His gaze swept once over the young man. Unsteady gait, sallow complexion, hollow posture. Without even activating his detection eye, he instantly assessed no threat. Letting out a soft sigh, Lu Zipping ignored him and attempted to walk past into the convenience store. In this apocalyptic world, he could not afford to trust strangers. Countless survivors had sacrificed companions to the zombie horde, buying themselves precious seconds to flee. It wasn't mere hearsay. Earlier that very day, he had watched helplessly as Shijichi was callously abandoned by her own students, thrown to the zombies to buy time for their escape. And now faced with an utter stranger. As Lu Zipping brushed past without reply, Guang Zian opened his mouth to speak again, when a shrill voice cut him off. Lu Zipping. How could it be you? Zhao Qinxi stood at the store's entrance, pointing furiously at Lu Zipping. Shut up. Guang Zian snapped, glaring angrily at his girlfriend, terrified her voice would draw the undead. Guang Zian, I've disliked you since the moment I saw you, and now you're shouting at me over this Lu Zipping. Do you even know who he is? Remember that wretched Lu Zipping, the one Su Cheng humiliated so utterly. That's him, a spineless coward who once fled at the sight of Su Cheng, even avoided the gymnasium altogether. Zhao Qinxi jabbed her finger at Lu Zipping, screaming in outrage. Once Guang Zian had showered her with vows and honeyed words, and never before had he spoken to her so coarsely. Zhao Qinxi's voice carried no restraint. She wielded volume itself as a weapon of fury. This, Lu Zipping. How could it be? Guang Zian suddenly found himself speechless. The man he'd imagined, tall, resolute, perhaps a police officer or soldier, was none other than the university classmate he'd once mocked. Lu Zipping merely curled his lips in faint disdain, said nothing to either of them, and strode straight into the store. He didn't recall Zhao Qinxi at all. His memories of such trivialities had long since blurred after rebirth, and he held no desire to reacquaint himself. Seeing Lu Zipping ignore her entirely, Zhao Qinxi felt the sting of dismissal. Just as she prepared to scream anew, or even lunge forward to strike him, her expression twisted violently, her face draining of color in pure terror. Oh! Her shriek pierced the sky like a blade. A piercing ultrasonic wail erupted from her throat. Lu Zipping didn't pause. He didn't need to look to know what she'd seen. That scream, it rang faintly familiar. Hadn't he nearly died yesterday in the library, nearly undone by a voice just like it? Two zombies appeared 10 meters away, dragging stiff limbs, mouths gurgling with frenzied hunger. Drawn by the woman's cry, they accelerated toward the store. Guang Zian froze, trembling violently as he pointed ahead, stammering, "Zombies, they're coming." Her shrieking continued unabated. Lu Zipping sighed faintly, a wry, almost pitying smile flickering across his face. Before his evolution, such a sound might have driven him to silence her permanently. Now, however, he regarded it as little more than absurd theater. "Hey, you keep screaming and they'll catch you," he called back, voice laced with dry amusement. Only then did Zhao Qinxi snap back to reality. Seeing the zombies mere paces away, she let out a final guttural cry and whirled around, sprinting toward the store. She'd been standing right at the threshold, just 2 strides away. With a sharp thud, the store door slammed shut. At that instant, Lu Ziping stood only 1 step from its entrance. The zombies were upon him now, both drawn solely by Zhao Qinxi's scream, neither sparing Guang Zian a glance. Lu Ziping turned, drew his Tang sword, and in the blink of an eye 2 arcs of blinding silver flashed. Both zombies crumpled, severed heads tumbling from their shoulders. 2 headless bodies crashed to the ground, black blood spurting thickly from their necks. Their severed heads still twitched, teeth gnashing rhythmically, jaw muscles clenching in futile spasms. Lu Ziping knelt, drove the blade through each skull to ensure absolute death, and deftly extracted the dark, pulsating demonic crystals within. Guang Zian, who'd already fled far away, stood utterly transfixed. 2 headless corpses lay less than a step from Lu Ziping, blood pooling across the pavement in grotesque abundance. Thick, milky fluid oozed from the zombies' shattered skulls. He'd never witnessed such brutality. How could the meek, bullied Lu Ziping have transformed into this? The nauseating, horrifying spectacle sent shockwaves through his nerves. Ugh! Guang Zian doubled over and vomited violently. As Lu Ziping rose and raised his foot to kick open the store door, Zhao Qinxi's voice rang out from within, "Don't open it. There are zombies outside. Don't." Then the door creaked open. Xie burst forth, gripping an iron rod. But the moment he took in the scene, he froze mid-step, and Zhao Qinxi's shriek died instantly. The zombies are dead. Xie at least had seen horrors before. Though he didn't vomit like Guang Zian, the sight of decapitated zombies unsettled him deeply. His gaze locked onto the young man standing calmly with sword in hand, and a chilling wave of fear washed over him. Is he even human? What staggering strength, what ironclad composure, could produce such ruthless, unwavering precision? Zhao Qinxi stared at Lu Ziping, her entire body icy cold. She felt no remorse for having summoned the zombies, only stunned disbelief that they were dead while he remained unscathed. Even the hoodie-clad youth inside the store stood wide-eyed, awe rippling across his features. Another female survivor was already retching uncontrollably. Lu Ziping spared them no glance. He stepped inside. He needed food, water, and essentials for survival. "Where are you going?" Guang Zian rushed back breathless, the first words out of his mouth. He'd just witnessed Lu Ziping slay the undead. There was no question now, he had to follow him. "Home," Lu Ziping replied, tersely frowning. Apparently this couple knew him, but their faces meant nothing to him. Returning home to find his younger sister was non-negotiable. In his last life, it had been his deepest, most enduring regret. Later, when they reunited, Lu Ranran never spoke of the apocalypse's early days. Her silence suggested a survival story steeped in sorrow. This time he would not allow anything to happen to her. "Could you take us along?" Guang Zian pleaded urgently. "You're heading to Ning'an City, right? My home is in Qing City, just beyond Ning'an. Could you drop us off first?" Guang Zian added hopefully. Lu Ziping's expression darkened. He was about to refuse outright. Sensing the shift, Guang Zian hastily backtracked. No, forget that. Just head to Ning'an. We'll follow you. Qing City isn't far, or we'll travel together. You go home. We'll go home too. Yes, we have a car. No trouble at all." Xie chimed in. Guang Zian nodded vigorously. Zhao Qinxi remained silent. Lu Ziping's brow furrowed deeper. He saved no one indiscriminately. He was no savior. However, if the other party drives and follows him, he doesn't mind. After all, he doesn't have to exert any effort. "All right, you can follow me, but I won't be responsible for your food and clothing. Bring your own supplies." Lu Ziping finally nodded. "Okay." Guang Zian and Xie sprang into action. Lu Ziping stepped into the convenience store, scanned the area, and walked directly into a corner. He passed by Zhao Qinxi without paying her any mind, even though she was watching him with a complicated gaze. The system's map indicated that the treasure was located in the corner of this room. After turning around a shelf, indeed a box emitting a greenish glow was squarely situated in that corner. However, beside it was a young man in a gray hoodie huddled in the corner, staring in astonishment at the green box, but too afraid to approach. He had a relatively delicate appearance with traces of tears still visible on his face. Lu Ziping walked over, picked up the box, and left, not even sparing a glance at the young man. His mental fortitude had been honed to perfection. In Lu Ziping's eyes, this silent young man would soon perish in this gradually collapsing society if he continued to remain so quiet. At that moment, the 4 women also filled up their tanks and entered the convenience store. Guang Zian and Xie, who were moving food, were captivated by the entrance of the 4 women, their eyes filled with awe as they lingered on them. Mu Xinran, holding a short sword, had an ordinary appearance, but an arresting aura. Wei Xinyu had a delicate face and a charming figure. Shi Zhiqi was intellectual and gentle, like a neighborly older sister, poised and gracious. Zheng Qing was petite, but wore a cold expression, creating a striking contrast that drew attention. It was as if they were a collection of men's dreams. Guang Ziyan couldn't help but feel envious of Lu Ziping. Zhao Qinsi glanced at Wei Sinyu's figure, then looked down and compared her own bust, feeling somewhat disheartened. She muttered softly, "What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just relying on selling their bodies to get here? Have the spare fuel cans been filled?" Lu Ziping asked directly after Mu Xinran entered. "Both fuel cans are full and in the trunk now. Good, let's move the supplies." Lu Ziping nodded and commanded. In the corner, the young man in the gray hoodie had been watching Lu Ziping, his eyes filled with timidity, wanting to speak, but unable to. Lu Ziping glanced at him and then ignored him, leaving straight away. Boxes of items were being moved onto the SUV until the trunk was nearly full, and only then did Lu Ziping stop. Then Lu Ziping found an excuse to avoid the crowd, entering the warehouse area and placing useful supplies into the 5 spaces in his belt. He didn't forget to leave 1 space for daily use. While moving the supplies, Zhao Qinsi didn't want to move and went to the car early, provoking Guang Ziyan's complaints. However, Zhao Qinsi remained unmoved, and the 2 big men chose not to press the issue. By the time Lu Ziping finished moving the supplies into the space, the 3 women were already in the car. Mu Xinran was clearing zombies below, and behind her a small car had already started waiting for Lu Ziping. Guang Ziyan in the car behind watched as Mu Xinran effortlessly cleaved a zombie's head with her sword, swallowing hard. After exchanging a glance with Xie Quan in the driver's seat, Guang Ziyan's determination to follow Lu Ziping grew stronger. Both cars set off the roar of their engines, providing a great sense of security. With no more reservations, Lu Ziping directly took the highway, driving at full power all the way. He didn't stop until nightfall. The 4 women in Lu Ziping's car initially turned their heads towards the window, watching the distant lights twinkling with highway lights illuminating the road. Although it wasn't a dazzling sight of countless lights, the scattered lights still comforted their hearts. But suddenly the entire world seemed to plunge into darkness. The power went out. In that instant, everyone felt as if the whole world had completely abandoned them. Lu Ziping turned on the radio, but it only emitted static. The broadcast was gone as well. It seemed that communication had completely severed. Confusion, helplessness, and despair lingered in everyone's hearts. The scene fell into a sudden silence. Xie Quan, who was driving, was already struggling. The car had been speeding all afternoon until evening. Adding to that, he hadn't slept much the previous night, making him so sleepy that he was dozing off, causing Guang Ziyan beside him to feel alarmed, fearing that Xie Quan would fall asleep while driving. But he didn't dare to let Xie Quan stop, worried that they would lose sight of the SUV ahead. "Boss, can we stop the car? I've been holding it for a long time," Mu Xinran said shyly. As soon as she spoke, the other 3 women brightened up, all looking at Lu Ziping. Lu Ziping turned back to see the 4 pairs of bright eyes fixed on him. Xie Quan couldn't hold it anymore and honked twice to signal for a stop. This was the signal they established before getting in the car. There were no walkie-talkies in the 2 cars, so they could only arrange such signals. Lu Ziping gradually slowed down and surveyed the surroundings. There were no vehicles, nor any signs of zombies, making it relatively safe. He turned on the turn signal to indicate a stop for rest. Xie Quan finally let out a sigh of relief and quickly pulled over both cars, stopping simultaneously and turning off the engines. Xie Quan hurriedly got out of the car to relieve himself. Guang Ziyan also moved towards Xie Quan's direction, finding comfort in having a companion nearby, even in the dark. The road was utterly silent, devoid of any light, and the endless darkness instilled an inexplicable fear in the hearts of all. Lu Ziping quickly finished his business, and upon returning, he saw the 4 women standing in the back of the car, staring blankly, which puzzled him. "Go to the bathroom. Didn't you just say you couldn't hold it anymore? Hurry up. What if we encounter zombies in a bit? We'll have to change locations, and then you'll have to deal with it in the car," Lu Ziping said impatiently. "I am afraid of the dark." "So am I." "Me too." Even Zheng Qing, who had been silent in the back, nodded, her big watery eyes filled with fear. Lu Ziping noticed that Mu Xinran's expression was somewhat strange. After getting used to the cold-blooded demeanor of the calculating woman in the apocalypse, seeing Mu Xinran suddenly turn into such a naive girl, trying to disguise herself, was too strong of a contrast. He couldn't wrap his head around it. However, this side of Mu Xinran was quite cute. "You 2 first-level evolved beings don't even blink when killing zombies. How can you be afraid of the dark?" Lu Ziping found it utterly amusing. "What now? Surely you don't expect me to accompany you," Lu Ziping said offhandedly. Upon hearing this, Mu Xinran and Wei Sinyu's cheeks flushed faintly. Yet the night was pitch black, only starlight faintly outlined shapes, and Lu Ziping could not discern the 2 women's subtle discomfort. "Fine, here, take this." He withdrew a compact flashlight from his spatial storage and handed it to them. "I'll stay right here, don't wander too far." The 4 women clasped hands, relying solely on the flashlight's narrow beam as they inched slowly, deliberately toward the roadside, vanishing beyond sight. Lu Ziping watched amused. Even as evolved beings, women remained unchanged at their core. He snapped back to awareness, cradling his Tang sword against the vehicle while scanning the darkness. Zhao Qinsi approached him unexpectedly. her stiletto heels clicking softly, her steps delicate and measured. She deliberately exposed her elegant clavicle. Her fair skin glowed alluringly beneath the starlight. Noticing her approach, Lu Ziping tightened his grip on the Tang sword and spoke calmly. What is it? I need to relieve myself. It's too dark, I'm afraid. You must guard me. Zhao Qinzi declared it, as if stating an obvious truth. In her eyes, Guangxian was unreliable. After all, he'd quarreled fiercely with her that very day. She would seek a new pillar of strength instead, and Lu Ziping fit perfectly. At the very least, he could slay zombies. Moreover, she held unshaken confidence with her beauty. How could he possibly resist? There are 2 men over there and 4 women just beyond. Just go with them. What is there to fear? But they're men. How could I possibly use the restroom alongside them? And those 4 women, I hardly know them. I won't go near them. Then hold it. Lu Ziping refused outright. Trust for him now extended only to those he personally acknowledged. You. Speechless, Zhao Qinzi fixed him with a cold, calculating gaze, then resolved to try again. She deliberately unfastened several buttons of her blouse, revealing a deep cleavage, pale, luminous, almost blinding. Leaning subtly toward Lu Ziping, she murmured, I simply wish to be alone with you. No time. Not only did her advances stir no response in him, he recoiled inwardly at the sight of her smudged eyeliner and mascara, her face a disarray that bordered on grotesque. You. Humiliated and furious, Zhao Qinzi stormed off. Moments later, the 4 women returned. Lu Ziping directed them into the vehicle. He waited longer still, but the 2 men failed to reappear. Puzzled, Lu Ziping wondered where were they. Surely men relieved themselves faster than women. Ah, zombies. Xie Quan and Guangxian sprinted back in panic. Guangxian's belt remained unbuckled, clutched desperately in one hand as he fled for his life. 3 zombies pursued them, 1 large, 2 smaller, wearing matching family-themed outfits. They appeared to have turned during the apocalypse's onset, their car veering violently off-road into a nearby ditch. Xie Quan and Guangxian had unluckily chosen that precise spot to relieve themselves. Without drawing his Tang sword, Lu Ziping swung its scabbard, shattering the lead zombie's skull with a single brutal strike. The 2 survivors wore expressions of raw, trembling relief. Nearby, Zhao Qinzi shrieked, ah! Lu Ziping's expression hardened instantly. He scanned the perimeter with sharp vigilance. Where are the zombies now? Guangxian, now a trembling wreck, instantly ducked behind Lu Ziping, gripping his arm tightly and whirling about wildly. Blood. Zombie blood splattered on my clothes. Ah, disgusting. Get it off. Do you have tissues? Anyone? Give them to me, now. Zhao Qinzi stamped her feet in frantic distress, as though a single drop of zombie blood upon her garment constituted a grievous, unforgivable transgression. Lu Ziping's temples throbbed, his restraint shattered. With one swift kick, he sent her flying, then seized Guangxian by the collar and hurled him after her. Keep your woman under control, or next time I'll kill her myself. With that, he turned and strode back to the vehicle. He did not move the vehicle. Highways typically ran through suburban fringes. If no zombies lurked nearby, it remained relatively safe. Still, 1 month, hence nighttime sentries would be mandatory anywhere outdoors. For in this apocalyptic world, humanity was not the only thing that had mutated. Back inside, Lu Ziping retrieved 5 self-heating hot pot meals and 5 bottles of water from the trunk. After distributing them among the 4 women, he said, eat quickly, then rest. We depart at dawn. Half an hour later, all had eaten and drunk their fill. Silence settled over the cabin. No one spoke. Mu Xinran longed to break it, yet words eluded her. Lu Ziping glanced at the dashboard clock, 1158 p.m. A faint smile touched his lips. In a moment, I shall treat you to a grand fireworks display. The 4 women exchanged bewildered glances, following his gaze into the still, empty night. Who in these desperate times would waste resources on fireworks? They assumed he was jesting, until midnight struck and a colossal explosion erupted in the distance. A tower of fire surged skyward, its searing light staining the far horizon crimson. Staring at that vivid, unnatural glow piercing the blackness, the 4 women stood stunned. Was this the fireworks he had promised? Wei Xinyu had been straining to hear battle sounds, but none came. Only occasional sparks flickered silently in the distance. Then she understood the distance was too great. The thunder of war could not reach them. What is that? Mu Xinran's voice trembled. A human counteroffensive. The battle has begun. Lu Ziping gazed at the distant conflagration, speaking softly. Not far from Yun City lies the Eastern Military Region. Armed bases, the landscape like scattered stars. Coincidentally, he recalled from his past life that Yun City had launched precisely such a counterattack at midnight on the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and a combat base happened to lie nearby. Will we win? Mu Xinran asked. Lu Ziping watched the firelight bleed across half the sky, his eyes shimmering with something between rapture and memory. There will be initial fleeting victories, then the deafening blasts will draw hordes of zombies. Once the tide swells, humanity will collapse utterly, left clinging to mere survival. Many armed bases will fall entirely. A wry sardonic curl lifted the corner of Lu Ziping's mouth. Let them fight. Only when blood-soaked reality strikes home will the commanders of Yun City's military region finally grasp the truth. Only fortified strongholds can withstand the zombie onslaught. In his past life, the trajectory of development was such that humanity's counterattacks initially ended in utter failure, leading to the realization that firearms were not omnipotent. Gradually, everyone began to resort to cold weapons. It was only after the emergence of magic crystal weapons that large-scale long-range attacks became possible, further solidifying the strength of various bases. Before this, everyone had tacitly agreed not to use loud firearms in bustling urban areas, as it would be tantamount to seeking death. After this failure, the bigwigs of Yun City relied on the existing city walls to establish a large base consisting of 5 interconnected cities, the Yun City base. Subsequently, talents were assigned out, and many small bases sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Mu Xinran looked at Lu Ziping, who was lost in nostalgia and could no longer contain herself. She asked, "Boss, you seem to know a lot of things. Can you prepare for the future like a prophet? How do you know about this apocalypse in advance?" Mu Xinran's words directly shocked Wei Xinyu, Zhiqi, and Zheng Qing. They looked at Lu Ziping with disbelief. Could he really know about the apocalypse in advance? How is that possible? However, upon further reflection, the 3 women realized it might actually be true. Each time Lu Ziping could accurately locate treasure chests and exchange points, and he knew what professions were wielding a razor-sharp tang knife that radiated a white light. Lu Ziping smiled, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes slightly, but did not directly answer Mu Xinran's question. "Let me tell you a story. A young man who had just entered university fell asleep in class one day and dreamed a dream in which he..." Lu Ziping lied. His rebirth was not a novel, but a reality that happened to him. As for the system, if others learned of its existence, he would undoubtedly face human extinction, leaving not a trace behind. Lu Ziping chose to conceal these 2 matters that were crucial to his life and fortune. However, apart from the system and rebirth, Lu Ziping briefly told the 4 women about the developments over the next 5 years. He was not afraid of betrayal from any of them. As long as one wasn't foolish, they would not choose to betray Lu Ziping. Moreover, Lu Ziping could monitor loyalty, and as long as the loyalty exceeded 90, it indicated that betrayal would never occur. Shizuki's loyalty had also reached 50. Lu Ziping was confident he could gradually win her over. However, he was somewhat surprised by her saintly nature, as having 50 loyalty towards someone as ruthless as Lu Ziping was unexpected. Even more surprising to Lu Ziping was the girl Zheng Qing, who had been violated by a group of thugs on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria at the onset of the apocalypse. After being rescued by Wei Xinyu, she likely suffered significant psychological trauma and appeared somewhat taciturn. However, after she asked Lu Ziping a question, last time her loyalty astonishingly reached 80. Perhaps this was the mindset formed after a drastic change in one's fortunes. Lu Ziping couldn't understand, but he didn't hesitate to establish a loyalty bond. With an additional loyalty bond participant, Lu Ziping gained another avenue for acquiring evolution energy, which might even lead to discovering a treasure chest. Although this thing was dependent on luck, it was certainly better than being alone, wasn't it? Lu Ziping had a gut feeling that this evolution energy would be immensely useful, but he was still not at the right level to understand its application. Half an hour later, the car was silent, and the 4 women were not speaking. Their hearts were tumultuous, unable to find peace for a long time. After hearing Lu Ziping's dream, no one could believe it. Because this dream of Lu Ziping completely predicted the future, who could believe in such an apocalypse? To predict in advance, that was the stuff of legendary prophets. Finally, Mu Xinran couldn't help but say, "Boss, what exactly are the profession, skills, evolution, and weapons you just mentioned?" Lu Ziping turned to look at her, smiled slightly, and said, "You already know about evolution, right? By injecting the evolution serum, one can become an evolutionary. The level of evolution depends on the grade of the serum injected. Of course, one cannot inject serums of a higher grade than one's body can handle, as that would be a dead end. Moreover, the evolution serum is limited to grade 3. Before grade 3, there are evolution serums available, but after that one must rely on personal cultivation. Before grade 3, humans cannot absorb energy to evolve and cultivate. The evolution serum is like a benefit designed for humanity by some deity, allowing gradual evolution to keep pace with the world's evolutionary speed. After grade 3, the human body can withstand the explosive and chaotic energy within magic crystals, allowing direct absorption and self-cultivation. The evolution serum will no longer exist, and one must evolve on their own." At this point, Lu Ziping paused, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corners of his mouth. This world is just a game. The 3 women were left dumbfounded. This revelation was even more shocking than Lu Ziping's prophetic dreams. Each piece of news had already shaken their hearts significantly. They could hardly believe it, yet the events of that day had completely overturned all their understanding, leaving them no choice but to believe. Lu Ziping paid no heed to the women's astonishment, and continued apart from evolution, there are 3 other ways to enhance power elemental awakening professions and skills. Awakening means you possess supernatural abilities like Wei Xinghe, who awakened the talent of charm and has a skill. What is it? The charm body. Wei Xinghe nodded. Mu Xingran, you studied the wind element profession, and in the future you'll awaken the wind element supernatural ability, while I will awaken the fire element supernatural ability. All of this is due to our professions. As for the reasons behind it, we can discuss that later. It is of no use to you now. Lu Ziping continued. Professions can be broadly classified into 4 categories: melee professions, range professions, support professions, and special professions. For instance, your profession of wind swordsman and my profession of blazing blade master are both melee professions, and they are among the highest end professions with elemental attributes possessing immense destructive power. Moreover, you should be feeling a bottleneck now, right? The proficiency of your wind swordsman has already reached its limit, unlocking a skill. What is it? Lu Ziping turned to ask Mu Xingran, his tone extremely certain. Mu Xingran nodded. In a daze after my proficiency reached its limit, something appeared in my mind called Wind Shadow Kill. It turned out to be a skill. With your current mental strength, you can only trigger it 6 or 7 times at most before your mental energy is depleted and you faint. After reaching full proficiency in a profession stage, you need to exchange for a specific profession upgrade card within the point system to complete the upgrade. Since Wei Xinghe has awakened her charm ability, she cannot casually learn professions that contain attributes. She can only learn attribute professions that align with her own abilities, while attribute-free professions can be learned freely. However, attribute-free professions generally do not come with skills, and one must spend magic crystals to exchange for learning them. As for skills, they are additional abilities you can learn which can be quite varied with all sorts of functions. As long as they do not conflict with your own attributes, you can learn as many as you want, but if you lack mental strength, it is of no use. Even if you learn them, you would not be able to use them. These additional skills, which are not part of the elemental main professions, consume more mental energy than the main profession skills because they lack the internal power to support them. As for weapons and equipment like the magic crystals on the zombies' heads, they are also graded by color. Mai Tang Dao is a white weapon corresponding to level 2. Level 3 is green, followed by blue, orange, purple, red, black, and silver. These correspond to levels 4 to 9 in the evolutionist ranks. Is there anything unclear? The 4 were stunned by the barrage of information, processing it in silence. Lu Ziping was not in a hurry and waited patiently. What about me? Can I awaken or evolve? After regaining her composure, Shi Jiqing asked. Lu Ziping glanced at her and sneered. Do you know why I'm willing to take you along? I possess a skill that allows me to see a person's level and talent. You have inherent talent, it's just that you haven't evolved yet and cannot awaken your abilities. Otherwise, do you think I would have taken someone so clueless out of the administrative building? Hearing Lu Ziping's somewhat mocking words, Shi Jiqing pouted, not really caring, her eyes sparkling with interest. After all, she knew what kind of person Lu Ziping was and understood that in this apocalypse, if she remained as she was before, she would undoubtedly be among the first to perish. Light attribute. Lu Ziping looked at Shi Jiqing's expectant gaze and finally spoke. Seeing her excitement, he poured a bucket of cold water on her. Don't be too happy. Awakening early isn't necessarily a good thing. Your light attribute is extremely rare, and there are very few professions that match it. Although Lu Ziping had a profession skill book for the light attribute Holy Light Guardian Angel. However, he would not give it to her until her loyalty reached 90. For those who were already confirmed as his own, like Mu Xingran and Wei Xinghe, Lu Ziping had no qualms about providing resources to elevate them. But others did not enjoy such treatment. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to learn, or I'd prefer something simple, just to stay in the back and survive as long as I can protect myself. I have no desire to fight. Shi Jiqing muttered to herself. Mu Xinran's expression shifted. She remembered that Lu Ziping had exchanged for a profession called something like angel. Given the name, it should be a light attribute. Could it be that he was already planning for this back then? How wonderful that dream was. Did he dream of me? Mu Xingran couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. What happens if there are no evolution potions after reaching level 3? How do we evolve? Wei Xinghe asked curiously. I don't know, my dream didn't tell me what happens after evolving to level 3. Lu Ziping shrugged. Mu Xingran looked at Lu Ziping, who was lying in the driver's seat, and asked with some confusion, things in the exchange point are so expensive. A zombie only yields 1 magic crystal. How can humans afford to exchange for everyone? Lu Ziping opened his eyes, a sudden cold glint flashing in them. Do you think only humans have mutated? Humans have now become the lowest tier in the food chain. Worldwide, all animals and plants have begun to mutate and evolve, and they all possess magic crystals. It's just that for some unknown reason, they have yet to erupt. Think about it. In a future wave of rat tides, there might be tens of thousands of level 1 rats with magic crystals. Although their small size lowers the value of the magic crystals considerably, the sheer number still counts. Some powerful monsters may even possess intelligence and the ability to speak. Lu Ziping said, his eyes narrowing slightly, pausing for a moment, as if recalling something, but quickly recovered and continued. Moreover, the exchange point is not the only means to obtain equipment and skills. I've mentioned before that it's like a game. Sometimes treasures can appear in the wild, usually guarded by a powerful beast. Treasures could be a type of spiritual fruit that enhances one's ability, a skill, a profession, a blueprint, or even a cultivation method above level 4. There's a profession called craftsman, which can create weapons based on blueprints. Once humans break through the level 4 shackles, some can comprehend the original owner's talent skills while utilizing magic crystals to cultivate. After Lu Ziping finished speaking, the car fell into a long silence. Bastard! Mu Xinran suddenly cursed under her breath. Lu Ziping knew who she was referring to, the one who created all of this. Perhaps not human, but some other form of higher life. This world can be as magical as it gets. You just live well. Only by living can we unearth the mastermind behind it all. After Lu Ziping said this, he fell silent, and the 4 women leaned against each other in silence, seemingly asleep. Name: Lu Ziping. Level enhanced, stage 1 evolver. Profession: swordsman. Evolution energy 41 points. 1 point of evolution energy can enhance 10 points of strength, 1 point of speed, 1 point of endurance, and 1 point of mental capacity. Strength 1000. Speed 20 ms. Endurance 10. Mental 60. Skill: Eye of Detection. Beginner proficiency 23,100. Technique: Fireblade technique. Beginner. Full proficiency. Attack 40 can be upgraded. Equipment: White Tang Dao. Attack 30, durability 93. Attack power 2000, peak attack 2500. Looking at the evolution energy in the system, Lu Ziping hesitated, contemplating whether to add his spirit to it. Now, with his other 3 attributes at the pinnacle of level 1, there was no further improvement possible. Only his spirit remained with room for enhancement. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ziping recalled the rumors he had heard in his past life about the promotion to level 4, and with a firm resolve he chose to enhance. His spirit directly increased to 100 points, and the system indicated that it had reached its peak. Now Lu Ziping had no shortcomings. In his past life, he had heard that breaking through to level 4 was a watershed moment that stumped the majority. When breaking through from level 3 to level 4, there was no evolutionary potion to assist. It all relied on personal comprehension. It was rumored that the higher one's physical and spiritual attributes, the greater the benefits obtained after reaching level 4, but Lu Ziping was unclear about what those benefits were. In his past life, he was merely a lowly level 1 evolver, and his knowledge was quite limited. However, looking at his pitiful single point of evolution energy, Lu Ziping couldn't help but smile wryly. He now couldn't even enhance with an evolutionary potion. Lu Ziping always felt like he had overlooked something important. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a green potion treasure chest that he had not opened. He had been so busy earlier that he completely forgot about it. He hurriedly opened the treasure chest in his hand. After a flash of light, he found that there were only 2 vials of level 1 evolutionary potion. Yes, only 2 vials. Last time he had received 4 different potions, yet this time there were only 2. Lu Ziping couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Not right. He discovered that in addition to the potions, there was also a scroll that appeared. Upon opening it, Lu Ziping's pupils suddenly contracted. At the top of the scroll were 6 large characters: strengthening potion recipe. These 6 characters appeared first, followed by 3 symbols representing the configurations of 3 potion recipes. The first recipe was the simplest, a level 1 strengthening potion recipe requiring 2 simple herbs, Wujin grass and crocodile turtle shell, along with 1 essential main ingredient, which was the level 1 evolutionary potion. Of course, it noted that 1 vial of level 1 evolutionary potion could configure 10 vials of strengthening potion, each capable of enhancing the physical attributes of a level 1 evolver. The effect gradually diminished. A level 1 evolver could only inject a maximum of 10 vials, after which further injections would be ineffective. Lu Ziping speculated that physical attributes referred to strength, speed, and endurance being enhanced simultaneously, but should not enhance spiritual points. The second recipe was for a level 2 strengthening potion, which required a bit more material. In addition to the level 2 evolutionary potion, it also required the heart of a mutated level 2 armored rhinoceros, the tailbone of a level 2 tinwood crocodile, the skin of a level 2 mutated plant iron tree, and the blood of a mythical beast, the wild wolf. Lu Ziping knew that the first 3 types of plants and animals were new species formed from the mutations of Earth's creatures. However, he speculated that the blood of that mythical beast should be a unique item produced by the exchange point, or perhaps something from the legendary extraterrestrial visitors. The effects of the level 2 strengthening potion were similar to the level 1, with the only difference being the target it affected was level 2 evolvers. As for the level 3 strengthening potion, Lu Ziping glanced at it and skipped over it. He was familiar with most of the materials needed for the first 2, but he had never even heard of the materials required for the level 3 strengthening potion, let alone how to concoct it. The back of this scroll indicated in small print that this strengthening potion could be concocted by a novice potion maker. The higher the level, the greater the success rate. Under normal circumstances, a novice potion maker's success rate for concocting a level 3 strengthening potion was essentially 0. The function of the strengthening potion was similar to that of the evolutionary potion, but it could only be used on evolvers of the same level and could not induce evolution. It could only enhance a person's physical abilities. However, Lu Xiping remembered that the profession of potion maker should be most suitable for those who had awakened wood attributes. It was now certainly impossible for him to learn it, so he put the scroll away. He glanced out the window. The night was pitch black with only the distant battlefield occasionally illuminated by bursts of fire reflecting the brutality of the battle. As he gazed, Lu Xiping slowly closed his eyes, contemplating the potion recipes he had just obtained and the data he had seen on his system interface. Lu Xiping vaguely thought of something as he continued to ponder. He had once heard some rumors that there were visitors from other realms in this world commonly referred to as aliens. But no one had ever seen them. Lu Xiping had heard of it, and just laughed it off, especially since he was then struggling for survival and basic sustenance. But now that he was reborn and possessed this strength, he naturally had to think more about it. In his past life, he was not a significant figure, merely aware of some common knowledge. Now Lu Xiping had a vague suspicion in his heart that some of the common knowledge he had known in his past life was incorrect, intentionally released by those in power. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Lu Xiping woke up. Just as he was about to get off the vehicle to relieve himself, he heard Mu Xinren's voice. "Boss, can we survive?" Turning around, Lu Xiping saw Mu Xinren with dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept all night. She had been on watch, fearing the sudden appearance of zombies and the risk of being attacked unexpectedly. Lu Xiping felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, "Silly girl, with me here of course we can survive. Then can I call you Brother Lu from now on?" Mu Xinren spoke timidly. "Sure." Lu Xiping chuckled. As the red sun rose, as usual, the four girls had already begun a set of exercises on the highway in front of Lu Xiping's vehicle. Not long after Lu Xiping woke up, he called everyone awake. He planned to have the four girls exercise a bit. In the apocalypse, humanity had long invented the most suitable exercise methods to gradually increase their physical abilities. Lu Xiping had a system and could directly cheat, but they could not. Currently, no one possessed the profession of potion maker, so they had no way to concoct strengthening potions. Even if they could concoct strengthening potions, they would still need to train to master their own strength. Lu Xiping led the four girls to start with warm-up exercises, and after completing the warm-up, he taught them a type of exercise from his previous life that enhanced physical abilities. This was a truncated version of some physical training techniques. In the previous life, those in power specifically released it so that ordinary people could have combat effectiveness and resist zombies and mutated beasts. Ever since he obtained that strengthening potion yesterday, Lu Xiping had begun to harbor doubts. Even among level 1 evolvers, combat effectiveness could vary. Just like Lu Xiping, he could easily take on 4 or 5 level 1 evolvers. In his previous life, Lu Xiping had heard whispers that breaking through to level 4 as a peak level 3 evolver would invoke celestial blessings. At that moment, auspicious radiance would descend and infuse the body, greatly enhancing one's innate aptitude and conferring profound benefits upon the cultivator. Yet Lu Xiping possessed a system that quantified all attributes. He observed everything with crystalline clarity. The physical disparity between evolvers of successive levels was staggering. Strength, speed, and endurance belonged to entirely different tiers. Those with superior physical capacity were undeniably far more formidable. He suspected the notion of auspicious radiance entering the body upon breaking the level 4 barrier might be little more than hearsay, but the claim of extraordinary personal benefit likely held truth. Upon attaining level 1, every evolver began with nearly identical baseline physical metrics. Strength stood at 500 points, speed at 10 milliseconds, stamina at 5 points, and mental acuity at 50 points. Lu Xiping alone exceeded these norms by 10 thanks to system-enhanced fortifying agents. Level 2 advancement scaled multiplicatively. Each attribute increased tenfold from the individual's level 1 foundation. Lu Xiping had already refined all his faculties to their apex: strength at 1 points, speed at 20 milliseconds, stamina at 10 points, and mental acuity at 100 points. With such an exceptional constitution, his evolution into a level 2 evolver would yield peak-tier capabilities, strength soaring to 100 points. By contrast, an unenhanced level 1 evolver would attain merely 500 points of strength upon ascending to level 2. This chasm in raw power was nothing short of immense. And this disparity extended across all physical domains, excluding weapons, professions, or skills, making Lu Xiping effortlessly dominant over any other level 2 evolver. At level 3, the gulf widened further: 100 points versus 500, a difference so grotesque it defied comprehension. Lu Xiping surmised that among peers of the same level, the strongest bore a chasm-like gulf against the ordinary, and that this rift only deepened with each ascension growing ever more insurmountable. Such disparity would likely prove decisive when shattering the level 4 barrier, the ultimate crucible of self-transcendence. He wished for those who followed him to also become peerless within their tier, though the path would be arduous. Yet progress, however incremental, remained possible. Thus training must begin without delay. Tu Xinghe watched the 4 women drenched in sweat and reflected silently. The 4 women voiced no complaint, bowing their heads in disciplined exertion. Even Tu Xinghe, whose physical reserves were weakest, strained with unwavering resolve. The previous day they had learned of Tu Xinghe's prophetic dream. To them, heeding the words of such a foreseer could bring only advantage. Watching their dedication, Tu Xinghe felt deeply satisfied. Building foundational physique was most efficient at level 1, by level 3 gaps surged by tens of thousands, making pursuit nearly impossible. Tu Xinghe occasionally stepped forward to correct their form, focusing especially on Tu Xinghe and Zheng Qing, while Mu Xinran and Wei Xinyu, already level 1 evolvers, executed the movements with ease. Still, gains in physical capacity remained modest. What Tu Xinghe urgently needed was a complete cultivation method for the mind, a technique he had heard of in his past life but never witnessed firsthand. Cultivation methods stood apart from professions and skills. Only after attaining level 4 could one truly begin systematic refinement, either through mastering established methods or forging one's own, to ascend further along the evolutionary path. What he required were 2 distinct methods, one for physical cultivation, another for mental cultivation. Though usable even before level 4, and indeed far more potent then, their scarcity rendered them exceedingly rare. As for physical enhancement, securing a pharmacist profession offered one route. Failing that, cultivation methods remained the sole recourse. Clearly, even after reuniting with his sister, his tasks would remain numerous. Tu Xinghe pondered this quietly, while behind him Guangxian and Xiaquan, long awake inside the sedan, observed the 4 women performing awkward exercises and Tu Xinghe watching nearby. "What are they doing?" Xiaquan asked. "Training, perhaps." Guangxian replied uncertainly, his gaze locked onto Wei Xinyu and the others. Remarkable physiques, all uniquely captivating and strikingly beautiful. Were I Tu Xinghe, I'd have trouble choosing where to begin. Slap. Zhao Qinsi struck Guangxian sharply across the back of his head, her voice sharp and piercing. "Where exactly are your eyes wandering? Am I not enough for you? She may be beautiful, but she's a cheap woman who sells her body." Guangxian rubbed his head and roared back, furious. "Are you insane? Your makeup is ruined. You look like a hag now, spewing nonsense. What harm is there in looking?" "Arg, Guangxian. Calling me a hag. I'll kill you." Xiaquan simply exited the car and shut the door, sealing the quarrel inside. He could bear it no longer, and stepped out to observe the training instead. His gaze naturally lingered longest on Wei Xinyu and Tu Xinghe. Their figures were simply irresistible. Any man would find himself powerless to look away. After 1 hour, each woman collapsed onto the ground, breath ragged and exhausted. Tu Xinghe resumed driving, allowing them to rest inside the vehicle. Physical training must never exceed safe limits, and must always be followed by abundant nourishment. Throughout the journey, the 4 women consumed substantial provisions. Zzzt. Tu Xinghe fiddled with the car's radio, its intermittent static confirming that broadcast signals remained fragmented and unreliable. This time, they traveled slowly along the highway. Traffic had thickened markedly. At regular intervals, they passed vehicles twisted grotesquely in collisions, abandoned haphazardly across the asphalt. Nearby clusters of 3 or 5 zombies shuffled aimlessly along the road, jaws distended, impossibly wide limbs moving in eerie, halting rhythms. As the landscape grew increasingly desolate, Tu Xinghe's urgency mounted. Though memory assured him his younger sister remained unharmed, absence bred relentless anxiety. After some time, a horn blared from behind. Tu Xinghe scanned the surroundings, still quiet and secure, and pulled over. This time Zhao Qinsi made no effort to approach him. Instead, she remained inside the car, frantically removing her ruined makeup. Having glimpsed her reflection in the rearview mirror, she was near hysterical, splashing bottled water repeatedly across her face. Shortly after Mu Xinran and the others returned from their break, Xiaquan and Guangxian rejoined them. By then, Zhao Qinsi had nearly emptied an entire jerrycan of water. "That's drinking water. How dare you waste it so recklessly?" Xiaquan's voice brimmed with irritation. "My makeup is ruined. Without proper makeup remover, this is all I can do." Sighing, she turned to Xiaquan. "Could you please check your car for makeup remover?" "You?" Xiaquan opened his mouth to roar, but the moment he heard Tu Xinghe's vehicle start up, he abandoned all thought of confronting Zhao Qinsi and scrambled into his car to pursue. The vehicle crawled forward at a sluggish pace. No matter how anxious Tu Xinghe grew, there was nothing he could do. Eventually, he adopted a pragmatic rhythm. Whenever zombies appeared, he halted, letting the 4 women handle them while he rested. Human adaptability is astonishingly formidable. By this point, not only had Wei Xinyu grown accustomed to the new reality, But even Tu Xinghe and Tu Xinghe had fully acclimated striking down zombies with chilling efficiency and zero hesitation. Lu Ziping's rigorous training regimen bore remarkable fruit. Every member of the group seemed reborn, strength, speed, and combat prowess surging upward in leaps and bounds. Within Lu Ziping's body, evolutionary energy continued its steady ascent. Reclining in the driver's seat, he listened to the soft rhythmic chime echoing in his mind, each pulse marking another influx of evolutionary energy, and felt a quiet wave of reflection. There was something profoundly satisfying about earning power while lying still. No wonder before the apocalypse so many dreamed only of becoming landlords, passively collecting rent from rows of idle properties. 3 days passed like this, until their drinking water ran out. The sedan trailing behind had long been parched, enduring thirst in silence as it dogged Lu Ziping's path. At first, bickering filled its cabin. Soon Tu Xinghe and Guangxian fell mute, too dehydrated even to speak. Lu Ziping's own supply was dwindling rapidly. 5 people unaccustomed to rationing consumed water at an alarming rate. As they drove on, a roadside sign announced an upcoming service area. "Let's stop here for rest and resupply," Lu Ziping announced. A dozen shambling figures wandered listlessly across the parking lot. The moment Lu Ziping's vehicle came to a halt, nearby zombies snapped to attention, fangs bared limbs lurching forward in unison toward both cars. As expected, Tu Xinghe's shrill scream pierced the air once more, while inside the sedan Xia Quan and Guangxian froze, too terrified to step outside. Lu Ziping stepped out, brow furrowed, as he glanced back at the screaming vehicle. In mere seconds, nearly every zombie in the parking lot had converged upon them. "Brother Lu, we've reached Qing City ahead. Shall we part ways with them soon?" Mu Xinran frowned, her gaze fixed on Tu Xinghe's hysterical cries, her expression unmistakably disdainful. The 4 women had fully embraced this brutal new existence. Yet the 3 in the sedan remained dead weight, never lifting a finger, always retreating, waiting solely for the women to intervene. Tu Xinghe in particular did nothing but shriek at the sight of zombies, a habit that had already caused the women serious complications. Enough talk. Kill the zombies first." Lu Ziping nodded, then turned toward the others in the car. "You handle these zombies. I won't interfere." "Got it, boss. Mind lending me your blade?" Wei Xinyu grinned as Lu Ziping tossed her the Tangdao. He folded his arms and watched motionless as chaos unfolded across the parking lot. He had no intention of stepping in. The women's current strength made dispatching dozens of zombies effortless. Even when Lu Ziping ran zombies down on the road, the system registered each kill and granted him modest infusions of evolutionary energy. Over 3 days, he'd accumulated over 40 points, enough to enhance 2 vials of evolution serum, which he immediately administered to Tu Xinghe and Tu Xinghe. Now all 5 aboard his vehicle were level 1 evolved beings, combat capabilities soaring beyond measure. Together the 5 could effortlessly crush a minor zombie horde numbering in the dozens. Tu Xinghe's face remained impassive as she accepted the enhanced serum, but her loyalty index spiked by 10 percentage points, startling even Lu Ziping. He still carried 1 final vial of enhanced evolution serum, reserved for Lu Anren. A battered coach sat stranded at the service area, sheltering over a dozen survivors huddled beneath its windows, too terrified to raise their heads, fearing detection. When the apocalypse erupted days earlier, the bus had happened to be stopped at the service area for rest, and none of those aboard had succumbed to infection. At first, they'd felt blessed, until despair descended. Sealed inside, they were utterly trapped. The driver had attempted to ram through the horde, using the bus's sheer mass to carve a bloody path to freedom. But the swarm was overwhelming, the vehicle nearly overturned, saved only by the driver's masterful control. Thankfully, the early horde had been sparse, unable to breach the reinforced doors, and the passengers survived. After that, no one dared entertain escape again. Now the bus door stood barely a dozen meters from the convenience store, yet that short distance stretched like an uncrossable chasm. Yesterday, 2 dared defy fate, bursting out in desperation. Their end required no explanation. 2 skeletal heaps, stained crimson, lay where they fell, devoured whole before they could even reanimate. Their screams still echoed in everyone's memory. Hope had long since bled dry. For days had passed. Every crumb of food, however frugally hoarded, was gone. In such extremis, humanity's darker instincts surged. The driver and several burly men now eyed the young women with unmistakable predatory hunger. Only the threat of another ear-splitting scream from one sharp-tongued girl had thus far kept violence at bay. "People are coming. We might be saved." Hearing the engine's distant hum, the driver cautiously peered outside. That faint sound reignited a long-dormant ember of hope within their numb, desolate hearts. Where are they? A middle-aged woman thrust her head out, dehydrated for over 2 days, surviving only on a single biscuit. Starving, desperate, she clung to the fragile possibility of rescue. "Just 2 vehicles. One's a compact sedan. We're doomed. 2 cars. They'll be lucky if they save themselves." Survivors from the highway. Stopping here for supplies, the woman mused skeptically. Maybe they can clear the zombies. Then we can finally get out. A young girl nervously twisting her collar brimmed with fragile hope, until Zhao Qinxi's scream shattered the illusion, leaving everyone stunned silent. Heh, ha ha ha, what a fool. I bet those 2 cars won't last 2 minutes. 2 minutes is generous. I give them 60 seconds. When Mu Xinran and the other 3 women emerged from their vehicles, the passengers aboard the bus laughed until tears streamed down their cheeks. Misery, after all, is relative. Seeing others suffer worse fates brought them grim satisfaction. At least they were still alive, while those women would soon be dead. For women. Seriously. It's too far. I can't see her face clearly, but she must not be unattractive and her figure is exceptional. What a pity. The man who said this glanced at several women in the back of the car, his eyes filled with humanity's most primal desires. Lu Ziping watched as 4 uniquely graceful women fought against the zombies. To be precise, they were slaughtering the zombies. Mu Xinran wielded a short sword, swift as the wind, moving rapidly, leaving afterimages to the naked eye. Every zombie that approached her was sent flying by a single strike, her attack power being the strongest among the 4. Wei Xinyu held an axe, striking fiercely at the head of a charging zombie, splitting its skull open, with blood and rotten flesh splattering onto her explosive figure, creating a peculiar sense of beauty. Zheng Qing, the shortest among them, remained silent, but when it came to killing zombies, she was no less effective. With a baseball bat in her hand, she smashed the heads of the zombies like hitting baseballs, effortlessly crushing them. Truly a feisty loli. With such 4 extremely powerful teammates, Shi Jiqing felt at ease. Not fond of being in the front lines, she stayed back to collect magic crystals, armed with 2 crossbows given to her by Mu Xinran, and Wei Xinyu occasionally providing support. However, under Lu Ziping's training, Shi Jiqing was not poor in close combat, either possessing enough self-defense capability against the zombies. The battle mode of the 4 women had basically been established: 3 powerful attackers in the front and 1 supporting from the back. Although the team was not yet complete, dealing with the swarming zombies in the parking lot was still quite easy. Lu Ziping nodded repeatedly from the back. Shut up. Xia Quan shouted angrily at Zhao Qinxi, who was screaming next to the car. Are you really stupid? Guang Ziyan pushed Zhao Qinxi down, feeling an urge to throw this woman away. Zombies, zombies, zombies are coming. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Qinxi did not retaliate against Guang Ziyan. Instead, she pointed forward, her big eyes filled with terror, her words stumbling. Xia Quan and Guang Ziyan followed her finger. The 4 women were already surrounded by zombies fighting fiercely. Some zombies heard the sound Zhao Qinxi made and were waving their claw-like arms, rushing towards them with a stench of decay. Help me, Lu Ziping, save me. Guang Ziyan pleaded towards Lu Ziping, who was looking on with crossed arms. Zhao Qinxi had already gotten up and was running towards him. Lu Ziping glanced at them with disdain, saying, "Figure it out yourself." After speaking, he got into the car and closed the door, clearly showing that he did not want to deal with them. Lu Ziping, you can't just sit back and watch. Zhao Qinxi's sharp voice was cut off as Xia Quan quickly covered her mouth. If this woman kept making noise, it was likely that no one would escape. Get in the car, hurry up, and leave. We need to change locations. Xia Quan said calmly. Right. Get in the car, hurry up, and shake off these disgusting things. Zhao Qinxi quickly got in the car and closed the door. But Guang Ziyan hesitated, not wanting to give up on Lu Ziping. Xia Quan had already started the vehicle, and Guang Ziyan had no choice but to get in. It was obvious to anyone that Lu Ziping had no interest in them, and even found them quite annoying. Yet these 2 acted like others owed them money, which was truly nauseating. In fact, Xia Quan was already fed up with these 2. They had caused so much trouble along the way. Their bickering and screaming attracted zombies. If it weren't for his plan to push these 2 out as bait during the crisis, he definitely wouldn't have brought these 2 along. Virum. A small car sped by like a cannonball, estimated to be going at 180 miles per hour, instantly disappearing after colliding with several zombies. The sound of the engine replaced Zhao Qinxi's screams, and more zombies were attracted, leaving hardly any in the parking lot. With the zombies attracted, the pressure on the 4 women gradually increased. The zombies did not fear death, continually charging in from all directions. Although the women were not afraid, they certainly couldn't fight like Lu Ziping. They had to gradually retreat, backing against the car, and with Lu Ziping occasionally providing support, they barely managed to fend off the zombies' assault. The group on the bus was completely stunned. Those few women, how did they manage to hold on for so long? The driver looked incredulous. They must be soldiers, perhaps even female special forces, otherwise how could they possess such formidable skills and coordinate so well in battle? An elderly woman added, her eyes shining. Go girls. Try to lure all the zombies in the supermarket over. Fantastic. I just saw that the zombies in the nearby supermarket were also being drawn out. A shrewd man was peering through the window, observing the situation in the supermarket. Really? Then let's hurry up and go. What about them? The little girl in the back, clutching her collar, looked at the few people surrounded by zombies, her face showing reluctance. Don't worry about them, they're surrounded by zombies. No matter how strong they are, they probably won't survive. They must be soldiers, and at critical moments they obviously have to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Hurry up and go while the zombies are distracted. If they get eaten and no one is left to lure the zombies, we won't have another chance. As they spoke, the driver had already opened the bus door and dashed into the nearby supermarket, a piece of bread in his mouth, pulling down the shutter door. Seeing this, the others wasted no time and hurriedly got out of the car, rushing into the supermarket. Due to severe exhaustion, the elderly woman collapsed on the ground as she exited, half crawling into the supermarket. Lu Xiping observed this scene but didn't take it to heart. Inside the service area supermarket, the sounds of tearing packaging and pouring drinks echoed continuously. Everyone was stuffing various foods into their mouths like demons, their cheeks nearly bursting, yet their hands continued to move. Don't eat so much yet, do you want to stuff yourself like a pig and then feed the zombies? The driver, struggling to pull down the shutter door, turned and shouted angrily. Hurry up and pull the door down, otherwise when the zombies come back no one will escape. Right, hurry up. Before pulling down the shutter door, the driver thought for a moment and placed a box of items outside. After closing the shutter door, the others finally anxiously searched for something to eat. The supermarket was spacious and everyone did not crowd together, each eating their own. Huh, what is that? The elderly woman's gaze shifted toward the supermarket checkout counter, where quite abruptly a wooden door had appeared. Two faintly glowing yellow stars adorned its surface. Others glanced briefly, puzzled, but paid it no further mind. Their stomachs growled with gnawing hunger, who had the leisure to ponder a door. Seeing no one respond, the woman curled her lips in mild disdain. In one hand, she held a sandwich, in the other a bottle of mineral water. She took large, hurried bites, while shuffling forward to the counter, scrutinizing the door closely. Ancient in style, not ostentatious yet imbued with solemn weight, and softly luminous. This door was remarkably elegant and refined, as surely it must have cost a fortune. Her eyes gleamed with avarice. She'd always pilfered small items while shopping, haggling over every cent, snatching trinkets on her way out, never leaving a transaction without some gain. Such behavior had alienated countless shopkeepers. Even her daughter-in-law refused to accompany her in public, embarrassed by her conduct. Yet the woman remained utterly unbothered, reveling in every petty advantage. Now confronted with an object so evidently priceless, left unguarded, she instinctively stepped forward. Her right hand slowly reached for the door handle. In this apocalypse, value means nothing. The driver's words trailed off mid-sentence. Boom. A soft detonation echoed, and the woman, merely attempting to touch the door, instantly exploded into a crimson mist, dissolving entirely. Not a trace of flesh or bone remained, only her clothes fluttered down onto the floor. Before the exchange point, the air shimmered blood-red. The driver stared dumbfounded. He swallowed hard, then instinctively retreated from the door. Lu Xiping surveyed the four women before him and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Tu Xinghe and the others were steadily adapting, refining their positions within the formation. Zombies surged forward relentlessly, only to collapse again and again. Lu Xiping's intervention grew rarer. Meanwhile, evolutionary energy accumulated steadily in his mind. After roughly 10 minutes, not a single zombie stood upright. All lay motionless, piled high at their feet like grotesque mounds of corpses. Tu Xinghe gazed down at the baseball bat in her hands, slick with black blood, slightly bent. Then at the sprawled corpses littering the ground, their viscous ichor staining the pavement beyond recognition. I've slain zombies. I've survived. A surge of gratitude toward Lu Xiping swelled within her. This was her first time confronting such a horde heathen. It was this man who had granted her survival in the apocalypse. Without him, she would surely have perished. Recalling the horrors of those first days, so recent yet already dreamlike, sent a chill through her. Tu Xinghe resolved inwardly and irrevocably to follow Lu Xiping. Tu Xinghe too had fully acclimated, her excitement evident as she counted aloud how many zombies she'd felled. Tu Xinghe and Wei Xinyu, long accustomed to such scenes, directed the others to secure the battlefield. Lu Xiping drove the vehicle to the fuel station. The tank was empty, and began refueling, simultaneously storing surplus gasoline within his spatial belt. He kept the existence of his spatial belt a secret, for now. Uncertain of what lay ahead, holding back a few cards seemed prudent. Once the four women had collected all the demonic crystals, Lu Xiping topped off the tank and filled several spare fuel canisters, stowing them deep within his spatial belt. Only after completing their tasks did they turn their attention to the service area supermarket, whose formerly open entrance was now sealed tight behind a white roller shutter. What is happening? We just slaughtered the zombies, saved your lives. At the very least, a word of thanks would be warranted. Instead, not only is there no gratitude, we're locked out entirely. Tu Xinghe glared at the shutter, her expression darkening, fury coiling tightly in her chest. Lu Xiping, however, remained unruffled. Such betrayals were commonplace in the apocalypse. He'd long ceased caring about others' judgments. They approached slowly, voices from inside growing faintly audible. Quick, Block the door. Don't let them in. Why? Didn't we see them wipe out all the zombies? Why lock us out now? A timid girl's voice emerged from within. Ha ha, little one, you're far too naive. Why did they slaughter those zombies? Precisely, to seize food and water. There's only so much here. Every bite they take is one less for us. And with so many of them, how much will remain for us? What if they demand repayment and walk away with most of our supplies? Gratitude. In this world, it's a luxury we can't afford. Starvation waits just beyond empty cupboards. Besides, I already gave them something left, bread and water, right outside the store entrance. Take it and go. I never asked them to kill zombies. Their own recklessness drew the horde here, and now they expect to plunder our reserves. Not a chance. The bus driver and his companions sneered at the girl. Whether he deceived himself or others remained unclear. His words silenced the few survivors who'd felt a pang of guilt. After all, self-preservation was law. With those women so formidable, would any of their food remain once the doors opened? I stand with brother driver. Seal the door now. They're strong. They must have supplies in their vehicle. They shouldn't covet ours. If they run low, they can hunt elsewhere. We'll starve if ours vanish. That man's almost here. Hurry, block the entrance. Realizing the danger, the group scrambled, dragging tables, piling furniture, barricading the doorway completely. As a level 1 evolved, Lu Ziping's hearing had sharpened considerably. He caught every word of the argument inside. He stopped directly before the shutter, eyeing the loaf of toast and bottle of water lying on the ground, and let out a cold, silent laugh. Human nature indeed was inherently selfish. Though he'd witnessed such cruelty countless times in his past life, witnessing it unfold before him now still stirred a deep, visceral resentment. Others reacted even faster. Bang, bang, bang. Open up, quickly. The zombies are gone. Open the door. Tu Xinghe hammered the shutter with clenched fists. Inside, a voice hissed. How revolting. How dare they treat us thus? We saved them, yet they greet us with suspicion instead of gratitude. Tu Xinghe's fair face flushed crimson with rage. Moments later, the 4 women joined her before the shutter, each a level 1 evolved, each having heard every contemptuous syllable from within. Tu Xinghe could no longer bear it, the sheer force of a level 1 evolved being left deep handprints all over the rolling metal shutter. Yet at that very moment, the supermarket fell utterly silent. Not a single sound escaped from within. Finally, the man known as the driver broke the silence. I've placed food and water by the entrance as your reward. There's hardly anything left inside the store, and with so many of us, we need provisions to survive until rescue arrives. Please leave now. Wei Xinyu stared at the single bottle of water and bag of toast by the door, her face flushing crimson with fury. Her temper flared instantly. With one furious kick, she sent the toast and bottled water flying. Her voice erupted in scalding contempt. Do you take us for ghosts? Shut your mouth and open this door, now, or when we break and not a crumb will remain for you. Given your extraordinary skill and strength, you must be soldiers, People's Liberation Army personnel. Protecting the people and upholding justice is your sacred duty. How then can you seize our supplies? We sincerely thank you for clearing the zombies outside, but this door truly cannot be opened. We've been trapped inside for several days. To keep the zombies out, we piled desks, chairs, and benches against the entrance. This door is completely sealed. We regret we are powerless to help. The driver spoke again, his tone laced with feigned sincerity. Lu Ziping shook his head inwardly. This man was shameless, humanity's darkest instincts laid bare. His audacity only deepened. Lu Ziping had watched them enter the supermarket just hours earlier, yet now they claimed to have been barricaded inside for days. Though he'd long grown accustomed to such moral bankruptcy, having it directed squarely at himself left Lu Ziping unwilling to yield. No lofty rhetoric could rival the unyielding truth of brute force. He raised a hand, silencing Wei Xinyu before she could utter another word. Lu Ziping stepped forward and delivered a thunderous kick to the rolling shutter. He could easily have sliced it open with his tang sword, but chose not to. Using that blade here would have dishonored it. With a deafening crash, the shutter buckled inward. Behind it stood a reinforced glass door, still locked. Beyond the glass, desks, chairs, and benches were jammed tight. Most obstructive of all was a massive shelving unit sealing the entrance completely. Yet to Lu Ziping, these barriers were illusory. One kick bent the shutter violently, imprinting a deep, unmistakable footprint upon its surface. The glass door shattered into a fractured web, while the shelving unit behind it lurched backward under the impact. They're forcing their way in. Quick! Block the door. Under no circumstances must they get inside. The driver cried out in panic amid the crowd. Inside and outside the store, 2 factions now stood locked in opposition. Lu Ziping's assault on the door signaled the end of negotiation. All understood if those 4 women breached the threshold, none among them, combined, could hope to prevail. So they resolved to hold the line. Several wealthed, powerfully built young men rushed forward, bracing themselves against the shelving unit with every ounce of strength, faces flushed, necks straining. Crash! Lu Ziping struck again, harder than before. The shockwave numbed the limbs of those holding the shelf. Rage now burned in Lu Ziping's chest. This time he unleashed his full augmented strength, 20 times that of an ordinary human. A sharp crack echoed as the doorframe's hinges tore loose. The glass held firm, though now veined with white fractures it refused to shatter. Lu Ziping's strength existed on a plane far beyond theirs. Even with shelves and furniture stacked as barricades, resistance was futile. The door flew inward, shelving unit and all. Those behind it felt an unstoppable, overwhelming force slam into them, hurling them backward in helpless retreat. One unlucky man stood directly in Lu Ziping's path and absorbed the full force of the blow, launching him bodily into the air. Desks and chairs soared skyward as well. Some crashed onto others, eliciting cries of agony, knees buckling, bodies curling in pain. Those who'd braced the door collapsed, instantly unconscious. Wei Xinyu gazed awestruck. He's a monster. She considered herself a level 1 evolved being. She could have kicked the door open too, but never with such terrifying speed or devastation. At best, she might have broken the lock and forced her way through. In truth, her strength paled absurdly beside his. Puzzlement stirred within her. How could two level 1 evolved beings differ so vastly? Break in, Lu Ziping murmured softly, cutting through her thoughts. Though the inner structure lay ruined, the outer rolling shutter remained, now merely dinted with foot-sized holes. To them, it was nothing more than a sheet of iron. In moments, Lu Ziping and the others battered it open and strode inside. His gaze swept coldly across each person present. Every soul he looked upon bowed their head, unable to meet his eyes. Behind him, the 4 women stood ramrod straight, like 4 immovable mountains radiating palpable dread. Their uniforms were splattered with zombie gore, faintly reeking of decay, a grim testament to countless kills. Their entry pressed down upon everyone like a suffocating weight. Keeping you out was everyone's decision, the driver declared, stepping forward despite the crushing pressure. He had no choice. He'd faced Lu Ziping alone moments before. Now he must stand forth and drag the rest down with him. No, it was all his doing. A sharp-featured man interjected hastily. Others seized the opening. Yes. It was his unilateral decision. None of us agreed. Exactly. We insisted you were our saviors. We begged him to let you in. But this wretch refused, betraying gratitude itself. One man even pointed accusingly at the driver as he cursed him. I opposed it from the start. With zombies swarming outside, unity is survival. More hands mean greater strength. Yet he mocked me as foolish. In an instant, those who'd once staunchly backed the driver now turned on him, desperately severing all ties. You all, cowards, what are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Do we really fear just 5 of them? Subdue this man first. The women will be ours to do with as we please. We must stand united. How dare you falter on the verge of battle? The driver shrieked hysterically. He did not realize that those who had so readily betrayed Lu Ziping, locking him out despite his aid, would just as easily betray him. How could unity ever be expected from a mob driven solely by self-interest? They had all witnessed Lu Ziping and his group slaughtering zombies moments earlier. That raw ferocity and unrestrained brutality. Against Lu Ziping himself, perhaps they might still muster courage, but facing any one of those women, not a soul dared step forward. Numbers may lend strength, but whoever charged first would be shattered utterly. No one wished to be the sacrificial vanguard. If offering up a scapegoat could placate Lu Ziping and his companions, wouldn't that be ideal? So long as the scapegoat was not themselves, all would be well. Inside, the supermarket chaos reigned the moment Lu Ziping breached the door, each person lost in their own desperate calculations. Lu Ziping had long ceased paying attention to the crowd inside. His gaze locked onto the exchange terminal, and a look of ecstatic disbelief lit his face. It's Tier 2. Tu Xinghe stared at her fellow survivors, conduct, her heart drowning in despair. A university lecturer by profession, she had always championed virtue, teaching her students compassion, humility, and kindness. She instilled in them the world's light, the ideals of integrity, decency, and moral fortitude. Yet this grotesque reality had shattered every illusion. Since the apocalypse began, everything had twisted beyond recognition. Betrayal, self-serving evasion, cowardice, treachery. These darkest facets of human nature now lay bare before Tu Xinghe, blunt, unrelenting, and devastating. Their behavior annihilated the last ember of hope within her. For an instant, she found herself thinking, zombies were almost preferable to these so-called human beings standing before her. I'm right here. What are you going to do about it? Let me warn you, murder is illegal. My relative works at a law firm. If you lay a hand on me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Defeated in argument, the driver turned his venom toward Lu Ziping's group, snatching up a stool from the floor. His arrogant sneer betrayed a lifetime of bullying others. Hearing this, not only Tu Xinghe, but even Zheng Qing, let out a bitter, incredulous laugh. She gazed upon the driver with utter disdain. In this apocalypse, you speak to me of law, of morality. Do such things still hold weight? If they did, would she have been violated openly before countless witnesses? The only law that mattered now was the strength of one's own fist. Tu Xinghe had long grown weary of the driver's bluster. Yet Lu Ziping had given no command, and she held back. Now finally she could endure it no longer. Gripping her baseball bat tightly, she prepared to strike. But someone moved faster. Tu Xinghe stepped forward, swift as lightning, and delivered a brutal kick straight into the driver's chest. The power of a level 1 evolved being was immense, especially when enhanced by Lu Ziping's system-refined evolution serum, 6 times the physical capacity of an ordinary human unleashed in full force. The driver tried to utter something, but before he could react, the blow silenced him utterly. Blood erupted from his mouth. A crushing impact struck his sternum. He flew backward like a rigid plank, arching into a perfect shape before crashing into 2 shelving units and collapsing. Those who had just moments ago railed furiously at the driver now fell deathly silent. They saw him lying motionless, his chest deeply caved and frothy blood trickling down his neck onto his clothes, eyes wide open, breath ragged and shallow. All understood he would not survive. That mouth would never spew arrogance again. Tu Xinghe wiped warm blood from her cheek and scoffed, "Too much talk." Tu Xinghe slowly lowered her raised foot, her gaze shifting to Tu Xinghe. Mu Xinran too watched her with startled surprise. She had never imagined that this gentle, elegant, and refined elder sister would deliver a killing blow without hesitation. The others stood frozen, shocked into immobility. They had seen zombies devour humans, yet those creatures were monstrous alien abominations, not kin. Fear alone stirred in them, not deeper revulsion. In their subconscious, murder among humans felt far more unforgivable than predation by the undead. A young girl pointed tremblingly at the fallen driver. "She killed him." A piercing scream tore through the air. "Ah!" All 4 women frowned, their eyes turning toward the girl. They had endured Zhao Qinxi's shrill cries for days, never imagining a successor would emerge so soon. Mu Xinran glanced around and realized Lu Ziping had vanished without a trace. Shaking her head, she raised her short sword, its original form long obscured by gore, and leveled it at the girl, her voice glacial. "Do you wish to be next?" The girl clapped both hands over her mouth, stumbling backward, shaking her head frantically, even as tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Mu Xinran's icy gaze swept across the stunned crowd. Drenched in rotting flesh and zombie blood radiating lethal intent, someone stammered, I saw nothing. No, I mean that woman acted in excessive self-defense. It wasn't premeditated murder." "Exactly. I can testify, no premeditation." Others rushed to swear oaths, pounding their chests in frantic affirmation. Mu Xinran had no patience left for their hollow theatrics. She lowered her sword, dismissed them entirely, and began directing the other 3 women to gather supplies. Lu Ziping, meanwhile, had no time for such clownish spectacle. He had already begun his search. He headed first to the restaurant, hoping to find something usable. Since their initial meal of self-heating hot pot, every subsequent meal had been cold. Now at last he craved something warm. This rest stop was merely an ordinary Tier 3 facility, modest in infrastructure and equipment. After persistent searching, he uncovered scattered perishables still intact despite the power outage, and discovered a portable camping stove alongside a carton of butane canisters. A rare, genuine smile crossed Lu Ziping's face. Hot pot, yes, hot pot. Such a distant, almost mythical word. Lu Ziping could barely recall the last time he'd tasted it. The memory hazy yet vivid in its intensity, fiery chilies, numbing spice, searing heat. At the thought, his mouth watered instinctively. Before departing, he made sure to collect all rice and flour remaining in the kitchen. Other frozen products stored in the refrigerator had spoiled due to the power outage. Only a few items in the freezer section remained edible, and Lu Ziping spared none of them. After all, the vacuum-sealed space within his spatial belt prevented spoilage. The 4 women had already made several trips back and forth, as level 1 evolved beings carrying supplies posed no difficulty. Heeding Lu Ziping's earlier instructions, they prioritized stockpiling water while selecting food primarily for rapid physical replenishment, high-calorie, energy-dense items. Chocolate bars, compressed biscuits, canned goods. These were their staples. Meanwhile, Lu Ziping, ever the strategist, had already reserved an entire spatial stone solely for such high-energy provisions. Wei Xinyu then gathered numerous packaged delicacies she personally favored, braised pig trotters, shredded chicken, and the like. The sheer pleasure of indulging freely without cost was indescribable. The other 3 followed suit, each collecting favorite snacks. Xinran, is this what they call a 2-star exchange point? Wei Xinyu cradled a box of beef jerky and gestured toward the checkout counter. Likely so. The star count exceeds that of the libraries by 1. Mu Xinran, having carried several boxes, ceased her efforts and stood quietly in the supermarket observing the others. Wei Xinyu and the rest raised no objection. They felt no fatigue. I'll test whether I can enter it shortly, Wei Xinyu declared, eyes alight with excitement. Brother Lu warned, it's extremely dangerous. Don't touch anything recklessly. Mu Xinran cautioned sternly. But I have spirit crystals. Surely that eliminates risk. If needed, I'll even borrow Brother Lu's level 2 spirit crystal to try. What if I succeed? Wei Xinghe exclaimed, then abruptly paused. Wait. Just now you called him what? Her beautiful eyes widened radiant with playful charm. Even splattered head Toto with zombie blood, her allure remained undimmed. Mu Xinran's cheeks flushed faintly. Nothing at all. Hurry and carry this box to the vehicle. Oh ho, hee, good luck. With a knowing grin, Wei Xinghe cheerfully hauled her box away. Mu Xinran stood rooted in mild embarrassment. Meanwhile, the supermarket's original survivors gradually emerged from the paralyzing grip of mortal terror. Watching the four women steadily cart away box after box, every onlooker winced inwardly. Those goods had belonged to them, now vanished into strangers' hands. As the relentless pace continued, impatience boiled over. At last, consensus formed, all united behind a single strategy, and selected the girl who'd earlier screamed as their envoy for negotiation. She was also the same young woman who'd objected when others attempted to bar Lu Xiping's group outside the door. Yet her selection stemmed not from that act of conscience. Nearly all present were seasoned survivors, cynical, pragmatic, and deeply wary. None wished to confront four merciless female warriors whose blades claimed lives as effortlessly as breath. They feared a momentary displeasure might end in decapitation. After all, the driver's corpse still lay warm upon the floor. Self-preservation dictated that danger fall upon another, not oneself. Secondly, the four were young women, far easier to approach than hardened men. A gentle conversation with a girl promised far less peril than confrontation with a warrior. Thus, the veteran survivors swiftly coaxed the hesitant girl forward with flattery and false encouragement, her heart swelling with earnest hope to secure more rations for her group. Trembling, she approached Mu Xinran. Could you please stop taking things? Leave some for us. Mu Xinran, still immersed in lingering embarrassment, failed to register the words at first. Here's the thing. You're only 4 people while we number over 20. You've already taken plenty, enough to sustain you for quite some time. Might you pause and leave the remainder for us? Mu Xinran smiled gently. Of course, we've taken scarcely anything. What remains will more than suffice for your sustenance. But you've taken all the braised trotters, roasted chickens, cured hams, the riatatoet foods. With so many of us, surely you could spare some for us. A flush rose to her cheeks, her round youthful face puffed with indignation, adorable yet resolute. Unmoved, Mu Xinran fixed her with a cool, dismissive gaze. So what? If the rest is inedible, then starve. In times like these you dare demand forbearance. Speak of fairness. Hearing such boldness, the crowd behind her felt their blood run cold. What's going on? Lu Xiping interrupted, having just secured the restaurant. In his hand gleamed several black-stained spirit crystals harvested from 2 zombies slain en route. Brother Lu, some spineless cowards pushed this girl forward, feigning helplessness to beg us to leave extra rations. Mu Xinran's voice softened slightly as she addressed him, her cheeks tinting faintly once more. Yet there's still abundant food. We cannot carry it all, and what remains is more than enough for them. Lu Xiping frowned, puzzled. They're demanding more than staples. They insist we surrender the hams, roasted chickens, everything. Mu Xinran's expression turned sardonic. The girl, emboldened by some sudden surge of courage, locked eyes with Lu Xiping. Yes, we demand you leave them for us. Level 3 service areas were the smallest, offering plentiful staple meals in their restaurants, but stocking mostly snacks and puffed foods in their supermarkets. Though a modest supply of canned goods and compressed biscuits existed, quantities were limited, low-profit niche items eclipsed by the commercial dominance of snack foods. Instant noodles abounded. Lu Xiping's vehicle already held several cases, supplemented by those stored in his spatial belt, more than sufficient, rendering further collection unnecessary. Yet the crowd's palate had grown discerning, and seeing their cherished trotters and roasted chickens vanish entirely bred deep resentment. Lu Xiping regarded the girl, his gaze icy, unyielding. From his lips came a single razor-edged word: leave. She froze speechless, then instinctively turned to seek support from the crowd behind her. Lu Xiping followed her glance, only to find the very people who'd urged her forward now pretending utter unfamiliarity. Heads tilted skyward, downward, or toward distant windows. None dared meet her eyes. Flustered and cornered, the girl suddenly conceived a brilliant stratagem and smiled. Big brother, if you've taken our food, won't you protect us in return? After all, you can't accept gifts without obligation, can you? Her dimples deepened, radiating irresistible charm. The young girl hesitated, stepping forward as if to cling playfully to Lu Xiping's arm. Yet she recoiled at the sight of his sleeve, streaked with corpse blood and matted with rotting flesh. Lu Xiping glanced at her, as though she were unhinged, then turned and walked away without a word. Mu Xinran followed in silent stride, leaving the girl standing alone, bewildered. Was I wrong? She asked the group upon returning, her expression clouded with genuine confusion. It's all your fault. You ruined a perfect opportunity. Yes, you've doomed us all. Lu Xiping watched indifferent as the crowd scolded the girl the moment she rejoined them. Human nature is eternally insatiable. Have all the food and water been loaded? Lu Ziping asked Mu Xinran. This is the final trip. We've nearly finished. It should last us until we reach Ning'an City, Mu Xinran replied with a nod. Lu Ziping acknowledged it silently, his gaze fixed on the level 2 exchange point ahead, just as he was about to speak. Boss, I'll wait. I mean, Brother Lu. If Xinran can call you Brother Lu, surely I may too. Wei Xinyu chimed in from behind, grinning impishly. Mu Xinran's ears flushed faintly. Lu Ziping turned, and there they were, all three women assembled at last. Have you finished everything? Don't worry. Wei Xinyu patted her chest confidently. Tu Xinghe and Zheng Qing nodded in unison. Good. Let's eat first, something hot today. Lu Ziping felt his nose threatening to bleed if he kept watching them any longer. Hastily, as if conjuring from thin air, he produced a pile of fresh ingredients, a rich Sichuan-style hot pot base, a portable butane stove, and a gas canister. Whoa-ho, hot pot. Eyes lit up across the group, throats instinctively swallowed. In moments, everyone sprang into action, lighting the stove, washing vegetables, stirring broth. All four women beamed with unrestrained excitement. It had been so long since they'd enjoyed a proper meal, and now unexpectedly fortune smiled upon them. Our leader truly knows how to deliver. Soon a bold, pungent aroma, rich with beef tallow and fiery spices, rose from a table at the supermarket's center, so potent it seemed to dominate the very air. In this desolate world, such a feast was nothing short of miraculous. Those huddled behind the shelves watched Lu Ziping and his companions savor their meal, breathing in that intoxicating scent. Their eyes grew wistful, like jilted lovers, gazing longingly, lips unconsciously moistened, saliva swallowed again and again, yet none dared disturb the group. Helplessly, they tore open nearby snack packages and ate, but still stole glances at the steaming hot pot, silently cursing their own hunger. An hour later, Wei Xinyu patted her gently rounded belly, let out an unrefined belch, and slumped back into her chair. Tu Xinghe and Mu Xinran mirrored her posture, reclining against their chairs, hands resting contentedly over full stomachs, faces aglow with quiet satisfaction. Only Zheng Qing, the youngest, continued eating steadily. The other three exchanged bemused glances, facial muscles twitching at the sheer contrast between her petite frame and boundless appetite. Wei Xinyu, glancing from Zheng Qing's slender figure to her own, couldn't resist asking curiously, Zheng Qing, how do you eat so much yet stay so tiny? Mu Xinran and Tu Xinghe leaned in, equally intrigued. How could the smallest among them possess the largest appetite? Zheng Qing lifted her head from the pot, where she'd been cheerfully fishing for meatballs, only to find 3 pairs of bright, expectant eyes fixed upon her. Instinctively, she lowered her chopsticks, voice soft and tentative. Maybe it's just my innate talent. Or is eating too much not allowed? A burst of laughter erupted, warm, unrestrained, and utterly infectious. So you haven't been full these past days? Don't worry. Eat as much as you like. Never starve yourself. Mu Xinran laughed heartily, utterly charmed by Zheng Qing's endearing innocence. What's so funny? Lu Ziping asked, puzzled, turning from his study of the level 2 exchange point upon hearing their mirth. He looked back, and there they sat, 4 women, each radiating a distinct grace. Mu Xinran aloof and serene, Tu Xinghe gentle and refined, Wei Xinyu vivacious and alluring, Zheng Qing modest and tender. Their postures varied, casual or elegant, but all laughed freely, unguarded, like blossoms vying for brilliance under the same sun. Lu Ziping stood transfixed, breath momentarily stilled. Hey boss, let me try your magic crystal. Wei Xinyu suddenly called out, spotting Lu Ziping before the exchange point and seeming to recall something vital. What for? Lu Ziping frowned. To go inside. Wei Xinyu replied, as if stating the obvious. You won't get in, not even with it. Lu Ziping shook his head. How will you know unless you try? Boss. Seeing no response, Wei Xinyu hurried forward. Brother Lu. Big Brother Lu. Please give it to me. Her tone grew sweeter with each syllable, her steps drawing ever closer until she nearly brushed against him. Lu Ziping could no longer endure her drawn-out, honeyed cadence. He swiftly reached into his pocket, pretending to fumble while secretly activating his spatial belt, and withdrew a small pouch containing all the magic crystals gathered over the past few days, nearly 500 in total. Among them gleamed a pristine level 2 white magic crystal. Go on, go ahead. Hurry up. He thrust the pouch into Wei Xinyu's hands, eager to dismiss her like a persistent pest. No woman had ever behaved toward him like this, across 2 lifetimes, and he found himself utterly unprepared. For now, keeping some distance from Wei Xinyu seemed the wisest course. Thanks, Brother Lu. Wei Xinyu accepted the pouch with delight. To her it felt perfectly natural. Ever since Lu Ziping's words had awakened her at the campus supermarket, she'd shed all restraint. She intended to forge a new life in this apocalypse, and Lu Ziping without question would be at its center. From behind the shelves, the others watched Lu Ziping's group gather before that ominous door, unable to hear their words, yet certain they meant to enter. The sharp-featured man shuddered, recalling the horror he'd witnessed firsthand, a living person reaching for the doorknob. only to explode into a crimson mist, leaving not even ash behind. It defied reason, yet now these merciless figures stood ready to open it. A cold smirk curled his lips, mingled strangely with a flicker of perverse anticipation. Go ahead, touch it. Die instantly. All the better. They dared pilfer our supplies, down to the last crumb. He bit down hard on his biscuit, eyes locked on the exchange point, waiting eagerly for the spectacle. That grisly scene of the elderly woman bursting into gore had not gone unnoticed by others. Word spread rapidly, soon echoing across the entire supermarket. Every survivor waited in grim silence for Lu Xiping and his companions to meet their end. Even the young girl watched with glee, eyes fixed on the exchange point, eager to witness the downfall of the one who had humiliated her moments before. Wei Xinyu casually walked to the two-star exchange point, having received the small pouch of magic crystals, while those behind her lamented. Such a beautiful face and such a good figure, oh what a pity. Lu Xiping preemptively warned from behind. It's useless, no need to try, you can't open it without sufficient second-level magic crystals. Crack! A sound echoed as the door opened. This was quite awkward. Lu Xiping's words were left unspoken. The scene fell into a brief silence. Lu Xiping stared blankly at the already opened exchange point door, feeling the peculiar gazes of the four women around him, his face slightly flushed. How could this exchange point be so disrespectful? He hadn't finished his sentence before it opened. This was a public space under the watchful eyes of many. Where could he put his old face? Would he still be the leader? It's fine, how could it be fine? I saw that woman die right before my eyes. Someone behind exclaimed. Yeah, why? Could it be because of the package she was holding? I saw her ask that man for a package just before she went to open the door. What was in that small package? The astute man pondered. Unlike the commotion behind, the area in front of the two-star exchange point was very quiet. The four women's eyes all turned towards Lu Xiping. Shi Jiqing pinched her leg hard, trying to suppress her laughter. The other three were also struggling to hold back. They couldn't laugh. If they did, Lu Xiping, the leader, would lose face. They had to keep it in. Lu Xiping was not comfortable either. The door seemed to be mocking him, slapping him in the face. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Lu Xiping, it was exceedingly awkward. Ahem. Lu Xiping coughed twice. It's fine, since the door has opened, let's go in and take a look. He stepped forward as if there was no trace of embarrassment. However, inside he was cursing continuously. One could not fully trust the common knowledge from his past life, though as soon as it involved confidential matters, it was all wrong. It was clear that the second-level exchange point could be entered as long as one had magic crystals. He had foolishly believed he needed sufficient second-level magic crystals, truly a blunder. After secretly cursing, Lu Xiping felt much better, but suddenly he sensed something was amiss. Thinking back, since his rebirth, he had discovered many clues that were completely different from what was commonly known in his past life. In his previous life, he had been unaware, having not ventured out during the early apocalypse, and later went directly into the base, having had little contact with the outside world. Now he was discovering many discrepancies from common knowledge. It was as if this information had been deliberately concealed by someone with ulterior motives. But who could still hold such power after the apocalypse? Why conceal these things? Lu Xiping was perplexed and eventually gave up on thinking. His previous life status had been too lowly to know many things. However, Lu Xiping secretly grew wary. It seemed that he could not fully trust his past experiences. He must be cautious moving forward. Mu Xinran and the other two watched Lu Xiping, who appeared serious and contemplative. Finally, they could relax. They had been holding back their amusement and now exchanged glances, silently breaking into smiles. Clearly, Lu Xiping had no time to pay attention to them, nor did he have the face to turn back and admonish them. Wei Xinyu, though not laughing, also looked bewildered, staring blankly at the swirling space before her. She did not want to know why she had opened this door. She was just a bit concerned about whether Lu Xiping would get angry. When Lu Xiping spoke, she turned to glance at his expression and found him still serious without any oddity, which relieved her, and she slowly stepped inside. As the one who opened the door, she had to enter first. The others could not go in before her. After Wei Xinyu took a step inside, she vanished from the current space. Then Lu Xiping and the three women also stepped in, disappearing without a trace, leaving only ripples behind. Those in the back were stunned. They had originally wanted to witness a scene of blood mist erupting. What was happening now? This was simply unscientific. Moments ago they had been shocked by their superhuman strength, and now poof, they vanished into thin air. Was this door an interdimensional passage? A few bold individuals slowly approached, gazing at the rippling space in the center of the open door, as if a stone had been thrown into water, producing ceaseless waves. Everyone dared only to watch cautiously. No one dared to step forward to touch it. The last person who turned into blood mist was a stark reminder. More than one person had witnessed it. Although they didn't know what Lu Xiping and the others had done, they certainly had a trick up their sleeves. The opening of this door must require certain conditions. How fascinating, they just disappeared. Do you think their strength is related to this door? Could it be that going in would make one powerful? I don't know, why don't you try it? Get lost, why don't you go in? How about we throw a stone in to test it? The sharp-looking man suggested. Oh, that's an idea, we could give it a try. Someone had already started looking for something. Beep beep. A series of car honks sounded from outside. Everyone was taken aback. Through the rolling shutter door that had been opened in the supermarket, they saw 5 military vehicles parked outside, the lead vehicle honking its horn. On the first vehicle, an officer was getting out surveying the corpses of the zombies before him. When he saw that all the magic crystals had been gouged out from the foreheads of the zombies, his face clouded over. The people inside the supermarket felt as if they had found their anchor and hurriedly ran out to cheer and welcome. Inside the two-star exchange point, the 5 were in a vast white space, gazing at the gigantic screen, all feeling somewhat bewildered, including Lu Xiping. It was Lu Xiping's first time entering the two-star exchange point. The brightness of the screen was overwhelming, requiring them to look up to see it all. The screen displayed a plethora of items cascading down from above, and they could scroll up and down by waving their arms in the air in front of the screen. Moreover, there were 2 such screens. To exchange for a particular item, they just needed to point at it in the air and confirm in their minds to exchange magic crystals for what they wanted. Not only that, they could also speak to the screen search categorized by function and conduct precise searches. All these things became clear to them as soon as they entered the exchange point. The dense grid above was nearly impossible to count, and none of Lu Xiping's group were willing to do so. Each grid contained an ethereal image representing a type of item with the quantity indicated beside it. There were all sorts of items categorized by profession and color-coded for levels, weapons, evolution potions, skills, food, daily necessities, and more. It was practically a universal sci-fi supermarket. As long as you had magic crystals, you could exchange for anything you desired. Mu Xinran immediately spotted a long sword. A lightweight long sword, basic attribute, speed 10, gray level, with a note indicating that 5 could be exchanged. Wei Xinyu had her eyes on several items, including a golden hammer for a warrior profession, which looked quite imposing. Unfortunately, it didn't match her attributes. Wei Xinyu sighed inwardly, then redirected her gaze to other items. There was an axe radiating a white light, a white-level swift cloak with basic attributes defense 10, both attractive and durable, and more. Wei Xinyu couldn't help but drool. Shi Zhiqi and Zheng Qing were also dazzled, unsure of what they wanted. Lu Xiping's eyes were immediately drawn to the top, where the level 2 evolution potion was prominently displayed. Next to it was a note stating that 10 tubes could be exchanged. Upon seeing the exchange requirement, Lu Xiping gasped. It actually required 50 level 2 magic crystals. This meant that he would need to kill 50 level 2 zombies to exchange for 1 bottle of level 2 evolution potion. There was also a level 1 evolution potion requiring a bit more magic crystals, specifically 100 level 1 crystals, about 10 more than the price at the level 1 exchange point. Perhaps because the level 2 exchange point was more upscale than the level 1, the handling fee was also higher. Not wanting to think too much, Lu Xiping shifted his focus to other items. Other white-level weapons and some level 2 materials all required level 2 magic crystals for exchange, with the cheapest needing at least 10 level 2 crystals. Feeling the pitiful single level 2 magic crystal in his small pouch, Lu Xiping felt like he was in a treasure mountain, but left empty-handed. Clearly these treasures were right in front of him, yet they were marked at prices he couldn't afford. He felt a bit frustrated. Lugo, why is the value of professions so low that they can be exchanged for level 1 magic crystals? Even a random level 2 weapon is worth much more than a profession. Mu Xinran looked puzzled and asked Lu Xiping, does that mean one can learn as many professions as they want? She recalled Lu Xiping's previous explanations about the importance of professions. Having a profession usually represented one's strength, yet such an important thing was surprisingly cheap. Mu Xinran couldn't quite believe it. Lu Xiping shook his head and chuckled. Are professions really that inexpensive? It's just us. If it were anyone else who could easily obtain level 1 magic crystals. Even within the military, there are more wolves than meat, supplying only a small number of higher-ups. It's already good if one person can have one, and you still think it's cheap. Then Lu Xiping pointed to a seemingly ordinary card on the screen, saying, take a look at this. Mu Xinran looked up in the direction Lu Xiping was pointing, and a card was floating on the screen introducing Intermediate Profession Upgrade Card, which can upgrade a beginner profession to an intermediate profession. Price 60 level 2 magic crystals. Usage requirements: level must reach 2 and initial proficiency in the profession must be full. After reading the introduction, Mu Xinran understood. It was waiting for you here. To upgrade to intermediate, it requires 60 level 2 magic crystals, and this price is even higher than a tube of level 2 evolution potion. Moreover, there seems to be a high-level profession upgrade card, which would require level 3 magic crystals. It indeed doesn't come cheap. It seemed that upgrading the Wind Blade Master profession to intermediate was currently impossible for Mu Xinran. Lu Xiping looked at Mu Xinran and continued. Also, you can learn as many professions as you want with no restrictions, but generally people only learn 2, 1 main profession and 1 secondary profession. Do you think having more professions is a good thing? Lu Xiping scoffed. Upgrading requires magic crystals, and after reaching full proficiency, it will unlock the current stage's profession skills, which consume mental energy to use. Generally, a level 1 evolver's mental strength can only support the continuous release of one skill 3 times. To release it again requires time to recover mental strength, or cultivating techniques, or using equipment to increase one's total mental energy or reduce consumption. Without enough mental energy, skills can't be released. Even if one has sufficient mental strength like Lu Xinghe, they still might not have enough magic crystals to upgrade. No one would foolishly learn all professions only to not be able to use any. Too much greed leads to indigestion. After explaining, Lu Xinghe looked at the screen, selecting the items he wanted. Boss, I want this and that one too. On the other side, while Mu Xinran was still pondering, Wei Xinyu was already pointing at the screen, filled with joy. The other 4 girls were silent, but their eyes were all on Lu Xinghe. In this environment, their 4 pairs of bright eyes sparkled, as if small stars were glowing, looking at Lu Xinghe with hope. Lu Xinghe smiled wryly, spreading his hands, revealing a small pouch. Currently, we only have this many magic crystals, barely enough to buy 1 profession and 1 gray-level equipment. As for the others, forget about it. The 4 girls looked at the small pouch in Lu Xinghe's hands. Although it was bulging, it wasn't particularly large. They all had experience and could easily guess there were about 8 or 9 magic crystals inside. Disappointment was evident in everyone's eyes. Seeing the reluctant expressions of the girls as they gazed at the screen, Lu Xinghe also felt a twinge of pity. However, he had no way out. Even with a system, Lu Xinghe couldn't conjure magic crystals out of thin air. How about we stay for a couple of days, go out to kill zombies, collect magic crystals, and then exchange for our items before leaving? Wei Xinyu suggested an idea. Shi Ziqi and Zheng Qing were somewhat tempted. It was a woman's nature to want to buy, and seeing so many good items made it hard not to. Before Lu Xinghe could speak, Mu Xinran poured cold water on the idea. She shook her head and said, "In this desolate place, where would we find so many zombies? The service area on the highway is already considered bustling. Just now we killed less than 100 zombies in total. Going out to find a large number of zombies is only possible if we venture far away. It would be difficult to gather them even if we look for a village. After all, the items we want are too expensive. Altogether, we need at least a few thousand magic crystals and over 100 second-level magic crystals." Mu Xinran's cold water doused their shopping impulses, and the 3 women realized that even if they stayed here, they could not afford what they desired. Moreover, Brother Lu is returning to Ningguang City, which is a serious matter that cannot be delayed. Mu Xinran's voice was resolute. Upon hearing her words, the others gave up the possibility of staying here to exchange items. Yet they still gazed longingly at the holographic screen. Especially Wei Xinyu, who sighed repeatedly in regret. Lu Xinghe felt a headache coming on. Could he really support these women in the future? We might think of a way for first-level magic crystals, but second-level magic crystals. It's hard to say whether we can find 100 second-level zombies throughout the entire province. Anyone thinking of exchanging for second-level items should hold off for now. Lu Xinghe reminded them. The shopping desire of women is terrifying. He was genuinely worried they would delay his quest to find his sister. It wasn't that he was reluctant to spend magic crystals, but Lu Xinghe was truly concerned about Lu Anren's safety, prioritizing everything else. Wait, that's not right. Brother Lu, Wei Xinyu said, with confusion. Isn't your dagger a second-level white weapon? How? But halfway through she realized something was off and abruptly stopped. Lu Xinghe glanced at her and thought for a moment. The 4 women were no longer outsiders, as they all shared a bond of loyalty with Lu Xinghe. Even the one with the lowest loyalty, Shi Xinghe, had developed 85 loyalty after several days of interactions. Moreover, they were still in the space of the exchange point, so it was unlikely anyone could eavesdrop. Lu Xinghe felt comfortable enough to share some information with the 4 women. My weapon was not exchanged here, it was obtained from opening a treasure chest. Aside from Zheng Qing, the other 3 women looked enlightened, having guessed that Lu Xinghe's tang knife must have come from such a mysterious chest. But how did the treasure chest come about? Lu Xinghe continued. The reasons for the appearance of treasure chests are complex. You can understand it as a skill I acquired which has a chance to drop treasure chests when killing zombies. However, the chance of dropping a treasure chest is pitifully low, and there are likely restrictions I don't know about. Wow! Wei Xinyu exclaimed, this is way cooler than my charming body. Only Zheng Qing appeared confused, unable to comprehend what they were discussing. Seeing this, Shi Xinghe touched her head and smiled. Next time you see a treasure chest, you'll understand. I nearly got chopped by this guy over a treasure chest once. Shi Xinghe glanced at Lu Xinghe with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Lu Xinghe chuckled, hurry up, in exchange, we don't have much time left. Forget it, since we can't buy what we want. Boss, you have the best foresight, so you should exchange for items that will help us grow stronger. Mu Xinran spoke first, silencing the other 4. The rest had no objections, as it was best to let Lu Xinghe decide in such matters. If they were allowed to choose, they would probably buy whatever looked pretty. Lu Xinghe was not polite. Alright, let's first exchange for a craftsmaster profession, which will cost 400 magic crystals. Although it was a bit expensive, this profession was one that absolutely should not be missed upon encountering a new discovery Lu Xinghe made after browsing 2 holographic screens. This was universally acknowledged as one of the most indispensable professions after the apocalypse. He also exchanged for a gray-level light sword consuming 55 magic crystals, which was just right for Mu Xinran's profession, while giving the original short sword to Tu Xinghe for self-defense. With around 30 magic crystals left, he exchanged for 2 herbs, black gold grass and crocodile turtle shell. These 2 were precisely the materials needed for configuring enhancing potions, making this a timely acquisition, enabling direct configuration in the future when the opportunity arises. Lu Xinghe directly exchanged these items. The 4 women naturally had no objections, but Tu Xinghe looked a bit pitiful. Mu Xinran and Tu Xinghe each had a gray weapon. Although Wei Xinyu had nothing, her ability was too special, leaving her without a suitable weapon. Moreover, Wei Xinyu was one of the earliest to follow Lu Xinghe. Anyone could see that Lu Xinghe would certainly not treat her unfairly. Only she had nothing to show for it. However, thinking back to how she had treated Lu Xinghe back, then even cursing at him, Tu Xinghe felt a bit guilty. That said, receiving a vial of evolution potion was already a blessing. When it was given to her, he had already mentioned it was on credit and needed to be repaid. Now she hadn't even finished repaying the magic crystals for a first-level evolution potion, so how could she dare to ask for more? Despite this, Tu Xinghe still felt a bit frustrated. It was like a child accompanying an adult to buy things. Everyone else got a share. Even Tu Xinghe, who joined last, received a gray short sword, while she got nothing. After exchanging items, Lu Xinghe turned around and said, "Teacher, I have a profession that suits you, and it's the most valuable one I've ever seen. Take a look and see if you want to learn it." Handing her a book with a radiant golden cover that appeared exceptionally sacred, the title gleamed with golden letters: Holy Light, Guardian Angel. "I get a share too." The downcast Tu Xinghe suddenly heard such good news and couldn't help but exclaim, "Of course. This book is worth 700 magic crystals, and its healing effects are unmatched, even surpassing some specialized healing wood-type awakeners." Lu Xinghe spoke with a tone of hope and longing, then he shifted his words. "However, you need to think carefully when learning this profession. It is purely supportive. Aside from having a restraining effect against dark attribute abilities, it has no attacking power in other situations. Furthermore, this profession has exclusivity. Once you learn it, you can forget about learning any offensive professions in the future. If you want to have combat power in the future, you can only rely on yourself." This was also why Lu Xinghe didn't learn this profession himself. The power of such supportive professions was incredibly strong, but the limitations were equally significant. If it weren't for this flaw, he would have learned it already, but this flaw was the most fatal. Now only a pharmacist profession remains to be acquired before the enhancement elixir can be formulated. All preparations were in place. Only one person capable of learning the pharmacist profession was missing. Regrettably, none among those closest to him proved suitable. Lu Xinghe sighed inwardly. After completing all exchanges, he turned back, intending to ask Tu Xinghe whether she had decided to learn the guardian angel profession. To his astonishment, Tu Xinghe had already mastered it. She was playfully twirling a luminous orb conjured in her palm, her expression alight with curiosity and quiet delight. "Didn't you need time to consider?" Lu Xinghe exclaimed, stunned. "Consider what?" Tu Xinghe replied, genuinely puzzled. "I didn't feel the need. I knew instantly the moment you described the profession that it was perfectly suited to me. No need to charge into battle head first, no risk to my life. Yet I can still contribute meaningfully. And no additional skills to master. No one will pressure me into doing anything else. How ideal." Lu Xinghe could only smile wryly. "All women." Tu Xinghe leaned closer, her cheeks faintly flushed as she grinned shyly. "Senior brother, this guardian angel profession is so expensive, and I certainly can't afford it. Are you planning to sponsor me?" Don't worry. I'll work hard to contribute to our team." As she spoke, warmth and sincerity bloomed across her face. "Put it on the ledger," Lu Xinghe declared without hesitation. Tu Xinghe's expression instantly fell. "Oh." Her voice drooped, listless and hollow. Already her mind began calculating, cold, precise, and grim. The debt from the previous Tier 1 evolution elixir remained unpaid. Now came the Saintlight Angel profession. A new liability, pushing her total debt past 1,000 Tier 1 demon crystals. And more debts would surely follow. Would she ever truly repay them in this lifetime? The thought plunged her deeper into despair. Perhaps selling herself outright to Lu Xinghe would be the simplest solution. Lu Xinghe never intended for them to repay these debts in earnest. Their loyalty was already unwavering. They were family. He had no intention of extracting actual crystals from them. He imposed this psychological debt for 2 principal reasons. First, to retain absolute control over the team's acquisition and allocation of demon crystals, a matter of critical strategic importance. Just moments earlier, he had freely spent crystals while none of the 4 women raised an objection, precisely because deep down they felt indebted to him. Moreover, Lu Xinghe possessed every legitimate justification to deploy those resources. Consequently, no resentment stirred within them. Second, he sought to instill the fundamental principle: nothing of value comes freely. Nothing is gained without effort. Through his guidance, they had evolved acquired professions, mastered skills. Each blessing carried its own weight of obligation. He could not allow them to develop a mindset of passive entitlement. Alone, Lu Xiping could never sustain such a group. True progress demanded collective dedication and shared responsibility. Thus, he relied solely on his experience to steer their evolutionary trajectory. Soon time elapsed, and the exchange point instantly teleported them beyond its threshold. They materialized abruptly before the cashier counter. Once the disorientation faded, Lu Xiping opened his eyes, and his pupils contracted sharply at the sight before him. Instantly, he raised his Tang sword and assumed a battle stance facing forward. The four women reacted in kind, swift, instinctive, poised for combat. Surrounding the exchange point stood a full circle of armed soldiers in camouflage uniforms. Lu Xiping estimated roughly 30 men, nearly everyone gripping an assault rifle barrels, trained unflinchingly upon them, ready for any command. Their sudden, impossible appearance startled every soldier encircling the exchange point, yet their hands did not tremble, nor did their aim waver. Rifles remained locked on target, steady as stone. As though heaven itself might collapse, they would stand unmoved, bound by duty, sworn to execute orders unto death. Unsurprisingly, these were elite troops. Their leader, also clad in camouflage, stood tall and rigid, jaw set, gaze unwavering, face betraying neither surprise nor uncertainty, as if he had anticipated their arrival. For a fleeting instant, however, even he was struck speechless upon seeing Lu Xiping and the others emerge. The four women who followed were nothing short of breathtaking, each uniquely radiant. Even Mu Xinran, whose features had previously been unremarkable, now shimmered with enhanced allure after the evolution elixir's refinement, her natural poise merging seamlessly with newfound elegance, radiating a cool, commanding aura. Yet the officer did not gawk like a lecher. Instead, his gaze hardened the moment he noticed the dried blood and decaying flesh clinging to their faces and clothing. Tang Hongguang's expression grew increasingly grave. He snapped a sharp salute, voice resonant and authoritative. Greetings. I am Tang Hongguang, team leader of the 5th Special Reconnaissance Unit, 7th Company Special Operations Brigade, Yunqing Armed Police Corps. Greetings, Lu Xiping acknowledged with a nod. He held deep, abiding respect for soldiers, both before and after his rebirth, those who bore the solemn duty of defending home and nation. Though in the post-apocalyptic era, most military units had devolved into private armies serving the powerful, Lu Xiping understood that obedience was the soldier's sacred vow. Should any unit rebel, the fault lay not with the rank and file, but with the greed and corruption of its commanders. A loyal, disciplined army, bolstered by martial mentors capable of mass-enhancing human combat prowess, could dominate entire regions, carving out sovereign dominion amid the ruins. Yet now that very elite force aimed its rifles directly at him, making the situation profoundly uncomfortable. Lu Xiping tightened his grip on the Tang sword, his eyes sweeping the perimeter with razor-sharp vigilance. Only then did Tang Hongguang notice the faint luminescence emanating from Lu Xiping's blade, and a flicker of genuine surprise crossed his features, swiftly replaced by dawning recognition. His gaze then shifted to the four women, lingering on Mu Xinran's long sword and Zheng Qing's short sword, its surface shimmering with a dull gray light. A flash of unrestrained elation and unmistakable avarice lit his eyes. So, they truly wielded equipment graded by color. Lu Xiping sensed it immediately, his pulse quickening. Clearly the squad leader recognized the rarity and significance of their gear. Alarm surged through him. What Lu Xiping did not yet know was that Tang Hongguang not only identified his Tang sword as Waitire equipment, but also knew precisely what an exchange point was. Tang Hongguang's knowledge rivaled that of a reborn survivor, lacking only practical experience surviving the apocalypse itself. Indeed, a Tier 2 exchange point existed within the Yunqing military district, and Tang Hongguang himself had entered it on multiple occasions. What baffled him was this: not a single Waitire weapon existed across the entire Yunqing military district. So how then did this seemingly unassuming youth possess one? Tang Hongguang was a true military scion, his lineage pure, his upbringing steeped in the traditions of the garrison district from childhood. Because Tang Hongguang's grandfather Tang Zheng was qualified to attend meetings in the Yun City Military District conference room, Tang Hongguang was privy to many classified messages. A month before the apocalypse, a mysterious person arrived at their military district, boasting that the Yun City Military District had enough strength and qualifications to know certain truths. The mysterious person spoke astonishingly, even absurdly. He claimed that the apocalypse was imminent and that humanity would usher in a great era of evolution. He also mentioned that someone at the top had received special attention, enjoying a golden period of evolution and many benefits in the early stages. He warned that other races would soon arrive in this world to claim their share. The mysterious person rambled on about many things. This included the use of exchange points, the principles of magic crystals, He stated that cold weapons were more suitable for the apocalypse and that benefits such as using evolution potions before level 3 were available, leaving the two record keepers dumbfounded. No one believed the mysterious person's nonsense, and he was ordered by his grandfather to be captured with all these statements recorded during the interrogation. Later, everyone considered him insane and locked the mysterious person in a confinement room, intending to interrogate him after a few days. However, the next day, the mysterious person mysteriously vanished without a trace. No one had seen him, and there were no signs on the surveillance. If it weren't for many people being able to attest to having seen the mysterious person, Tu Xinghe might have thought he was going insane. Such a strange phenomenon raised suspicions among the military district's leaders, who ordered a thorough investigation, but ultimately found nothing. Experts in disaster prevention predicted that the weather would be favorable and free of disease in the near future, and the final result was to abandon the matter. With no evidence, it was difficult to undertake large-scale preventive measures, so they prepared a contingency plan. After conducting 2 military drills, the entire incident was set aside, until the apocalypse broke out. The military district leaders finally realized that the mysterious person's claims were true. Moreover, after brief communications through special channels, it turned out that not only Yun City, but all military districts had been visited by a similarly dressed mysterious person. Most of them had arrived at the military district around the same time, yet unfortunately some districts had completely ignored him and made no preparations. Fortunately, the Yun City military district had already prepared a contingency plan and rehearsed for such an occasion. When the apocalypse arrived, the Yun City military district activated the plan, immediately stabilizing the situation. By comparing the notes taken at that time, they analyzed the situation and selectively released some information to let the soldiers understand who their enemies were. They quickly organized the troops to launch a counterattack while collecting magic crystals and entering the second-level exchange point for supplies. The difficulties encountered in the process need not be elaborated. In summary, Tu Xinghe volunteered to be part of a small team of pathfinders to investigate the number of survivors and the distribution of zombies, and to mark the way for the larger forces behind. As one of the few individuals with insider knowledge, Tu Xinghe understood the levels and equipment, knew the purpose of the exchange points, and even knew the prices of many important items. Thus, when Tu Xinghe saw the white tang knife in Lu Ziping's hand, he immediately recognized it as a white-grade weapon. To his knowledge, the world was still in the early stages of mutation, generally at level 1, with very few level 2 evolved beings. Even if there were, they were exceptional and rarely appeared in large numbers. Therefore, the white-grade equipment held by Lu Ziping undoubtedly aroused Tu Xinghe's greed. Moreover, he speculated that Lu Ziping's knife was not obtained through the exchange of level 2 magic crystals. Currently, obtaining level 1 magic crystals isn't difficult, but a small group could never acquire level 2 magic crystals. Even the entire Yun City military district could only exchange for 2 vials of level 2 potions. There must be some special method, perhaps a profession. If he could obtain this Tang knife, or even control Lu Ziping and steadily secure a supply of white-grade equipment, the Tang family could advance further within the military district. Tu Xinghe, trained from a young age as an heir, quickly thought of the key. His grandfather had also mentioned that the future belonged to the evolved. If he could have such a trump card in hand. With this thought, Tu Xinghe felt a surge of heat in his heart, and his gaze grew increasingly greedy, almost impossible to disguise. The arrival of the apocalypse only fueled his ambition further. With people at hand and guns without restraint, it was hard for one not to harbor ambition. Tu Xinghe directly stated, "Hello, I am now recruiting your team, and everything obtained at the exchange points must be handed over to us for processing, including the white equipment in your hands." Lu Ziping's pupils constricted upon hearing this. A single sentence revealed a wealth of information. Exchange points. He knew about the exchange points. Moreover, he also knew about the equipment categorized by color. He was certain they possessed exchangeable items. Clearly, this soldier before him definitely knew some inside information. But how would they know? Was it from their own exploration after the apocalypse? It had only been 2 days, but shouldn't be possible. Seeing his confident demeanor, it seemed he had prior knowledge. Lu Ziping felt as if he could vaguely grasp the threads of some events. However, the more he learned, the more confused he became. He used his skill Eye of Detection to examine Tu Xinghe's information, a level 1 evolved. Lu Ziping sneered at Tu Xinghe, saying, "Oh, I wonder on what grounds team leader Tang recruits us. We are just ordinary college students." Tu Xinghe replied solemnly, "This is a time of national crisis. We need a substantial military force. Whether you are college students or working professionals, as long as you are able-bodied men, you are eligible for conscription." Lu Ziping chuckled, "We are merely ordinary college students, not yet graduated, and should be protected individuals. We do not accept conscription. Moreover, the 4 people behind me are all female. Can soldiers conscript women at will? Those who can't even steady a gun are following you into battle. Aren't you being ridiculous?" Tang Hongwang said seriously, the national level has already activated the emergency plan. All capable individuals, regardless of their identity, as long as they can handle a gun, are subject to conscription. Everyone must obey the call of the motherland. Fight for the nation, fight for humanity, and fight for survival. No one can evade this responsibility. Moreover, I just heard the public reports that you are not ordinary individuals. Your strength is formidable, and you should already be evolved. Now that we are exploring the city, you as ordinary citizens should contribute your share of strength. You agree, don't you? Tang Hongwang turned his head to glance at the man who had been trailing closely behind him. Yes, yes, yes. The man nodded vigorously behind Tang Hongwang, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he pointed toward Lu Ziping. I saw it with my own eyes. This man possesses extraordinary strength. He kicked down the supermarket's entrance door along with the shelving unit braced against it. And there's more. That woman, the one over there. He pointed at Tu Xinghe. She committed murder. This is a grave crime, absolutely unforgivable. Though she's strikingly beautiful, she drove her foot so hard into a man's chest that it caved in, utterly inhuman. The corpse lies beside those shelves. Moments earlier, this very crowd had sworn to testify on their behalf, claiming self-defense. Yet now they betrayed Tu Xinghe, without hesitation, exposing her completely. Lu Ziping couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Human nature. Some cling to principle even unto death, while others abandon everything for mere self-preservation. It was truly astonishing, elusive, inscrutable. Tang Hongwang cast a fleeting glance at the corpse inside the supermarket. His greedy expression faded, replaced by solemn gravity. Judging by their aura, all five had already ascended to level 1 evolutionaries. Such combat power demanded respect. Yet Tang Hongwang felt no fear. Not even facing 5 level 1 evolutionaries for his own side was no less formidable. After all, he himself was a level 1 evolutionary and carried over 30 firearms. These 5 posed no real threat. Still, caution was warranted. If he could subdue them without violence, better yet recruit them outright, that would be ideal. Such an acquisition would dramatically bolster his influence, granting him greater leverage even before his grandfather. Since the apocalypse began, ambitions had swelled. Tang Xinghe was already struggling to maintain full control. Though Tang Xinghe deeply valued Tang Hongwang, he'd been forced to cede partial authority to preserve balance. Thus, Lu Ziping's group represented a prize Tang Hongwang coveted intensely. He straightened his expression and declared sternly, "Since you've taken lives, you must accompany us back. As level 1 evolutionaries, I'll make an exception, granting leniency through special dispensation. So we're expected to surrender on command like obedient citizens." Lu Ziping curled his lips in mockery. Tang Hongwang smiled faintly at him. "Young brother, rest assured. The People's Liberation Army guarantees your safety. So long as you follow me willingly, I guarantee you'll suffer no injustice. In this world, even homicide can be suppressed with the right connections. I wield considerable influence. Moreover, the items you acquired from exchange points will only reach their full potential under our stewardship. Rest easy. We'll never shortchange you for what we requisition. I'll personally recommend you for commendation. And seeing how isolated you are, why not join us at the military base? I'll ensure each of you receives a fitting position, one worthy of your abilities." Tang Hongwang spared no effort in courting Lu Ziping. "And what of them?" Lu Ziping tilted his chin toward the timid man cowering behind Tang Hongwang. "You have many others behind you, all well within conscription age. Surely they too should be enlisted. I'm certain they'd gladly serve the nation." Tang Hongwang glanced dismissively at the huddled group behind him. "Their cultivation is pitifully weak. We're heading deep into the city. We can't afford such dead weight." Smiling, Tang Hongwang added, "Young brother Lu, hand over your weapons. I'll handle distribution." As he spoke, he stepped forward, reaching for the Tang sword in Lu Ziping's grip. Lu Ziping retreated a single step, tightening his grip on the blade, his gaze turning glacial. His voice was icy as he locked eyes with Tang Hongwang. "I refuse conscription. Your lofty rhetoric about national duty means nothing to me. I'm merely an ordinary university student lacking such exalted ideals. As for surrendering my weapon, it was earned with blood and sweat and remains my private property. Tell me, as a son of the people, a guardian of common folk, do you intend to seize it by force? And spare me the hypocrisy of murder is a crime in this ruined world. Where were you when we were being oppressed? This is nothing but a pretext to plunder our gear under the banner of virtue. Stop peddling empty promises. You possess firearms and manpower and clearly understand exchange points. Why not hunt zombies yourself to acquire supplies? To cloak sordid greed in patriotic garb. Even your soldiers must feel ashamed to serve under you." At Lu Ziping's words, Tang Hongwang's expression froze, then hardened into a venomous sneer. "Martial law is in effect. You hold no right to refuse. 30 gun barrels are trained on you at this very moment. Persist in defiance, and the consequences may well exceed your capacity to bear them. Young brother, perhaps you should consult further with the young ladies at your side." Tang Hongwang stood unshaken, utterly confident. He feared no trick Lu Ziping might attempt. Lu Ziping stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm, unreadable. Is this order yours, or the state's? Clarify. Under national martial governance, compulsory confiscation of personal arms is unlawful. What authority does a mere squad leader possess to issue commands of such national magnitude? Or do you sons of the people intend to open fire upon 5 unarmed civilians? Suddenly Lu Ziping barked a sharp command toward Tang Hongwang's troops, now. In that instant, a white spirit crystal materialized in his concealed left hand, then shattered violently as he raised his index finger pointing sharply to the right. Mu Xinran and the 3 others behind Lu Ziping noticed the crystal's sudden appearance. Though baffled by its origin, they instantly understood their leader was about to strike. Their expressions remained serene, but muscles coiled, taut, eyes locked, unblinking upon the soldiers before them. Tang Hongwang's face darkened. He glanced sideways at his men, still rigidly holding position, obeying orders, but their eyes flickered with doubt. He knew issuing a direct assault order now would compel obedience, but at the cost of his entire command's trust. Yet that Waitire artifact alone justified the risk, even if nothing else were gained. And if this man truly possessed the ability to forge Tier 2 artifacts, capturing him alive would be an unparalleled triumph. A cruel light flared in Tang Hongwang's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ziping. Attack! Before Tang Hongwang could utter a word, Lu Ziping let out a thunderous roar and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. By the time his voice faded, he had already closed the distance and stood face-to-face with Tang Hongwang. 1,000 points of strength, amplified by the system, erupted instantaneously. The ground beneath his feet fractured outward in a spiderweb of cracks. As he surged forward, he drew a sack of flour from his spatial belt, the same flour he had gathered earlier in the restaurant, and tore it open, flinging its contents violently toward the left flank of the encircling soldiers. The flour exploded into a blinding white haze, instantly obscuring every line of sight. Lu Ziping seized Tang Hongwang and drove a devastating punch straight into his temple. Though Tang Hongwang was himself a level 1, evolved, his speed and strength paled in comparison to Lu Ziping's. Before he could even register the threat, he collapsed unconscious. His Tang-style saber unsheathed. Lu Ziping condensed blazing fire essence upon its blade. A crimson flash split the air as he cleaved through the rifles of 4 soldiers standing behind Tang Hongwang. Gun barrels shattered and clattered to the floor. Lu Ziping held deep respect for soldiers and refrained from killing. More crucially, antagonizing the military would render his future in Yun City untenable, a reckless gamble with catastrophic returns. The 4 women behind him reacted with uncanny swiftness. Even before the flower fully obscured vision, they formed a spearhead led by Mu Xinran and charged decisively to the right. Among this contingent of soldiers, only Tang Hongwang was an evolved, the rest were ordinary humans, and at such close range none had time to react. Several soldiers fell without resistance. In moments, the 4 women secured complete control over the right flank. With perfect, unspoken consensus, they struck only to disarm, not to kill, wrenching away firearms and disabling their opponent's capacity to resist. Lu Ziping subdued Tang Hongwang in the first instant. With no commander issuing orders, no one dared fire. In that single breath, the tide turned utterly, just as the last motes of flour drifted silently downward. Once the air cleared completely, all stood frozen in disbelief. Moments before, Lu Ziping moved a sharp-eyed, yet timid-looking man had sensed something amiss. He dropped flat to the ground, hands clasped tightly over his head. By sheer fortune, he escaped injury, but witnessing the carnage before him, his entire body trembled, his heart turning to ice. Lu Ziping leaned against the wall, holding the unconscious Tang Hongwang before him like a living shield. To the right, the 4 women had already felled every soldier. Several in camouflage uniforms lay writhing on the floor, groaning in agony. Their injuries appeared severe, but non-fatal. Wei Xinyu and Mu Xinran now gripped several seized rifles beneath their shoulders, aiming steadily at the opposing side. Their safeties were already disengaged, weapons primed, and ready to fire at a moment's notice. Shi Ziqi and Zheng Qing mirrored Lu Ziping's stance, each holding a dazed soldier before them as human shields against stray gunfire. From the left, a dozen soldiers blinked open their eyes through the dissipating flower cloud, only to behold this chilling tableau and instinctively raise their weapons. Yet no command came. Their commander and comrades alike now hung suspended in Lu Ziping's grasp, leaving them paralyzed, uncertain how to proceed. Lu Ziping smiled faintly. No need to fret. Since no one can decide, let me wake your commander first. So saying, he plucked a beverage bottle from a nearby shelf, twisted off the cap with one hand, and poured its icy contents directly over Tang Hongwang's head. Jolted by the shock, Tang Hongwang groggily opened his eyes. The blow had been immense, inducing a concussion. Though conscious, his mind reeled sluggish and unfocused, unable to process reality. When full awareness finally returned, he stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him. Tang Hongwang had assumed his elite firearm-wielding troops, and his own status as an evolved would effortlessly dominate any civilian lucky few who had awakened as evolved. None would dare defy his will. Along his path slaughtering zombies and commanding cowering survivors, he had grown intoxicated with invincibility, his spirit soaring with boundless arrogance. Yet here in this humble service area defiance emerged, bold, unyielding. Worse still, this group possessed gear so advanced it stirred even his covetous gaze. When subjugation failed, he felt personally insulted, and resolved to make an example to slaughter and assert dominance. Instead, he'd been knocked senseless in a single exchange, reality shattering his illusions utterly. The battle had been a rout, 5 people overwhelming 30. And clearly mercy had been shown. Had they pressed their advantage, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He did not know that Mu Xinran and the other 3 were level 1 evolved not by chance, but through potent enhancement serums refined by Lu Ziping, granting them 10% greater strength than ordinary evolved. Nor did he know that for days Lu Ziping had rigorously trained them, not only in physical conditioning, but in combat tactics, crisis response, efficient martial techniques, and subtle hand signals, imparting everything essential for survival. Already superior in raw power, augmented further by evolved speed and precision, they overwhelmed their foes with overwhelming force, striking first, striking true, rendering resistance futile. Only now did Tang Hongwang grasp why his grandfather had insisted evolved were the future. If level 1 evolved wielded such power, what of level 2? Level 3? Or beyond? True firearms could wound evolved at present, but only if they found their mark. Evolved moved so swiftly that ordinary eyes perceived only afterimages. Hitting one required either coordinated suppressive fire or sheer improbable luck. Seeing Tang Hongwang subdued, Lu Ziping's lips curved upward. Speak, Senior Group Leader Tang. What is your decision? Young friend, Tang Hongwang replied, voice strained. I yield. This was my error. I coveted your Waitire equipment and wrongly attempted to conscript you. I offer my sincere apology. Is that acceptable? Lu Ziping's tone turned sardonic. Senior Leader Tang, I saw the murderous intent in your eyes just moments ago. You meant to kill me and seize my possessions. Now, an apology suffices. Do you truly believe me so easily placated? Then what do you demand? Tang Hongwang's voice lowered, grave and resolute. Name your terms, openly and honestly. You spared my men, I acknowledge that debt. So long as your demands remain reasonable, I will agree. Just as Lu Ziping prepared to state his conditions, a man burst from the supermarket, sprinting desperately into the distance. It was the same man who had cowered behind Tang Hongwang moments earlier. Now realizing he stood condemned on both sides, certain death awaited if he remained. Lu Ziping watched the man's panicked retreat, eyes narrowing. He turned to Mu Xinran and commanded, eliminate him, then return immediately. Mu Xinran nodded upon hearing Lu Ziping's words. Then a fleeting shadow suddenly cut through the air, startling the soldiers around. Using her profession felt as natural as extending her fingers, she was now fully able to exhibit the swift characteristics of her wind-based profession. This was worlds apart from the clumsiness she exhibited when she first obtained her profession. 5 seconds later, Mu Xinran returned to her original position. The man continued to run a few steps forward due to inertia before collapsing to the ground motionless. Everyone present looked at Mu Xinran, who maintained a calm demeanor though her gaze was icy. She looked as though she had just been swept by a hurricane, her hair flowing backward without having settled, revealing her smooth forehead and hairline. In her hand, the slender sword pointed downward with a drop of crimson blood slowly gathering and dripping from the tip. Tang Hongwang shivered, unable to catch Mu Xinran's movements, even as a level 1 evolver. Had she used that move against me just now, I would have had no chance to resist. Tang Hongwang realized she must possess a profession, something he did not have. Although the army had obtained a fair amount of magic crystals, there were even more people, and the higher-ups had realized the limitations of using firearms against zombies. The loud noises would continuously attract zombies, making cold weapons a better choice for dealing with them. The higher-ups unanimously decided to focus on quantity, first to exchange for evolution potions and cultivate a certain number of evolver troops to enhance the combat abilities of soldiers. As for professions, while tempting, they would have to wait. Even Tang Hongwang, the grandson of Tang Xinghe, did not have a profession. After witnessing Lu Ziping and Mu Xinran's strength today, he secretly resolved to apply to Tang Xinghe for a profession exchange once he returned. He involuntarily turned his gaze towards the other 3 women. Everyone appeared unfazed, showing neither surprise nor fear in their eyes. It seemed that apart from Lu Ziping and Mu Xinran, the other 3 women were not to be trifled with either. At that moment, Tang Hongwang realized how naive his earlier thoughts had been. He had actually entertained the greedy notion of snatching the equipment from these individuals, especially at such close range. In front of these individuals, he felt utterly defenseless. All right, Captain Tang, the trash has been cleared. Before we negotiate, shouldn't you ask your brothers to lower their guns? With so many people pointing guns at me, I'm timid and afraid. Lu Ziping said playfully. Tang Hongwang's eyelid twitched, and he immediately ordered stand down. Yes, the soldiers who were still standing put away their assault rifles. They did not want to oppose people like these 5 monsters. Their captain's strength had already been terrifying since he became an evolver. But they hadn't expected these individuals to be even more fearsome. When Lu Ziping and Mu Xinran made their move, their eyes couldn't keep up with the speed, rendering their guns mere decorations. How could they hope to hit anything? Lu Ziping also lowered his weapon at such a close distance he was unafraid of any resistance from Tang Hongwang. This was his confidence. As expected, Tang Hongwang's expression shifted, but in the end he made no move, merely glaring coldly at Lu Ziping after breaking free from control. Lu Ziping slowly said, "Let's talk about the price you should pay. I won't be polite with you. First, I want 10 assault rifles, and I'll need extra ammunition. Besides the spare you carry, I want the rest. You should have grenades or something similar. My demands aren't high. A 1 box is enough. Second, I don't want your vehicles. I have my own. However, since you know what the exchange point is, you must have killed quite a few zombies along the way. Leave all the magic crystals behind. Not a single one should be taken. Third, tell me everything you know about the exchange point and all information regarding the apocalypse." Ha ha ha, how ironic. To think that Tang Hongwang would be robbed by a college student accompanied by 4 women. Tang Hongwang said bitterly. Yet he also felt relieved. He was the one who had first considered attacking, and after being subdued by someone superior, he could only concede. He spoke frankly. "All right, since I've lost to you, I concede. I will agree to all your demands. However, does the young brother have any thoughts about joining the military? If so, I can recommend you. Don't misunderstand. I genuinely mean it. If you join the army with your strength, you would gain more than just these few guns. You'll have people and weapons at your disposal." Tang Hongwang said sincerely. He truly wanted to recruit Lu Ziping. Judging by his combat prowess, Lu Ziping's strength would definitely be no less than that of the current strongest soldier Tu Xinghe. Lu Ziping smiled slightly. "Not for now. I want to go to Ningguan City to find my sister first. As for joining the military, that can wait." Ha ha ha, that works. If you have any thoughts in the future, come find me at the Yun City base. Tang Hongwang laughed nonchalantly. The two quickly completed the handover. Throughout the process, Lu Ziping remained vigilant and did not step outside a 3-meter radius from Tang Hongwang. If Tang Hongwang showed any signs of wrongdoing, he would strike first. However, throughout the entire process, Tang Hongwang was very straightforward with the handover, making no unnecessary movements. This made Lu Ziping feel a bit more favorably towards him. However, he still had no thoughts about joining the military. Moreover, the Yun City base had not been fully established yet. With a mix of fish and dragons of various factions were starting to engage in open and secret struggles, soon forming a new power structure. Lu Ziping would not wait until the Yun City base was established, the largest survivor gathering place in the province. He certainly had to pay a visit. Lu Ziping looked at the departing vehicle with Tang Hongwang still waving and could not help but ponder. In fact, he could have killed all of them earlier. In the event of communication being cut off, no one would likely know it was him. However, such actions would not benefit him. He could only carry the requested supplies, and his space belt was nearly full, leaving no room for more. Furthermore, Tang Hongwang appeared to be a carefree individual. It would be better to keep him around, and perhaps he could be useful in the future when heading to Yun City. What concerned Lu Ziping was the piece of information he had just learned from Tang Hongfei. 1 month before the apocalypse, a mysterious figure visited major military bases to warn of the coming cataclysm, delivering critical intelligence about the post-apocalyptic world. This gave those military forces a decisive strategic advantage. What then of other large non-military factions? And who, or what, was this enigmatic figure? Although Lu Ziping retained memories from his previous life, his knowledge was inherently limited. He could not possibly know everything, especially matters shrouded in secrecy. The clues available to him remained scarce, leaving his mind overwhelmed and his thoughts tangled beyond resolution. Could it have been the very architect of this apocalypse? Brother, we've got spirit crystals now, enough to trade for countless valuable items. Wei Xinyu stood there ecstatic, cradling 2 crates of spirit crystals, so thrilled she might have drooled had she not restrained herself. Lu Ziping smiled faintly, dispelling the troubling thought, and turned his gaze toward her. Tang Hongfei had left behind at least 2,000 spirit crystals, more than sufficient for the 4 women to acquire whatever they desired. Meanwhile, Mu Xinran stood nearby, gently stroking an assault rifle, though after removing its magazine she hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. Lu Ziping approached calmly, took the rifle, disassembled it effortlessly in seconds, demonstrated each step, for Mu Xinran reassembled it, and handed it back. "I'll teach you how to use it properly later. No more dawdling. Let's go. Time to trade." Wei Xinyu and Shi Zhiqi grabbed Mu Xinran's arms and hurried her into the exchange hub. Zhang Qing, the youngest among them, followed, eagerly, eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Ziping shook his head wryly and fell in behind them, pausing only to stow all spoils into his spatial belt. Truly a woman's instinct to acquire knew no bounds. The 5 of them entered the Tier 2 exchange hub once more. Though this time the spotlight belonged entirely to Lu Ziping's for companions, he himself played merely a supporting role. Yet this round of exchanges left Lu Ziping utterly astounded, and resolved him to a firm decision henceforth spirit crystals would never again be entrusted to Wei Xinyu and the others. At first their selections remained sensible. Wei Xinyu exchanged for a great tier axe, its base attribute granting 10 strength, for personal use. She also acquired 2 light agile longswords, each enhancing sharpness by 10, for Tu Xinghe and Xinghe. So far all seemed reasonable. Then without hesitation Wei Xinyu exchanged for 5 vials of beauty-enhancing elixir, a cosmetic elixir with no combat utility whatsoever designed solely to render skin smoother, fairer, and more radiant. That alone cost over 300 Tier 1 spirit crystals. Yet seeing the delight shimmering in the eyes of all 4 women, including Mu Xinran, Lu Ziping gritted his teeth and bore it silently. Next Wei Xinyu's gaze locked onto a display of exquisite garments, elegant, avant-garde, visually arresting, and claimed the entire set without pause. The price was steep. 200 spirit crystals vanished in an instant. Lu Ziping's scalp prickled. He'd fought a brutal battle inside the library just to secure roughly 300 crystals, yet here a sizable portion vanished in mere moments. If practicality were the aim, fine, but clothing? What kind of logic was this? Lu Ziping could endure no longer. He stepped forward, gripped Wei Xinyu's shoulders, firmly lifted her slightly off the ground, and brought her face-to-face with his own. Can we prioritize essentials first? He demanded, his expression dark, his eyes fixed on Wei Xinyu's gleaming, exhilarated gaze. Wei Xinyu flinched like a startled rabbit, kicking her feet, wriggling her body, only to realize she truly hovered midair. A flicker of alarm crossed her features. She stared up at him with wide, glistening eyes, then nodded meekly, reluctantly handing over the crate of spirit crystals. Lu Ziping accepted it with palpable relief, only to stiffen again upon noticing Tu Xinghe and Xinghe gazing longingly at the pile of clothes. Instinctively he clutched the crate tighter to his chest. He was genuinely terrified of them now. Was the compulsion to acquire, to accumulate, truly innate in women? Brother, Luge, I haven't changed clothes in ages. This outfit's practically rotten. Just one more garment. Just one. Wei Xinyu raised her hand timidly. Lu Ziping stared at the kaleidoscopic heap of stunning attire strewn across the floor, his eye twitching uncontrollably, drawing upon every ounce of self-restraint to suppress an explosive outburst. This was having no clothes. What precisely did women carry in their heads? Spending irreplaceable spirit crystals on mass-produced apparel. Was their reasoning powered by sheer unadulterated oligi? Without turning, he declared flatly, later, we'll find a shopping mall. Take whatever you like. Wear anything. Trade freely. No restrictions. At those words Wei Xinyu's eyes lit up anew, and she fell silent. Lu Ziping exhaled deeply, finally at ease. He scanned the luminous interface before him, brows furrowed in concentration, then made his final selections. First, the profession, Frost Mage. Cost 400 spirit crystals. A variant of the water elemental lineage within the 5-element system, this profession wielded immense, controllable battlefield power, ideal for Xinghe. Second, the skill, Blade Strike. An attribute-neutral offensive technique that channeled spiritual energy to unleash a single devastating burst of force. It suited Tu Xinghe perfectly, as a light element awakened her inner photonic energy, once properly harnessed, would yield extraordinary destructive potential. When activated through this skill, her photonic energy manifested as the Radiant Blade Strike, an amplification that dramatically magnified its potency. Thus it compensated for Tu Xinghe's prior lack of direct combat capability. Priced modestly, at only 150 spirit crystals, it represented exceptional value. Third, the skill, Axe Trinity. Another attribute-neutral technique, channeling spiritual energy to deliver 3 overwhelming axe strikes in rapid succession. It was intended for Wei Xinyu, who, having just acquired an axe, clearly favored brute force weaponry. This skill would fortify her offensive capacity where it had previously been lacking. After acquiring 3 vials of Tier 1 evolution elixirs, Lu Ziping checked his remaining stock, fewer than 500 spirit crystals, and decided to conserve them, halting further exchanges. Not for lack of desire, numerous high-value options remained. One such skill was Verdant Bind, an attribute-specific ability designed exclusively for wood element professions or wood-affiliated awakened. Upon activation, it ensnared an opponent's entire body in an instant, imposing absolute restraint. In battles between evolved beings, even 1 second of immobilization could determine victory or defeat. Another option was the profession, Mechanist, a master capable of operating, controlling, and repairing any mechanical device, from civilian vehicles to advanced fighter jets, commanding the full spectrum of human-made machinery. However, those things are not necessary at the moment. Even if exchanged, they can only be kept and will not enhance one's strength. In the future, there will be many exchange points to encounter, and Lu Ziping wants to save these magic crystals to exchange for some professions and skills he needs. If Lu Ziping were the leader of a major power or ambitious enough to establish a force, he would definitely choose to exchange for these professions, keeping them as a foundation. However, after hearing Tang Hongwang's description, he temporarily does not wish to establish his own force anymore. Especially that mysterious person brought an overwhelming shock to Lu Ziping. He is increasingly convinced that there must be a hidden hand behind this apocalypse. At the very least, someone had foreseen the arrival of the end. The major powers before the apocalypse had the qualifications to catch their eye and could learn some information in advance. Thus, it can be seen that after the apocalypse, forming a force should be the trend, and the larger the force, the better. Not to mention other places, at least the Yun City Military District has absolutely no problem becoming a local lord after the apocalypse. With a deep foundation before the apocalypse, it certainly wouldn't be too bad after. But precisely because of this, Lu Ziping would not establish his own force in Yun City. A direct confrontation would inevitably lead to conflict. The population base is here, and there is fundamentally no possibility of success. This matter can only be discussed later. The urgent task is to enhance his own strength first. What Lu Ziping needs most now is to find his sister, and at most establish a small group to survive well in this apocalypse. As for the saved magic crystals, they should naturally be kept until he encounters a suitable profession for Wei Xinyu before exchanging. Additionally, Lu Ziping has some selfishness and wants to reserve some magic crystals for Lu Anren to exchange for a suitable profession. Thoughts in his mind turned rapidly, while only a short moment had passed in reality. After Lu Ziping finished exchanging items, he put away the magic crystals and directly handed the professions and skills to them, urging them to learn quickly. As for himself, he learned the profession he had just exchanged for, the glory craftsman profession. This was yet another profession with a prefix similar to the holy light, guardian angel learned from Shijichi. In fact, Lu Ziping didn't know what the prefix glory meant, but craftsman sounded much more advanced than artisan. Originally, after Lu Ziping got the blueprint for the strengthening potion, he planned to learn to be a pharmacist and then use the blueprint to concoct the strengthening potions. However, he had not encountered it yet, and the pharmacist was most suitable for wood attribute awakeners. Since he had learned the fiery blade technique, he would definitely awaken as a fire attribute, which wasn't very suitable. The craftsman profession, however, was very suitable for him. Professions like master smith and craftsman have the unique ability to forge weapons. The weapons forged are also classified by color, just like the weapons produced at exchange points, but it is best to have blueprints. Without blueprints, the learner must have a thorough understanding of every detail and principle of what they forge. Since the apocalypse until now, although Lu Ziping does not know the entanglements between various powers and the hidden hands, one thing is certain. That is, the original hot weapons of this world will gradually become less effective and will be replaced by cold weapons. Weapons classified by color will become mainstream. Not to mention anything else, the various basic attributes that come with them cannot be compared to the cold weapons produced on Earth. In the apocalypse, a good weapon can be a lifeline for a person. Thus, the benefits of becoming a craftsman are evident. Not only can one produce high-level weapons, but with blueprints they can mass-produce the same weapon to arm a team. Therefore, in the apocalypse, those who specialize in the craftsman profession may have little combat ability, but they are sought after by every power. However, people who learn such auxiliary professions are generally specialized, and it is rare for someone to learn a powerful combat profession and then this type of auxiliary profession. Typically, a person's auxiliary profession is closely related to their main profession, either enhancing the power of skills or combining to form a new type of skill. The main reason is that the mental energy is insufficient. The craftsman profession consumes a lot of mental energy and requires a significant expenditure of effort. Even if there are skill books that can impart various memories, having memories in the mind and being able to perform is two different matters. However, specialized combatants must always ensure their combat effectiveness and cannot afford to consume a large amount of mental energy. Therefore, except for the fools who learn skills as soon as they encounter them in the early apocalypse, there is basically no one who learns two vastly different professions. Yet Lu Ziping does not have this problem at all. With the system in place, his total mental energy can be raised to the peak of the same level, which is more than enough, fundamentally solving all problems. Once he has mastered the skills, if his total mental energy is sufficient with ample practice, he can accomplish it. Having blueprints makes it even simpler. This is also the time of good fortune for Lu Ziping. He opened the skill book for the glory craftsman profession in his hand and saw the book transform into a beam of yellow light that merged into his body. Lu Ziping's body suddenly stiffened and an indescribable sensation spread throughout him. This feeling was different from when he learned the fiery blade warrior profession. There were no significant changes to his body, but many strange things appeared in his mind, transitioning from confusion to familiarity and then to mastery, making him feel as if he had entered an entirely new world. Once everything calmed down, Lu Ziping clenched his fist, slightly astonished. After learning this profession, he realized that the craftsman auxiliary profession is completely different from the combat profession he had learned before the fiery blade warrior. The fiery blade warrior combat profession requires one to be proficient first, and only after achieving proficiency can the skills of that stage be unlocked. It is equivalent to having enough experience to unlock a powerful move. Once upgraded to the second stage with an upgrade card and proficiency is full, the skills of the second stage will be unlocked. However, the craftsman profession possesses all skills from the very beginning. For instance, after Tu Xinghe learned it, he directly obtained 5 skills: gathering and refining, homogeneous enhancement, forging enchantment, and formation techniques. To upgrade, Tu Xinghe must raise the proficiency of these 5 skills to maximum level before he can use a mid-level upgrade card to proceed. Tu Xinghe's brow twitched. He was unsure whether to be surprised or delighted. Having 5 skills in one profession is enough to make everyone envious. Generally, professions only have 3 skills, and after reaching level 1 can only create skills themselves or obtain skills through learning skill cards. However, there are actually 5 types of the artisan profession, and these 5 skills encompass all the abilities of an artisan. This allows Tu Xinghe to craft weapons entirely on his own without the need for anyone else's assistance. Some artisan professions specialize in specific steps such as forging masters or enchanters. This profession possesses all the skills. Could this be the meaning behind the prefix glory? However, it is exceedingly difficult to level up. Think about it: when Tu Xinghe's proficiency as a flame blade master reaches its peak, he only needs a mid-level upgrade card to increase his level, whereas an artisan must wait until all 6 skills are maxed out to advance to the next rank. Moreover, this requires a significant amount of practice and application. The first 4 skills are relatively straightforward, as their names clearly indicate their uses, making them simpler to operate. The key issue lies with the array technique, which gives Tu Xinghe a headache just by looking at the introduction in his mind. In simple terms, the array technique involves extracting the energy essence from items using one's spirit, drawing arrays on weapons to enhance their capabilities. Different arrays enhance different abilities. Currently, Tu Xinghe only mastered 4 types of arrays, which can enhance sharpness, speed, strength, and armor penetration. However, upon seeing the complex arrays and their drawing requirements, Tu Xinghe decided to abandon this skill for now. It is just too complicated. The initial requirement for using this skill is a level 2 mental capacity. Although Tu Xinghe's mental strength has been enhanced by the system, it still does not meet the level 2 standard. He is completely incapable. Not considering this further, he looked at the other skills and suddenly felt a surge of excitement, wanting to give them a try. He pulled out a gray short sword which he had exchanged for at the level 1 exchange point in the school cafeteria. Now each of the 4 girls had a graceful long sword. The short sword was no longer needed, so it was returned to Tu Xinghe. He then took Mu Xinren's graceful long sword and placed the 2 swords together, directly triggering the homogeneous enhancement technique. The essence of the homogeneous enhancement technique is to place 2 items with similar attributes together using one item as the core for enhancement, merging the 2 into one and enhancing their overall attributes and functionalities. Tu Xinghe chose to use the graceful long sword as the core for the homogeneous enhancement, quickly consuming his mental energy. He saw a flash of white light from the 2 weapons in his hands, and after a few seconds he was left with only one long sword. At this moment, the long sword was distinctly different from before. A circle of unknown black substance was wrapped around the handle to prevent slipping, giving it a high-end appearance and a very comfortable feel. The junction between the handle and the blade was incredibly smooth, while the blade itself was entirely silver white and exceptionally sharp. Most importantly, the sword's body exhibited an almost pure white hue, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as though a layer of light was flowing over it, which was quite magical. Is this a white weapon? Tu Xinghe, who was always seen with a tang knife, knew exactly what a white weapon looked like, and this sword was undoubtedly of white grade. Could it be that he has crafted a white grade weapon? Tu Xinghe's face was filled with excitement. This homogeneous enhancement technique was astonishingly powerful. Mu Xinren was also a bit dazed as she unconsciously looked up at the price of the white grade weapon she desired displayed on the light screen. A long sword costs 35 level 2 magic crystals. However, the long sword in Tu Xinghe's hand was clearly of white grade. Whoosh! Everyone failed to notice the passage of time, and before they knew it, they had been ushered out. Tu Xinghe snapped back to reality and stood up, handing the long sword in his hand to Mu Xinren. He then noticed that his skill homogeneous enhancement had increased by 1 point, now showing 1100. Since it only increased by 1 point at a time, Tu Xinghe realized he would need to use homogeneous enhancement 100 times to max out this proficiency. Nonetheless, he was quite pleased with the enhancement's effect. He wanted to explore the effects of the other 4 skills, but was hindered by a lack of materials, making it impossible to practice other artisan skills. Wei Xinyu, who had just learned her skill, looked like she was about to cry. She hurriedly approached and handed her axe to Tu Xinghe, hoping he could also turn her newly acquired axe into a white-grade weapon. Tu Xinghe already knew that Wei Xinyu's personality would definitely compel her to speak up. He quickly interjected before Wei Xinyu could speak, saying, I don't have enough materials right now, so I can't enhance your weapons for the time being. Besides, what just happened was probably just an accident. Achieving a white-grade weapon is definitely not that easy. They'll definitely enhance it when the chance arises. Wei Xinyu did not seem disappointed upon learning that enhancement was impossible, though after all it would come eventually. She hugged a gray axe head that was bigger than herself and rushed over to Mu Xinran, eager to observe a white-grade equipment up close. Lu Ziping, who was always seen with a tang knife, did not give her many opportunities to admire it up close. At this moment, Tu Xinghe and Tu Xinghe also finished learning their skills and professions. The two of them saw the white-grade long sword in Mu Xinran's hand and felt a twinge of envy, but they were not as bold as Wei Xinyu and did not dare to make any requests to Lu Ziping. Seeing this, Lu Ziping chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you'll all have one in the future. I've already given you the evolution potions. Oh, what else do you lack?" Tu Xinghe looked at Lu Ziping, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and felt her heart skip a beat. Oh no, this feeling was definitely one of infatuation. He clearly wasn't very handsome and was nothing like her type, yet why did she find this boy so charming? Tu Xinghe pondered privately, while Tu Xinghe felt the power of the ice element within her body, capable of freezing a person into a statue. Not to mention how different she felt now compared to when she was an ordinary person. Even when she was still a level 1 evolver, her state was completely different. Experiencing that extreme cold within her body, yet it did not harm her. She recalled her experiences in the cafeteria at the beginning of the apocalypse. Tu Xinghe felt as if she were dreaming. She was clearly one of those girls in the cafeteria, easily bullied, and had even suffered inhumane torment due to her beauty. Yet now she had actually stepped ahead of most people, not only becoming an evolver, but also acquiring a profession. With Lu Ziping around, it was certain that she would be among the first to become a 2-star or 3-star evolver. In her eyes, this apocalypse was no longer so desperate. She had the power to resist. She would no longer be like before, passively suffering under others' control. After experiencing such despair, she now possessed strength and hope. Through the highs and lows, Tu Xinghe matured significantly, further solidifying her resolve to remain loyal to Lu Ziping. Were it not for Lu Ziping, she might still be enduring unspeakable torment, or already transformed into a zombie, her demonic crystal harvested by them. Tu Xinghe's gaze upon Lu Ziping now held deeper resolve and unwavering determination. Ding! Tu Xinghe's loyalty has reached 100. A voice suddenly echoed within Lu Ziping's mind. Surprised, he turned, and catching sight of Tu Xinghe's expression, a faint smile crossed his lips. Of the 4 women, only Tu Xinghe's loyalty remained somewhat tentative at 80. The other 3 had all attained absolute loyalty, 100. Their combat prowess had surged dramatically. They now faced zombie hordes without fear. A nascent apocalyptic squad had taken shape. All right, we've lingered long enough. Let's go. In high spirits, Lu Ziping ignored the supermarket's remaining occupants entirely. Amidst the awestruck gazes of all present, the 5 gathered their belongings and departed by vehicle. After Lu Ziping's departure, those left behind in the supermarket exchanged bewildered glances. None could fathom why these 5 terrifying figures had spared them. Nor had Tang Hongguan's group taken them along when they fled. Yet silence proved fleeting. Chaos soon erupted within the store. Desperate to survive, everyone scrambled violently for the last remaining supplies. Frenzied, ruthless, unrelenting. Lu Ziping seemed blessed with sudden fortune. From this point onward, his path unfolded with uncanny smoothness. The highway ahead was nearly deserted. Lu Ziping seized the opportunity to unleash the full potential of his luxury SUV, racing forward at breakneck speed. Almost precisely as Lu Ziping set out on the road, Tang Hongguan, already en route, established contact via military radio with the Yunqing military command, reporting the incident he had encountered. His orders were unequivocal: return immediately and await disciplinary action. Ahead at a nearby toll plaza, a compact sedan had smashed through the barrier gate and shot forward like a bullet. Trailing behind it, a seething tide of hundreds of zombies surged in unison, dark, relentless, converging upon the highway as they pursued the fleeing car. Drive, hurry, drive. Zhao Qinxi's shrill cry pierced the air as she yanked fiercely at Xie Quan's arm, wrenching the steering wheel. The wheel bucked violently, sending the vehicle swerving wildly across the asphalt. Stop it. Cease this madness, you lunatic woman. If you keep this up, we'll all die here. Xie Quan snarled. What do we do? What do we do? Zhao Qinxi shrieked, spotting another pack of snarling, clawing zombies closing in from the rear right. Shut your mouth. If you scream again, I'll throw you out to lure the zombies. Xie Quan's eyes blazed with fury. Open the door. Throw Guang Ziyan out. His voice was ice cold. No, I can't. He's my boyfriend. Zhao Qinxi shook her head frantically, staring at Guang Ziyan slumped in the back seat. Drenched in blood, his arm scored with deep, ragged gashes. Then choose: either you cast him out, or I'll hurl you both down together. Decide now. Seizing a brief lull in the zombie onslaught, Xie Quan braked, flung open the door, and lunged toward the rear seat to drag Guang Ziyan's limp body. What are you waiting for? Do you want to die, eh? Get over here and help. Xie roared at Zhao Qinzi. Dazed Zhao Qinzi stumbled forward. Together they heaved Guang Ziyan, blood-soaked and lifeless, out of the vehicle just before the horde closed and then sped away. Drawn by the scent of blood, the zombies gave chase, but the sedan escaped effortlessly, driving far enough that the pursuing swarm vanished from the rearview mirror. Xie finally exhaled in relief, only to spot an obstacle ahead and gradually ease the vehicle to a halt. You murderer! Zhao Qinzi, now fully aware of what had transpired, flew at Xie, clawing, scratching. Xie pulled over. Slap! A stinging blow landed across her face. How dare you strike me? Slap! I'll... Slap! Slap! Xie struck her repeatedly, until Zhao Qinzi dared not even whimper. I've endured your nonsense long enough. All you do in crisis is scream, and it was your shrieking that drew those zombies. Guang Ziyan died because of you. Understand? You call me a killer, but didn't you help me carry him? Zhao Qinzi began to protest. Slap! Another blow landed. Xie face twisted with savage contempt. All this way I've catered to you. Now, it's your turn to serve me. As Xie reclined, eyes closed in grim satisfaction, a bare-chested man approached, his arms and back thick with tattoos. Glancing inside, the men exchanged knowing grins. One rapped the window with an iron pipe. Hey brother, don't you think this calls for a little privacy? Xie jolted upright, his arousal instantly gone, then flushed with humiliation and rage. Rolling down the window, he opened his mouth to curse, just as an axe cleaved downward. His skull split open, crimson and ivory fluid streamed down his face. Zhao Qinzi froze in shock, too terrified to scream, before a club swung hard and knocked her unconscious. Brothers, take the woman, and check the car for food. Got it. What's that gunk on her face? Makeup. Ugly as sin, but damn, her figure's fine. He gave her waist an appraising squeeze. Jackpot. Instant noodles by the case. Vacuum-packed roast chicken beef jerky. We've hit the motherload. A man exclaimed, popping open the trunk. What? Really? Load it up. This haul's big enough that Brother Long will surely reward us extra. Absolutely, Brother Long's got honor. He never skimps on rewards. Ha. Truth be told, I'd rather spend a day indulging upstairs in the grand hall. Same here, ha. As they hauled supplies, the men chattered lewdly, their faces twisted in leering grins. Lu Zipping, feeling fatigued from hours behind the wheel, decided to rest, and handed control to Xie. The moment her hands touched the steering wheel, a spark of delight lit her eyes. Is the right pedal the accelerator? Before Lu Zipping could answer, she stomped the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared, the SUV shot forward like a launched projectile, jolting the passengers so violently their spines slammed into the rear seats. Lu Zipping stared dumbfounded, his voice trembling. Wait, slow down. Tell me, do you even have a driver's license? Shiji's eyes gleamed with quiet exhilaration. Of course, I learned right after high school. Just never drove once, not even through my doctoral studies. Today's the day I finally get to drive. A female driver. Lu Zipping stood utterly speechless. Mu Xinran and the others were faring no better. Each felt the seat beneath them growing uncomfortably warm. Lucky this is the apocalypse. Otherwise you'd be a lethal menace on the road, Lu Zipping remarked. Before his words had fully faded, a thunderous boom erupted. The impact jolted everyone inside the vehicle violently. Instead of staying on course, the car veered sharply, smashing headlong into a stationary vehicle parked neatly by the roadside. Lu Zipping was certain the bumper was about to shear off. He had absolute faith, albeit grim, that Xie possessed the capacity to annihilate their entire squad. Female drivers truly terrifying. Fine, you're officially a road killer. Can't hit strangers, so you'll just take out your teammates instead. I'd rather not die without knowing why. Right turn. Now, quick before we crash. That's left, not right. Can't you tell your left from your right? Brake. Hit the brakes now. Lu Zipping's voice trembled with raw, unfiltered terror. Even when confronting over 100 zombies alone, Lu Zipping had never panicked like this. This was genuine life-or-death peril. Such force would likely kill even a level 1 evolved being. HSSSS. Boom. After an ear-splitting screech of tires and a bone-rattling collision, Lu Zipping and his companions somehow survived. Pressing fingers to the gash on his forehead, Lu Zipping shuddered with delayed dread. Fortune, and sheer luck, had spared them at the last instant. Xie had correctly distinguished accelerator from brake. From now on, Xie would never drive again, a vow Lu Zipping swore inwardly. They resumed their journey, with Wei Xinyu taking the wheel. After traveling a considerable distance, Lu Zipping observed that Wei Xinyu, usually playful and lighthearted, handled the vehicle with remarkable composure. His coiled tension finally eased, he closed his eyes in the passenger seat and drifted into rest. Having cleared a toll station teeming with zombies and collected fewer than 20 demonic crystals, Xie grew increasingly restless until she could no longer hold her tongue. Team Leader, West Luo County lies just ahead. I'd like to go in and take a look. Shijichi's family home stood in West Luo County. A highly educated intellectual from an ordinary working-class family, she had long faced intense familial pressure regarding marriage, so much so that she rarely visited home. Yet only after the apocalypse did she grasp the irreplaceable value of kinship, and now she yearned to return, to see what had become of her family. Of course, it's on our route. Go ahead and visit. Know the way. Just guide us. You'll call out when we arrive. Lu Ziping twisted the knob of the car's radio. Yun City Military District Survivor Base. This is Yun City Military District Survivor Base. Attention all residents of Yun City and surrounding areas. If you are hearing this broadcast, proceed immediately to our shelter. We provide secure lodging and sustenance. Yun City Military District Survivor Base. This is Yun City Military District Survivor Base. Attention all residents of Yun City and surrounding areas. The message repeated cyclically, but the passengers listened intently only once. Once the broadcast ended, they found it dull, whereas for many such news of salvation might evoke tearful relief. Yet none aboard felt stirred. Lu Ziping aside, each of the 4 women had personally slain dozens of zombies. Fear of the apocalypse held no sway over them. Just hours earlier, they'd even clashed with an exploration team from the Yun City Military District and seized supplies from them, robbing the military. Unthinkable in the old world. In the wasteland, those possessing sufficient strength often found greater freedom beyond survivor bases than within them. These women commanded such strength, and thus paid the broadcast little heed. Lu Ziping simply reached over and switched off the radio, then settled back to sleep. Ready yourselves, another vehicle's approaching. At the very spot where Xie had halted earlier, Shijichi now parked, glaring with irritation at the massive freight truck blocking the road ahead. What's wrong? Lu Ziping opened his eyes as the car came to a stop. Shijichi replied, Team leader of freight truck is obstructing the road ahead, likely stranded since the outbreak. I'll go forward and move it. Lu Ziping's lips curled into a faint cold smile as he gazed at the truck. No need to get out. Someone's lying in wait. This truck was deliberately driven into the center of the road. Let's wait. Huh. Shijichi stared bewildered at the truck, unable to fathom how Lu Ziping had deduced its intent. Lu Ziping reclined lazily in the passenger seat, offering no explanation. He couldn't very well claim it was foresight granted by rebirth. Bang, bang, bang. The driver's side window shook violently under heavy pounding. The women glanced first at Lu Ziping, then turned toward the source, skeptical. Judgment. So there really are highway bandits. 3 hulking men stood outside, bare-chested, their torsos and arms thick with tattoos, faces twisted in brutish impatience as they hammered the glass. Get out now. Don't make me lay hands on you. Shijichi flung open the door and stepped down, disdain etched across her features. What do you want? As a level 1 evolved being, she carried herself with unshakable confidence. The men's eyes gleamed, their mouths stretched into leering grins. Through the open door, they glimpsed 3 breathtakingly beautiful women seated in the rear. At their compound, all the attractive women had been taken by Brother Long to the penthouse, leaving behind only unkempt, filthy ones. By contrast, these 4 were utterly captivating, not least for their striking, distinct beauty. The slender youth in the passenger seat went entirely unnoticed. The woman who had just stepped out possessed a fair, apple-shaped face. Beneath delicate brows shimmered eyes clear as spring water, her lustrous black hair flowing freely, her long legs elegant and poised. Her figure was flawless, though smudged with dried black blood. The stains only heightened her allure. One hand rested lightly on the car door, her expression flushed with indignation, adding a fierce magnetic charm that made the men swallow hard. One burly man nodded, eagerly drooling. Oh yes, yes indeed. Come with us, lovely one. It's dangerous out here. Zombies swarm the streets. Our leader's a level 1 evolved being, powerful, reliable. Come with us and you'll gain far more than you lose. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Shijichi. Only then did Shijichi grasp the crude implication behind his words. Her cheeks burned crimson. She could endure no such insult. In one fluid motion, she drew the lingering light sword from the driver's seat. Oh ho, she's got a sword. Well, brothers, we've got guns. Each barrel spits fire like a dragon. Our bullets can pierce the heavens. Care to witness their might? Ha ha. Blinding sword slash. Shijichi cried coldly. This was a newly forged technique, sword slash, originally acquired by Lu Ziping at the exchange point, now uniquely enhanced by Shijichi's light affinity. A brilliant, pure, and sacred white radiance enveloped her long sword. As she thrust forward with her right hand, the blade blazed forth like a streak of divine light. Its destructive power far surpassed the original sword slash. Laughter died midair. 3 tattooed thugs were cleaved cleanly in half, bisected straight across their chests. Their expressions froze instantly. After severing them, the luminous slash continued forward for several meters before dissipating entirely. Humans, unlike zombies whose blood barely flowed, were far more vulnerable. Blood surged violently through their veins, The moment Tu Xinghe severed their torsos, the severed stumps erupted like high-pressure nozzles hurling their upper bodies backward. Crimson blood jetted 10 meters into the air. Tu Xinghe's expression remained unshaken. She slipped back into the driver's seat and sealed the door before the crimson downpour began. She let the torrential blood cascade over the SUV, staining its already indistinct silhouette with a vivid macabre hue. Wei Xinyu then started the engine, crashed through the barrier net beside the truck, and sped away. Only long after Lu Ziping's SUV had vanished did a trembling man finally peer out from the cab of the highway truck, gazing upon the three grotesque corpses. Without hesitation, he leapt down, commandeered a nearby sedan, and took a detour back to Shiluo County. Lu Ziping from the very beginning had never intended to intervene. He had merely watched detached and observant. He couldn't possibly step in for every trivial matter. As a level 1 evolved being, if they couldn't handle such a minor incident themselves, they'd truly be unworthy of the title. Yet Lu Ziping hadn't anticipated that Tu Xinghe would actually kill all three men. Not because he disapproved; those scoundrels clearly bore grim sins, and their deaths were just retribution. Rather, it was jarring to witness Tu Xinghe, just days earlier still radiating saintly compassion, now slay without flinching, her composure utterly unruffled. A quiet awe stirred within him. Indeed, humanity was the most adaptable of all creatures. Nearly an hour later, the violent jostling finally ceased. Lu Ziping opened his eyes in the passenger seat and turned to Tu Xinghe. "Teacher, have we reached your home?" She nodded, her gaze lingering, complex weighted, on a single room atop the building before them. She had purchased this apartment herself, intending it as a retirement haven for her parents, only for her elder brother's family to seize it outright. Now 5 people lived here, her brother's family of 3 plus her parents. The space was barely sufficient. When Tu Xinghe visited, she had no room to stay and was forced to sleep in hotels. Her own brother even manipulated their parents into pressuring her to marry early, solely to claim ownership of the apartment. As a highly educated woman, Tu Xinghe held firm, and countless quarrels had erupted at home. But now, with the apocalypse upon them, all such grievances had dissolved into irrelevance. The apartment remained, but whether its inhabitants still lived no one could say. Though her brother had tormented her relentlessly in the past, he remained her kin. In this apocalyptic world, kinship was an incomparable blessing. Blood ties endured as one of humanity's deepest, most enduring bonds. HRRGH. Bang, bang, bang. A zombie slammed against the window, its guttural shrieks snapping Tu Xinghe from her reverie. Lu Ziping met her gaze and said firmly, "Whatever lies ahead, we must go in and see for ourselves." Tu Xinghe drew a deep breath. "Let's go." They disembarked, the car's roar having drawn numerous zombies, but none posed any threat to Lu Ziping and his companions. Within moments, the encircling undead were dispatched. Lu Ziping, Mu Xinran, and Tu Xinghe stepped into the low-rise apartment building. The remaining 2 stayed behind to guard their supplies. Along the way, they encountered several more zombies, but their interest was muted. Each fell with effortless casual strikes. Tu Xinghe's residence was on the 18th floor, a height that rendered the elevator useless. Yet for level 1 evolved beings, the climb was negligible. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Tu Xinghe found her apartment door ajar. She dashed inside without pause. Lu Ziping followed swiftly. The moment they crossed the threshold, a sea of crimson blood met their eyes, chilling their hearts. A leather sofa, wooden furnishings, a sleek wall-mounted television, all exquisitely appointed, now lay in ruin. Chaos reigned: the pristine white walls, the polished floor, even the transparent ceiling. Every surface was splattered with dark, viscous blood. Clearly a fierce struggle had taken place here, and judging by the carnage, it had ended in tragedy. Tu Xinghe stood silent, eyes glistening, paralyzed by grief and uncertainty. Then, a sound emerged from the bedroom, rhythmic knocking. Tu Xinghe seized it like a lifeline and sprinted toward the door. Lu Ziping had neither time nor justification to stop her. He only flashed Mu Xinran a glance, a silent command to follow closely should danger arise. He himself began methodically surveying the apartment. Circling through, he entered the bedroom, and there, nestled in Tu Xinghe's arms, lay an elderly man long since transformed into a zombie, motionless and eerily serene. Tu Xinghe clutched the undead form tightly, weeping softly. Nearby, a skeleton lay mangled beyond recognition. Shreds of torn clothing scattered across the floor confirmed what the bones implied: another elderly victim. Mu Xinran stood solemnly aside. Lu Ziping gazed at Tu Xinghe's trembling back and asked gently, "Besides your parents, was there someone else living here? Perhaps more than one?" Tu Xinghe lifted her tear-swollen eyes, locking onto Lu Ziping's, silent, expectant, waiting for him to continue. Lu Ziping replied, "I walked the entire apartment. Everything had been ransacked, clothes, food, medicine gone. Even the display cabinet was emptied, every valuable item removed. There's someone in your family obsessed with wealth, so fixated they'd loot during an apocalypse. Utterly irrational." His tone held genuine bewilderment. In the end times, what used were trinkets and treasures, Inedible, undrinkable, utterly impractical, yet still deemed indispensable. At the word escape, Tu Xinghe's eyes flickered with sudden desperate light. Yes, her sister-in-law, a woman whose sole devotion was to money. Boss, do you mean someone got away? Hope blazed in Tu Xinghe's gaze. Lu Ziping read it instantly, and muttered under his breath, truly there are those who value coin over life. Several members of your household must have fled recently, within the past 2 days. The kitchen is strewn with food waste, and unwashed utensils remain on the dining table. I suspect they heard about the Tu Xinghe survivor base over the radio and left in haste, so hurriedly they didn't even close the door. Upon hearing Lu Ziping's words, Tu Xinghe bolted straight out of the bedroom. Lu Ziping and Mu Xinran exchanged a silent glance, said nothing, and walked out separately in quiet contemplation. A short while later, Tu Xinghe returned slowly, her mood visibly lighter. She bowed deeply to Lu Ziping. Thank you, Chief. The Tu Xinghe search team has already launched a full-scale reconnaissance across the entire region. If fortune favors them, they're likely to encounter Tu Xinghe's scout unit. We'll be heading to the Tu Xinghe survivor base before long. You'll have the chance to search for them there. Tears streamed down Tu Xinghe's face. Speechless, she bowed again and again. In this apocalypse, learning that kin still survive, and that one is no longer utterly alone, is a profound, almost unbearable joy. What Tu Xinghe did not know was that Lu Ziping had withheld one crucial truth during the early days of the apocalypse. The Tu Xinghe survivor base dispatched its reconnaissance teams not to rescue survivors, but to subjugate cities. They offered no aid to passing survivors, only vague directions, at most assigning 1 or 2 individuals to guide them partway. The ultimate objective, to reclaim the city, ended in catastrophe. Base commanders, overreaching in their ambition, attempted to eradicate zombies en masse to harvest corpse crystals, only to trigger a devastating zombie tide. The Tu Xinghe survivor base suffered catastrophic losses, countless perished. There was little recourse. The city's extreme population density and the fragility of ordinary humans left them fatally vulnerable. Despite repeated efforts to heighten and reinforce its walls, the base fell repeatedly to the tide, only spared total annihilation because no zombie sovereign led the assault. That very tide forged an unshakable resolve among Tu Xinghe's leadership. All military personnel would henceforth wield cold weapons as primary arms, firearms relegated to auxiliary roles. Daily physical training became mandatory for every individual. Roughly 1 month remained until the next critical phase. Lu Ziping gazed at Tu Xinghe's tear-streaked face and said gently, attend to your family matters here. We must depart soon. She nodded silently. Mu Xinran stayed beside her while Lu Ziping stepped outside to wait. Moments later, Tu Xinghe emerged, empty-handed, having set fire only to the room where her parents lay, then walked away without looking back. Lu Ziping sighed softly, uttered no word, and turned to leave. Bringing up the rear, Tu Xinghe paused, her eyes lingering on the home where she'd lived over a decade, etched each detail into memory before turning away for good. The return journey unfolded in heavy silence. Lu Ziping was no comforter by nature, and now even he felt a quiet sorrow. He tried to speak, some gentle phrase to ease the anguish of this university lecturer, but his mouth opened and closed, yielding no sound. You needn't console me. You couldn't, not truly. Yet I know now my family still lives. Lu Ziping nodded solemnly. Downstairs, Wei Xinyu and Zheng Qing saw only Tu Xinghe's swollen red-rimmed eyes, and sensed the somber aura clinging to Lu Ziping and Mu Xinran. No one else had descended with them. They needed no explanation. Just then a zombie lunged forward. Mu Xinran casually shattered its skull with a single blow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've unlocked a blue treasure chest. Please proceed to open it promptly. Simultaneously, a map materialized in Lu Ziping's mind. It lay far away, at least a dozen kilometers. Lu Ziping suppressed a surge of quiet elation and inwardly commended Mu Xinran. Let's find a secluded mall to rest briefly. Resolve your clothing issue, then press on. We'll arrive tonight. He felt no urgency to seek the chest now. Today's sight of Tu Xinghe's parents, transformed into shambling corpses, had carved deep anxiety into his heart. He dreaded what might have befallen his own sister Lu Anren. At this very moment, his longing to see her burned fiercer than ever. Far away atop the tallest building in the county's central district, a grand hall stretched across the rooftop. Brother Long, look what I found. A wiry man held aloft a small chest he'd just scavenged. A hulking one-eyed man, muscle layered thick over fat, swung his head around. At the sight of the chest's azure glow, he snatched it from the man's grasp. His lone eye gleamed with predatory light. Excellent work. Tonight this woman is yours. With a careless kick, he shoved a naked woman lying at his feet toward the wiry man. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. The woman was Zhao Chenxi. No, don't. Realizing her fate, she thrashed desperately. But how could she resist an evolved being? Hardy spirit. The more you struggle, the more I crave you. The wiry man lunged forward. Naked men and women watched numb and silent as debauchery unfolded around them. Inside the Yunqing Military District Survivor Base, Tang Xinghe sat alone in his office reviewing documents, his brow furrowed in thought. Tang Hongguang stood rigidly before the desk, dressed immaculately. He himself had compiled the dossier in Tang Xinghe's hands and delivered it in person. Upon learning that Tang Hongguang had been robbed by a young man, Tang Xinghe's first reaction was disbelief. Tang Hongguang was a level 1 evolved, one Tang Xinghe had invested heavily to elevate, equipped with elite gear and commanding 30 rigorously trained soldiers. And yet he'd been overpowered by 5 people. Worse, that quintet consisted entirely of university students, 4 of them women. Tang Xinghe felt not just doubt, but genuine bewilderment. He flipped to the first page of the file. Lu Zipping, male, approximately 180 centimeters tall, lean build. Confirmed status level 1 evolved. Tang Hongguang, a fellow level 1 evolved, had been utterly powerless against him. Suspected ability capacity to amplify the strength of other level 1 evolved. Possesses Y-tier equipment. Suspected capability to forge tiered gear. During combat, his blade manifests searing flame-like heat, indicative of a fire attribute profession. Turning to the second page, the 4 women behind him are also suspected level 1 evolved. One slender figure wields a longsword. Remarkable speed. Tang Xinghe stared stunned. This dossier was astonishingly thorough, recording every observable detail of Lu Zipping's group in action, annotated with Tang Hongguang's own analysis. Tang Xinghe had read this combat report countless times, yet still held it tightly in his hands. It was utterly unbelievable. The outcome stood irrefutably before him, yet a military squad had been robbed by 5 university students. Was this some kind of joke? Humiliation was inevitable, certainly, but Tang Xinghe cared little for such trivialities. What truly baffled him was how these 5 students had managed it. 30 firearms, 6 times their number, and yet they were utterly overwhelmed. Preposterous. Tang Xinghe steadied his mind and lifted his gaze toward his own grandson, Tang Hongguang. Were it not for their blood tie and his absolute certainty that Tang Hongguang would never lie to him, he would have suspected the entire report and its accompanying dossier to be forged. Yet Tang Xinghe's head still spun with disbelief. The apocalypse had barely begun, and Tier 1 evolved soldiers within the military remained exceedingly rare. Grade-tier equipment was scarce. Y-tier existed in only 2 known specimens, both still under analysis in research laboratories. Nearly every monster crystal recovered by the military had been exchanged solely for evolution serums. As for other vocations, after thorough review and cost-benefit analysis, the High Command had unanimously decided to prioritize raw power enhancement before acquiring profession skills or gear. Yet Lu Zipping possessed it all, single-handedly outpacing the entire military district. Not only evolution serums, but even Y-tier equipment. It defied reason. Explain. Tang Xinghe set his voice thick with profound doubt. Yes, sir. Tang Hongguang replied, voice resonant and firm. Every detail in the dossier is verified. Moreover, Lu Zipping specifically inquired about our military district's foreknowledge of the apocalypse, leading me to conclude he possesses no such prior awareness. All his achievements emerged solely after the cataclysm began. Such astonishing adaptability and intellect border on the demonic. Furthermore, he must possess undisclosed methods of self-enhancement. Though we are both Tier 1 evolved soldiers, I estimate his physical strength exceeds mine by at least double. This world has transformed beyond recognition. No one can predict what bizarre artifacts the exchange points may yield. Regarding whether to recruit or eliminate him, I recommend first dispatching scouts to Yunqing University to observe his conduct before making any definitive judgment. He identified himself as a student there. I believe the university holds vital clues to his ascension. Tang Xinghe nodded, deeply satisfied with his grandson's measured assessment. A third-generation military scion robbed, yet capable of dispassionate, incisive analysis. This alone proved his mettle. He had not disappointed Tang Xinghe's rigorous cultivation, though further refinement remained necessary. Very well. Proceed as you advised, Tang Xinghe declared. Yes, sir. Tang Hongguang snapped a crisp salute, preparing to depart. Tang Xinghe waved him down. Hongguang, relax. Speak plainly. Just how formidable is this Lu Zipping? No formalities. As he spoke, Tang Xinghe slapped the dossier onto the desk with deliberate force, a gesture laced with exasperated disappointment. No one could reasonably accept such an occurrence. Hearing those words, Tang Hongguang finally exhaled in quiet relief. His tone softened, shedding its earlier austerity. Grandfather, his true strength far surpasses even what I documented. I sensed he hadn't exerted himself fully against me, holding back untold reserves. Even unaided, his raw physical prowess would subdue me effortlessly. And I have a strong intuition. Tu Xinghe would likely lose to him in direct confrontation. Tang Hongguang clenched his jaw as he spoke. Tu Xinghe was currently the undisputed strongest Tier 1 evolved soldier in the entire military district, having awakened immediately post-evolution with an exceptionally potent offensive lightning element affinity. He could engage 5 Tier 1 evolved soldiers simultaneously without yielding an inch. With that statement, Tang Hongguang effectively acknowledged Lu Ziping's supremacy over every soldier in the district. Tang Xinghe's expression hardened. Gazing steadily at his grandson's unflinching countenance, he gave a slow, solemn nod. Tang Hongguang had privately sparred with Tu Xinghe, and if he made such a claim, then Lu Ziping, even if not yet surpassing Tu Xinghe, undeniably ranked among the elite in sheer combat efficacy. The apocalypse had lasted mere days. Where then had this anomaly emerged? Tang Xinghe fell into deep contemplation. You will personally oversee the Yunqing University mission. Investigate Lu Ziping thoroughly. Losing some equipment in the robbery matters little. What matters is that your life remains intact. From another perspective, the incident has already forged a connection. We now live in the apocalypse. Conventionality has no place here. Should you encounter him again, lower your stance entirely. Invite him to join us. If he refuses, cultivate goodwill at all costs. Never provoke enmity. Even if he is formidable, we are, after all, the military district. Must we grovel before an individual? Tang Hongguang voiced his hesitation. This is no longer the old world, Tang Xinghe retorted sternly. In this new era, evolved soldiers grow increasingly pivotal. Firearms will steadily lose relevance. By your own account, Lu Ziping is a born warlord. So long as he survives, he will soar beyond mortal limits. Treat this as an investment that cannot possibly fail. Tang Xinghe's insight was razor-sharp. He foresaw the coming obsolescence of firearms, the resurgence of bladed weapons, and the ascendancy of individual martial prowess as the very bedrock of power. After a moment's reflection, Tang Xinghe added, I will reserve a portion of our monster crystals to acquire vocations and skills. Have the Research Institute analyze them, and select suitable candidates for training. Lu Ziping's extraordinary combat capability had stirred his ambition, and with unrest mounting across the district, he was willing to expend strategic resources like monster crystals in pursuit of deeper strength. Yes, sir. Tang Hongguang saluted and departed. Watching his grandson's retreating figure, Tang Xinghe allowed himself a wry, rueful smile. In the end, it is all just a game. Soon thereafter, Tang Xinghe would profoundly thank fate for this decision. The very combat power he sought would become the decisive force securing the Tang family's dominion during the ensuing coup. Lu Ziping drove relentlessly toward Ning'an City. Anluo County belonged administratively to Ning'an City, and the distance to its urban center was comparatively short. Taking a shortcut, Lu Ziping expected to arrive in roughly 2 to 3 hours. Naturally, they encountered zombies blocking the road. Yet this SUV, truly a tank among vehicles, barreled onward without pause, its front bumper already warped from Tu Xinghe's earlier impact. It smashed through everything in its path, toppling numerous sedans along the way. Lu Ziping felt no triumph. His mood was too grim even to collect monster crystals. The closer he drew, the more unsettled Lu Ziping's heart became, torn between hope and dread. He drove straight into the urban core of Ning'an City, where he had lived for over a decade. Every street, every corner intimately familiar. Choosing a shortcut, he pressed forward, eager to reach his sister's residence as swiftly as possible. Yet narrow alleys came with their own perils. Several zombies blocked the intersection, forcing him to slow the vehicle incrementally. Progress grew increasingly arduous. Ahead, the horde thickened. Each collision with the SUV sent reeling corpses tumbling forward, forming grotesque flesh-and-bone speed bumps. Though such obstacles posed little threat to them, Lu Ziping had no time to deal with them. Gazing at the undead barricade before him, his eyes flared with searing fury. His sister's safety burned paramount in his mind. He wrenched the steering wheel left, veering onto a broad thoroughfare, then leapt out of the vehicle. Turning to Tu Xinghe, he commanded, You drive. I'll clear the path ahead. Stay close, and strike down anything that blocks our way. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his Tang sword. The blade instantly engulfed in roaring flame, blazing like a crimson beacon against the city's suffocating darkness. In an instant, he shot forward, a streak of fire cleaving through the gloom. Along this path, Lu Ziping unleashed his full power without restraint. Drawing upon the foundational sword techniques of his flaming blade master vocation, and amplified by his staggering 1.0-point strength, he carved through the undead one by one, splitting skulls and torsos alike with brutal precision. When hordes amassed too densely to cleave apart, he channeled his skill, blazing slash, into a single charged strike. A torrent of incandescent energy erupted from the blade, detonating outward to scatter scores of zombies, not to slay but to blast open a passage. This method devoured his internal fire attribute energy at a terrifying rate, yet it proved devastatingly effective. Even more astonishing was the SUV's relentless pace, 60 kilometers per hour, unwavering, unslowed. The 4 women inside sat stunned. They knew Lu Ziping was formidable, but this defied reason. Over half an hour had passed. How could he not tire? Tu Xinghe, who had initially relished her role as designated driver, now felt a creeping chill. Her gaze locked onto his figure ahead. She swallowed repeatedly, awestruck, breathless. Like Lu Zipping, Mu Xinran was a level 1 evolver with her own vocation. Once she believed herself only slightly inferior to him. Now she realized how naive that thought had been. He wasn't merely strong, he was a monster. Lu Zipping himself felt exhilarated. Since maxing out the 3 core physical attributes of a level 1 evolver, strength, speed, and endurance, he had never experienced such unrestrained cathartic intensity. He had not yet reached his limit. His peak velocity stood at 20 meters per second, 72 kilometers per hour. Even with endurance fully optimized, sustaining such top speed would exhaust him rapidly. This pace, however, steady controlled, was perfectly sustainable. 40 minutes in he neared his destination, yet the number of zombies dwindled unervingly. A quiet unease stirred within him. Tu Xinghe glanced at the fuel gauge, its needle trembling near empty, and her expression twisted with disbelief. The others by now had grown numb. At this constant velocity, even a rugged SUV couldn't withstand the stamina of such a monster for long. Just as Tu Xinghe prepared to warn him about the near-empty tank, Lu Zipping halted, his gaze lifting toward the school before him. Ningen No. 1 high school. His sister Lu Anren studied here, so he had rented her an apartment nearby. She trained rigorously in fitness and boxing, skilled enough to compete professionally in amateur circuits. By old-world standards, she was unmistakably a tomboy, strong-willed, fiercely independent. Lu Zipping himself couldn't best her in combat. Yet as the last surviving kin in this shattered world, their bond remained unshakable. She would never strike him without cause. A gym stood conveniently near the school, so Lu Zipping had secured her a membership long ago. He wondered now, had she obeyed his final instruction? Was she waiting safely at home? Lu Zipping slowed his steps, drew a deep, steadying breath, and walked deliberately toward the aging residential building across from the school gates. The moment he crossed the compound gate, he saw bodies on the ground. Not human, but zombie. The killer had struck with savage force, likely with a blunt weapon like a sledgehammer, shattering skulls with single brutal blows. What unsettled Lu Zipping most, however, was the absence of spirit crystals on any corpse. Someone here knew the secret of the exchange points. A cold dread seized him. The zombie corpses grew denser, until they converged entirely at the entrance of a single building. His face hardened grim and pale. Lu Anren's apartment lay within that very building. He ascended slowly. The stairwell entrance was choked with stacked rotting corpses. No one had cleared them. Only a narrow, winding path, barely wide enough for one person, snaked through the decay. Lu Zipping climbed in silence. With each floor the undead grew sparser, but every spirit crystal had vanished from their foreheads, meticulously harvested. Lu Anren's apartment occupied the topmost floor. As Lu Zipping climbed, his mood darkened, his expression freezing into glacial severity. Judging by the sheer number of corpses along the way, well over 500 zombies had fallen here. If an exchange point existed within this building, it could have forged multiple level 1 evolvers. Mu Xinran and the other 3 followed closely behind, ascending the stairs in hushed reverence. They sensed the oppressive weight in Lu Zipping's silence, and dared not utter a word. The aging compound had few floors. Soon he reached the landing. Pausing at the turn, he inhaled deeply, steadied his pulse, and stepped forward. His hand had not yet touched the door when voices erupted from within, angry, overlapping, chaotic. The clamor suggested many people were present. Lu Zipping's gaze sharpened. He confirmed the address once more. Yes, this was the apartment he had rented for Lu Anren. Amid the noise, a young woman's voice cut through, familiar, unmistakable. One of Lu Anren's closest friends, her childhood confidant, inseparable since primary school. When Lu Zipping bought snacks for his sister, he always brought an extra portion for her. Most of it inevitably disappeared into her stomach. She'd often call Lu Zipping to thank him, so warmly, so sincerely, that he'd come to regard her almost as a younger sister. Her voice he knew well. If she was here, Lu Anren must be too. Recognizing that voice, Lu Zipping exhaled, a quiet, shuddering release of tension. For a fleeting moment, he allowed himself relief. He feared above all else that she might already be lost. In his past life, he had scoured the ruins of the world for her, sacrificing everything until he found her again. But what he discovered was not the girl he remembered. She had changed, fundamentally, irrevocably. Though she never spoke of it, Lu Zipping could imagine the cost: a gentle, beautiful girl, powerless in a merciless world, forced to surrender pieces of herself again and again just to survive. Without strength, one truly suffers a profound sorrow. Yet now he possessed ample power, and thus could never allow such injustice to unfold, otherwise Lu Zipping would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. At that moment, a clear yet slightly hoarse voice emanated from within the room. Hearing it, Lu Zipping's heart, tense all along the way, finally settled, his muscles relaxed instantly, and a genuine smile bloomed across his face. The voice belonged to his younger sister Lu Anren. She was still alive. Lu Zipping strode forward swiftly, his right hand already raised, poised to knock. I will never agree to your demands. What was happening? Now closer, he heard Lu Anren's voice with startling intensity, fierce, raw, unyielding. What had transpired? At that thought, his raised hand withdrew abruptly. Since Lu Anren's safety was confirmed, he would first listen, discover what lay behind this turmoil. He was also deeply curious about the corpses of the zombies scattered along his path. With quiet amusement, Lu Xinghe folded his arms and stood still, listening intently. With his current acuity of hearing, he needed no door open to discern every word inside. Lu Anren, you protected us all. Yes, we ought to honor you. But consider this, such duty is inherent in your power. The greater the strength, the heavier the responsibility, a truth you surely grasp. With such formidable power, isn't protecting us simply your obligation? Just look at what you've done these past days. All you do is slaughter zombies, nothing else. You haven't ventured out to gather food at all. We're starving. We lack the ability to forage ourselves. We rely entirely on you. Today, Lizzie nearly starved to madness. He managed, against all odds, to scavenge a meager portion of food to share with everyone. And what did you do upon returning? You knocked it from his hands. Look at the bruises you left on that child. The man who spoke pointed an accusing finger at Lu Anren. She stood clad in form-fitting combat attire, her slender, yet budding figure sharply defined. Her luminous eyes gleamed beneath a neat bun. Her once shoulder-length hair coiled into a compact topknot, revealing a smooth, oval face, its porcelain fairness streaked with dark blood that lent her an untamed feral grace. She stared at the young man writhing on the floor, wailing in feigned agony, her eyes burning crimson, fists clenched so tightly her knuckles whitened, her jaw grinding with seething fury. Anyone could see the boy, far older than she, was performing a charade. Yet no one dared call him out. All blame fell solely upon her. And worse, you've imposed rationing on food supplies. Worse still, you demand we scour the ruins for supplies ourselves. How could we possibly manage that? Even granting the impossible, that we did go out, how can anyone work on empty stomachs? You wish the horse to gallop, yet refuse it grain. A masterful calculation indeed. A middle-aged woman spat the words at Lu Anren. A bitter hollow laugh rose in Lu Anren's throat. She remembered vividly how this same woman had knelt before her, forehead pressed to the ground in tearful, trembling gratitude, rescued from a snarling horde of zombies. Most importantly, you cannot monopolize that power. Look behind you, those two girls possess it too. Among dozens of us, only Brother Qin has been granted such strength. Is this not profoundly unjust? Others chimed in eagerly. Exactly. I know for certain. Those powers are traded for zombie cranial crystals. Be fair, at the very least, split the crystals 50-50. A lanky youth dressed like a street thug cut in hastily. 50-50. Impossible. There are far more of us. We demand a 3-7 split. You keep 3, we take 7. With so few of you, even that ratio grants you undue advantage. Fu Lizhen, standing behind Lu Xinghe, could bear it no longer. She thrust out her chin defiantly. How dare you speak thus? When Lu Anren dragged you from the jaws of zombies, what did you swear then? When she shared her own rations with you just days ago, what vows did you utter then? We owe her boundless gratitude. Our lives are hers to command. We pledge ourselves as her loyal hounds. So eloquent. Yet now what grotesque masks you wear. You devoured every scrap, then refused to leave, lounging idly while Lu Anren alone braved the ruins for food. Starving, you curse her instead. Shameless, utterly shameless. You crave crystals to grow stronger. Fine, take them. But every crystal she extracted came from zombies she slew herself, stained with blood you deemed too foul to touch, demanding they be washed clean before accepting them. Such fastidiousness. Then go forth and slay zombies yourselves. Precisely. Those whose knees buckle at the sight of a zombie dare dream of effortless power, truly brazenly disgraceful. Duan Lian, standing beside Lu Anren, added her voice. It's not us who lack capability, it's you. With such overwhelming strength, caring for us is merely your due duty, is it not? You two girls, don't stand there lecturing as if untouched by hardship. How many zombies have you slain? You receive that power only because you're close to her, nothing more. We hold no such favor, so we endure this injustice. It's not fair. The woman who spoke clearly mastered the art of public vitriol, deflecting substance, seizing narrative control, leaving the two girls speechless. Then she deployed her final tactic, feigned helplessness, wiping tears with trembling fingers, her tone and expression so convincingly anguished one might believe she'd suffered some cosmic injustice. In that instant, Lu Anren felt a crushing wave of sorrow. She had risked everything to save them. She had shared her food without hesitation. Later, she had even gifted them crystals, so they too might grow strong. Yet humanity is insatiable. Each act of kindness met with ingratitude, each gesture of goodwill twisted into license for cruelty, until their oppression grew bolder, their transgressions ever more egregious. Recalling how just yesterday she'd been drugged and nearly violated, Lu Anren felt tears well, hot and stinging. Had she truly erred? Was saving them a mistake? Uncertainty clouded her gaze. Behind her, the chorus of accusations continued unabated. Among so many of us, only one became an evolved one, endowed with extraordinary power. Why do 3 of you possess it? Weren't your crystals gifted by Lu Anren? Why grant them to you, and not to me? I. Duan Lian choked, breathless with outrage. She was petite and delicate, her posture poised and refined, evidently raised in noble grace. Unversed in the brutal theater of street brawls, she stood no match against seasoned scolds. But Fulijin would not yield. Her cherubic cheeks flushed deep crimson. You dare speak of shame? Your chosen brother Qin. Last night, he drugged Lu Anren intending to rape her. You didn't just fail to stop it, you actively aided it. If Ran Ran weren't a level 1 evolver, rendering alcohol nearly ineffective, wouldn't you have succeeded? Young lady, such accusations are unfounded. I never intended anything improper toward Ran Ran. I was merely intoxicated, and truly I hold genuine affection for her. My conduct may have been indiscreet, but I've already apologized to her. Let's not dwell on it any longer. A deep-voiced man spoke. That was for your own good. Aligning with Brother Qin means strength amplifying strength, surely far better than her struggling alone. You simply fail to recognize kindness. The middle-aged woman hadn't finished speaking before she was cut off. A thunderous boom echoed at the doorway. The reinforced security door was kicked clean off its hinges by Lu Xinghe and flew straight into the spitting woman. She let out no sound before collapsing unconscious. Silence fell instantly as every gaze turned toward the entrance, where Lu Xinghe stood, his face contorted in fury. Though the argument had begun midstream, Lu Xinghe grasped its essence at once. At first he'd even felt a flicker of pride, never expecting that Lu Ran Ran had become a level 1 evolver. Clearly she'd discovered the exchange point herself and uncovered its secrets, slaying enough zombies to amass sufficient demon crystals. And judging by the trail of zombie corpses along his path, she likely possessed gear of a color tier rank. Lu Xinghe had listened intently, at first savoring the grotesque spectacle of their hypocrisy, intending to enter later, curious to see how Ran Ran would handle the situation. After all, raw power was one thing, but navigating such treachery was another entirely. Yet the moment he heard they'd attempted to rape Lu Ran Ran, his blood surged, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he kicked the door down. Lu Ran Ran saw the figure standing in the doorway, the very person she'd always leaned on, and tears instantly blurred her vision. In that instant, every injustice she'd endured found its release. She lunged into Lu Xinghe's arms and wept uncontrollably, her tears soaking rapidly into his clothes. Lu Xinghe opened his arms and enfolded her tightly, holding his sister close. 5 years. 5 long years. His sole regret before rebirth, now finally redeemed. Cradling Ran Ran, Lu Xinghe felt profound peace settle within him. Tears traced silent paths down his cheeks, even as his lips curved into a quiet, tender smile. At last, no more anxiety, no more fear. 5 years of pent-up longing and remorse dissolved, transformed in this breath into unwavering protection. In this life, I will protect you. Behind him, the 4 women watched Lu Xinghe with warm, knowing smiles, until an abrasive voice shattered the stillness. Who are you? What do you think you're doing holding our Lu Ran Ran? The scolding woman, seeing Ran Ran rush into another's embrace, shrieked as if her prized toy had been snatched away, her voice piercing and shrill. To her, the gentle-hearted Lu Ran Ran was already theirs, property to be managed. As long as the girl remained under their control, at the very least food and shelter were guaranteed. And if squeezed further, perhaps each of them might even attain that extraordinary power. Now, seeing a young man holding Ran Ran so intimately, so clearly cherished by her, how could that be tolerated? The woman's interruption cooled the siblings' emotions somewhat, yet they did not part. Lu Xinghe held Ran Ran close, lifting his gaze to fix her with the cold, unblinking stare of one regarding the dead. A tall, rugged man stepped forward and addressed Lu Xinghe. Barging into someone else's home like this, is that really appropriate? Exactly. Brother Qin, teach him a lesson. He's trespassing. Several of Qin Jun's followers glared jealously at Lu Xinghe, who still held Ran Ran. Qin Jun advanced a single step, unleashing the imposing aura of a level 1 evolver. Instantly, the dozen or so people present turned their collective hostility toward Lu Xinghe. One thought united them all: Lu Ran Ran. Their golden goose must not be taken from them. They had already tasted its fruits. With Ran Ran present, a few lofty arguments, a show of moral authority, and a well-timed sob story were all it took, and the girl would obediently gather supplies, hunt zombies, and collect demon crystals for them. These past 2 days had been more comfortable than life before the apocalypse. Gourmet delicacies, once unaffordable, fine wines, once only dreamed of, rare tonics, once gazed upon with envy, they'd feasted lavishly. Only Qin Jun felt a twinge of frustration. Yesterday's attempt to intoxicate Ran Ran and claim her as his own had failed. But it didn't matter. There would be countless opportunities ahead. Yet now, watching Lu Xinghe hold Ran Ran so possessively, a chilling unease rose within him, and the urge to drive the intruder away. Feeling the oppressive presence of a level 1 evolver radiating from Tu Xinghe, Lu Ziping's gaze turned glacial. If his instincts were correct, this man, the so-called Brother Qin, was the very one who tried to assault Ran. A tide of killing intent surged through Lu Ziping. Sensing the shift, Ran hastily rose, wiped her tears, and spread her arms wide to shield him. What do you think you're doing? This is my elder brother, my real elder brother. And this is our home. By what right do you call him a trespasser? No, it's our shared home now. His return requires our consent, Tu Xinghe declared, his broad frame exuding the swagger of a mountain chieftain. Precisely, consent from all of us. A lackey chimed in eagerly. How dare you? This is my home, not yours. What gives you the right to bar my brother? Ran retorted, her neck flushed with indignation. Watching her stand defiantly before him, Lu Ziping's heart swelled with warmth, and suddenly his little sister seemed utterly endearing. All those childhood beatings suddenly felt trivial. Strong as she was, her temperament made her easy prey for these people. He gently lowered her arms and drew her behind him. Stay still. Trust your brother to handle every problem. Ran looked up at his face, sharp, defined lines. Not conventionally handsome, yet fiercely resolute. An indescribable emotion stirred in her chest. For the first time since the apocalypse, she felt true safety. She nodded firmly, yes. Lu Ziping pulled Ran fully behind him and stepped forward. If you've got spine, step forward and speak your piece. Tu Xinghe's heart leapt. He'd hoped precisely for this. Lu Ziping shielding Ran exposing himself. Trained under Lu Ziping, a being of ruthless decisiveness, the four women had undergone profound growth across all domains, yet at the very least they no longer hesitated or second-guessed themselves when taking a life. Before the group could even regain their senses, Lu Ziping turned to Lu Anren and declared, watch closely. This is the apocalypse. His aura surged forth the moment he turned back. Even the most oblivious among them now realized Lu Ziping's overwhelming presence rivaled, indeed surpassed, that of Lu Anren. Help me. This is sheer madness. Anren, save me. Anren, I'm your Uncle Li. Save me, save. Lu Ziping struck with full force, becoming a harbinger of death. Not a single soul could withstand even one of his blows. Each punch, each kick was a verdict, death upon contact. Blood erupted violently across the living room. Within less than a minute, 7 or 8 corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the floor, their blood staining the entire surface crimson. These were precisely the ones who had hurled the cruelest insults at Lu Anren moments earlier. Mu Xinran and the other 3 women watched impassively, as if such carnage were utterly ordinary. Worried that Lu Anren might be overwhelmed by such brutal methods, Lu Ziping glanced back, only to find her expression calm, neither nauseated nor shaken, though a faint sorrow lingered in her eyes. Lu Ziping paused, startled, then quickly understood. Earlier downstairs, nearly all those level 1 evolutionary serums had been acquired by Lu Anren herself, slaying zombies one by one and extracting their demonic crystals. She had likely witnessed far more gruesome scenes than this. Yet the moral frameworks and notions of good and evil forged in peacetime had long shackled her spirit, reducing her willingly to the role of a caretaker. Alone, Lu Anren lacked the courage to shatter those chains. She needed someone to break them for her, and Lu Ziping was that person. Lu Anren stepped quietly behind Lu Ziping, subconsciously untroubled by what had just transpired. In stark contrast, Fu Lezhen and Duan Lian clung tightly to each other, trembling as they edged away from him. They had never before witnessed such horror. Limbs torn asunder, blood spraying in arcs, the floor soaked deep red. The few survivors huddled together in the center of the room, their eyes fixed on Lu Ziping, not with defiance, but with the raw terror of those gazing upon a demon. Some bolted toward the door, desperate to flee. Instantly, Mu Xinran and the other 3 formed a line, radiating such overwhelming aura that the fleeing figures recoiled in fear. Only then did Lu Anren realize each of these newly emerged elder sisters exuded an aura stronger, even at her peak, than her own. That meant each was, at minimum, a 1-star evolver. Her gaze drifted back to her brother, filled with fresh astonishment. She hadn't forgotten how moments earlier one of those elder sisters had obeyed his every command without hesitation. With a mere gesture from Lu Ziping, she had remained steadfastly at his side. Silence fell utterly. Not a soul dared speak, not even to whimper. All clamped hands over mouths, eyes wide with terror, afraid even a glance might invite slaughter. You have 2 choices, Lu Ziping announced. First, die here joining them. He gestured coldly at the corpses strewn across the floor. Second, leave. Now. Immediately. And never return. The survivors scattered like startled birds, fleeing without protest, without uttering a single word. In moments the room emptied, leaving only Lu Ziping, Lu Anren, and the 4 women. I do not choose cruelty, he said quietly. The world forces it upon me. The kinder you are, the more readily you are trampled. You saved their lives, shared your food, even gifted them demonic crystals you'd earned yourself. Yet what did you receive in return? Unending, insatiable oppression. Human greed is a bottomless abyss. This is the apocalypse. Lu Ziping gazed upon the crimson tableau before him, speaking softly, his words addressed both to Lu Anren and to himself. He turned to Lu Anren and moved to embrace her, but halted seeing his clothes drenched in fresh blood. Lu Anren, however, felt no such restraint. She rushed forward and locked her arms tightly around his neck. I understand. Just this once, never again. As she looked upon the blood-soaked living room, her grip tightened further. From this day forward, kindness would forever be severed from her soul. That vow echoed silently within Lu Anren's heart. That evening, every room was meticulously cleaned and restored. Brother, how did you become so powerful? A freshly bathed Lu Anren sat before him, unusually docile, her eyes shimmering with quiet admiration. In her memory, Lu Ziping had always been the quiet, slender boy, tender yet withdrawn, who cherished her above all else. When she endured schoolyard bullying as a child, Lu Ziping, though clearly outmatched, stepped forward to shield her, ending up hospitalized after the beating. From that day onward, Lu Anren vowed never to let her brother suffer another blow on her behalf, her passion for boxing born from that solemn promise. Yet when catastrophe struck and despair loomed largest, it was Lu Ziping who stood before her once more. In her eyes, he had never, not once, been unreliable. Days earlier, he'd suddenly called her, sent money too. Though she complied, she dismissed it as routine, unremarkable. Then came the apocalypse. A thunderous boom split the sky. Peering down from her balcony, Lu Anren watched in horror as zombies devoured people on the street below. She grasped instantly. The world had irrevocably changed. Chaos reigned across the streets. Remembering Lu Ziping's warnings, she dared not step outside. Later, she discovered the exchange point. Her innate tenacity and thirst for discovery ignited. By sheer serendipity, she activated it, embarking upon the path of evolution. Lu Ziping gently stroked his sister's hair, his eyes brimming with warmth, so radiant it seemed ready to spill over. How did I grow strong? Exactly the same way you did. Oh really? Of course. Who am I? Your own flesh and blood sister. Enough talk. I'm starving. Got anything to eat? Lu Anren grinned playfully. Starving? I brought plenty. Eat until you're full. Lu Ziping smiled warmly. Lu Anren's eyes lit up. Let me see, what delicious things did you bring? Ha ha ha. Here, you name it. With a sweep of his hand, several crates materialized beside his feet. He laid out dried fruits, snacks, vacuum-sealed roasted chickens, and braised pig trotters, items he deliberately gathered in abundance during his preparations. He had always handled Lu Anren's snacks personally. As her elder brother, he knew her tastes intimately. Throughout his supply runs, he had consciously prioritized acquiring exactly these kinds of provisions. Wow, brother, you're still the best. Every time I gather food, I can never eat my fill, and there's a whole family depending on me. As Lu Xianren spoke, she had already picked up a dried mango strip, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Hearing this, Lu Ziping bristled with irritation. Is your status as a level 1 evolver even real? Were you really reduced to tears by a group of ordinary people? And nearly, oh come on brother, it's all in the past now. I'll never let it happen again. Besides, I've got you, don't I? From now on, I'll follow your lead. There, don't be angry anymore. Lu Xianren hastily set down the dried mango and gently patted Lu Ziping's shoulder, soothing him like one would calm a ruffled cat. Then she swiftly changed the subject. My dear elder brother, what's the story with those 4 beauties over there? Since when did you become this magnetic, bringing home 4 peerless women? Go on, tell me which one's caught your eye. Lu Xianren cast a mischievous glance toward Mu Xinran and the others, her lips curling into a playful smirk as she nudged Lu Ziping lightly with her shoulder. Though Lu Xianren had lowered her voice considerably, the room was small, the distance between them negligible, and all 4 women were evolvers. Every word reached their ears clearly, each instinctively leaned forward, eager to hear Lu Ziping's reply. Night had fallen deep. A single brazier and a few candles barely held back the darkness. Yet from the siblings' vantage point, the dim, hazy gloom did nothing to diminish the 4 women's beauty, especially given the extraordinary efficacy of Wei Sinyu's recently acquired beauty enhancement elixir. Their distinct charms, each unique, each arresting, now shimmered with heightened allure. Lu Ziping paused momentarily, struck. He'd scarcely noticed them on the journey, but now gazing at them properly, he had to admit they truly were stunning. Mu Xinran, perhaps unaware, had finally bridged the last gap in her appearance. The effect was nothing short of a breathtaking contest of elegance and grace. Lu Ziping turned to his sister, only to find her wearing a knowing, teasing grin. With a flick of his finger, he delivered a light tap to her forehead. Little know-it-all, what on earth are you scheming about? Fine, keep your secrets. Oh wait, don't tell me you like all 4. Lu Xianran clutched her head defiantly. Lu Ziping raised his hand as if to strike again. She quickly deflected. All right. No hitting. I'm starving. I need food, real food, do you understand? Come on everyone, gather round. There's plenty to eat. So much delicious food. Lu Zhan, Duan, Lian, and the 4 older sisters too. Come, dinner's ready. Lu Xun and Duan Lian approached slowly, yet seated themselves as far from Lu Ziping as possible, frozen with quiet apprehension. Though Lu Ziping now appeared calm, the memory of his earlier merciless fury remained seared into their minds. Had Lu Xianran not intervened at the last moment, the two might well have fled alongside that band of men. Meanwhile, Mu Xinran and the other three watched Lu Ziping expectantly, seeking silent permission. He gave a slight nod and spoke. "We've traveled all day. Join us for a meal." Only once the siblings' reunion had settled did the four women rise and approach. Moments later, all sat around the table. Lu Ziping wasted no time. He began eating immediately. After running 40 minutes straight, his car long since out of fuel, he was ravenous. With no pretense of restraint, he devoured his portion with fierce, unself-conscious hunger. As for drink, a single bucket of mineral water stood nearby. There was no way to warm it, cold was all they had. After the meal, Lu Xianran held a fruit strip in her hand, nudged Lu Ziping with her shoulder, and shot him a meaningful look. "Brother, introduce them, please." Gladly, he smiled. "This is Mu Xinran. Beside her sits Wei Xinyu. The tall one is Shi Zhiqi, and the shortest, the last, is Zheng Qing." That was quite the introduction. Lu Xianran rubbed her temples, stifling a wry laugh. Tallest and shortest. What kind of description was that? She'd been hoping to glean subtle clues, perhaps identify which one might become her future sister-in-law. Now she was certain her elder brother remained gloriously, unalterably himself, and none of these four was likely to be her new sister-in-law. Which woman, after all, could tolerate such an introduction? At the very least, he might have highlighted their virtues, or simply praised their beauty. Not a single one among them lacked radiance. Beside them, Fu Lizhen and Duan Lian snickered quietly. As for Mu Xinran and the others, they merely exchanged faint, unsurprised glances. They knew Lu Ziping well enough. Brilliant, perceptive, formidable, yet undeniably, unyieldingly a steel-clad, straightforward man. Praise from him was reserved solely for battlefield prowess. Hearing even a single complimentary word on any other matter was rarer than ascending to heaven itself. Lu Xianran rushed to salvage the moment. All four older sisters are absolutely stunning, and so incredibly strong. Naturally, Lu Ziping replied offhandedly. Each one could pin you down in single combat. Lu Xianran fell silent. In that instant, she half wished she'd been adopted. Seeing her expression, Lu Ziping chuckled. "Doubtful. Each is a level 1 evolver, and all are enhancement type. Forget technique. Even raw physical capacity exceeds yours by tenfold. Try comparing yourself. Could you possibly win?" Now it was Lu Xianran's turn to stare stunned. Could these four exquisitely beautiful women truly be that powerful? A sudden thought lit her eyes. "Brother, how strong are you?" Lu Ziping smiled faintly. No mystery, no hesitation. An average level 1 evolver possesses roughly 10 times the physical capacity of an ordinary human. An enhancement type reaches 11-fold. As for me, I stand at the apex of level 1 evolvers 20-fold. His tone remained utterly serene, offering the revelation without reservation. T20 times. It wasn't just Lu Xianran who gasped. Mu Xinran's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. That was unbelievable strength. "Brother, can a level 1 evolver really be this strong? When I injected my level 1 evolution serum, I felt nothing remotely like this." "Did we even receive the same serum?" "I found a door, passed through it, and then obtained mine." "What about you?" Lu Xianran asked. "All right. Where exactly did you find your exchange point?" Lu Ziping smoothly pivoted the conversation. He couldn't answer her question, not honestly. His power came from the system, and the system must remain absolute secret. "So that golden door is called an exchange point." "It's upstairs," Lu Xianran said, pointing toward the loft. "Let's go together. I still can't afford half the things I want to exchange." Lu Ziping's pupils contracted sharply. A golden door. Was this a special exchange point? "It's in the attic. Back then, many had turned into zombies. I went up searching for weapons and discovered the door." Lu Xianran continued walking as she spoke. At that moment, Lu Ziping cast a cold, indifferent glance toward Fu Lizhen and Duan Lian. Lu Anran explained, "It's fine, they're my best friends. Besides, they've already been inside with me. Let's go, let's go." Hearing this, Lu Ziping said nothing further and followed them up the staircase. Mu Xinran and the other three trailed closely behind. When he laid eyes upon the wooden door, glowing with a brilliant golden hue, Lu Ziping's heart clenched sharply. 2 stars adorned its surface. This was a rare 2-star exchange point. In his past life, he had only heard rumors of such special exchange points, exceedingly rare, said to stock only premium-grade items. Yet he had never seen one himself, not even in this life until now. Lu Anran had already opened the door and stepped inside ahead of them. Phew. Lu Ziping exhaled deeply and crossed the threshold into the shimmering spatial ripple. Inside, the space bore no resemblance to an ordinary Tier 2 exchange point. No luminous interface greeted him. Only 5 or 6 floating orbs of light hovered before him. The setting appeared starkly minimal, yet the moment Lu Ziping glimpsed the object suspended within those orbs, his breath caught and grew heavier. A profession bearing a prefix, an incomplete cultivation manual for enhancing mental faculties, or a green tier shield. Even one of these alone would constitute an extraordinary windfall. Lu Anren began explaining, originally there were 6 orbs here. One contained a pair of knuckle dusters. I've already exchanged for them, and they're on me now. From another orb I acquired 4 vials of evolution serum. Only 1 remains. As for the rest, I simply cannot afford any of them. Her voice carried a tinge of resignation. Yet Mu Xingran and the others stood utterly transfixed. They had accompanied Lu Zipping into countless exchange points before. Still none had ever encountered an exchange point whose inventory possessed such exceptional quality. Though some descriptions eluded comprehension, their sheer refinement remained unmistakable. Especially that green tier shield. Through Lu Zipping's explanation, they now knew it was a Tier 3 weapon calibrated for Tier 3 evolvers. Tu Xinghe glanced at Lu Zipping and noticed for once an uncharacteristic loss of composure. He was practically drooling. She couldn't help but tease, "Boss, stop drooling. You can't afford any of them anyway." After glancing at the price tags, Lu Zipping instantly slipped into stoic detachment. Far too expensive, he muttered, inwardly cursing under his breath. He'd eyed several items, but even the cheapest demanded over 700 demon crystals. Noticing his expression, Lu Anren chuckled softly. "Brother, I only have 200 demon crystals left, saved up over these past few days. I can't even afford the cheapest item. Don't bother thinking about it." Upon hearing her, Lu Zipping grinned slyly. "Perfect. I have 500 demon crystals. Just a bit more, and I'll be able to exchange for that crack Vajra Fist Master profession." "What's a demon crystal?" Lu Anren asked, puzzled. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lu Zipping produced a small pouch. He withdrew a single demon crystal. "This is what you use to exchange for Tier 1 evolution serum." As he spoke, his gaze drifted back toward the floating orbs, murmuring softly to himself. A prefixed elemental profession, an incomplete mental cultivation manual, and even a fire affinity profession prefix. Though their value was staggering, far beyond his current means, he felt reassured his sister had been found, and for now all was secure. He could turn his focus fully to hunting zombies. At that thought, excitement flooded his face. It was a treasure mountain waiting solely for him to unearth. Not only Lu Anren, but every woman present found his reaction unusually intense, especially Mu Xingran and her companions. They had never witnessed Lu Zipping behave so starstruck. Wei Xinyu couldn't resist asking, "Brother Lu, what exactly is a profession prefix? You seem ecstatic. Is it truly that powerful?" Lu Zipping smiled and replied, "A prefixed profession amplifies its effect by more than double compared to its unprefixed counterpart. Take my own profession, Blazing Flame Swordsman. Suppose another person possesses identical physical attributes and the same profession, but bears a prefix. In combat, I'd be utterly outmatched. No chance whatsoever. An elemental profession typically caps at around 700 demon crystals, but adding a prefix escalates its cost dramatically." Wei Xinyu instinctively turned her gaze to the crack Vajra Fist Master profession, priced at 1,000 demon crystals. Indeed, prohibitively expensive. Lu Anren listened bewildered. "Brother, are you saying this Fist Master is a profession, and among the very best?" "Yes," Lu Zipping affirmed. "All prefixed professions rank among the finest attainable in this apocalypse. So what good is it if we can't afford it?" Lu Anren retorted, pouting. Lu Zipping merely smiled faintly. "By tomorrow, we will." After lingering longer still, Lu Zipping gazed intently at the orb containing the incomplete mental cultivation manual, until the exchange point gently ejected him back into reality. Night fell. The moon hung high, spilling forth a cool silvery radiance. Slender beams of moonlight, like the gentle fingers of a celestial maiden, caressed the scarred earth, while distant faint zombie howls echoed across the hushed vast expanse. Lu Zipping lay upon his bed, watching the pale moonlight wash over his body. The first time in 2 lifetimes he felt true inner peace. In that tranquil safe haven, he closed his eyes, emptied his mind of all thought, and sank into deep, dreamless slumber. Mu Xingran stirred awake. The youth lay draped in simple white robes. One arm cradled beneath his head, the other leg casually crossed over the knee, his lips curved in a faint, serene smile. Bathed in the moon's tender glow, his youthful profile appeared even more luminously fair. Mu Xingran watched entranced. Her heartbeat quickened. Her gaze lingered on Lu Zipping, and gradually drowsiness stole over her. Her eyelids fluttered shut. Before long, all had surrendered to deep sleep, leaving only the moon's quiet silver luminescence to bathe the world. At dawn, Lu Zipping jolted awake to frantic cries. "Ah, starving. Brother got food." Dazed and groggy, Lu Zipping shook his head to clear the fog from his thoughts. He looked up to find Lu Anren gazing at him with bright, dewy eyes. The others were already wide awake. Apparently, he had slept far deeper than anyone else. Last to rise. "Come on, let's eat first. Then we've work to do." Lu Zipping retrieved food and water from his spatial belt, drawing astonished stares from Fu Lijin and Duan Lian. Lu Anren's large, curious eyes widened as he asked, "Brother, where do you keep your things?" As he spoke, Lu Anren circled Lu Ziping, peering intently, yet found no visible compartment, no hidden, seemed nowhere such items could possibly be concealed. Lu Ziping smiled. "It's a spatial artifact I acquired from the exchange point, capable of storing inanimate objects. All right, enough gawking. Let's eat first." Lu Anren's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, you actually have a spatial artifact. Let me see it. How big is it? Could it hold a car? Then we won't need to worry about supplies anymore." This time Lu Ziping didn't answer her question. Instead, he almost forcefully pulled Lu Anren toward the dining table. "Eat, now. Even delicious food can't silence that mouth of yours." It was hardly surprising that others had noticed Lu Ziping possessed a spatial artifact. Any observant person could sense it. Yet Lu Ziping wasn't foolish enough to reveal all his hidden strengths, not out of distrust toward Lu Anren, but because he distrusted everyone else. Lu Ziping glanced at Fu Lejin and Duan Lian, who stood close together. He harbored deep suspicion toward strangers. Had Lu Anren not intervened yesterday, he would have expelled them both without hesitation. After a hearty meal, Lu Ziping chatted briefly with Lu Anren before heading out to hunt zombies. He was determined to acquire both the professions and cultivation arts available at the exchange point. Cultivation arts were universally useful, while the professions suited Lu Anren perfectly. Yet upon descending, an unexpected complication arose. The moment Duan Lian and Fu Lejin caught sight of zombie corpses, they trembled violently, clinging to each other and refusing to move. By the time they reached the ground floor, a live zombie lunged toward them. Duan Lian immediately shrieked. Lu Ziping had grown accustomed to it. Ever since the library incident, every new location inevitably brought at least one woman who mistook panic for performance. A wasted talent. She'd make a fine singer if she ever pursued music. With a casual kick, he shattered the zombie, then turned to Lu Anren. "I'm heading out to eliminate zombies. You and the others will relocate, far from the city center. Remember that suburban villa you once dreamed of buying when you got rich? That place is ideal, sparsely populated, and at least you'll sleep soundly at night. Also, have these two as level 1 evolved beings never slain a single zombie. They must adapt to this apocalypse. Next time I won't spare them." He pointed firmly at Fu Lejin and Duan Lian. "Brother, why move? We're perfectly safe here. And what about whatever's behind that door?" Lu Anren asked, bewildered. "What's behind that door can be claimed anytime. But this location has already been compromised. Yesterday, dozens passed through. Someone may have leaked it. Moreover, you've slain too many zombies nearby. When I arrived yesterday, I noticed something unnatural about the zombie hordes. They were converging toward this area. Finding a less infested place is only prudent." Yesterday, while running across the district, Lu Ziping observed zombies relentlessly streaming in one direction, toward Lu Anren. Likely due to her recent slaughter of so many zombies, the risk of being surrounded by a horde had become grave. This place could no longer be their refuge. "Take the 4 sisters with you. They'll ensure your safety. I'll join you at the villa compound later," Lu Ziping declared. Lu Anren opened her mouth to protest, but Mu Shinran cut her off. "Enough. Your brother knows what he's doing. Let's go settle in our new home. You lead the way." Reluctantly, Lu Anren departed, muttering under her breath, "Brother's going alone. I could at least lend a hand. Little sister Anren, if you tag along, don't expect to help. You'd be lucky not to hinder him. Do you even know how formidable your brother has become?" Wei Xinyu chuckled. "He can run a car dry on pure momentum." "Truly? Tell me more." Lu Anren's eyes suddenly lit up. "Last night we were frantic with worry, but the zombies were overwhelming. So Lu Ziping let out a thunderous roar. Once inside the vehicle, Wei Xinyu began embellishing last night's events with dramatic flair. As the group drove away, chatting all the while, Lu Anren made sure not to neglect Fu Lejin and Duan Lian, offering them occasional conversation. Yet Duan Lian remained distracted, her gaze flickering with an unsettling intensity, as if plotting something unseen. Lu Ziping's first destination was the nearby market. He'd attended high school nearby and remembered a bustling market, likely teeming with people when the apocalypse struck. The horror of that day was unimaginable, but now it served Lu Ziping well, a prime hunting ground for spirit crystals. Within minutes, he stood before the market's entrance. Indeed, the sheer density of zombies made even Lu Ziping's scalp prickle. Strangely, whether drawn by something within or some other force, the zombies showed no sign of dispersing. Instead, they surged inward, packing the entire street to capacity. After swiftly dispatching several zombies at the perimeter, Lu Ziping realized this method was inefficient, too slow. He leapt onto a rooftop beside the street and moved forward along the eaves, seeking the source drawing the zombies onward. He proceeded with extreme caution. Falling into that throng would mean certain death, even for a level 2 evolved being. A horde's collective strength dwarfed any individual threat. After a short distance, he spotted a willow tree at the market's heart, enormous, its leaves unervingly vivid green. It was November. Leaves should long have fallen, But this willow remained lush and vibrant, pulsing with spring-like vitality. Its branches swayed without wind as though tugged by invisible hands below. From afar, Lu Xiping couldn't discern details, so he crept closer, positioning himself directly above the branches. One glance downward made him inhale sharply. He recognized this ancient willow, but it had clearly mutated. Its size had swollen more than threefold since he last saw it. Two figures hung inverted from its boughs, bleeding steadily. The pool of blood beneath them was impossible to gauge, obscured entirely by the writhing mass of zombies. Both victims were unmistakably dead. The scent of blood lured zombies, ceaselessly driving them to frenzied roars as they edged ever closer to the colossal willow. Even the base of the trunk was crowded with zombies, yet none gnawed at the bark or branches as if repelled by some unseen barrier. Suddenly, a slender mud-caked root shot forth from the earth, piercing a zombie's torso with blinding speed and dragging it violently to the ground. The space left behind vanished instantly, filled by the next zombie surging forward. Zombies possessed no intellect, utterly oblivious to the fact that their comrade had just been devoured by the massive willow tree before them. They continued pressing forward, drawn inexorably toward the scent of blood. In that fleeting glance, Lu Xiping caught sight of the willow's roots, littered with desiccated zombie corpses. Their bodies were shriveled and sunken skin drawn taut over bone, like mummies baked dry in a desert wasteland. Lu Xiping stepped closer for a clearer inspection. Just as curiosity gripped him, he spotted a group of people huddled inside a second-floor room across the street. Thick willow branches already thrust through the window, bracing against the door and sealing their escape. He instantly understood the origin of the baked corpses. As he stood rooted in thought, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, a projectile hurtling straight toward him. His heart plummeted. He had grown careless. His sudden surge in strength, coupled with an unbroken streak of fortune since the apocalypse's onset, had bred unwarranted arrogance. He had failed to anticipate danger. Even knowing full well this willow was no ordinary plant, yet still dared approach so closely. The distance was too short, the trees strike blindingly swift. Yet Lu Xiping was no novice survivor. He was a hardened evolutionist forged in countless brushes with death. When peril struck, his body reacted instinctively, executing the optimal split-second response. His waist twisted sideways, his upper torso arched backward with eerie fluidity, while his lower half remained anchored, executing the iron plank bridge stance to evade the upward lashing attack. The strike whistled past his cheek, grazing the air mere millimeters from his skin. A chill of dread coiled in his guts. Such force striking him directly would likely shatter even his peak level 1 evolver physique. Almost reflexively, Lu Xiping sprang upright and drew his Tang sword in one seamless motion, slashing downward at the next incoming branch. Effortless as drifting clouds, yet the blade met unexpected resistance. The sword bit halfway in, then halted abruptly, blocked by something unyielding. Only then did he see clearly what had attacked him. It was a markedly thicker willow tendril, now thrashing violently, struggling to wrench itself free from his grip on the blade. That single slash had struck true, but failed to sever the tendril, instead lodging deep within its fibrous flesh. Shock rippled through him. A great white Tang sword, yet it could not cleave this tendril. Had this mutated willow already ascended to level 2? Could plants evolve so swiftly? Whether animal or plant, mutants vastly surpass zombies in raw power from the moment their mutation began, let alone a level 2 entity. Were it mobile, this willow, by sheer might alone, could easily dominate the entire city of Ning'an. Lu Xiping reacted, instantly retreating at his maximum velocity of 20 meters per second, swiftly placing himself beyond the willow's striking range. The people inside the opposite building appeared to spot him and began shouting desperately for help. But Lu Xiping ignored them. Rescuing them was unthinkable. His own survival hung in the balance. Watching the willow withdraw its branches and resume luring zombies with corpses, then devouring them to grow stronger, Lu Xiping paused, then conceived a plan. Fire. The dense swarm of zombies drawn to the willow formed a perfect natural tinderbox. Without hesitation, he barricaded both ends of the marketplace with heavy debris. Then he retrieved several fuel drums from his spatial storage, circling wide to avoid the willow's reach, and poured gasoline evenly across the zombie horde. The drums ran dry after barely encircling the crowd. Undeterred, he raided nearby supermarkets, hauling out every flammable item he could find, bedding, cooking oil rags, and tossed them haphazardly into the mass of undead. From afar, the great willow seemed to sense the threat, letting out a low guttural roar. Though faint, the sound was unmistakably vocal. Lu Xiping flinched violently, nearly spilling fuel onto himself. It had undoubtedly awakened sentience. Why then had no record of this willow existed in his prior life? Had some anomaly altered fate? The willow lashed its branches, hurling dangling corpses toward Lu Xiping. Not to kill, but to incite the zombie horde into charging him, driving away the intruder. Lu Xiping smirked coldly. So intelligence has already blossomed. What a pity. Left unchecked, this ancient tree would soon render the entire area a forbidden zone. He ignited his fire starter and hurled it onto the street below. Flames erupted instantly. Then, shifting position, he set additional blazes at multiple points along the avenue. Fire raced down the thoroughfare, engulfing the zombies whole. Unfeeling, unafraid, they burned relentlessly, still surging forward, drawn ever closer to the willow's trunk. Lu Ziping brushed his hands together and gazed upon the inferno he had wrought, then laughed aloud. Zombies felt no pain, knew no fear, fled no blaze. He need only wait, methodically, for them to burn to ash, then return to harvest their spirit crystals. He glanced once more at the marketplace, billowing thick black smoke, then turned and strode away to hunt more zombies. Spirit crystals were urgently needed. Even the smallest yield held value. Not far away, 3 figures crouched furtively behind a stranded bus, lobbing a stone into the distance. A few zombies, alerted by the noise, shuffled toward the source of the disturbance. Once the immediate horde had dispersed, the trio slipped away silently, backpacks, bulging cloth sacks clutched tightly in hand. Phew, scared me half to death. Lucky there weren't many zombies, or we'd be done for. No risk, no reward. Today all 3 of us returned laden with spoils. Huh, hey, look over there. Is that fire? The man in the center jerked his chin toward the horizon, both hands too full to gesture properly. Looks close, but that smoke is thick. Must be a major blaze. Shall we go check it out? Check it out. With all this food weighing us down, how far do you think you'd get? You know the saying, mountains look near, but kill horses with distance. Let's head back first. Report to the chief, have him dispatch evolved fighters to investigate. Exactly. With our frail frames, one zombie would finish us off. We depend entirely on the evolved fighters. I envy them, perched high above, feasting without restraint. Don't envy. Those privileges were bought with blood and sacrifice. If you're willing, join the armed squad now. Survive a few missions, earn enough merit, and you too could ascend to level 1. I'd rather not. That's just suicide. Who'd sign up for that? Then hold your tongue. When you live beneath another's roof, you bow your head. The group whispered softly as they carried their food back toward their survivor base. Lu Ziping knew nothing. He was in the thick of slaughtering zombies, exhilarated and relentless. The massive fire he had ignited would likely burn for days, perhaps even spread. Fortunately, this was the apocalypse. Few remained, and Lu Ziping felt no guilt. Rather than wait at the site, Lu Ziping returned to Ning'an No. One middle school, a place historically teeming with people. High schools, especially boarding institutions, typically occupied compact grounds, yet housed vast numbers of students, gates firmly sealed. With his fully upgraded strength of 1,000 points, Lu Ziping vaulted effortlessly over the wall. Rolling up his sleeves and drawing his Tang-style sword, he embarked on his hunt. He chose an ideal hunting ground, the stairwell on the rooftop corridor of the teaching building. First, he cleared every zombie on that floor. Then he harvested their spirit crystals. Finally, he barricaded the stairwell entrance and created a deafening commotion to lure every nearby zombie inward. Just as he had done in the library, Lu Ziping stood alone at the threshold, unyielding, unbroken, reaping zombie lives with cold precision. Before long, black blood soaked his clothes. Meanwhile, at the Mingyuan Villa complex, Lu Anren had already arrived with the others. Lu Ziping had not chosen this location at random. First, it lay far from urban centers, sparse in population, easily cleared of zombies, and thus exceptionally low risk. Second, it was a villa district, luxurious, well-appointed. In the harsh constraints of the apocalypse, Lu Ziping intended to secure comfort wherever possible. Senior Sister Shinran, the Mingyuan Villa complex lies ahead, Lu Anren said, pointing forward. Indeed, a stone archway loomed ahead, exquisitely carved, though now splattered with dark crimson stains that marred its elegance. Atop the arch, 2 bold characters read Mingyuan, a calligraphic inscription radiating authority and refinement. Flanking the gate stood 2 imposing stone guardian lions, grand in scale, rustic in craftsmanship, exuding unmistakable opulence. The vehicle eased slowly through the entrance. In peacetime, guards would have intercepted it immediately, but now no one challenged them. The battered, nearly unrecognizable SUV rolled freely into the Mingyuan Villa complex. Scarcely had they entered when a zombie dressed as a security guard lunged at the windshield, its pallid, soulless eyes locking onto the humans inside as prey. It emitted guttural, mindless roars while scraping its razor-sharp nails across the glass, a grating, shrieking screech that frayed nerves and stirred dread. Aha, zombies. Drive. Now. Duan Lian, seated just behind the window, screamed hysterically, her face pressed against the glass mere inches from the creature. Stop the car. Mu Shinran commanded, voice icy and absolute. Wei Xinyu slammed the brakes. The zombie's snarls intensified, and Duan Lian's shrieks abruptly ceased, replaced by stunned disbelief as she stared at Mu Shinran. All of you, get out. Duan Lian, Fu Lijian, you will kill this zombie. Mu Shinran's tone brooked no dissent. But, we've never killed a zombie before. Fu Lijian's voice trembled faintly. Mu Shinran's reply grew colder still. Then how did you obtain your level 1 evolution serums? Did they fall from the sky? If you've never slain one, then slay one now. As level 1 evolved beings, do you truly believe your only response to a zombie is screaming? Umph. With a thunderous bellow, get out. She startled not only the 3 girls, but even the 3 women who had traveled alongside her for days. Wei Xinyu muttered inwardly, didn't expect it. Small frame, fierce temperament. Lu Anren stepped forward to mediate. Senior Sister Mu, I exchanged their serums myself. They truly haven't killed any zombies yet. Let me handle this instead. As she spoke, Lu Anren pulled on a pair of combat gloves. Simple in design, matte black in color, fingers left bare, shimmering faintly with a silvery gray aura. Unadorned by ornament or insignia, the gloves bore streaks of dried black blood and carried the faint, acrid stench of decay, silent testament to countless battles survived. Mu Xinran cast her a single quiet glance, and Lu Anren froze mid-motion, struck by the same unnerving weight she'd once felt under the stern gaze of a strict head teacher. Outside, the zombies' shrieks pierced the air with renewed ferocity. Duan Lian wept silently, head bowed, hands clamped tightly over her ears, no longer daring to scream. 1 vial of level 1 evolution serum costs 90 spirit crystals. You receive them to evolve, not to shriek like frightened children at the sight of a zombie. I said nothing earlier when you refused to disembark during the roadside encounter. It was unsafe. But now we've reached our destination. You will get out and kill that zombie. Or leave. Permanently. Mu Xinran's voice was unrelenting. She knew Duan Lian had already angered Lu Zipping that morning. If these 2 girls failed to adapt, he would surely cast them out upon his return. Given Lu Zipping's nature, he would never burden himself with dead weight. That would wound Lu Anren deeply and fracture their sibling bond beyond repair. Better than to play the villain now. Even if it tarnished her impression of him, it might still save the 2 untested girls, teaching them to survive so they wouldn't be abandoned. Lu Anren bristled, raising her voice defiantly. Who gave you the right to expel them? You serve my brother. You answer to me. Lejin Lian, stay put. You don't need to get out. Silence fell, so profound that even the zombies' cries seemed muted. Then Zhengqing, hitherto silent, spoke, get out. You are level 1 evolved beings. They have never slain a single zombie. This is the apocalypse. You cannot shield them forever. Get out, and teach them how to kill. She paused, then added firmly, that is my order. A faint smile touched Mu Xinran's lips. Shi Zhiqi declared, get out, my order. Wei Xinyu, driving ahead, echoed, get out, my order. Lu Anren glared at the 4 women, eyes burning red. She couldn't fathom why these kind, affable seniors had turned so merciless. Anren, if you truly care for them, teach them to kill zombies. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish, and you feed him for life. You know this truth well. Choose leave, or learn to kill. Mu Xinran moved to open the door, ready to push Fu Lejin and Duan Lian out herself. Wait, I'll do it. I'll teach them. Don't touch them. Lu Anren pleaded urgently. Just wait. When my brother returns, he'll spank every one of you. Uff. Ha ha ha. The solemn atmosphere shattered instantly as Lu Anyan's remark sent all 4 women into unrestrained laughter. A faint blush rose to Lu Anyan's cheeks. She hastily disembarked, kicked aside the zombie, once a security guard, and pulled Duan Lian and Fu Lejin out of the vehicle. She retrieved 2 baseball bats from the rear seat, collected earlier by Lu Zipping, and said, here, I'll show you. Zombies aren't truly terrifying. Only a blow to the head delivers a fatal strike. Outside the car, Wei Xinyu watched with a smile and teased, Xinran, won't this offend your future sister-in-law? If I don't act firmly now, once Lu Zipping returns and expels them, a rift will inevitably form between brother and sister. Mu Xinran gazed out the window at the 2 women fleeing in disarray from pursuing zombies and spoke quietly. Suddenly realizing what had been implied, she flushed crimson, from cheeks down to her throat, and stammered, Wei Xinyu, what do you mean, sister-in-law? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll. Her words faltered mid-sentence. You'll make me your sworn sister. Ha ha ha. 2 worlds existed side by side, one inside the car, one outside. Having endured relentless combat en route, the 4 women within had long since grown desensitized to the gore of the apocalypse, and now instinctively recoiled from those outside, more precisely from Fu Lejin and Duan Lian. Outside, the trio had no desire to integrate into the group within the vehicle. Thus the fissure widened. Meanwhile, Lu Zipping stood in the stairwell watching as zombies flooded the entire corridor and surged upward relentlessly. His temples throbbed with frustration. He'd slain countless zombies, but had no time to extract their crystalline cores. A moment's lapse could leave him vulnerable to ambush. Though his own kills had yielded 2 treasure chests, one crimson, one azure, their locations as marked on his system map lay far beyond his current vicinity. He chose to defer retrieval for now. He would search for them later. Meanwhile, inside a small convenience store near the high school's main teaching building. Brother, what do we do about the zombies outside? What else can we do? Are you going out there to lure them away? No, Then shut your mouth. This room holds plenty of food. You won't starve. Speak again, draw the zombies here, and I'll toss you out to feed them. Tu Xinghe bristled with irritation. When the apocalypse struck, he'd happened to be shopping at the store with 3 lackeys. Classes were nearly due to begin, and the place had been nearly deserted. At outbreak, none of the 4 turned into zombies, but a nearby patron mutated instantly. In that desperate instant, Tu Xinghe kicked 1 lackey straight into the creature's path, buying precious seconds. With his 2 remaining lackeys and 1 uninfected stranger, Tu Xinghe bolted for a tiny staff lounge in the store's corner and locked the door behind them. The cramped space held only a square table and a single cot, normally used by cashiers for brief meals and rest. For people huddled within that narrow enclosure, while beyond the walls raged the horror of the undead. Naturally, each trembled with fear and simmered with agitation. Tu Xinghe was a scion of wealth, a campus celebrity known for arrogance and domination. His father served as an honorary board director of the school. Teachers he'd targeted had been forced to resign, and he'd even attempted misconduct against a newly graduated female intern teacher. When the scandal erupted, his father suppressed it entirely. Though the act failed, no one dared challenge him thereafter. By the 3rd day, hunger overcame restraint. In ordinary times, sycophants flocked to him, eager to curry favor, serve, and bask in reflected privilege. But in the apocalypse, who would risk their life gathering provisions for him? His lackeys Kong Qian and Fang Junxing remained silent. Their families possessed modest means, nowhere near affluent. Their past flattery had merely secured access to lavish meals and revelry. They'd sought proximity to wealthy heirs like Tu Xinghe to enter elite circles and forge advantageous connections. Now, with survival itself uncertain, no one courted his favor. Indeed, tensions flared into open conflict. To reassert dominance, Tu Xinghe acted decisively. He expelled the unknown newcomer who'd entered the lounge later. While the youth was devoured, Tu Xinghe scavenged abundant supplies. Kong Qian and Fang Junxing, already cowed before him, capitulated anew beneath his tyrannical sway. Be silent. The sounds outside. Zombies seemed to be retreating. Indeed, Lu Ziping's diversion had drawn most of them upstairs. The lower floors now lay nearly empty. Several students on the 1st floor seized the opportunity, sprinting directly toward the school's convenience store. Ravenous after days without sustenance, they cared little why the zombies swarmed the teaching building. They grasped this fleeting chance without hesitation. Students neared the store entrance. Yet before cheers could rise, they were tackled heat-in by zombies surging from within. Their panicked cries drew the remaining zombies inside the store outward. Fresh blood sent inflaming the undead into frenzied exodus. His sacrifice granted those who followed safe entry. Within the lounge, Tu Xinghe heard frantic footsteps, the crinkle of torn packaging, and the unmistakable sounds of ravenous devouring. What's happening out there? Why do I hear eating? Do zombies even tear open packaging to feed? Fang Junxing pressed his ear to the door. Perhaps the zombies have all left. Other survivors must have entered. Tu Xinghe considered it plausible, then pointed sharply at Kong Qian. Open the door and check. Kong Qian hesitated, shrinking back. Yet memories of Tu Xinghe's brutal expulsion of the strangers still chilled him. Defiance felt impossible. With trembling steps, he inched forward. Move faster. Tu Xinghe delivered a hard kick to Kong Qian's rear, sending him stumbling against the door. Rubbing his backside, Kong Qian cautiously cracked it open and squinted outside to see a crowd feasting voraciously. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard, then glanced toward the store entrance. It was closed. Were the zombies truly gone? He could resist no longer. He burst forth, dashed to the shelves, snatched a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down, then tore open a loaf of bread, cramming slice after slice into his mouth. Their rations had dwindled to near exhaustion over these 2 days. Tu Xinghe hoarded control, granting Kong Qian only meager scraps. Starvation had long since driven him mad with hunger. Seeing Kong Qian rush out, Tu Xinghe grasped the truth and charged out himself straight for the store's shelves. On the 6th floor of the teaching building, Lu Ziping realized he was growing hungry. It was nearly noon. As a level 1 evolved being, his energy expenditure vastly exceeded that of ordinary humans. After half a day of intense exertion, his body urgently demanded replenishment. Lu Ziping gazed down at the relentless tide of zombies climbing upward and immediately decided to abandon extracting spirit crystals for now. His priority was restoring his stamina. He had underestimated the situation. Fighting zombies alone was feasible, but extracting spirit crystals, impossible. One person simply could not simultaneously slay zombies and extract crystals, especially within a school teeming with an unceasing horde. With a single hand braced against the railing, Lu Ziping leapt from the 6th floor balcony, gracefully using 2 intervening balconies to absorb the impact before landing lightly on the ground. For him now, a 6-story drop posed no challenge. He dashed straight for the nearby supermarket. Though his spatial storage contained provisions, he chose caution. In this apocalyptic world, where resources were scarce, one always consumed others' supplies before touching one's own. As he approached, Lu Ziping spotted several zombies devouring corpses at the supermarket entrance and dispatched them with effortless precision. He pushed the door, and it swung open instantly. A faint smile flickered across his lips. He'd noticed someone entering earlier out of the corner of his eye, but their lack of basic security awareness was astonishing. Glancing back to confirm no one followed, he slipped inside and locked the door behind him. From within the store came muffled sounds, the crinkle of snack wrappers, the rhythmic glug-glug-glug of water being gulped. Ignoring the noise, he selected a self-heating mushroom hot pot, then slowly peeled open its packaging. After hours of grueling labor, he deserved warmth and chose heat over haste. As he arranged the hot pot before him, his thoughts turned to securing spirit crystals from the zombies. Regret flickered. He shouldn't have assigned all 4 women to guard Lu Anren. At least one should have remained to assist with extraction. Even minimal help would suffice. Right now, he barely had time to extract a single crystal. Soon, the rich, unmistakable aroma of hot pot permeated the entire supermarket, halting every student mid-bite, mid-bread, mid-sausage, mid-sip. That intoxicating scent rendered their meager rations suddenly tasteless. The hot pot's fragrance was overwhelming, pervasive, irresistible, inescapable. One by one, students followed the scent, drawn like moths to flame gathering around Lu Ziping. Their eyes locked onto the steaming hot pot in his hands. Then, jaws clenched, they took savage bites of their dry bread. Yet the sight of Lu Ziping, drenched in zombie blood and rotting flesh, exuding a faint, nauseating stench, instilled silent dread. No one dared draw near. The scent tormented their senses until a young man finally yielded. Bowing deeply, he tiptoed forward, snatched a hot pot, and fled. Lu Ziping didn't react. Emboldened by his success, others mimicked the gesture. Bowing, retrieving hot pots, retreating swiftly. He made no move to stop them. These students had starved for days, yet still observed courtesy. And since the food wasn't his, he saw no reason to intervene. Just as he silently commended their restraint, a shrill voice pierced the air. "Hey, you think you're some kind of god? Escort me home, and I'll pay you more than you'll ever earn in your entire life." A boy swaggered forward. Expensive sportswear, a Patek Philippe watch gleaming on his right wrist, designer sneakers, shirt unbuttoned to his chest, platinum bleached hair slicked into chaotic spikes, his expression dripping with condescension. Lu Ziping glanced sideways, took in the boy's designer ensemble, and let out a derisive snort. Clearly a spoiled heir, utterly oblivious to the new world's brutal realities. Tu Xinghe, wholly ignorant of social nuance, ignored the silence and plopped himself beside Lu Ziping. "Tell me, judging by that outfit, you're one of those who actually kills zombies, right? Are you military? Get me home safe and sound. I'll give you 500,000. Deal. Consider it a bodyguard contract. That's no small sum." As he spoke, Tu Xinghe seized the hot pot before Lu Ziping and began eating without invitation. Starving for days, he couldn't resist that aroma any longer. A few dry slices of bread had done nothing to quell his hunger. Everyone else's meals were still unprepared. Only Lu Ziping's was ready. Ravenous and reckless, Tu Xinghe gave no thought to ownership. His lifelong habit was simple: spot something desirable, buy it, take it, or seize it. His father's power shielded him from consequence. And a self-heating hot pot. Trivial. As that hand reached across and snatched his meal, Lu Ziping's gaze turned glacial, cold, lethal, unforgiving. Delicious. Never realized how sublime these hot pots are. When I get home, I'll have my father stock our mansion with them. I'll eat until I burst. He chewed noisily, savoring each bite. "Hey, say something. Don't just sit there. Too cheap. $1 million. $1,000,005. I'll even send you a pair of stunning twin sisters from Heaven Earth Club, guaranteed to leave you floating on clouds." "Talk, damn it. What's with the attitude, grunt? Do you even know who I am?" Lu Ziping had no patience for this delusional fool. In one fluid motion, he seized Tu Xinghe's head and shoved it deep into the steaming hot pot. MMPH. Tu Xinghe strained to lift his head, but the hand anchoring him was immovable, an unyielding mountain pressing down. He couldn't even shake it loose. Desperate, he shoved the hot pot aside, then twisted his neck in a full 180-degree arc, emerging face-to-face with Lu Ziping. His face burned, crimson blisters rising across his cheeks, strands of enoki mushrooms clung to his singed hair. "Are you insane? Wait till I get home. I'll..." Before he could finish, a black blur flashed past his peripheral vision, and an unstoppable force slammed into his flank. A guttural scream tore from his throat as his body launched sideways, skidding violently across the smooth supermarket floor, until searing agony locked his jaw shut. Gritting his teeth, Tu Xinghe lay sprawled, left hand clutching his shattered ribs, his blistered face contorted in fury, and beneath it raw primal fear. The other students froze, mid-bite, mid-sip, staring in stunned silence. None had seen Lu Ziping move, no one understood what had ignited the violence. Tu Xinghe was a campus legend, everyone knew him. Yet no one imagined he'd be reduced to this humiliated, broken trembling before a stranger. "It hurts. Kong Qian Fong Junqing. Attack him. Beat him mercilessly." Tu Xinghe ground out the words through clenched teeth. The two exchanged a glance, dropped whatever they held, and charged toward Lu Ziping with fists raised. Tu Xinghe had already escaped. His family was wealthy. They would surely send people to search for him. They still needed to rely on him to leave this school and reach a safe place. Tu Xinghe's orders had to be obeyed. Yet before they'd taken even 2 steps forward, Lu Ziping vanished from his original position and reappeared before them as a blur of black shadow. Their forward momentum halted instantly. Then came 2 muffled thuds, and 2 figures flew backward at speed surpassing even Tu Xinghe's earlier flight. Literally airborne, feet lifted from the ground, they crashed into the 2 shelving units at the far end, collapsing motionless, their fates uncertain. Now it was Tu Xinghe's turn to freeze in terror. His face paled with disbelief as he stared at Lu Ziping. How could one man possess such monstrous strength and speed, defying all human limits? Just moments earlier, Lu Ziping had stood far away, yet in the next instant he stood before them, kicking both men aside without effort. Such speed and power transcended mortal capability. How had he done it? Tu Xinghe no longer dared cry out in pain. Clutching his injured waist, he trembled uncontrollably, eyes wide with dread. Stay back. Don't come near me. My father is Shun Ba, the wealthiest man in Ning'an City. If he learns you've laid a hand on me, he'll never let you go. Lu Ziping strode forward calmly. He held no patience for such bluster, and certainly no tolerance for appeals to power. Bending low, he seized Tu Xinghe by the collar. Then with unruffled composure, he walked toward the exit. What are you doing? Let me go. I swear if I escape, stop. It hurts. It hurts. Tu Xinghe's lower body dragged across the floor, wrenching the wound at his waist and sending fresh agony tearing through him. I'll kill you, you bastard. Once I get home, I'll have my father tear you limb from limb. He thrashed and roared, desperate to break free. Lu Ziping scoffed. Your family's wealth and influence mean nothing to me. Reaching the open door, he flicked his wrist and hurled Tu Xinghe outward. You wanted to go home. Then run. Run as fast as you can. His voice was cold, flat, utterly devoid of inflection. A blood-curdling scream erupted outside. It faded swiftly, replaced by the frenzied shrieks and wet, gnawing sounds of zombies. The students present shuddered inwardly. Tu Xinghe was unquestionably dead, fallen right before their eyes. That was Tu Xinghe, the school's most celebrated figure, gone just like that. Lu Ziping merely curled his lip, brushed his hands together, and felt no particular satisfaction in dispatching a delusional fool. He turned and scanned the supermarket. Others flinched under his gaze, legs turning weak. Are we next? Will he force us out too? Every mind in the room had stalled, stunned by what they'd witnessed. None doubted against Lu Ziping resistance would be futile. Yet some sharper minds couldn't help but wonder, how had he done it? How could his strength be so immense? He didn't appear especially muscular, yet he'd sent 2 men flying with ease, hoisted another single-handedly, and hurled him clear across the room. Seeing them all frozen in fearful anticipation, Lu Ziping almost smiled. All right, you may eat. I'll be leaving shortly. I won't stay long. Relief washed over the crowd. Audible sighs filled the supermarket. Lu Ziping, however, had lost his appetite after the commotion. He quickly swallowed a few bites of high-calorie compressed biscuits. Then he entered the staff lounge where Tu Xinghe had been hiding, and found 2 spare sets of clothing still bearing the supermarket's logo, likely left behind by former student part-timers. He stripped off his outer garment and changed. Just as he prepared to leave, a soft knock sounded at the door. Lu Ziping frowned. Who is it? Brother. Big brother, it's me. A head peered cautiously around the doorway, its face pale with panic. Lu Ziping barked, what do you want? Brother, I brought you a small self-heating hot pot. I saw you hadn't eaten yet. Tan Yuxuan stammered, holding up the steaming package. It was spice-simila flavored, its aroma bold and intoxicating, far more potent than the mushroom variety he'd chosen earlier. Just inhaling it made saliva pool in his mouth. Lu Ziping accepted it without hesitation, taking a bite before asking, what do you want? He glanced up at the youth, now fully inside, still wearing his high school uniform, broad-shouldered and clean-cut, with thick brows and bright youthful eyes. Brother, can I follow you? Tan Yuxuan had witnessed Lu Ziping's impossible strength and speed, transcending all human bounds. Survival meant staying close to him. He was alone, no family to feed, no ties to hold him back. Sticking with this formidable man offered at least a chance to live. Lu Ziping continued eating, then asked casually, what's your name? Tan Yuxuan's face lit up. Tan Yuxuan, sir. Don't worry, I won't slow you down. Lu Ziping nodded. I happen to need someone right now. You know those crystals embedded in zombies' foreheads? After I kill them, I'll need someone to extract the crystals. Can you do it? Tan Yuxuan's smile froze, his mouth hanging slightly open, speechless. Everyone else fled zombies on sight, yet he hunted them, then dug into their corpses for crystals. Tan Yuxuan wavered inwardly. Inside, the supermarket supplies were plentiful. He could simply wait for rescue. But following this terrifyingly powerful man meant performing something grotesque and revolting. He hesitated, uncertain whether to commit. Lu Ziping cast him a brief silent glance, then finished his meal in 3 swift bites, preparing to return to the teaching building to continue clearing zombies. He could manage alone, though it would require killing every zombie first before safely extracting the spirit crystals, costing extra time. Just as Lu Ziping neared the supermarket entrance, Tu Xinghe's expression hardened, resolve settling in. Snatching up the backpack he'd readied earlier, he dashed toward the exit. Soon Lu Ziping noticed a quiet shadow trailing behind him, the same young man Tu Xinghe. Lu Ziping smirked. I'm going to kill zombies, aren't you afraid of death? Afraid of death? Who isn't afraid of death? Tu Xinghe replied, his voice slightly trembling. Can staying in the supermarket keep you alive? Tu Xinghe countered. Lu Ziping said nothing and gazed deeply at him. He didn't expect this kid to see so clearly. If the group of students in the supermarket were to be invaded by zombies, they would surely be wiped out. After Tu Xinghe finished speaking, he fell silent, following Lu Ziping with his head down. Lu Ziping didn't deliberately speed up. At his pace, he could easily match a car. Just then a zombie wandered into Lu Ziping's sight, and Tu Xinghe noticed the zombie in front of Lu Ziping. He wanted to scream but quickly realized and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, merely signaling to Lu Ziping. Lu Ziping glanced at him, then swiftly thrust his tang sword into the zombie's head. A foul-smelling dark purple blood gushed out from the decayed mouth as the zombie fell to the ground. Tu Xinghe, witnessing such a brutal scene, turned pale and immediately bent over to vomit. Lu Ziping looked at him and handed Tu Xinghe a small dagger. This dagger was taken during the robbery of Tu Xinghe's sturdy and durable, comparable in quality to gray-level weapons from exchange points, though lacking their inherent attributes. Use the dagger to extract the magic crystal from the zombie's forehead, otherwise don't follow me anymore, Lu Ziping said, turning away. Even if he didn't follow, it was fine. A dagger was just a small reward for a mini hot pot. Tu Xinghe trembled as he picked up the well-crafted dagger. Looking up, he saw Lu Ziping had already taken several steps away, clearly having no intention of turning back. Not far away, a zombie swayed its way towards them. He had no time to hesitate. Tu Xinghe looked at the zombie on the ground with a cracked skull and a hideous face, yellow-black liquid flowing out. He suppressed his nausea, closed his eyes, and thrust the dagger down. Ugh! Soon Lu Ziping noticed that Tu Xinghe had caught up with him. He timidly extended his hand, revealing a glimmering black magic crystal covered in black blood. Lu Ziping smiled. The little guy was interesting. First, put the magic crystal into your backpack and throw away the unnecessary weight. There's no need to carry supplies, you lighten your load. But Tu Xinghe was somewhat reluctant. All the food and water he had brought from the supermarket were inside. There's no need to be reluctant, your supplies won't be lost. Just lighten your backpack, otherwise you won't be able to run later. As Lu Ziping spoke, he glanced at Tu Xinghe's bulging backpack. Tu Xinghe regretfully discarded everything from his backpack and then placed the only magic crystal he had into it. They encountered several zombies along the way, which Lu Ziping dealt with effortlessly. Inside the nearby teaching building, some people had spotted them, and cries for help echoed, accompanied by intermittent screams, but he ignored them all. In fact, if Lu Ziping had given Tu Xinghe the level 1 evolution potion from his space, it would have been more efficient. However, he was not a philanthropist. The level 1 evolution potion required 90 magic crystals, and as long as Tu Xinghe had not contributed enough value or proved himself worthy, Lu Ziping would not give it to him. Tu Xinghe, being clever, didn't ask too many questions. He guessed that the magic crystals from the zombies' foreheads must relate to Lu Ziping's extraordinary physical abilities. But he was just beginning to follow Lu Ziping and knew clearly that benefits would not come to him. For now, he needed to ensure his own value and survival. Soon the two arrived at the bottom of the teaching building, and Lu Ziping gestured for Tu Xinghe to come over, leaving Tu Xinghe puzzled. When Lu Ziping waited for him to approach, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Tu Xinghe's waist, causing him to shudder and turn pale in terror. Could it be? What did the big brother want? He isn't one of those who likes men, right? But I don't like that. What if he forces me later? There's no lubricant, will it hurt later? There are still zombies outside, he can't possibly do it here. While Tu Xinghe's face alternated between red and pale, his mind racing, he suddenly felt himself drop heavily, then lift lightly, like riding an elevator. Lu Ziping slightly bent his waist, directly leaping onto the balcony of the second floor with Tu Xinghe. Then he crouched slightly and jumped forcefully to the balcony of the third floor, continuing to use the same technique occasionally, using his hands to stabilize his balance. After a few jumps, Lu Ziping reached the top floor. Tu Xinghe couldn't think of anything else, his eyes fixed on the ground that seemed to recede further away, his face turning pale throughout. This is what true immortals can do, jumping up to the 6th floor while carrying someone. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Lu Ziping found that the entire floor was already filled with zombies. With no time to draw his sword, he kicked the zombie in front of him, sending it and a few others behind it tumbling down, clearing a space. Lu Ziping quickly set Tu Xinghe down. With his current physical condition, it was easy for him to jump up alone in just a few bounds. However, carrying someone made it slightly more strenuous, forcing him to jump up layer by layer. He drew his Tang sword and used the skill flame / a crimson flame, sweeping out, clearing more space. After clearing the zombies in front of him, he took a deep breath. Lu Ziping felt the system prompt indicating Tan Yuxuan's loyalty had reached 60, and he turned to look. Tan Yuxuan was crouching there looking up at Lu Ziping with admiration. Lu Ziping's eyelids twitched, unable to help but scold, "Stop staring and get to work." Aye. Okay, I'll get to it." Tan Yuxuan snapped back to reality and hurriedly started digging the magic crystal from the zombie's body beneath him. Occasionally, he looked up at the figure engulfed in flames, filled with envy. Time passed without them noticing how long it had been, and the pile of zombie bodies grew larger. They had already moved the battlefield to the 5th floor. There was no choice. The 6th floor was piled high with corpses, making it disadvantageous to fight or dig for magic crystals. Tan Yuxuan finally understood why Lu Ziping wanted him to empty his backpack earlier. If he had come up with a heavily loaded backpack, he would have likely collapsed on the ground by now. He was almost constantly crouched on the ground digging for corpse crystals. From the initial fear, he became skilled, even jesting about the zombie corpses, until he eventually became numb to it all. Mechanically raising his hand to wield the dagger and dig for magic crystals. He was just an ordinary person, and his arms were nearly too weak to lift, feeling sore and numb. Occasionally, he would look up at the figure ahead, not particularly robust, who seemed tireless, continuously swinging the blade and advancing without any change in rhythm. Tan Yuxuan couldn't help but feel envious. He too wished to possess such strength. However, in reality, he was gradually unable to keep up with Lu Ziping's pace. Seeing Lu Ziping getting farther and farther away, Tan Yuxuan couldn't help but call out, "Boss, slow down. I can't keep up." Lu Ziping turned around and saw Tan Yuxuan squatting on the ground, covered in black blood, gasping heavily, his bright eyes fixed on him. After a moment of thought, Lu Ziping took out a test tube from his spatial belt. The liquid inside was a pure blue, occupying 2/3 of the test tube. He walked towards Tan Yuxuan with the test tube in hand. Tan Yuxuan swallowed hard. He was not a fool. On the contrary, he was quite intelligent. His eyes were fixed on the test tube in Lu Ziping's hand. "Boss, is that?" Lu Ziping glanced at the nearly full backpack and thought that Tan Yuxuan was worth cultivating, and the magic crystal rewards in that entire backpack were enough for this vial of evolution potion. "It's just as you think. This is a level 1 evolution potion. If injected, you'll become an evolver like me, but be mentally prepared. There will be a very special sensation," Lu Ziping said. As he spoke, Lu Ziping casually struck down a zombie that pounced from behind. Tan Yuxuan struggled to tear his eyes away from the test tube. "Give it to me. Give it to me." Lu Ziping nodded, extending his hand forward. "Yes. Follow me, and you won't regret it." Tan Yuxuan was overjoyed. He grabbed the test tube and bowed to Lu Ziping, saying, "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, boss." "Aye." Lu Ziping interrupted. "Enough talking. Hurry up and inject it. We don't have time to waste." Lu Ziping had already turned around to continue dealing with the zombies. Seeing that Tan Yuxuan's loyalty level had reached 80, he couldn't help but smile. Kids these days were so innocent. Unlike the post-apocalyptic world where everyone, big or small, acted like cunning individuals, it was rare to find someone so easily impressionable. However, now that he had Tan Yuxuan, could he train him as an alchemist? This thought briefly flashed through Lu Ziping's mind. Tan Yuxuan didn't care about all that. He wasn't foolish in this situation. The fact that Lu Ziping could give him something to enhance his power meant he had truly found the right person. He directly injected the potion into his body. Ouch. Itchy. So itchy. Tan Yuxuan jumped around, constantly looking for something to rub against his body. "Boss, why is it so itchy? I feel itchy all over from my crown to my heels." Lu Ziping was startled. It seemed his own reaction when he injected it hadn't been this intense. He said, "Just bear with it." Tan Yuxuan stopped speaking, gritting his teeth and jumping around. He could feel a gentle energy transforming his body from within. It was a forceful transformation starting from the cells. Just like how a wound heals, it felt itchy, and this sensation was magnified 100-fold. The deep sensation within his body made it unbearable for Tan Yuxuan. The thing he feared most in his life was itching. He could endure pain by gritting his teeth, but itching. How could he endure this? In novels, didn't everyone say that injecting these things felt very comfortable? Like a gentle caress from an older sister. Like soaking in a hot spring. What a load of nonsense. Tan Yuxuan felt tears welling up. Especially in his lower body, he was about to reach his limit. If it continued, he would probably scratch. Fortunately, this sensation came quickly and went just as fast. In a moment it disappeared, leaving Tan Yuxuan drenched in sweat, standing there. It's so good to be alive. He looked at his palm, clenched it tightly, feeling the surging power within him. He now felt he could strike down a cow with a single punch. Although he knew it was an illusion, it felt incredibly powerful. Tan Yuxuan couldn't help but gaze at the figure ahead, wielding the blade, a look of gratitude on his face. At this moment, Tan Yuxuan secretly decided he would follow this person for the rest of his life. "Hurry up and get to work, or we won't have dinner tonight." Lu Zipping didn't turn back. All right, I'm on it. Tan Yuxuan squatted down, dagger in hand, and began to dig for magic crystals filled with enthusiasm. Lu Zipping wore a smile. Just now the system notified him that Tan Yuxuan's loyalty had reached 95. It seemed he had gained another source of evolution energy. The dying sun cast a blood-red hue, illuminating the two of them. They had already moved the battlefield to the 4th floor, and the entire teaching building was almost cleaned out. Lu Zipping glanced around. This batch of zombies should be the last. Once they were all dealt with, they could wrap up for the day. Tan Yuxuan's backpack was already bursting full as he began wrapping the magic crystals with his clothes. Finally, the last zombie was cleaved in half by Lu Zipping's blade. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lu Zipping looked towards the market direction. There was almost no smoke left. It seemed the fire had nearly been put out, and it was time to gather. After a while, Tan Yuxuan had thoroughly searched the corpses on the ground and handed over a stuffed backpack and a small bundle wrapped in clothes. Here, boss, all the magic crystals you wanted are here. Lu Zipping smiled as he took it. With a wave of my hand, it's gone. Tan Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief of what was going on. Don't be so surprised. This is spatial equipment, just like the space rings in novels, Lu Zipping said casually. Those who established a loyalty bond need not worry about betrayal, and Lu Zipping could share this secret with him. Tan Yuxuan nodded. Boss, isn't it time to eat? I'm hungry again. Lu Zipping pulled out some compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his spatial belt. Eat this, there's still work to be done. We'll head home once it's done. Oh, Tan Yuxuan took it without arguing. A loyalty level of 95 nearly guaranteed, he would follow Lu Zipping's orders. Suddenly Lu Zipping had a thought. If I had many subordinates with loyalty over 80 and trained them specifically, could I form an army? An army that would never betray. But after a brief thought, Lu Zipping dismissed the idea from his mind. In a situation where the nation and various large powers were prepared, unless one evolved to a higher level, no individual strength would be effective. Thus, upon learning that the mysterious figure had already warned major powers of the impending apocalypse, Lu Zipping abandoned his original plan to establish a large-scale survivor base. After the initial chaos subsided, survivor bases were first established in all provincial capitals. Next came prefecture-level cities and county districts. Soon thereafter, with state support, countless small, independent bases sprang up across the nation. Yet their security remained precarious and their resilience against catastrophe was exceedingly weak. The entire Huaxiao region remained under national governance, though fissures had begun to appear by the time Lu Zipping reincarnated the major bases, while harboring divergent ambitions had not yet fully fractured. Collectively, all citizens still fell under state jurisdiction. No single base could rival the state's authority, at best internal power struggles might erupt within a given base, mere contests for control and profit. Lu Zipping resolved instead to focus on evolution, on advancing his own tier. As he walked, he and Tan Yuxuan arrived at the school gate. Senior brother. Tan Yuxuan hesitated, words half-formed. What is it? Lu Zipping asked. May I help them? So more of them might survive. Tan Yuxuan scratched the back of his head. Lu Zipping glanced back. The vast majority of Nan and No. One-high zombies were clustered inside the teaching building, nearly all slain by him. If the students' united survival was entirely possible. Inside, Lu Zipping surmised there must be exchange points, but he had no time now to search them out one by one. He couldn't even afford the one in Lu Anyan's attic. Yes, Lu Zipping nodded firmly at Tan Yuxuan. Tan Yuxuan's face lit up with delight. He turned toward the entire campus and roared with the full strength of his Tier 1 evolutionary voice. Students still alive. I am Tan Yuxuan of Class 5, Grade 11. The zombies inside the teaching building have been almost entirely eradicated. You may emerge now. Arm yourselves, summon your courage, and slay every last zombie as we did. Look, I've already stepped beyond the school gates. Until we meet again. Having delivered his cry, Tan Yuxuan spun around and hurried after Lu Zipping, departing without delay. Nearly all students on the first floor of the teaching building perished, but elsewhere on campus numerous survivors remained. Some, hearing his words, slowly opened their bolted doors and cautiously peered out. Others bravely seized weapons and began moving in groups. Still others froze in place, resigned to death. Moments later, the two emerged from a sports store clad in fresh clothing. Senior brother, where to next? Tan Yuxuan asked, swinging the baseball bat Lu Zipping had just fused using homogeneous reinforcement technique, its blow instantly pulverizing a nearby zombie's skull. Tan Yuxuan no longer marveled at Lu Zipping's miracles. If Lu Zipping suddenly took flight before him, he would believe it without question. Lu Zipping's expression remained impassive. We're harvesting more gems. Harvesting more gems again. I'm practically sick of digging them. I choked down those compressed biscuits like medicine. By the way, senior brother, what are more gems for? Tan Yuxuan's curiosity burned bright. Lu Zipping cast him a glance. My abilities, my blade, the flames I ignite, all purchased with more gems. What else could they possibly be for? Truly. Tan Yuxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then let's not waste another second. Hurry. Senior brother, run faster. Earlier Lu Xiping had assured him sufficient contribution would earn commensurate rewards. This heavy baseball bat, radiating a faint gray aura, was proof enough. Now Tu Xinghe surged with boundless motivation. Watching his junior brother's bouncing silhouette ahead Lu Xiping's eye twitched involuntarily. What kind of disciple had he just recruited? Soon they reached the marketplace. And indeed, as Lu Xiping predicted, the fire that had raged all day was now guttering into embers. The entire market had been consumed by flame, walls blackened with soot, the ground piled high with carbonized debris. No distinction remained between zombie and object. Only occasional cracks of splintering would send sparks scattering into the air. Here and there feeble flames still flickered but lacked any real intensity. Wisps of gray smoke curled ceaselessly from the charred remains, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Lu Xiping had earlier erected barriers. Few zombies escaped the blaze, most lay incinerated where they stood along the streets. Tu Xinghe covered his nose, glancing at Lu Xiping with silent, questioning eyes, as if asking, "Where are the zombies?" Lu Xiping pointed to the uneven pitch-black street. "Those are likely their corpses. Dig out all the more gems quickly. I'll scout ahead." He tossed Tu Xinghe a backpack whose original color was long since obscured, the same one used earlier, having already stored all harvested more gems in his spatial belt. Then without pause he leapt onto a nearby two-story building in search of the mutated level 2 willow tree. Senior brother Tu Xinghe watched Lu Xiping vanish in an instant, then sighed wryly and turned his gaze to the grim scene before him, the rising smoke, the acrid stench. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he stuffed cloth into his nostrils and began harvesting more gems. His revulsion was hardly unwarranted. Zombies reeked of decay, and fire only intensified that putridness. While Tu Xinghe grumbled bitterly as he dug Lu Xiping near the marketplace's center. Ordinarily, such a fire could not contain a level 2 mutated creature, but this willow was different. As a plant, even at level 2, it remained rooted in place. It endured the inferno passively, plants being inherently flammable, and after a full day's searing torment, survival, even through evolution, was impossible. Lu Xiping rushed toward the great willow, exhilaration blazing in his eyes, yet vigilance never slackened. Having been deceived once, his focus remained razor-sharp. His greatest fear failed to materialize. The willow was utterly charred. Only its blackened trunk and a few solitary branches remained. Lu Xiping scanned it with his detection vision. No data appeared. The willow was unequivocally dead. Descending, Lu Xiping severed the 3 surviving willow twigs from their point of attachment to the mutated trunk, then examined them closely in his palm. Alas, the mutated willow had evolved only a handful of altered twigs, several of which were ruined by fire and rendered useless. Only the thickest remained viable. Compared to zombies, mutated plants and animals were undeniably far more formidable and yielded far greater rewards upon defeat. Many parts of their bodies served as exceptional raw materials for crafting powerful equipment, formulating potent elixirs, or even consumption. Yet the willow tree remained at its core a plant. Even in mutation, it retained its ancient vulnerability to fire, utterly consumed it, left behind scant usable material. Lu Xiping sighed faintly, then turned his gaze toward the tree's roots. Circling once, he spotted a patch of bark distinctly different from the rest, swollen and raised. Drawing his Tang sword, he peeled it away in one clean motion. Within lay a white rhomboid-shaped demonic crystal. A spark of delight flared in Lu Xiping's chest. His second grade 2 demonic crystal secured. Just as he was about to discard it, Lu Xiping noticed the charred bark in his hand was itself extraordinary, darkened, unyielding, its tensile strength astonishing, clearly ideal for armor fabrication. Without hesitation, he stripped the remaining section and stowed it within his spatial storage. Lu Xiping glanced upward at the second-floor window, shattered hollow. The people once imprisoned there by the mutated willow used as living bait were gone. Whether slain or escaped, he could not tell. He lingered no longer, turning instead to rejoin Tu Xinghe. Already a full day had passed outside. He needed to gather the remaining demonic crystals and return swiftly. Whether his younger sister had already located the Mingyuan Villa district with Mu Xinran remained unknown. As he neared the market entrance, sharp voices of conflict pierced the air. Lu Xiping quickened his pace. Tu Xinghe stood rigid, jaw clenched, locked in heated argument. 5 figures had subtly encircled him. Should violence erupt, Tu Xinghe would be subdued instantly. Their formation spoke of practiced coordination repeated many times before. Tu Xinghe lifted his gaze to the towering, broad-shouldered man, over 1.9 meters tall, his voice defiant. "This entire street was burned down by my senior brother. What right do you have to claim it?" "Young friend," replied Shi Zhiyong, tone smooth and calm, "what proof do you offer that your senior brother did it? I could just as easily claim credit myself. Where precisely is this so-called senior brother of yours? I see only you here, trying to sneak in and scavenge demonic crystals for barter, am I right?" Tu Xinghe's face flushed deeper. "You're lying. My senior brother entered the building. He'll return soon, and when he does you'll all regret this. Tu Xinghe let out a derisive snort. A few of you, and you'll bring misfortune upon us. We number 5. Though my senior brother stands alone, his power is unmatched. He slaughtered nearly 1,000 zombies in a single afternoon. Watch your words, or when he emerges he'll knock every one of your teeth loose. Tu Xinghe's expression darkened. His group hailed from a nearby survivor base. That morning 3 scouts returning from a food run had reported dense smoke rising from this area, evidence of a fierce conflagration. They'd set out intending to cull a few zombies for crystals, and perhaps investigate the source of the fire. Instead, they'd stumbled upon an unexpected windfall, the entire marketplace cleared of zombies by fire guarded only by a lone child digging for crystals. Such an opportunity could not be ignored. Yet, had the boy merely been boasting? His demeanor, however, betrayed no falsehood. To slay hundreds of zombies alone in half a day, it defied belief. After all, even their 5-member team, each a level 1 evolver, dared not enter a zombie swarm. Tu Xinghe's eyes flickered to the baseball bat resting beside the boy, and a sudden thought struck him. Leaning in slightly, he asked softly, "Young friend, I'm curious, what weapon did your senior brother use to slaughter them? His bare hands, perhaps?" "Humph, my senior brother wields." "Tu Xinghe, shut your mouth." Lu Ziping stepped forward, weary but resolute. He had no choice. He could delay no longer. Moments earlier, using his detection eye, he'd assessed the group, then paused only briefly to analyze them. In that short span, Tu Xinghe had nearly divulged their entire arsenal. Tu Xinghe watched Lu Ziping approach, calm, unruffled, and signaled subtly to his 4 companions. A warm, affable smile spread across his face. "Friend, so this young man claims you incinerated the entire street's zombie horde. Truly masterful. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tu Xinghe, founder of a survivor base nearby. With prowess like yours, surely we could forge a meaningful alliance." As he spoke, he advanced, extending his right hand in apparent goodwill, while his 4 comrades shifted imperceptibly, tightening their encirclement around Lu Ziping. A faint frost-edged smile touched Lu Ziping's lips. "Oh, hardly. Mere trickery, a bit of clever improvisation." Moments earlier, his detection eye had confirmed all 5 were level 1 evolvers, but something deeper, instinctual, whispered that this man posed a genuine threat. For now, restraint was wiser than confrontation. Tu Xinghe too studied Lu Ziping intently. Tu Xinghe's earlier words had revealed this senior brother to be a formidable adversary. Suddenly, Tu Xinghe's gaze sharpened, locking onto Lu Ziping's left hand, where a Tang sword pulsed with soft silvery light. His smile deepened as he continued walking forward. "Young friend, you truly undersell yourself. One who devises such ingenious stratagems has mastered far more than mere tricks." He extended his hand, thick with corded muscle radiating raw strength. Lu Ziping met it with a smile, yet beneath the surface every tendon coiled, ready to strike at a breath's notice. Instantly, a crushing force surged through the clasp, less greeting, more gauntlet, a brutal test of dominance, threatening to splinter bone. Lu Ziping didn't flinch. His professional flame blade master ability activated. Fiery energy surged into his palm, igniting a swift, searing flame. Tu Xinghe, standing close, glimpsed a fleeting crimson flash between their clasped hands. Then Tu Xinghe wrenched free, his face contorted in sharp pain. Tu Xinghe's eyes lit up. He understood his senior brother had just engaged in silent combat and emerged victorious. Elated, he opened his mouth to speak, only to meet Lu Ziping's icy, silencing glare. He snapped his lips shut, speechless. "My apologies, brother. I've only recently ascended to level 1 evolver. My control over strength remains imperfect." Tu Xinghe maintained his courteous smile, discreetly drawing his right hand behind his back, never again underestimating the man before him. The flame had not been lethal, but the lingering burn on his palm was unmistakable. More unsettling still was Lu Ziping's ability to summon fire at will. That meant he'd accessed a conversion point and acquired something extraordinary. Even without confirmation of such a point, a talent like this, capable of strengthening any faction, was worth pursuing relentlessly.